Good evening, wonderful guys. Hey, hey. Am I glad to be back? Oh, I'm so happy to be back. Asanteni sana kwa kuwa pamoja nami jioni hii ya leo. Jioni moja fiti tu sana. Leo ikiwa tarehe 13 mwezi wa sita, mwaka huu wa Bwana, mwaka huu wa 2023. Assalamu alaikum. Aha. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How are you? Hope you're well. Hope you are well. Hope this finds you well. Natumai uko mzima. Licha ya hali yako, natumai uko mzima. Asante sana kwa kujiunga nami, and as usual, I'm your host, Jakes, the moderator, and today I have a great, one of the finest show ready for you. We are live on all Mutembei's platform. Jiunge nami tunapo sail through kwa hii show, and as I've always told you, hii mtapenda. Leo nani amekuwa wa kwanza kulike hii video? Paul Generous amelike hii video. Wow, asante sana Paul. Paul Call Generous, umekuwa wa kwanza kulike hii video. Thank you so much for liking the video. Namuona Dan Korila amelike video. Lord Gelogoi amelike video. Namuona Paul Jesse amelike hii video. Thank you for liking the video. And I tell you, my guys, you are going to love this one. You guys are going to definitely love this one. Hii show ni show yako, show ambao mmekuja kupenda, show ambao mnategea inapofika hii masaa mnajiunga nami live na mnakuwa na show fiti, show ambao mnaingia ndani, mnafanya nini? Mnachangia, mna like, mna participate, mna comment na mnaingia live kwa hii show na mnakuwa na time fiti. Thank you so much guys. I really love you guys. Asante sana, asante sana. Thank you for being part of this show. Hii show ni show yako, show ambao umekuja kupenda. You guys mumependa hii show, na mimi nawapenda pia. Asante kwa upendo wenyu, na asante kuwa miongoni mwa wale ambao huja kwa hii show live. Namuona Collis Legando amelike video. Asante sana kwa kulike hii video. Malcolms Ohang amelike hii video. Thank you for liking. Chokora Mgenge amelike hii video. Anderson umelike hii video. Magufuri Wanyeri umelike hii video. Thank you so much. Muchuma Junior Angelimo, asante kwa kulike hii video. Thank you so much for liking this video. Thank you, asante sana. Magufuli Wanyeri nimesema asante. Frederick Kayo, asante kwa kulike. Nodin Sani, asante kwa kulike. Let me know where you're tuning in from. And as I promised you, tuko na show moja fiti sana. Hii lazima mtalike. Let me know where you're watching me from. And zaidi ya yote, like hii video hapo Facebook, like hii video hapo YouTube, and I'll be mentioning all those who are liking the video, all those who are sharing these videos. Nitakuwa ninawasoma. Comment hapo mbio mbio, tuma ka emoji, tuma ka love, tuma ka thumbs up kwa sababu ya hii video. Nani yako ndani? Let me know where you're watching me from, where you are tuning in from. Namuona jamaa anajita Nick Ndolo, ako mahali panaitwa Toronto, Canada. Mike anasema ako mahali panaitwa Toronto, not Toronto. Toronto, Canada. Karibuni sana. Thank you so very much. I'm grateful. Hii show tunawafikia nyote. Ukiwa ma US, uko hapa. Ukiwa Canada, uko hapa. Karibu nyumbani. Ukiwa Australia, karibu nyumbani. Wasewa Gulf, karibuni home. Kwa hii show tunawaunganisha nyote, watu wa mbali, watu wa karibu, mnakaribishwa tu sana. Watu hapa mjini karibuni, watu wa kule mbali karibuni. Tunawapenda nyote, maana hii show ni show ya Wakenya, ndiposa hata kama uko mbali, bado wewe ni Mkenya na uko na right ya kutune in kwa Mutembei live. Asante sana. Magufuli Wanyeri unasema hivi, this is my TV station. We love you so much, Magufuli Wanyeri, and I can guarantee you Mutembei is the station to watch. Thank you so much, Magufuli Wanyeri, for your positive vibes. Namuona David Arapcheps amesema good evening na uko ndani watching from Uganda. Karibu sana watu wa Uganda, karibuni sana kwa hii show. Daytime na kuona umecomment hapo kwa section, asante sana. Evelyn Just, I thank you for commenting hapo kwa comment section. Bosbori Mogambi Senior, I see you. Nicole Ndolo umeniambia uko Toronto, Canada. Asante sana my brother. Nodin Sani, I see you. Unaniambia uko hapa kwa show. Karibu sana. Anthony Semetu, I see you. Unaniambia unanifollow ukiwa Vietnam. Mahali panaitwa Hanoi. We sawa, watu wa Vietnam. Karibu sana. We nakwambia hii show inafika far wide simply because of your love. Na tunawafikia vipi? Kwa wewe kulike. Imagine. Like hii video, share hii video, wacha tufanye ile kitu. Mohamed wako unaniambia you're following me live from Nanyuki. Karibu sana. Jacqueline Nyaga unaniambia uko Nanyuki. We unaona hiyo coincidence Mohamed wako ako Nanyuki na Jacqueline Nyaga ako Nanyuki. We sawa. Asanteni sana wadau. Karibuni kwa hii show. Nodin Sani unaniambia uko Lamu County. Karibu sana. Hatem unaniambia long time Jakes. Hope you're well. I'm well my brother. Hope you're well as well. Maneno mingi sana ya kizungu hapo nimetumia, lakini wacha pia nisome wale ambao wana like hii video. Thank you so much kwa kulike hii video. Give this video a thumbs up. Ipatie like tu hapo kwa YouTube. Imagine ni free. Usiogope, unaona hiyo kulike ni kama kutumia mtu ka emoji. Acha nasome wadau hapa. Wajamaa wana like hii video mbio mbio. Namuona Aboyo Steven ame like video. Thank you so much. Jofari Ismaili ame like video. Thank you my brother. I see Ken Kemani ame like video. Thank you. Mohamed wako ame like hii video. Jinsi wewe ni wangu ama wako. Mtembei ni wako pia. Asante sana Mohamed wako. Asante sana Patricia Nzioka. Asante sana kwa kulike hii video. Mkale Kamanga, asante sana. Asante sana kwa kulike video. Namuona Mkale Kamanga ame like video. Nikondolo ame like video. Thank you for liking hii video. Nijuze unatazama ukiwa wapi wadau, nielezeni. Mimi niko maeneo fulani na ninapendezwa na hii show. You are the guys that make this happen every night. Inapofika saa 4, you are the guys and we are the people that makes this show happen. Edwin Wawire, I see you. Unaniambia uko ndani. Asante sana Edwin. Shem Jaden Amani, asante sana. I see you my brother. Steven Kiplagat, I see you my brother. Karibu sana. Unasema Ken Kemani pia ukiwa maeneo gani? Maeneo ya Murang'a. Karibuni sana. Mayo Kirwa from Eldoret. Karibu sana my brother. Edwin Wawire unaniambia uko ndani. Karibu. Arab Hatem unanitazama ukiwa UK, watu wa UK karibuni sana kwa show. Hii show yenyu, imagine. Show ya wasee wa UK, show ya wasee wa Canada, show ya wasee wa uko mbali sehemu ya Gulf. Hii show ni show yenyu. Show ya watu wa Azimio, show yenyu. Show ya watu wa Kenya Kwanza, show yenyu. Show ya kila mtu. Password ni nini? Wewe tu kuwa Mkenya, imagine. Interesting. I love it. I see Aziz Namaz Day ana like hii video akiwa maeneo ya Nyamberia. Sawa. Huko sikujui, lakini I hope ni maeneo ambayo tutafika very soon. Peter Erekodi ame like hii video. Thank you so much my brother for liking the video. Like hii video hapo kwa YouTube like na mimi nakusoma, imagine. Like nikusome. Cindy Amor ame like video. Asante sana. Azi Nyams ame like hii video. Namuona Kisonde Mtovu Junior, asante kwa kulike. Peter Erikodi umelike. Ayaya Gilbert, asante sana kwa kulike. Geoffrey Kilonzo, thank you so much for liking this video. Mark Oaro nasema tuma link. I'm doing that my brother just now. Naona nani hapa? Namuona Andrew Muchuku ame like video. Thank you so much for liking this video. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the support. We don't take you guys any moment for granted, for you are the guys that makes this show happen. Asante sana. Wycliffe Obiko umetuma hapo ujumbe. Asante sana. Unasema hivi: Ruto and Gachagua are closing bars in Mount Kenya where thousands of youths will lose jobs since they have sensed there is nothing they will do to help Mount Kenya youth. They are now selling awkward narrative of Mungiki in order to keep them busy and very useless regime indeed. Maoni yake jamaa anajiita Ombiko. Maoni marefu, maoni mazuri. Asante sana kwa maoni yako. Namuona nani hapa? Namuona Edwin, uko ndani. Karibu ukiwa maeneo ya Thika. Karibu sana kwa show. Zabron Ongaro unasema uko pamoja hadi mwisho. Uko maeneo ya Kisii. Zabron Ongaro, karibu sana my brother kwa show. Hiyo ni maoni yake Wycliffe Ombiko, ndio kwa maana nimeipost hapo. Si ati hizi comments zingine sijidhamini, lakini kwa sababu hii imeni nice na pia comment zako pia zina ni nice, lakini zaidi ya yote unani nice ukifanya nini, unavyo like kama jinsi ambavyo James Kilonzo amelike hii video. Asante sana. Achom An, asante kwa kulike hii video. Zabron Ongaro, yes, karibu sana kwa show na asante kwa kulike hii video. Nayo Neyo majina yenyu jamaa ni kali. Nayo Junior Neyo, asante sana kwa kulike hii video. Andrew Muchuku, asante sana kwa kulike hii video. Geoffrey Kilonzo, asante sana, thank you very much for liking the video. Nayo Junior Nayo unasema Turukana niko ndani. Watu wa Turukana, karibuni sana. Sijui kusalamiana na Kiturukana, labda Nayo Junior Neyo anaweza tuambia hapo kwa comment section kusalamiana na kikwao ni namna gani. Pastor Mike Bosire Nyaboki amelike hii video akiwa maeneo ya Nakuru. Watu wa Nakuru, karibuni sana. Watu wa Umoina, karibu. Umoina ni umoja I think karibuni sana. Watu wa huko Komoro watu wa Jericho, watu wa baba ndogo, watu wa baba kubwa, watu wote karibuni sana. Watu wa Nyaribari Chache, karibuni sana. Watu wa huko Nyatike, karibuni sana. Watu wote wa Kisiland, karibuni, mkiongozwa na ndugu yangu mkubwa, jamaa anajiita Alex Media, karibuni sana. Namuona na hiyo unasema kusalamiana, mnasema hivi sama joke hivyo ndio kusalamiana na Kiturukana. Hope nitamka vilivyo, lakini ni sawa. Acha niwasomee wale ambao bado wanazidi kulike. Ninaanzisha tu show ndio inaanza, show ndio inangoa nanga. Asante sana. Lovin Pacheco right amelike hii video, asante sana. Mwalimu Tambwe amelike video. James Kilonzo, asante sana. Anna, asante zaidi kwa kulike video. Nani mwingine ana like hii video hapo kwa YouTube, like hii video hapo kwa Facebook. Wadau, show inaanza namna hivi. Na leo Ruto na Gachagua na gavana wa Nyeri pamoja na magavana wengine walikuwa kule Kirigoya, right? Walikuwa na launch hospitali hapo katika harakati ya kulaunch hospitali kukakuwa na opportunity ya speeches Hizo speech zilikuwa moto. I'll be playing some of them. Nakwambia hii show mtapenda because why? Kuna watu wanakuwa blamed because vijana, according to the two leaders, that these vijanas wamespoil. Wamespoil kivipi? Kukunywa pombe. Wanakunywa na kulewa chakari. Zaidi ya yote wanadai ya kwamba wanatumia bangi. Sasa wanadai, ukikumbuka during campaign kulikuwa na jamaa mmoja alikuwa mfiti tu sana na story zake za kueleza jinsi atakavyosaidia nchi. Alikuwa na programs. Number one, alikuwa anauza can I call them these words, private parts za hyena, right? Una imagine kama saizi kungekuwa na msee amefuga mahali tu hyena kadhaa, anangoja grow kiasi alafu azifanyie ile kitu. Alafu kidogo alikuwa amepropose pia nyoka wafugwe. Nyoka alikuwa anasema sumu hiyo ambayo iko ndani ya nyoka, hiyo sumu ni muhimu wadau. Alikuwa anasema hiyo dhamana ya sumu ambayo iko ndani ya nyoka ni kibao. So tungekuwa na kama Jex hapa angekuwa amejifugia kama hali tu nyoka kadhaa, ningekuwa nakuja hivi show kwa shingo nimejiwekelea kikobra, right? Lakini zaidi ya zote alikuwa amepropose that some counties zibadilishwe, badala ya kupanda kahawa, kupanda majani chai, kupanda mahindi. Alikuwa amepropose hivi, wadau, sijui kama mnakumbuka hizi story lakini nitawakumbusha tu ya kwamba to change from coffee or a county like Nyeri which has very good soil, tutumie viwanja vyao ama mashamba yao tupande bangi. Tukishapanda bangi, tuuze hii bangi. In fact ilikuwa commercial bangi. Hii bangi tutumie tupate do, tulipe madeni na Kenya iendelee. We jamaa si mwingine ni Wajakoya. Wajakoya wagwan. Sasa Wajakoya kidogo kidogo baada ya sijui kama bado wako Roots Party, I think baada ya kuachana na Wamae yule running mate wake, sasa walishikana na baba the fifth, acha nimuite hivyo leo. Kushikana ni kana kwamba wanadai hiyo union ya Wajakoya na baba na Karua, right, ndio inafanya viongozi kama Kioni wanavaa sufuria kwa kichwa. Sio mimi nimesema wadau, before mni blame, si mimi. Si mimi. Mimi nita play video alafu I'm just explaining the show. Ndio muone mbona tunataka mdiscuss hizi story. Sasa wana blame vijana, or rather wana blame hawa viongozi hapa, Raila, Karua, Wajakoya, na wameongeza mwingine sasa kwa list. Huyu jamaa anaitwa Maina Jenga. Anasema hivi ya kwamba huyu jamaa ana recruit Mungiki. Wajamaa kama kuna jina inaogopwa huku mtaani, ni hiyo jina. Sasa kwa hii show tuna discuss nini? Imagine baada ya kwenda Mlima Kenya kanisa during campaign and all that, these things were not raised. But baada ya kuwin elections, now wanaofanya vijana walewe si mwingine ni Martha Karua. Si mimi nimesema. Wanaofanya vijana watumie bangi si mwingine ni Wajakoya. Wanaofanya vijana waingie kwa Mungiki si mwingine ni Maina Jenga. Lakini Prezo amedai hivi leo, haitawezekana hapa Kenya Mungiki kuinuka tena. Sasa wana blame watu wa Azimio. Watu wa Azimio hoye, mnablemiwa kwa kuharibu watoto ama vijana ama youth wa Mlima Kenya. You are the reason. Badala ya kulala kwa vitanda wanalala kwa mitaro. Wadau, it's becoming interesting. Na kama kawa mimi Jakes, lazima tawaletea vitu huko na udaku ambao una happen kila time inapotokea. You can be sure to catch it live hapa kwa Mutembei TV. Do you agree that Raila Odinga, Karua, Wajakoya, Maina Jenga are the reasons the youth wanapotea kule mlimani? Nakwambia inakuwa moto, inakuwa sweet. Financial bill tutaidiscuss kidogo. Finance bill tutaidiscuss just now. Lakini tunaanza na what was making headlines today. This happened in Kirinyaga, Kerogoya County. Na hapa ndipo wajamaa walikuwa wanafanya ile kitu. Walikuwa wanafanya kitu gani? Walikuwa wanadai ya kwamba mlima unaharibiwa na mtu mmoja tu. Huyu mtu anaitwa nani? Raila Odinga. Huyu mwingine anaitwa nani? Martha Karua. Sikiza hii video. Maneno yao hata sasa itoke kwa vinywa vyao, alafu uniambie unafikiria.
Nimeona hii watu ya Azimio wanatembea na mtu ambaye aliumiza hii watu kuinua Kenya. Kwa hivyo mimi nikimalizia niseme ya mwisho hapa Kirinyaga. Nimeona hii watu ya Azimio wanatembea na mtu ambaye aliumiza hii watu. Ile kikundi haramu. Mliumia hamkuumia? Hiyo maneno hataka kusikia. Kwa sababu watu walikufa hapa Kirinyaga. Wamama wakafanyiwa tabia mbaya siwezi taja mbele ya watoto. Wasichana wetu wakanajisiwa. Na hao watu wanatembea na hiyo mtu, ati wanataka kuamsha hiyo watu. Ninataka niseme nikiwa hapa Kirinyaga, hiyo kikundi haramu hatuwezi kubalia irudi tena. Na mimi nataka kuambia watoto wetu vijana, msitumiwe vibaya. Hao wanatumia nyinyi vibaya, walete watoto yao wafanye hiyo kazi. Bona wanatumia watoto ya maskini kuja kuangaisha wananchi.
Wadau, huyu anaitwa Rigiji, the one and only vice president ama DP, deputy president. Anadai aje, mbona mnaharibu watoto wetu? No wonder the poster. Mbona? In any case, ana blame nani? Kumbuka hapo nyuma alipoanza, ana blame Azimio. Azimio hapa ni kina nani? Aha. Karibu sana kwa show. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Nitacheza hiyo video sasa hivi, usiende mbali. Nina show moja kali sababu yako, show moja fiti, show umekuja kupenda. Lakini zaidi ya yote ni ruhusu tu nikueleze ya kwamba hii show imefanikiwa kwa sababu ya wewe kuwa part and parcel of the team. Team ambao mnafanya nini? Mna like. Aha, asante wenye mna like, asante sana. Thank you for liking the video. Kama jinsi David Banuke amefanya. Halima Aziz, asante sana kwa kulike hii video. Luke Ochelechele Ochole I think, right? Amelike hii video, asante sana. Edward umelike video. Helen Maganga amelike video. Lovin Pocheko I think amelike video. Bernard Sanchez babake Kennedy amelike hii video. Dorcas T Anyango amelike video, asante sana, tunashukuru. Namuona Edwin amelike hii video, asante sana. Stanley Steven umelike video, thank you so much. Zidini kulike hii video, wacha nijue mnanitazama mkiwa wapi. Zaidi ya yote, wacha tuwe na show moja fiti moto kama pasi. Show yako, show umekuja kupenda, show ambayo unangojanga. Inapofika saa 4 unajiunga nami, tunakuwa na burudani moja speciali. Asante sana. Look, Ochole unasema you always my favorite TV station. Hey, Mutembei, keep up. Asante sana Luke Ochole. David Bonuke, asante, unasema uko ndani. Daytime, sorry, ni daydream. Unasema Jackson Mandago was here. He said don't die for politician because politician won't die for you. Asante sana Luke Ochole, unaniambia unanitazama ukiwa Kisumu Nyakach Dala. Karibu sana. Let me know unanitazama ukiwa wapi. Zaidi ya yote, like hii video kama jinsi ambavyo Kelvin Mutanyi amelike, kama jinsi ambavyo Judy Mware amelike hii video. Asante sana. Oh my, thank you for the love. Thank you for the support. You guys are just but amazing. Anderson Cham, umetuma ujumbe wako. Unasema Mungiki, kwani ni chama ya kisiasa? Wacha tusikize Rigiji before nikutumie link ya kujoin hii show.
Your Excellency, hiyo kikundi walikuwa wanaingia hapa kwa stage, wanachukua kodi kwa matatu kwa nguvu. Wanaingia kwa boma ya mzee, wanachukua ng'ombe, wanakamua na si yao. Wakaangaisha watu hapa Kirinyaga na katika hii mlima. So juzi tumeona wakiimba pale kwa DCI, au akina mama hawakulala kwa sababu ya kuogopa. Msiogope, katika hii serikali ya William Ruto, hiyo kikundi hawezi kubaliwa kupata nafasi hapa Kirinyaga na kwingineko katika mlima Kenya. Ni mwatu herutha tutigetekerio horocio na nitukuria ciana citu cia imwana. Andu acio maramuhuthira mekwao makiria indo ciao, na ni andu atongu, na ni andu mena maundu manene. Kai matangioya ciana ciao marehe handu agutuma ciana cia atimia aria angi.
Rigiji kwa lugha ambayo ametumia anadai hivi: badala vijana wa mlima Kenya kutumika vibaya, anawashauri hivi: Karua, Raila, Wajakoya, chukueni watoto wenyu muwapeleke Mungiki, mwachane na watoto wa mlima Kenya. In short, msiharibu watoto wa mlima Kenya. Asante sana, asante sana. Namuona Helen Magango nasema hivi, uko ndani. Okay, namuona Zadin Eric uko ndani, asante sana. Hao wawili wanajaribu kuelezana mawili matatu hapo kwa comment section. Namuona Hakim ako ndani, Michael Machongo ako ndani. Asante sana wewe ambaye unanitazama, wewe ambaye una like hii video, asante sana. Kama jinsi ambavyo Mary Keys amelike, asante kwa kulike hii video dada yangu, asante tu sana, nashukuru. Namuona Nedi Wanyonyi amelike, Kevin Mutahi amelike, namuona Moses Odoyo amelike hii video. Like hii video hapo kwa YouTube, like hii video hapo kwa Facebook, and I assure you we are going to have an awesome show. Huyo ni Rigiji. Rigiji anadai ya kwamba vijana wanaspoiliwa, vijana wameharibiwa, na wanaharibiwa na stories za Wajakoya. Ana link Wajakoya na zile story alikuwa anaendeleza, ama ile pledge zake za kuuza bangi, kupanda bangi na kuwa na uchumi ambao unafacilitatiwa na nini? You got me right, na bangi. So anasema hii bangi hata kabla Wajakoya hajapanda ishafika Mlima Kenya, na vijana wamespoil. Vijana wa Mlima Kenya wameharibika bwana, wanatumia bangi ya Wajakoya. Hivyo basi analaumu Azimio kwa sababu ya vijana kujinice. Wacha nisitumie jina kujinice nisichukuliwe visivyo. Wanatumia mihadarati vibaya. Kama wimbo wa Steve Boy anavyosema, vijana tuachane na mihadarati. Okay. Nilidhani Rigiji akimalizia hakuna mwingine atakuja ongelea hizo story. Nilidhani Prezo hata ingilia story za Mungiki, Wajakoya, Raila, Karua kuharibu vijana wa Mlima Kenya. Lakini kidogo hivi jamaa anaitwa William Arap Ruto akafanya ile kitu. Alifanya nini? Aliamua naye kuingililia hapo. Alipoingililia, this is what William Ruto had to say. He took a cue from what Rigiji was saying, na hivi ndivyo William Ruto aliamua kuendeleza hizi story. Na aliziendeleza akiwa na hamaki sana, ama na hasira chungu nzima, akidai kwamba haitawezekana, haiwezekani ya kwamba vijana wa kundi haramu ya Mongeke wa join Azimio. We, Azimio nakwambia mahali wapo najua wana feel vibaya sana. We, lakini si mimi, ndio huyu president alisema haya. This is what the president had to say. He didn't mix his words, and this is what William Ruto, the president of the Republic of Kenya, had to say.
Namna hiyo. So again, to tell our counties, we paid 30-something billion last week. We're going to pay the other 30 billion next week, and we will try and see before the end of the month tumalizane na nyinyi ndio tuvuke mwaka sisi wote tukiwa sawa sawa, because we want to support our counties to deliver their programs. Mwisho kabisa, mimi nataka niwaeleze ya kwamba watu wa Kirinyaga, nimekubaliana na Rigiji. Hii facility iko hapa ni mzuri sana. Hii ya hospitali, hasa hiyo ya maternity, hapo iko sawa kabisa. Mimi naona vile Rigiji amesema, hii maneno ya pombe lazima tukomeshe. We must. Hatuwezi kuwa nchi ya walevi. Tunataka kuwa nchi ya wafanyikazi. That is how we cannot be a drunk nation. We must be a working nation. So mambo ya ukora ya ulevi, na tumekubaliana na watu wa nakada ya kwamba we are going to review all the legislation to make sure that illicit drinks, mambo ya ethanol, mambo ya vinywaji yenye iko na sumu, lazima tuikomeshe. Na watu wa provincial administration, wewe kama chief, wewe kama mzee ya nyumba 10, hauwezi kuwa mahali pale watoto ndio hawa wanalala kwa mtaro, wengine wanaangaishwa na madawa ya kulevya, na wewe uko pale kama kiongozi. We have to work together. Tuulize pia kanisa zetu, watu wote wa dini, tuungane, wazazi, sisi wote, we make sure that we work together towards eliminating alcoholism and drug abuse in the Republic of Kenya, ili tuweze kupata nafasi ya kujenga taifa ambayo iko na afya na taifa ambayo ni ya wafanyikazi. Ndio tupange ajira ya hawa vijana vizuri. Nakubaliana pia ya kwamba wewe Anne Waiguru, vile umejenga hiyo hospitali, maneno ikikaa namna hii, hawa watu wasipojipanga, wewe ujipange.
Sasa hiyo ni Prezo alikuwa ana advise Anne Waiguru baada ya kulaunch hospitali ya kwamba in the event wa jamaa wakatae kuzaza, governor ajitupe ndani afanye ile kitu. Thank you so much for liking the video. Asante sana Reme Suyegon for being part of the show. Now we go to the next part of this show. How do you join me live? Okay, ukiangalia hapo kwa comment section nimekutumia link ya kujoin in the show. Link ambayo nimekutumia hapo inaingia kupitia Mutembei live, Mutembei official, Mutembei Facebook, Mutembei YouTube. Hiyo ndio link unatumia kuingia kwa hii show. Si ngumu wadau, si ngumu sana. Hiyo link itakutuma place inaitwa StreamYard. Okay, ukifika StreamYard fanya tu vitu kadhaa. Ya kwanza, asha mic hapo ndani. Kwa hiyo app kuko na kitu inaitwa mic, utaiona tu ukiguza hiyo app. Unawasha mic, unawasha kamera. Of course hiyo inamaanisha simu yako lazima iwe na uwezo wa kamera. Pole kama hauna kamera kwa simu, haitakubali. So lazima uwashe kamera, alafu zaidi ya yote andika jina. Si lazima iwe rasmi, unaweza andika jina yoyote tu hapo. Unaweza jiita hata wewe jina tu kali kama Rigiji, jina fiti, alafu ukuje kwa show. Ukiingia kwa show, mimi nitakuwa wa kukuona na utajikuta umejaja kwa show. Thank you so much those who are joining me. Thank you so much for being part of this awesome and decent conversation. Na wakaribisheni nyote, watu wa Azimio, karibuni. Watu wa Kenya Kwanza, karibuni. Do you agree with the sentiments from Gachagua and William Ruto that the people to blame for the faults in Mount Kenya, especially for the destruction of the young population there at the mountain, are none other than Raila Amolo Odinga, Karua, and of course, Wajakoya, not forgetting Maina Jenga. Hawa jamaa wanaharibu watoto wa Mount Kenya. Good question. Thank you so much. Namuona JP tunasema why keep lying to Mount Kenya all the time? Ruto and Gachagua know they can no longer do these drug businesses after making enough money with the Kenyan youth by using the police force protection. Maoni yake Joyce Peter. Namuona Kennedy Kathala ametuma hapo ujumbe. Penyagaka unasema maoni yako yamejaajaa pia. Asanteni sana wadau, asanteni sana kwa kuwa miongoni mwa wale ambao wamejiunga nami kwa hii show. Asante sana kwa ku make this your number one show. Lakini kabla hata mjoin, ningependa tu ukumbuke kwamba hii show inafanyika kwa sababu wewe huo una join. Wewe huo una join na wewe huo una like video zetu. Wacha nisome wawili watatu ambao wamelike. Asante sana kwa kulike, zidi kulike. Namuona Dantex Kilungu amelike hii video. Hassan Musa Hassan umelike video. Sharif Hassan, asante sana. John Nganga, asante kwa kulike. Gabriel Masinde, asante kwa kulike. Wycliffe Ogande, asante kwa kulike hii video. Na Mary Keys, asanteni sana. You guys are just amazing. Thank you very much. As I've told you, these guys are blaming Azimio. And more importantly, or rather, what they are doing, they are blaming them for what they term as the destruction ya vijana wa Mlima Kenya. Wanadai ya kwamba bangi inatumika visivyo kule mlimani. Wanadai ya kwamba kule mlimani vijana wanalala kwa baa, vijana wanalala kwa mitaro. Hivyo basi, what do they want? They want to do away with it. They are criminalizing this activity. In fact, leo Gachagua alisema vitu viwili. Alisema ya kwamba chief na pombe haziwezi exist in the same county. Chief na pombe hawawezi kaa kwa same county. Kwambia it is becoming interesting. Lakini during campaign hizi story haziko, lakini saa hii
Kwa hivyo mimi nikimalizia niseme ya mwisho hapa Kirinyaga. Nimeona hii watu ya Azimio wanatembea na mtu ambaye aliumiza hii watu, ile kikundi haramu. Mliumia hamkuumia? Hiyo maneno hataka kusikia, kwa sababu watu walikufa hapa Kirinyaga, wamama wakafanyiwa tabia mbaya siwezi taja mbele ya watoto, wasichana wetu wakanajisiwa, na hao watu wanatembea na hiyo mtu ati wanataka kuamsha hiyo watu. Ninataka niseme nikiwa hapa Kirinyaga, hiyo kikundi haramu hatuwezi kubalia irudi tena. Na mimi nataka kuambia watoto wetu vijana, msitumiwe vibaya. Hao wanatumia nyinyi vibaya, waleta watoto yao wafanye hiyo kazi. Bona wanatumia watoto ya maskini kuja kuangaisha wananchi. Your Excellency, hiyo kikundi walikuwa wanaingia hapa kwa stage, wanachukua kodi kwa matatu kwa nguvu. Wanaingia kwa boma ya mzee, wanachukua ng'ombe, wanakamua na si yao. Wakaangaisha watu hapa Kirinyaga na katika hii mlima. So juzi tumeona wakiimba pale kwa DCI, au akina mama hawakulala kwa sababu ya kuogopa. Msiogope, katika hii serikali ya William Ruto, hiyo kikundi hawezi kubaliwa kupata nafasi hapa Kirinyaga na kwingineko katika mlima Kenya. Nĩ mwatũhe rũtha tũtigetĩkĩrie ũhoro ũcio, na nĩ tũkũria ciana citũ cia imwana. Andũ acio maramũhũthĩra me kwao makĩria indo ciao, na nĩ andũ atongu, na nĩ andũ mena maũndũ manene. Kaĩ matangĩoya ciana ciao marehe andũ a gũtũma ciana cia atimia arĩa angĩ? Kwĩ mũtumia arĩ matarĩte gũcera? Ona ici ciana nĩ cia atimia, nĩ matige kũhũthĩra ciana citũ ũru, na tũtingĩtĩkĩria nyanake icio yurage kĩaga icoke ciũke mĩtugo ĩrĩa ciekire gũkũ, na hau nĩho tũrĩ na tũtiragũagũa. Nĩguo andũ aitũ nĩ twakenire o rĩngĩ, amũkĩrai ngatho ciakwa. Mwĩ tayari tuamũkĩre?
Okay. Aha, karibu sana kwa show. Naona wengi tayari wameanza kuingia kwa show. Kuingia kwa show, before sijawakaribisha ambao wameingia, ni kupitia link ambao ninakutumia hapo. Ingia ima kabla studio kuja. Naona Nyagaka ako kwa comment section, lakini kuingia kwa show ni hivi. Hiyo link nimekutumia hapo kwa Mutembei official, Mutembei YouTube, Mutembei Facebook, Mutembei official page. Hiyo ndio link unatumia. Hiyo link inakutuma mahali panaitwa StreamYard. Ukiingia StreamYard, unajiandikisha jina lako. Kuna mahali pa kujaza, rahisi sana, rahisi sana. Ukiguza tu utaona jinsi ambavyo ni rahisi. Unaandika jina, unawasha mic, unawasha kamera, alafu unakuwa part of this conversation. Asante sana wewe ambaye unajiunga nami. Show ambayo mmekuja kupenda, show ambayo mmekuja kufanya kuwa show kali. Asante sana kwa wewe ambaye una like, kama jinsi ambavyo Yash DJ Efrai ame like hii video. Asante kwa kulike Yash. Asante sana Martin Sindala kwa kulike hii video. Esther Kwamboka Nyakundi, asante Nyaundi, asante kwa kulike hii video. Kathale, asante sana kwa kulike hii video. Dontex, asante sana kwa kulike hii video. Hassan Musa, asante sana kwa kulike hii video. You guys are just amazing. Thank you very, very much. Kennedy Kathale, shida yako tu ni moja tu. Ukiingia show, wewe usahau kuwasha mic na kamera. Ndio kwa maana inakuwa ngumu kuku-add. Ukitaka kuingia kwa show si ngumu. Unaingia kupitia link ambayo nimekutumia. Usikuwe na changamoto kama Kennedy Kathale. Unawasha mic, unawasha kamera, unaandika jina, alafu unaweka enter. Ukiklik enter, unajikuta umeingia kwa show. Asante sana wewe ambao unajiunga nami. Hii ni show ambayo umefanya kuwa kubwa. Okay? Kabla sijamalizana na hizi story za kuwapasha tu. Kuna story nimekumbuka nilifaa niwaelezee. Story za housing bill zimepata a twist kidogo. Now what is happening is this, that number one, they have reduced from 3% to 1.5%. That is to say that ya kwamba wale ambao mko mnakatwa 3% sasa mtakatwa 1.5%. We, I'm telling you. Ruto acheki nasi, acheki na wadhi, and I'm telling you inazidi kuwa sweet inazidi kuwa interesting. The finance bill imepresentiwa kwa parliament and people are debating it. People are now ready to discuss it. People are ready to talk about it. Let's have this conversation. Let us engage. Let us talk about what is happening in the country. But for your information, there are more videos in Mutembei, not just this show. Someone was asking me, hii TV inahusu nini? Kuna video kibao sana, right? Like what is happening in parliament now, you can get it hapo kwa Mutembei. Like many clips, including this show that happens every day from 10 p.m. Unaipata wapi? Hapa kwa Mutembei live, right? Videos nyingi kama bunge la mwananchi utaipata moja kwa moja kwa Mutembei live, kwa Mutembei TV rather. Mutembei TV ina vitu kibao. We have over 79,000 videos for you to watch. So ni stesheni kubwa. Stesheni ukiingia unajinice unapoingia. Namwona Zedadin Eric ameingia kwa show. Asante sana kwa kulike na kwa kucomment. Namwona Helen Maganga amelike na amecomment. Henry Priest oh yeah, I pity you, lakini ni sawa, hata sitasoma comment yako, lakini nakuelewa kaka. Namuona Helen Maganga amelike na ametuma ujumbe hapo kali. Asante sana. Kennedy Kathale, asante sana kwa kutuma ujumbe wako. Peter Nyagaka, asante. Pen Nyagaka rather, asante sana kwa kutuma ujumbe wako. Niruhusu nicheze hii clip. Niruhusu tu kwa haraka tu wadau, niruhusu nicheze hii clip. Hii clip itanisaidia sana kuelezea vitu viwili ambavyo ningependa zaidi kuexplain more. Ni kuhusu jinsi ambavyo vijana wa Mlima Kenya kulingana na Rigiji wameharibiwa na Raila Odinga. Sasa hivyo basi this will even make my story more interesting. You don't want to miss this one. You don't want to miss this one. Why? Listen to Rigiji. Rigiji anapea warning machief. Machifu wanaambiwa vitu viwili. That number one, this is the only thing that needs to happen in Mlima Kenya. If we are to fight drugs and pombe and nini, these things.
Pombe yote sumu ikaletwa hapa Kirinyaga na hii Mlima Kenya kaunti zetu 11. Tulipangiwa jama. Tulipangiwa ile pombe yote sumu ikaletwa hapa. Ile bangi baya ikaletwa wapi? Kweli ama uongo? Sasa vijana wetu wale wako na nguvu tegemeo letu, wale wengi wanakunywa wanalala kwa mtaro. Wale wengine wameoa juzi, kuliko kulala juu ya kitanda wanalala chini. Sasa governor, tumeanza kusaidiana na wewe kumaliza pombe hapa ndio tupate watoto, tupate baraka. Mumefurahia ile kazi inaendelea kupigana na pombe? Imepungua haijapungua? Lakini bado mimi nataka rais nitangazie hao watu county commissioners, chief, ukiwa hapa kama mkubwa wetu, kwa sababu wewe umesema hutaki nchi ya walevi. Wewe mambo ya pombe hutaki. Hata ile bar ilikuwa State House ulifunga. Sasa serikali yetu imeamua. Wapi machifu wetu na county commissioners? Simameni tu rais aone nyinyi. Simameni machief, assistant county commissioner. Hii watu ya kofia ile nilikuwa navaa zamani. Mambo ni mawili. Mambo ni ngapi? Katika area yako, location yako, hatuwezi kuwa na chief na tukuwe na pombe. Lazima moja aondoke. Na kwa sababu pombe haina akili, hawezi amua, mwenye kuamua ni nani? Si ni chief? So wao machief, kwa sababu nyinyi ni marafiki yangu na mnajua mimi nilikuwa na uniform yenu na mimi nampenda na mheshimu, mimi nataka nimuibie kasiri kidogo tu rais akiwa hapa. Muende nyumbani ufanye mkutano kidogo na mama na watoto, ndio uambie mama na watoto kama unataka kuendelea na kazi ama unataka kwenda nyumba. kwa sababu hatuwezi kubali. Ukweli ni kwamba pahali pombe yote iko, hao machifu wanajua. Kweli ama uongo? Pahali yote bangi inauzwa, hao machifu wanajua. Rais, ukisikia hiyo makofi, hiyo ndio ukweli. Na sasa kaeni chini machifu. The decision is yours. You can make it today or tomorrow or when you want. But in the next 10 days, tutauliza report. Wewe utakuwa umeamua what you want to do. Na sisi tunasema, si tumelaliwa hapa na bangi sana. Si tumelaliwa na bangi. Huyu tata wenu ametukosea. Ametukosea sana. Kwa sababu anatukosea heshima na kutudharau. Sasa akitembea hapa,
to earn $1,000 today and then $1,000 a day, you will only...
Okay. Sasa pole, that happens when una stream live. Now, hapo anapoita tata, I think it's auntie, ana blame Martha Karua. Anasema Martha Karua alishirikiana ama anashirikiana na wajamaa ambao reputation yao si fiti. That is according to Rigathi Gachagua. Now, what do you think? What do you think? Join me in studio. Thank you for being part of this. Thank you for liking our videos. Thank you for sharing. Join me. Let's discuss this. What do you think? What do you think? Are they changing tact? Right? During campaigns, some of these things were never said. It was not about Mungiki, yet Maina Jenga aspired to be a senator of Laikipia. Then that was not really castigated as it is now, right? Then Maina Jenga was not being blamed. During campaigns, Wajakoya was very vocal, campaigning for himself and, of course, selling his agenda. One of his agenda was bang and all. Then they didn't blame them. Now that they are associated with one and only Raila Odinga, they blame him. Why do you think they are doing so? Mbono wana blame Raila Odinga? Why do you think they are blaming Raila Odinga? This is the man who many attribute so much success, according to many, especially in our political realm, to Raila Odinga. But now they are changing the narrative. And they are saying, if there are people to blame for the increase in drug abuse in Mount Kenya, it's none other than these three, or rather these four: Raila Odinga, Martha Karua, Wajakoya, and Maina Jenga. Is it fair? Is it even right? Why don't you fight the vices? Why don't you fight the vices? Asante sana kwa kujiunga nami. Asante sana kwa kujiunga nami, na chekesho na comments zenyu ambazo zinaingia hapo mbio mbio. Asante sana kwa kucomment, asante sana kwa kulike hii video. Sinisome wawili watatu ambao wana like, kama vile George Masudo amelike hii video, kama jinsi ambavyo Yash DJ amelike video, Martin Sindala asante sana, Esther asante, Kennedy asante, Kilungu asante sana kwa kulike hii video. I want to finish your video because kuna kitu Rigiji alisema. Hiyo story yake aliyokuwa kiongelea, kuna jinsi ilini nice, right? Kuna jinsi ilini nice, na ndio ninataka usikize, alafu tuendelee na show.
Ile mtu mwanaandamana na yeye ni ile mtu naitwa Wajakoya, alisema watu wakuze bangi na wakunywe bangi. Sasa ukija hapa katika Kirinyaga na Wajakoya, si hiyo ni kututusi? Huyu tata wenu ametukosea. Ametukosea sana. Kwa sababu anatukosea heshima na kutudharau. Sasa akitembea hapa, ile mtu mwanaandamana na yeye ni ile mtu naitwa Wajakoya, alisema watu wakuze bangi na wakunywe bangi. Sasa ukija hapa katika Kirinyaga na Wajakoya, si hiyo ni kututusi? Huyu mtu alitangaza mchana ati watu wakuze bangi, bangi ni nzuri. Wewe unasema ni kiongozi katika Mlima Kenya. Yule mtu mnatembea na yeye ni yule alisema ati bangi ni nzuri. Na hapa tuko na shida ya vijana. Lakini nimepima juzi, unajua Your Excellency, sikuwa nimeelewa kwa nini viongozi tunaheshimu ambaye ni watu tumeona miaka mingi, sijui ni kasumba gani wanavaa sufuria kwa kichwa. Lakini tumekuja kuelewa kama wewe unatembea na Wajakoya utakosa kuvaa sufuria kwa kichwa. Kwa hivyo Your Excellency, Rais wetu William Ruto, mimi nataka nimtetee governor na hao watu ya Kirinyaga. Unajua pale katika serikali yetu mimi ndio niko na kitabu ya ile maneno ya shares. Na I want to confirm Your Excellency, in your government, the people of Kirinyaga and their governor and the leadership, they have very big margin of shares, and not just ordinary but preferential shares. Kwa hivyo Your Excellency, hii watu wakisaidika kwa serikali yako ni haki yao. Na rais ile yote governor ameomba si mingi, kwa sababu pia walikusaidia. And Your Excellency, hii watu ya Kirinyaga ni watu ya maajabu. Mimi nilikuwa naangalia who did what kwa uchaguzi. In my view and my reasoning, Kirinyaga is number 1 in supporting you. And the reason is very simple. Hii Kirinyaga ndio ilikuwa headquarter ya system na deep state. Ile ukora wote ilikuwa inapangwa. Ile jama we rais na sisi ilipangiwa hapa Kagio. Pesa ilikuwa inaletwa hapa na magunia. Lakini watu pia wamechanuka. Walikula hiyo pesa lakini kura hakuna. Sasa shida tu ni moja tu. Hiyo pesa mulikula ilikuwa imeibiwa ya corona. Sasa mkipata shida msiulize mimi. Your Excellency, nikimalizia niseme Your Excellency, hapa tunapambana na mambo ya pombe na bangi.
You thought you have a secured and stable job.
Sorry nilikuwa nimejimute kwa sababu nilikuwa kwa call. Pole sana. Mlimani wanadai huko ndio kuna shida. Na hii shida imeletwa na Raila Odinga. Hii shida ni Raila ameleta. Hii shida ameileta kivipi? Ameileta kwa sababu ya kufanya Karua is running mate? Sijui. Kwa sababu ya kukua ubeshte na Wajakoya? Sijui. Lakini cha kushangaza is that during campaigns hizi story hazikuwa manzi. Hawa politician kuna venye at times wanani nice tu, sijui kama wanakubamba jinsi wananibamba, that when it suits their function watasema anything watablame anyone. Lakini sasa wanataka kura, mtaitwa majina matamu, mtaitwa majina mazuri, lakini baadaye unaweza change from a hustler to Mungiki within one statement. Hivyo tu. Sasa sijui waliokuwa wanakashifiwa leo ni hustlers, ni Mungiki, sijui. Waliokuwa wanaongelelewa leo ni nani? Wewe unadhani ni vyema kublame Raila Odinga kwa sababu ya kero la kukunywa pombe kule Mlimani? Unadhani ni vyema? I don't know. Mimi ninakuuliza, I'm just jogging your mind, jogging your heart, jogging your mind to think about it, because this is what they have said. but you have the right to think about it, to speak about it, and also to comment about it. I see Kenneth Kathala unasema hivi, campaign was open for all to sell manifesto, but for now we have a government in place. Hard drugs and illegal alcohol should be criminalized. Hivyo ni maoni yake Kathale. Aha. Nyawaro anasema hivi we sawa. We okay, poleni, sijui kama notice wasisomi vitu kali, vitu sugu wasiwezi kusoma, lakini asante sana kwa maoni yako Nyawaros, asante sana. Zidana kuona hapo, asante sana. Solomon Sipeti unasema your hustler who voted for you now calls you Mongeke. Sorry. Okay, maoni yake. Namuona hapa nani mwingine hapa na comment. Namuona jamaa anajiita Maganga, mnazidi kukabliana hapo kwa na Zidane. Aha, nani wamelike video? Aha. Like hii video hapo kwa YouTube, like hii video hapo kwa Facebook. Naona wengi mnanitazama, asante sana kwa kunitazama na kujiunga nami live katika hii discussion. We are discussing this. Should Raila Odinga and Wajakoya, Karua and Maina Jenga be blamed for the issues of hard drugs in Mount Kenya? Vijana wanalala mitaro, according to Rigiji. Vijana wanakunywa pombe, wameshindwa na kazi yao. Kazi yao, mnanielewa? Wameshindwa na kazi yao. Hivyo basi wamekosa kuwa na nini? Kuwa watu ambao wako productive. So they are trying to blame someone. They are trying to have a blame game on somebody, and they are blaming Raila Odinga. They are blaming him for what? For what they are terming as him allowing drugs to be used, or rather him being associated with Wajakoya. Sijui kama hii ni division tactics ambao wameimpose kwa watu wa Kenya, kwa sababu kuna vitu vingine pertinent ambazo zinatusumbua. Hizi stories za tax zinatusumbua. Hizi stories za wage bill zinatusumbua. Hizi stories za marupurupu ya wabunge zinatusumbua. Hizi stories za house allowance, sitting allowance zinatukera. Hizo ndio tunaweza discuss, tuulizane kama zinafaa kureduciwa, kuongezwa, kutolewa, right? Stories za taxes ndio tuna discuss huku nje. Lakini leo in their own thinking, the president and the deputy president tried to change the story. How? By blaming Raila Odinga again. By blaming Mother Karua again. For what? For what they term addiction, especially to alcohol, especially to bangi, to who? To Karua, to because of associating with Wajakoya and Maina Jenga. Now, I don't know what is your thoughts about that, and it's what informed the show today. This is what made this show happen today, and that's why we are discussing part of this show. Thank you guys so much for being part of support we always yearn for here at Mutembei TV. You guys are just but amazing. Na kukaribisha kujiunga nami kwa show. Nimekutumia link hapo na nitakutumia tena na tena, lakini kabla hata sijafanya hivyo, simnikubalie nifanye kitu moja. Nicheze clip moja ya mwisho kabisa kabla sijamkaribisha awaye yote. Aha, kuna hii ya Prezo. Prezo naye alikuwa na haya ya kusema. Prezo alizidisha bana we, alizidisha. Hii story ya kublame Raila Odinga leo ilichacha, ilishika kushika. Ilishika kwa sababu wanadai it's Raila Odinga who should be blamed. If you are looking for someone to blame for the issues in Mount Kenya, especially the issues of vijana kuwa wasted na mihadarati na madrugs, the one man to blame, the one people to blame are not any other than Raila Odinga and of course
na kujenga hapa Kirinyaga 5,000. Tunahitaji vijana kati ya 25,000 na 30,000 wa Kirinyaga watusaidie kufanya hiyo kazi. Mimi nataka niulize nyinyi vijana wa Kirinyaga, mko tayari tupange hiyo ama nyinyi watu Nyinyi ni watu wa kuchagua jembe? Mko tayari tufanye hiyo kazi pamoja? Tumesema tunataka wale watu wanafanya kazi kwa factory ya simiti waongezeke, wale wanafanya kazi ya factory ya chuma waongezeke, wale plumbers wakuje kazi, wale electricians wakuje kazi, wale engineers watuchoree nyumba, wale architects wafanye kazi yao, quantity surveyors wafanye kazi yao, watu wa jua kali wakuja wafanye kazi yao. Ndio tuweze kuhakikisha ya kwamba katika hii mpango yetu tunataka kuajiri vijana 1,000,000 Kenya zaidi ambao watatufanyia kazi ya housing. Tunaelewana jameni? So hiyo ndio mpango tuko naye. Mimi nataka niwaambie watu wa Kirinyaga hivi. Simuliniona hapa siku ya campaign. Simulisikia ile maneno tulisema. Si tulilete manifesto mpaka tukawasomea hapa. Si ni kweli? Mimi nataka niwahakikishie ile mambo yote tuliandika kwa manifesto yetu tutayatekeleza. Ile manifesto nyinyi mlitucha kwa sababu tuliwaeleza hiyo manifesto tutatekeleza. Hiyo manifesto haikuwa ni porojo ya kupita kura, hapana. Haikuwa ni hadithi ya kupigiwa kura, hapana. Sio gazeti ya kufunga nyama, hapana. Ni mpango ya kubadilisha taifa letu la Kenya. And I have every intention, working with my team, starting with my deputy and all the other people, to implement that program so that we can transform our nation. Tunaelewana ndugu zangu? Unajua mimi nimechaguliwa na nyinyi mulisimama na mimi wakati mimi nilikuwa nahitaji. Na mimi nataka niwahakikishie, na mimi nitasimama na nyinyi, iwe juu chini, kulia kushoto, mpaka tufaulu kama Wakenya. Sina namna hiyo. That is what we must do. Changamoto kubwa tulio nayo katika Kenya ni ajira ya vijana wa Kenya. Nyinyi mumepiga makofi hapa na ni mzuri sana, na nataka mrudie. Tuko na mtu anaitwa Teddy Mushiri. Ako wapi Teddy? Huyo jamaa huyo. Nimeambiwa nipange kazi ya huyo mtu. Si ndio? Haya, nimeambiwa tena kuna mwingine anaitwa Wagura. Wagura ako wapi? Hayuko leo lakini yako area. Mpigie kura, mpigie makofi huyo Wagura na huyo Teddy. Si hawa ndio nimeambiwa wawili ni wapange. Sasa niulize, watu ambao hawana kazi kwa Kirinyaga, hebu simameni nione mtu ambaye hana kazi. Aya, ketini. So, hapa tuko na Teddy Mushiri wengi na tuko na Wagura wengi. Si namna hiyo? Sasa mimi nataka niulize nyinyi watu wa Kirinyaga. Tunaelewana? Hii mpango mnaona tunapanga hii. Na nimesema hivi, nimesema mambo matatu. Cha kwanza, nataka mnipatie amri. Nyinyi mnataka tuendelee kukopa pesa, nchi yetu ikuje mwisho ikakuwa bankrupt. Tumekopa pesa in the last 8 years kutoka trilioni 4 sasa imefika trilioni 9. Saa hii Kenya iko mahali ambapo tusipochunga inaweza kuteleza. Mnataka tuendelee kukopa?
Oh, poleni na mute kwa sababu nataka kusikiza pia mimi. Pole. Na nilikuwa nasema asante sana Ambani, umenijoin. Namuona communist pia ako nyuma ya studio, asante sana. Washa kamera ili tuwe pamoja nawe. Naona pia jamaa anajiita Mike ako pamoja nami, asante sana kwa kuwa kwa studio. Jamaa anajiita nani hapa? non-starter. Okay, sijui kama ni hivyo natamka vizuri. Ako pia kwa show. Asante sana. Lakini wacha nianze na Ambani ambaye ameasha kamera yake kabla hata sijakuja kwa kina communist ambao bado hawajasha kamera. But David Ambani, wewe unaona kama ni vyema kublame Raila Odinga sababu ya vijana kuharibu ama kutumia mihadarati kule mlimani?
Mimi nitasema namna hii. Katika Mount Kenya, viongozi wa Mount Kenya ndio watakao walaumiwe wenyewe, viongozi, kwa sababu kwa Odinga huko Nyanza hakuna mmoja anakunywa madawa ya kulevya na pombe, na kama pombe iko kwa ile njia kidogo, kwa ile quality kidogo, unaona ndugu yangu. Alafu tena katika kule Mount Kenya na hapo Nakuru kuna factory ya pombe, umeona factory ya pombe iko huko. Nyanza hakuna, Western hakuna. Sasa mimi nashindwa rais kulaumu wakina Wajakoya, wakina Odinga kwa maneno ile iko Central. Hiyo ni kutoroka majukumu, hiyo ni kutoroka majukumu ya serikali, inajaribu kutoroka majukumu, unaona ndugu yangu. Sasa mambo ya miadarati kama pombe nini kule mlima Kenya, wale watu wanatakana kulaumiwa ni viongozi wa huko, unaona ndugu yangu. Alafu tena vijana hawana kazi. Vile vijana hawana kazi, hiyo ndo kazi ya kukula miadarati ndo watafanya, kwa sababu mimi nimeona rais anaamua.
Okay, Ambani, are you still there with me? Ambani, umefreeze. Communist, habari ya leo? Sijui kama unanisikia, uko nyuma ya stage. I don't know if you can hear me, Communist.
Yes, I can hear you, Jex.
Habari ya leo kaka?
Mzuri. How are you?
Naona unaniambia unang'ang'ana kuwasha kamera ama unajiandaa kuja kwa stage, lakini hata kama unafanya hivyo tunaweza endelea na wewe. Kaka, nikuulize, wewe unaona kama ni sawa blaming Raila Odinga, Karua, Wajakoya and Maina Jenga for the ills that faces the young population in Mount Kenya?
There are things that are politically instigated, especially in Kenya.
Oh my, your volume is going with you, sir. If you can come closer to your mic or something.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, there are things that are politically instigated in Kenya. You know, when there is a certain problem, it's hard to pinpoint a problem. So looking for a scapegoat is the more easier solution. So in this fight for drugs, they want to pin a scapegoat to the mess. So Raila would be the perfect scapegoat and the crew. So it's not something new in Kenya. We've seen it play throughout. So it's not new politics. It's old politics. We should be calling them out for this shit right now. Because it's so old. The politics are so old, so the same. Like in this war on drugs, what I can tell you is that it's a real war on drugs. Because I live in the informal settlements here in Nairobi, and I can even feel the heat. Yeah, there is a crackdown here everywhere. There's crackdowns. The dealers are not safe. There is hot air right now. The air is unsafe.
So the government this time could be serious in the fight against hard drugs, as you're saying?
It's definitely the case, because I can see, and there are some people who I know they used to deal in this stuff a few weeks back, but right now they are not dealing anymore, because they ran out of capital. The government they ran them out of capital. They are no longer there. So if there were 20 dealers right now, they have reduced to a number of 11 or 10. You see, and it's within a short period of time. Yeah, and yesterday on the video, the deputy president talked about reinforcing the borders. Especially the like Tok borders. That's where the bang and the illicit brews that pass through that come through Kenya. So in
Okay.
reinforcing the borders and keeping more security, wakiweka jamaa tight huko, it's a more progressive move. Yeah.
Now, why do you think they are the fight on these hard drugs this time round? It might succeed because we saw. I think I don't know if it was Kibaki's regime or Uhuru's regime, where where alcohol was publicly destroyed. We would see in the streets that thousands of bottles were smashed that contained alcohol. Do you see that this time around probably the government is totally dedicated in this fight?
Yeah, the fight is there, the dedication is there, but they cannot be an absolution. Any the drugs to eliminate drugs completely. There's no nation that has successfully done it.
Okay.
So what the government needs is controlled order, and controlled. Hata kama there's chaos, the government needs controlled chaos.
Okay.
So what the government is trying to do is to control the chaos, because they cannot end the chaos. But what they can do best is to control it.
Okay.
Yeah, by kuwapunguza these drug dealers, they are controlling it, and wanapunguza power yake, because these people are in some way of their own, they are cartels, because they are possessing some amount of money that runs in the economy. So in some sort of way, if they are left unchecked, then they turn into dangerous cartels that they can even lead to organized crimes. So government inajaribu tu control crime, yani organize, control, not end it. Yeah.
Now, Rigiji says it so vocally that Wajakoya came into Azimio, and because of that, as association, somewhat they are destroying the young people in Mount Kenya. Could that be further from the truth? Is that a true fact?
Wajakoya brings in the weed factor.
Okay.
So the weed factor, as much as the church has tried to condemn the marijuana, they should also applaud for its medicinal purposes. It has a lot of medicinal purposes, like it doesn't go in hand with the church rules. So they speak on a more spiritual level, and Wajakoya speaks more on an intellectual level. So those are two ni two njia mbili yenye haziwezi kupatana. Spiritual and intellectual they never go together.
Now, because today they were in the home county of Mother Karua, they were really quick to rub in her name in this issue. And of course, together with Maina Jenga for Mungiki. And that's why the president was very vocal over the saying. What do you think Mungiki sect gives Gachagua and William Ruto Shiva, given that Maina Jenga has been there? He didn't just land the other day. He has been there. He even vied in the last general election. Why is it now that this topic is hot on the hill, especially now that we have a tax bill and everything? Why are they bringing this conversation at this moment?
Maina Jenga is being used as a weapon of manipulation. Because Maina Jenga is associated with a criminal organization that was well organized and well recognized, to an extent that it was linked to previous governments. And he is someone who wielded power. So anyone who will try to bring back the memories za Mungiki ni kitu ambayo bado ina bring fears in the minds of Kenyans, ni kitu ambaye unajua it will make the leaders wasikize kidogo. Lakini there's nothing such as Mungiki. Mungiki ended. Mungiki is Mainanjenga. Without Mainanjenga there wouldn't be Mungiki. So Mungiki, because the followers, you can tell a Mungiki hakuna alama ya sura. Mungiki hakuna alama ya sura. There's no sign to identify a Mungiki. Ni mtu yenye ako chini ya Mainanjenga, ana receive whatever he gets from the boss, huyo ndo anakuwa Mungiki. So anybody can be a Mungiki. But the true Mungiki is the top dog, Mainanjenga. Ndo maana anatumika as a weapon of manipulation. Yeah.
Now, I agree to some extent, but think about it. Why do you think they're rubbing the name now? Why is it important? Is it a diversion tactics to the Kenyans who are already raising so much issues with the performance of this government, with how it's managing its taxes and how it's increasing the taxes, among many other issues? Why is this conversation important? Is it a diversion to the germane issues affecting our country?
Well, I wouldn't say it's a diversion to me, but I wouldn't disagree that it's a diversion. Me, what I think of it is, I think that it's more of Raila. Raila, his politics are mostly left to tujionee wenyewe. The guy doesn't tell much about his moves. He's very smart about his moves. He never proclaims his moves. We only see once he executes them. That's as if Mainanjenga move, we could never know its main intention ama its main cause ama ina aim kufanya nini. Lakini what I can say is that Raila is not comfortable right now where he's at. Because the bipartisan talks are of no avail, and he's not gotten what he's wanted. And his main aim was to be in the seat, and he's not in the seat. So hatuwezi kujua the Mainanjenga factor imekuja in what way. But as we go along, we'll definitely be clear.
Now, as you have rightfully said, that the bipartisan talks could have or seemingly seem to have failed, or they're not going on. And Maandamano stopped, but there are calls. In fact, they're saying 3rd of July. I think it's on a Monday, if I'm not wrong. I can always confirm that Maandamano will be there. That's according to Wandai. Now, do you see the introduction of Mainanjenga giving a boost to Azimio faction in terms of rallying youth who have already been branded Mungiki? Do you see it as something the government will use, that in the event it uses its successes in terms of force, they will say we were fighting Mungiki? Is it a tactic the government is introducing very early, so that by the time maybe Maandamano strikes again and someone is shot, one of the excuses would be easily to say that probably that was a Mungiki, that's why he was shot dead? Do you think also that could be a tactic for the government, and as well a tactic from the Azimio counterpart?
Definitely. That is going to be the case. Because everyone is looking for the victim card. The government is looking for the victim card, and the opposition is looking for the victim card. Sio at the opposition only. Everyone, kitu ikikuwa mess, everyone wants to run to the victim side. Lakini as the government will deploy defensive force. The government will use whatever force necessary to defend the sitting government. So Mainanjenga, no matter how much of a crowd he arouses up, waende wapige kelele, it will just be the normal stuff and the usual. And this upcoming Maandamano won't be like the last ones. The last ones were more crowded. These are going to be more slashed. The numbers are going to be more cut.
Why do you
because
say that? And
most of the people.
communist, sorry, I'm cutting you short,
Okay.
but it's because of that point you have raised. Why do you say that this time round, if Mandamano was to be called, maybe it won't gain traction? What informs your argument, sir?
Okay. Okay. So when Maandamano was declared on the 20th of March, there were lots of people who were for it. Had the hopes, had the full hopes of going to State House, and some had the hopes of lowering down the cost of livings. Everybody went to Maandamano for a different reason. We were never united there for a single purpose.
Okay.
People had so people's needs have been cut down. Like those who are going there for State House will no longer go there because they are sure that we are not going to where? We are not going to State House. So why should I go there? So that fraction of numbers has been cut down. Yeah. Then we go to the next type of people that have been cut down. Watu wenye the people that they are always madhare nini. We've seen this time that they are more tolerant to the police, and they are more tolerant kwamba mpaka the women came out and said that we don't want problem with you, we just want to talk. They are more tolerant than the previous maandamanos that have been through Kenya. So people are adapting to the situation. So those type of people bado watakuwa cut down.
Okay, I seem to have lost communist, but communist is raising very, very pertinent issues. Of course, equally, I had enough questions for him, but join in the conversation. Do you agree with what the president and Rigathi Gachagua are trying to raise? That Raila Odinga and Martha Karua could be the reason why we are losing our young people to drugs, right? Communists, I'm glad you're back, and you are raising why this time round Mandamano won't attract traction. You have said that those who had hoped to march to State House might not really attend the Mandamano, among many other reasons you have given. But the coin as well can also have flipped, given that this time round we could also have an increase. I don't know if you'd agree with me, but let me paint you a picture. That time, maybe issues were not as difficult as they seem at the moment. Could the cost of living now really attract a huge surge in the number of people who would come out to protest against the government because of either the financial bill, the laws that will be passed in parliament, and of course, and if the opposition, or rather here the Azimio brigade, if they choreograph their case very well, because every day we are seeing groups coming out and saying they are ready for Maandamano. If this was to happen, don't you think probably would have the mother of all protestation happening here in our country? Don't you think that also could play out?
There is a possibility, and it's very possible if Azimio could organize itself. I'm not saying that it's not possible, because pre 20th March, during their rallies, they used to say that if you don't have fare to go to the Maandamano, then go to your local MP or go to your local representative. Tell him that you don't have fare and you want to go to Nairobi.
Okay.
Yeah. So if they really mobilize themselves in that matter, and the let's say like in Mombasa, Abdul Swamad or Joe could be more vocal, and all the Azimio governors could be vocal about it, and the MPs could go back to the grassroots and mobilize the people, then I see it happening. Like in it, if it's a one-man fight for Baba, then I don't see anything happening. Then he'll end up fighting his own battles.
Okay. Now, communists, think about it. Raila Odinga has an ability to attract the crowd. And I like what you're saying, that before the 20th, they had done rounds the country trying to marshal up and to mobilize the country to prepare for that mandamano. Probably this time round, the government has done a good job to do that, given that it is failing in almost everything in terms of delivering on its promises and actualizing the desires and the wishes of many Kenyans. Because of frustration and because of lack and because of poverty that has ravaged our country, don't you think that would really be the one reason? Not forgetting the drugs that they were talking about today. Don't you think that also could really make many turn out in their numbers to come and say no to government?
I am for the mandamano. Even if I'm a little bit pro government, I am for the mandamano because in itself it brings changes for the whole people. Because it doesn't bring change for Azimio only.
Okay.
But I would guarantee you I would not be on the streets marching for a useless cause. Because we've foreseen this scenario replay itself over and over. We as
When you say
Kenyans,
that, what do you mean? What scenario have you foreseen it happening before?
These mandamanos that leading to nowhere.
Okay.
Throughout 2013 to 2017, we've been going to the streets, and sometimes he got what he wants, but did you get, we as the people, did we enjoy him being in power, or did we just want to put him in power?
Okay.
That is the bigger question. If we would be
Now,
enjoying him being in power, then I would be pro Mandamano right now. Like we have not been enjoying him in the previous government. We only put him in power. Yeah.
Okay. Now, I like what you're saying, and I really appreciate what you're saying. And I want you to just hold on just for a second or two. I have Pen Nyagaka with us as well, and many who are still joining us through the comment section. I see Geoffrey Ruto, Pen Nyagaka, you're also in the comment section. Daydream, together with James Kimutai, Remesu Yegon, and many who are commenting, and many who are watching us live. I continue to ask you, continue liking this video, just like what David Ambani has done. Like the video on Facebook, like the video on YouTube, like the video on all our platforms. Asante sana kwa kulike hii video. David Ambani as well also joins us live here in studio. To join me in studio is not difficult. Through the link that you're being shared with there at the comment section. Hiyo link inakuja kupitia Mutembei YouTube, Mutembei Official, Mutembei Facebook. Hiyo ndio link unatumia kuingia kwa hii show. Show yako, show ambao umekuja kupenda, show ambao umekuja kuenjoy every other day whenever it's 10 p.m. Asanteni sana. I still have with me Communist Nyagaka and Ambani. Let me come to you, Nyagaka. Do you agree with the Deputy President and the President when they blame Azimio Brigade for the vices happening in Mount Kenya, especially that brought about by drug abuse?
No, it's just President Kenyatta did that. It has nothing to do with Raila or any of his people.
Okay.
It is Kenyatta who let the vice go wild. It started with when Kibaki was there. Kenyatta never gave a damn because he was a drunk himself.
Okay.
But yangu ni kukuambia Jake habari ya jioni leo. Ni kukuambia kwamba the opposition does not understand what the democracy is all about. 2013, 2017, uliona wakienda Okoa Kenya. What happened to Okoa Kenya? Did they Okoa Kenya or what? Now, I mean, 2017, he had a handshake, he kept quiet. The person who was pointing out the Eurobond or anything that went wrong with the country or the money that Kenyatta is receiving in the islands, it was Raila Odinga, and he kept quiet. And that was what the democracy is about. The democracy is for you to tell us what you can do for us, and then we vote for you. He never did that. Ruto and Gachagua won hands down. Now they are after Mandamano. Mandamano ni ya nini? Mandamano has to be there. It is in the constitution. It's good. But the maandamano ya kutoa Ruto in power and put Raila on, it will be supported by the people that voted for Raila. And that's what it is. But that's not how democracy works. Somebody need to tell this crowd that democracy only means that you are out to give us ideas on how you can, like this tax finance that they are against. What can they do about it? I mean, what is the better alternative? That's what democracy talks about. Nasikia wengi wakisema Raila brought the democracy, he brought nothing. He doesn't understand how democracy works because he is always after power. If Ruto shakes his hand, he will be quiet and he will accept that. And that is a waste of our time. In a democracy, we want ideas of how best you can, everything that they're criticizing Ruto against, how can they do it better? And some of my friends tell me, we are not in power, then we will not tell you what we will do. No, you don't have to. It is only 4 years. Now it's left for 3 years for Ruto to do his thing. And you got all this time to tell us what exactly you're going to do. Now, to ele kwa hii bipartisan talk, that's a waste of time. Even our side of UDA, it is a waste of time. Other than promising us how they telling us how they can choose the next people for IBC, which some of us want to apply. Tell us how you gonna do that. How you gonna hire these people? That's it. Ingine yote ni ideas ya ODM or Azimio. And UDA doesn't have anything to do with it. UDA has its own ideas. So why should we go to the person for them to be our supervisor when we are the one who won the elections? How can they be the supervisors of all those people who won the elections? How can they dictate to us, the UDA people that won the election? Now we are being told that we have to follow, we have to accept. And that's what the bipartisan deal is about, my friend. Jakes, maybe when the first bipartisan came along, when we had to cancel the one-party state into a two-party state. It was ideas that were exposed, was said in public and in the open, that were clear that that's how democracy works. If we want to change from a dictatorship to a democracy, we'll have to change from a one-party state to multi-party states. I mean, multi-party parties, I'm sorry, not states, parties. And that's exactly what we did. And we let it happen. And in 2002, we elected Kibaki by landslide, and on up to right now. Right now, we have Ruto and Ricky G. Let us criticize them when they do wrong. Let us tell the ideas of what we are going to do for the future of Kenya. But not just only going to Mandamano, Kupiga Watu, to kill people like the guy who was crying in Bakassi that his shop was destroyed. That's not maandamano. That's thuggery. Kuna vijana wengine wamewekwa maisha for life in jail, or they are going to die in jail. Nobody ever says anything about them. You know, that's what maandamano brought about. Maandamano Raila says you have to be in the maandamano. That's it. You follow what they tell you. That's it. That we don't accept that. Let them come up with ideas. Some of us are in UDA, and we are very proud of it. But if they do any, like right now, the office of the political opposition that UDA is propagating, some of us are a million times against it. Office of opposition for what? We are not a parliamentary democracy. Let us be very clear. It is that works in a parliamentary democracy. When Ruto gave that speech in the Chatham House, some of us thought he was dreaming. Only when he's going to the parliament right now to say the same thing, some of us are looking for channels to tell him, we support you fully. But this is, I mean, unless we want to change the constitution like the BBI was changing, where we can leave the American side of democracy we have today in Kenya to a parliamentary democracy like they have in England, where democracy is to Davidson. In England, the majority wanted the white people to be there because Syrians were coming, a lot of people were coming. So they left the Eurobond just so that they can be only white people. Guess what? It's an Indian that is the prime minister today, and they can't do anything about it because he won according to their constitution. So let us respect our constitution and go for it. If we are going to change anything, let us follow the constitution. Hiyo tu ndio nilikuwa nasema Jex.
Interesting. Asante sana Nyagaka. I also see Ambani, karibu sana. Pole network yako ilikutupa nje. Sijui utamalizia kabla sijampa Master Rataz. You are saying something. You are refuting the fact that Raila Odinga has caused watu wa mlimani, vijana especially, kuharibika na madawa. Unaweza endelea kidogo kabla sijampa Master Rataz.
Sasa hiyo usemi hiyo ni porojo. Unajua mtu akikosa kufanya kazi yake, wale wanatakana kulaumiwa sana ni viongozi wa Central Province. Kwa sababu hawa watu wakati Kenyatta walikuwa wanakunywa pombe. Odinga hakufanya hiyo. Wakati walikuwa wanakunywa pombe, Gachagua alikuwa. Huyo vice president alikuwa. Hata wakati alikuwa DO. Na alikuwa anatoka DO Molo akienda Central kule. Hakuwa na wakataza kunywa pombe. Umeona? So hii ni kizingizio tu. Ni kizingizio tu, hao wamekosa kufanya kazi yao. Wafanye kazi yao. Umeona ndugu yangu? Hao wafanye kazi yao. Wasilaumu ya mtu kama Wajakoya. Wajakoya ametoka ng'ambo juzi. Ameingiliaje mambo ya Central kuharibu vijana? Hii ni porojo. Unajua hawa watumiki wa Kenya, inataka watumikia wa Kenya kwa ile njia mzuri. Wasitumikia wa Kenya na porojo. Wako na porojo mingi. Na hii porojo hii haiwezi kusaidia. Hii porojo haiwezi kuwasaidia. Haya hawa badala ya kupigana na njaa, wanapigana na pombe. Umeona na njaa iko inaua wa Kenya. Wa Kenya wako na njaa. Nao wameingilia maneno ya pombe. Hii pombe ilikuwa tangu zamani, ilikuwa wakati Ruto alikuwa vice president. Pombe ilikuwa inakunywa huko. Wakati Gachagua alikuwa waziri. Ilikuwa ni waziri au waziri huko. Pombe ilikuwa inakunywa. Kwani hiyo power yao ingeweza kuzuia watu wasikunywe pombe huko? Hii ni maneno ya kulaumu Odinga bure. Na Odinga amefanya makubwa Kenya hii. Amepigania Kenya hii. Yule aoni anaona, unajua tunaile tetanga jealousy. Yaani mtu anakuonea tu mbaya. Hata ile mzuri unafanya wanaona mbaya. Si siku moja waseme hii ndio Odinga amefanya yako mzuri, hii amefanya mbaya. Hii amefanya mzuri, hii amefanya mbaya. Lakini hawa wana criticize Odinga kwa mambo mabaya tu. Unajua kuna mtu wako na advantage and disadvantage. Sasa ingine hata wamsifuko. Wasemeko ya kwamba huyu bwana amefanya hivi na hivi. Lakini kila wakati Odinga, kila wakati Wajakoya, kila wakati nini, na hao wanasahau mambo yao ile nitakana wafanye. Unaona ndugu yangu?
Sasa nikuuliza, mbona unaona wanasema sana kuhusu jamaa anaitwa Maina Jenga? Kwa nini ni ya maana sana kumtajataja? Inawahusu nini?
Maina Jenga amewashitua. Unaona wakati uchaguzi iliisha aliuma msituni. Hakusikika. Sasa wakati ameanza kusikika kwa upande ya upinzani, ndio wanajaribu kusema alikuwa Mungiki. Na Mungiki aliwacha kitambo. Hii kitambo Mungiki ilikwisha kitambo. Sasa wakati yeye anaona ameingia kwa upande ya upinzani, wanamwekelea maneno ya Mungiki. Unaona? Na Mungiki ilikwisha kitambo. Haya, hii kama wanasema maneno ya Mungiki, wanasema maneno ya kahawa kule, huko Central, makahawa, majani, nini, wanaambianga sisi kwa radio hivi vitu yote. Mbona hivi vijana wasirudi kwa shamba? Wapate kazi ya kurudi kwa shamba kulima hiyo vitu hiyo, kama ni chai, kama ni kahawa, kama ni maziwa, wafanye hivyo. Kwa sababu viongozi wamewachilia hao vijana wajawapatia kazi. Hata mimi nimeona ya kwamba rais anaambia wakati amekuwa Kirinyaga, ni Kirinyaga, anasema watu wangapi wana kazi. That is mockery. That is
Ambani naona ni kama amefanywa ile kitu na network tena. SG kama leo uko vipi?
Fiti mambo vipi ndugu yangu?
Kusema tunapatia sijui watu
Habari ya masiku mingi. Abani ni kama ako Roitoktok. Unajua
Ni kama
uko
anafanywa ile kitu wewe unafanyiwa na network.
ni watu wanapinga hii serikali, hawatakikani kuongea.
Na jana nilikuona mahali kwa runinga, nilifurahi sana. Unafanya kazi safi my brother.
Asante. Nilikuwa kwa runinga zote za mainstream.
Yeah, lakini I think KTN waliwaangazia zaidi na tulishukuru. Asante, kazi safi.
Lazima.
Tunawapongeza na I think hiyo clip tutaicheza hapa kwa Mutembei. Tulicheza jana, tutaicheza very soon.
Very nice. Yesterday nilichoka. Unajua wakati tulitoka hiyo meeting mimi ni mtu ya kumeza hii kitu inaitwa tembo.
Okay, hii kitu ambayo Wajakoya na Karua na Raila wanablemiwa na Ruto na Gachagua walileta Mlima Kenya.
Hiyo kitu unajua I think Gachagua is obsessed. Wanataka kupiga mtu. Umeshaiona
Oh yeah,
so
leo unakatika, sijui ni mimi nakushinda nguvu ama vipi? Kamau, can you hear me? Okay, as Kamau is coming back. Ambani, natumai sasa umerudi ukiwa form. Malizia tu jinsi unavyosema. Nina watu pia hapa nyuma, nina kina communist Nyagaka na wengine wengi. Pia kama unaona anang'ang'ana kurudi. Ambani, mbona unadhani Maina Jenga anaficha sana? Kwa sababu ama anaficha katika mazungumzo ya kina Gachagua. Unaona kama wanaogopa in case maandamano irudi, kama vijana watajitokeza round hii kwa njia kubwa ambapo watalaumu Raila Odinga na Maina Jenga wakisemanga ni Mungiki wametokea kwa maandamano. Unaona kama hiyo itakuwa scapegoat mzuri sana ya serikali kuitumia ili kutumia nguvu zaidi, especially kutumia polisi ili aidha kushika, kuharas na kuumiza vijana, kwa sababu anaweza sema hawa ni wale Mungiki. Tumekuwa tukisema. Unaona kama hiyo pia ni mbinu mbadala ya serikali?
Serikali wako na mbinu mingi sana, yaani wanacheza mchezo hilo chafu. Umeona ndugu yangu, hao wameshindwa kusaidia vijana. Walisema vijana watasaidia vijana bodaboda, mama mboga, mama nani sisi tumeona mama mboga ni wale watu wamechagua kazi, lakini sasa vijana hawa hawana kazi ya kufanya. Sasa Odinga akiitisha maandamano, kama una kazi ya kufanya utaenda maandamano. Umeona ndugu yangu, utaenda maandamano. Serikali inatakana ichukue responsibility ya kusaidia vijana, kuwapa kazi, kuwapa biashara. Isisaidie wale wakubwa. Unajua mtu yule ako na njaa ni mtu mbaya sana kuliko yule ameshiba. Unaona ndugu yangu? Kuliko yule ameshiba. So serikali badili ya kulaumiana, wasaidie kama Mungiki ni Mungiki, wasaidie hawa vijana hao Mungiki. Wawasaidie, wawapatie kazi, wawapatie biashara ya kufanya. Ukiwa na biashara ya kufanya au kazi ya kufanya, hata Odinga aitishe maandamano, utaenda huko. Odinga hao wote wenye anaitisha maandamano ni wala hawana kazi ya kufanya. Na mimi nataka serikali ikuwe na akili sana ya kupea vijana kitu ya kufanya. Vijana wamesoma. Sasa kama wataka kusaidia vijana na waliingia kwa kiti kusema ya kwamba wanasaidia vijana, bodaboda, mama mboga, nini yote, lakini sijaona wanawasaidia. That's why serikali iko worried. Maina Jenga akishikana na Odinga, ashikane na Wajakoya na wengine, inji hakuna. That's why wako worried. Alafu mahali wako wanatembea kwa mikutano, badala ya kupatia sisi agenda mzuri. Hata ile manifesto yao ile walisema watafanya ABCD, hata wamesahau. Sijui hiyo manifesto walitupa kwa choo wakati waliapishwa, ndio wakatupa hiyo manifesto kwa choo. Umeona? Sasa wakakuja na manifesto ingine ya nyumba. Nani ana nyumba? Kila mtu ana nyumba. Hakuna mtu analala kwa mtaro, hakuna mtu analala kwa barabara. Hakuna wale wale wakimbizi. Umeona ndugu yangu? So wanakuja na ile vitu ya manyumba ile haina maana kwa watu wa Kenya saa hii. Nyumba isaidii vijana. Ukisema ya kwamba ati hao watapewa kazi ya kujenga hizo nyumba baada ya kuisha, patia watu kazi ya long term. Hapana hiyo kibarua kesho itakuisha, nyumba hizo zitajengwa, zitaisha. Sasa baada ya hizo nyumba zimeisha, si hao vijana watarudi bado kwa ile kazi yao ya miadarati, ya kufuta bangi, chang'aa na kila kitu. Umeona ndugu yangu? So serikali iko na ile mambo ya kulaumu Odinga, ya kulaumu upinzani, na hao wako kwa serikali. Serikali inataka ipatie watu chakula, iwape kazi, iwape elimu. Umeona ndugu yangu? Lakini sasa hao wamekalia kiti, bado wanalaumiana. Miaka inasonga, bado wanalaumiana Odinga. Odinga kwa upinzani anafanya kazi yake ya upinzani. Odinga anaweza fanya kazi ya upinzani hata anaenda kwa barabara. Umeona ndugu yangu? Anaweza kuwasungusha kwa barabara miaka yote, miaka 5 imekwisha. Na atarudi kwa wananchi, aambie wananchi hao watu wamefanya nini? Hakuna kazi wamefanya. Ni kelele tu na panganga tu peke yake.
Okay, maoni mazuri sana David Ambani. Communist, sijui kama unakubaliana na David Ambani, sababu David Ambani anasema ni kana kwamba William Ruto amesahau the core mandate ambayo alipewa na wananchi, of course kupitia sera alizoziuzia wa Kenya. Communist, sijui kama bado huko, na kuona uko ndani ya show, sijui kama bado huko.
Yeah, mia.
Sijui kama unakubaliana na Ambani na jinsi Ambani anajaribu kujieleza.
Yeah, mia.
Go ahead. Communist, endelea. Pole, ni Nyagaka amewasha TV na akaingia live. Unaona jinsi Nyagaka na kechi na mastarehe na mapozi. Miguu iko juu ya hewa. Hivyo ndivyo wanayudia upozi, Sawa Nyagaka, asante sana kwa mapozi, Huyu ni mzee wa mapozi nakwambia. Mzee wa starehe, lakini ni sawa. Communist.
Wewe niambia Ambani kidogo.
Okay, sawa basi, kabla Communist hajaji.
Wewe niambia Ambani ya kwamba sisi hatujasahau ile Ambani kidogo. Hatujasahau ile tulipromise.
Mute TV ili iwache kuwa na echo.
Yeah, imetoka.
Haya,
ndio nataka kumwambia Ambani ndugu yangu, sisi hatujasahau ile tulipromise. Ile tulipromise ndio tunaendelea. Na kuleta hiyo mtu ya Mungiki that is your savior to the next election is a biggest joke for us, Ambani. These guys were taken care by the guy who took out Mungiki, ule mzee Michuki. So the next Michuki will be there to take care of them. This is a criminal gang. For Raila to even think about bringing a criminal gang to us is a joke of the biggest nature. Na kuona watu kama David Ambani wanakubali na kwamba hii watu ya Mungiki, let them go forward and be a part of the opposition party in Kenya, is an insult to most Kenyans. Most Kenyans are not that simple to be insulted like that. What is the positive thing that you can think of that Mungiki is going to bring? Ata Raila Odinga is wasting his time going to use these people. He had a good rip-off before he can join this criminal gang. Kama machine. Lakini you cannot, David, you cannot join a criminal gang to tell us that we have failed in what we promised. The housing you are questioning, nobody don't have a house. My friend, do you go to Kibera? Any slums in Nairobi that have worse than any slum that you can think of, even in Mexico, anywhere, where the people stack each other and live? Is that what you really are saying that we should do? No, it is, Jakes, it is not perfect the way they have brought the finance bill. It's not perfect, but let's work on it and see that we can at least get a better living conditions for our people. Sasa unasema mimi naweka mguu juu. I am comfortable. Na kuna huko nyumbani, there is nowhere you can be comfortable like that. Na ni nchi mzuri, ina weather mzuri, ina mimea mzuri, ina everything that we can think of. So maana ya kwamba Jakes Ambani ni kwamba na KK ameangia ni kwamba let us have peace. Let us talk of what it is that we want to do. Tusumuse sisi kwa sisi. We know the answers. I don't know the answers. None of you got answers. Let us come all together and form the positions that will help the people. That we, some of us, personally, I'm very older than you guys. So, if you were to tell, what country do we want to leave you behind? Want to leave you behind a country that is more in Kenya? What we have a problem with is corruption. If we can do away with the corruption, we have very smart people that can be engineers, can be anything that we want. But hii corruption ikiwa huko ni kama block, ni kama barabara unaweka, unachimba msito, gari itaenda across, unachimba shimo hapo, gari itaenda across. Hiyo ndio inatusumbua Kenya. Tukisumusa vile ya kumaliza corruption, hiyo tu. Lakini tukisumusa juu ya kuleta Mungiki back, the scarcity ya what we order is the biggest joke. Mungiki doesn't scare us. We can take them, regarding Gachagua, that's his job. Thank you very much, Jakes. Asante.
Asante sana Nyagaka. KK, habari ya leo?
Viti sana.
Karibu sana kwa show. Uko live pamoja na kina communist Ambani, Nyagaka na of course mimi pia niko ndani na wengi ambao wanatutazama. Asante sana kwa wewe ambaye unajiunga nasi, Cornerstone, Kevotiti, Nelson Kongei, Alex Media and many who are joining us live. There are many who are liking this video. Asanteni tu sana. I see Patrick Paddy like video. Captain like video. Daniel Mwania like video. Silas Kimei like hii video. I think kwa Facebook na YouTube mna like sana. Naanda ninapata hizi messages mbio mbio. Thank you for liking. Namuona Martin Sindala like hii video. George Musoda like hii video. Daniel Mwania like hii video. And of course Fred, Patrick na David Ambani ambaye pia ako kwa show like wote hii video. Okay. KK, leo Gachagua ana blame Raila Odinga kwa sababu ya vijana kuharibika kule mlimani. Do you agree with Gachagua ama ni tactic tu ya ku confuse Kenyans ambao wana deal na history ya financial bill? Wewe unaona kama hii ni diversion tactics? Wewe unaona vipi? Maoni yako ni yapi?
Hakuna mtu ameblame Raila juu ya issues zinaendelea Mount Kenya. Ni hii watu wa media mna distort facts.
Uko
sure? Walikuwa wanaongea na wao tu kuhusu hizi rhetorics tuna encourage kama sijui banki nini, pombe.
Sasa hiyo ndio shida ya wewe kutoingia mapema usikize clips zote nilizozicheza, lakini ni sawa.
But anyway kama wale blame juu unaona hapo umeandika wale blame na naona pia umeandika sijui baba anataka Mungiki irudi. I think Gachagua akona nini? Akona moral authority kuongea because you remember what Mungiki did. Si unakumbuka? Circumcising women, doing all the killing women. So kama if baba wants Mungiki back, Gachagua may condemn, then I think he has to. I don't have I cannot speak about the issues of Mount Kenya because personally I don't come from that region. So debate ya huko me, it doesn't concern me because I think issues are how to, they know how to deal with it, they know how to talk to their people, the message to give their people. I'm not going to engage in
so it does not concern you, KK, by all means, if young men and women engage in drugs and they lose their lives to such acts. That doesn't really concern you at all.
It is overwhelming. It's very unfortunate. But the issue of Mungiki, vijana kujirigroup na kurudi, I think the leaders of that region and the social fabric of that region has to do something to deal with that because really the history of that gang was very unfortunate. What happened, what they did was it was very sad, and I hope it doesn't come back. So when Gachagua raises a concern like that, We need to take it up seriously and don't play politics the way you play in politics here with it.
I'm not playing politics, but anyway, give it to KK to always blame the messenger. Pascal Nyamawi, how are you, sir? Chilumo. Good to see
I'm
you.
total fine.
How
I'm
is
total
UT?
fine.
You are in
UK? UK is total good, man. The weather is very, very hot. 28 degrees today. Tomorrow it is gonna be even more than that. Yeah.
28, it's quite high. I hope you are near something that is cooling you, my brother.
Oh yeah, yeah. Because we've got the icons and the windows are open, so it's fine.
Hope you don't give in to the heat and you faint in the show, but I know you're well prepared. But now, sir, I don't know if you listened to most of the clips that I had played earlier, and what I was trying to bring home was the element of the president and his deputy trying to bring this fact that Raila Odinga and Karua, with their other two colleagues, Wajakoya and Maina Jenga, are misusing the young people in Mount Kenya. Do you agree with such sentiments? What do you make when leaders stand on podium and make such strong accusations?
One thing that I really don't like with the deputy president, he fails to understand that he is a symbol of unity in that country. So every word that is coming out of his mouth, it must be a word that he chooses. He must choose his words. But because I've watched those two clips today, there was one that he was trying to give his background when he was at DC and DO, that some of the residents in Nyandarua, they went to him, I don't know if it was in Nyandarua or Muranga, and told him that, okay, then they're gonna pull up, the balls of some of the chiefs, and then in 2 hours time, one of the chiefs, his balls were cut off and were hung up, in the streets. So as a leader of a country, and using that language, he is a parent, he is a leader of that, of the country, and then just standing on a podium and just uttering those kind of words, it was uncalled for a person like that. And when he turns around and says that, Raila and the Azimio group are trying to group together the young boys in Kikuyu to bring back Mungiki. That is, they're trying to divert the attention of the people with these things of the housing funds and all these things which is going on. So it is just diverting the attention of the Kenyan citizens so that they don't talk about, all the financial bill and the house funds on all these things. So it is them who are playing politics, but he is failing to understand that he is breaking, he is bringing down that country. He is trying to divide the country into tribalism. Because the minute he starts branding that the Kikuyu gangs, they're bringing that Kikuyu gangs, some other regions also. You remember some times back, we people at the coast, we had the MRC, and we said that we are going to secede. So if he tries to bring that, there is a leader who is going to come back and say that, okay, then if you're saying that, then we, Mombasa now, we are saying we are not part of Kenya, And there have been already some gangs in Mombasa, you know, especially the MRC, you know, of which it was really, really bad by then. So if he tries to bring up such a kind of things in public, then he is dividing the country. So he should not play cheap politics like that.
Okay, well said. Thank you so much. I'll be coming to you just now. Communist, do you think this is cheap politics?
Definitely, I will agree with him to some extent that it's cheap politics. Talks of secession and all that, it's definitely cheap politics. Because in itself, Kenya is a very small country. When we look at geopolitics, especially Pascal can understand from his perspective that is in the UK, he can look at it from a broader perspective, not only in terms of Kenya. Kenya is a very small country. So dividing up Kenya and bringing up a new country, will that country be able to connect enough revenue even to sustain itself? That is the big question. Because right now, with a population of over 45 million, we are not collecting enough taxes. So what if we were to succeed, to break part? Would we collect enough taxes independently? That is not the case. I don't think that is cheap politics.
Now, you rightfully said that where you are seeing the government working very hard to fight the vice, or rather these drug issues. Why would they also not as well, as much as you're calling it cheap politics, why would they not as well capitalize in this and try to show us that as we are fighting it, the opposition is equally bringing it up, or rather tolerating it? Do you think it's I even don't know really how to put it, but do you think it's appropriate rather to show that them as the government are working, but the ones who are to really blame is the opposition? Do you think it's right to do that?
Yeah, that is politics, Jakes. It wouldn't be any other way. It wouldn't. If it were any other way, then it wouldn't be politics. Then we will be a truthful nation.
Okay.
Once we go that route, then we go in the truthful way, where we are admitting that the opposition is right on this, and we are wrong on this, and this is how we can fix the nation. So as long as we are playing politics, we'll always play cheap politics, and sometimes we'll play very bad politics. Yeah. But the war on drugs,
to add on what you were saying there, you know, with that there is a ministry which is in charge of the internal security, you know. So things like them, they should be left with the CS in charge of internal security to fight those things in a proper way. If they really want to eradicate that thing, they shouldn't come in public and try to publicize like things like that, because he should also, if he's a vice president, he should understand that if he says that, you know, whatever he is trying to tell, it is not only in Kenya, it is being broadcasted worldwide. So the other developed countries and some other countries will be like, hang on a minute. So if the leaders themselves, they cannot bring down, you know, together such a thing, you know, they just go in public and try to blame, you know, playing blame games to each other instead of fighting the actual war, then what kind of leaders are these? Because you won't hear such a kind of a thing here, and it doesn't mean that there is no drugs. In fact, here it is being done in a high level that you won't even understand that there are drugs in the streets, but they're there.
Now, Pascal, let me ask you, what would be the best practice the government can employ so as to really fight this war? Because in any case, as they rightfully say, many youth have been lost to these drugs. Many are losing their homes. Young men are losing their wives and children because they are addicts, and some, because of poverty, really are drowning in drugs as a source of them maybe finding solace or finding refuge in these drugs. What would be some of the best measures that the government can use? Of course, not just blaming. Blaming is one thing they are doing. What else could they do? I see communist is raising his hand, but let me begin with you, Pascal. I'll be coming to communist just now. Yes, Pascal, let me begin with you.
First, they should introduce rehabilitation centers in every single big city of the town to make sure that they take those affected people into those rehabilitation centers. After that, they should go. They should go for the cartels. You know, they should go for the cartels. If they really want to fight it, the Ministry of Interior Security, they should go for those cartels because they know who are dealing with those ones. You know, they know exactly who are dealing with the drugs. You remember there was some time that Uhuru Kenyatta, you know, at the high seas at Mombasa, he bombed a whole ship which was bringing in some drugs. Yeah. So if they want really to stop that, if they really want to stop that, then they should go for the cartels. But because some of those people in that government are the ones who are the big dealers, then they can't stop it. So for them, it's just to yak out, building rehabilitation centers for those affected. So the affected are going to be more affected, and the dealers, they are going to be bringing more and more because they are part of the government.
Okay. Communist?
I would disagree on Pascal on the matter of rehabilitation centers because most of these rehabilitation centers are run by these drug cocoons. Like there's a famous one in Mombasa where it's run by the Joe family. It's ironical how it's very ironical. So this rehabilitation in itself, they are businesses. And they make a lot of money. Like there was one that was exposed here in Eastleigh, the one that was rehabilitating the Somali kids. Nini, turns out it was making a ton sheet of money. Yeah, they're making a lot of money.
What would the government? What would the government do? What would be some of the solutions?
What the government is doing is to control the amount of drugs that are coming in. Iwe the minimal that they can ile inaweza kupita juu get rid of organized crime ni kitu ngumu. It's very difficult. These people ni watu wamejipanga, they have different ways of transporting this illicit stuff.
Niko na swali kwa bwana communist. Sasa if they are not going to find a rehabilitation centers so that they can rehabilitate these affected youth, how are they going to help them? How are they going to be helped? Because they need to come out of that situation. Like for the one that you're talking about in Mombasa there is lots of them. There is ziko kule Likoni, ziko pale Buxton. A friend of mine who was into drugs, he went into prison. When he came out from prison, we took him ile ya kule Likoni, unaona, and now he is a farmer. He has turned to be a farmer. Sasa, you need to have those rehabilitation centers because those rehabilitation centers sio kwamba tunasema kwamba eti it is business centers for those drug cartels. No. Those are privately owned centers where they try to help these affected people.
I'm not disagreeing that rehabilitation centers are a way of helping drug addicts. They are a way of helping drug addicts, but they are not a way of ending drugs. You get me, Pascal?
Yeah, that's why I've said those affected to be at the centers and then to go for the cartels and arrest and deal with the cartels, the ones who are really bringing the drugs into the country. That time when the time was really bad, the Akasha family, if you remember the Akasha family, they had to run. They had to run to Netherlands, of which they were followed until Netherlands. He was shot in Netherlands, and then his sons, the Bakshanis, were still left in Mombasa, and the Kenyan government could not arrest them until they were remanded to America. It is where now they were taken to court and were arrested in America. Why? Why couldn't the Kenyan government do it until the American government had to intervene?
So the Akasha family, is actually a very big family. It's not even based in Kenya. It's based mostly on the UK. It's only branches. Zile branches zao ndo zilikuja huku Kenya. Sasa during the Akasha times, those guys were very powerful at first. In Mombasa, if you remember, Pascal, they used to walk around with pistols on their hands. And then they became out of control. When they became out of control, then government need to put them in check. Ndo maana Jex nikakwambia, government is only controlling, but government cannot end organized crime. Organized crime is very organized to the very grassroots. Manake our judicial systems are corrupt to the core. So to infiltrate hizi checkpoint zao ambazo zinapita, it's very easy. Hata uweke boss gani mstrict, there is someone who will offer him a higher price and eventually he will break. You are told that every man has a price. You just have to meet the price. So these people have money to spend and they have drugs to flow into our country. So they cannot end drugs. What they can do is control the flow of drugs. That's what they are doing. If there were 15 drug dealers, we need 7.
Interesting arguments I'm having with my panelists here tonight. Wow, awesome conversation. I know it's not easy speaking about some of these hard topics, but we have to have such topics, because by the end of the day, if we don't talk about them, who will, right? KK, I come to you. How would the government really truly fight drugs in the country? Drugs in the sense that addiction and those affected, how would the government come in to help them?
I think exactly what we are doing currently as a government. What the government is doing, the government which I support is doing. So they are going for the guys who are trying to encourage gang and organize gangs and selling bang and all that. They are limiting the illicit alcohol, and it's working. So we don't care about what people think we should do. You open rehab centers. We are not going to do that. We are doing what we think can work, and we are working with the leaders of that region because those are the people who understand what is happening on the ground, and they are going to take responsibility if this situation, get out of hand. And that is, we are not going to bring textbook competencies of opening rehab centers when we have a situation where we are losing a generation due to illicit sale of alcohol and organized gang like Mungiki. So what the government is doing presently, what the leaders of that region are doing presently is what we think what the government think can work, and it has worked before. We worked with the people of the region in the Rift Valley where we have banditry, and the strategy is working. The government is doing the same thing with the issue of I think the issue of alcohol and drugs abuse is rampant across the country, but the Mount Kenya region has been adversely mentioned. I don't know why, but even in my area down there in Kericho, you'll find people drinking, spending all their income, all their tea income on drugs, and I don't know why it's not been mentioned. Our women there don't really complain. If it was Mount Kenya women, it would have been a problem. But there, as long as you have some few chicks in the compound, they don't really complain. As long as they have a source of income, they don't complain. But I think I'm not an expert on Mount Kenya issues, but I think it has been adversely mentioned because of the people are feeling the pain of watching their kids go down these menace of drugs and alcohol. So I think that is that. So what we are doing presently is working, and it's going to work. We are discouraging people, trying to encourage our young people that it's okay to use illegal drugs such as bank and people like Wajakoya, and that is our strategy, and it's going to work. You don't need to be lectured based on Western knowledge and textbook knowledge. Yeah, that is that.
Okay.
Let me just tell something. Let me just bring a point to Mr. KK there.
Okay, please do.
When you talk about a Lex brew, that kind of brew, it is everywhere in Kenya. They brand it different names. You go to Western, they'll call it I don't know, Busa or whatever. You go to Luo Nyanza, they'll call it Changa. That is, and you go to Mombasa, you'll find that there is Mnazi, there is Matingasi, those cheap drinks. Because they're cheap drinks. Basically, those they call them, they're just cheap drinks. And they should not blame alcohol with and combine alcohol and crime. No. Because they're just bringing alcohol to be an excuse there for that. Okay, then it is the source of the crime. No, it is not.
Okay. Pascal, thank you.
So, like I said, we are working with leaders. We are working with the chiefs because the chiefs are the ones who know who is selling illicit alcohol and bank and all that, all those illegal drugs. So this is the approach you are taking, and you will see results with time.
Okay. I want to thank you guys, those who are watching. Many of you who are watching, asante sana. I don't take it for granted. I always truly appreciate your time, your commitment to watch us. It's not easy, I know, sitting for hours on end just to watch us. It's just awesome. And all I can say is thank you so much. Above all, as well, let me to also send my appreciation to the many who are liking this video. I see Michael Kipruto, like the video, asante sana Kipruto. Damaris Mjala, asante sana kwa kulike. Pascal Chilumo, thank you so much, my brother. Like na pia you are part of the debate or among the panelists. Asante sana. Giza Mwangaza, asante kwa kulike video. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you very much for liking the video. This video, you are liking it either on Facebook or YouTube. Thank you so much for liking. Jared Achero, thank you so much for liking the video. I'm so grateful, my brother. David Ambani as well, Patrick Paddy, Fred Captain, and many who are liking this video. Like this video on YouTube, like this video on Facebook. As well, you can participate in the comment section by commenting as well, as Gitash is doing. Gitash, thank you so much for being part of this show through the comment section. You guys are just amazing. Political channel, I see you. You're saying, Jakes, we are watching. Asante sana. Cornerstone ELs, I see you. Cornelo Chuka, my other brother from another mother, is also watching me. Thank you so much, Cornelo Chuka, kwa kuwa part of this wonderful, great debate. Kevo TT, I see you, my brother. Asante sana. Siwezi sahau kumtaja nani hapa. Nani jamaa anajiita, sorry. Hizi messages ni kibao. Namwona hapa jamaa wangu mmoja anajiita Geoffrey Ruto, siwezi wasahau, na wengi ambao mnatuma ujumbe. Thank you very much. Aha. Master Rataz, I don't know how to pronounce your last name. Is it Raz? Is it Rataz? Is it Rats? But all the same, Master
the pronunciation niko sawa nayo.
Ati?
Niko sawa na pronunciation yoyote.
Aya, karibu sana. Nafurahi sana kukuona. Unaendelea vipi kaka?
Naendelea salama, naona panelist wako hapo sawa, chonjo, wako ngangari.
Maoni yako ni yapi? Unaona kama ni sawa kublame Raila Odinga, Wajakoya, Karua na wengine sababu ya mihadarati ambayo inatumika kule mlimani?
Sasa unajua, kulingana na mimi, I have a very different view on that.
Okay.
Because,
what is your view, sir?
Okay, nikiangalia venye serikali inaongea on this issue, you can't differentiate whether they are fighting alcohol or they are fighting drugs. They need to be more specific on what they are actually fighting. Now, if it is the drugs that they are fighting, if it is alcohol that they are fighting, then they need to know that the problem yenye tuko nayo in terms of alcohol is illicitization of alcohol, kwa sababu kupigana na illicit brew ilianza kitambo, and I don't know mwenye alikaa chini decide that this type of alcohol is illicit. Najua what we can actually do if you want to fight this problem, we can actually turn this local brews into an industry yenye ina manufacture alcohol, kwa sababu ukiangalia the kind of alcohol yenye inakuja, the alcohol that we import from India, from Caribbean, whatever, zinakuja substandard, hata unaweza pata our local brew iko very better kushinda hiyo. But sasa because we have made our alcohol to be illicit, sasa tunaifight, ndio hata inafanya sasa wale watu they make it while hiding, inakuwa mbaya. But if you can turn this local brews into an industry, watu watuweke tu structure mzuri to produce kitu, we can make a lot of money from it. But sasa when you see the head of state, the deputy head of state wakienda tu kwa central, they are blaming Raila Odinga, inamaanisha these people are not interested in fighting anything. Wao kwao ni siasa tu. It's just like fans wa Arsenal na fans wa Man U. Sasa fans wa Man U wanachekelea mafans wa Arsenal ati Arsenal haijafanya ABCD, but in real sense hakuna mtu ana benefit between the fans. So the president na deputy wake are just behaving like some kind of fans, yani wako elected ati walishinda, so they keep on hoping from one point to another point, wakisema tulishinda, but instead of wakae tu chini waweke programs, wafanye kazi, hii kitu tumalizane nayo, because this thing of alcohol is very easy to fight, because we know, unajua ama chiefs wanajua, we know where the alcohol is being produced, we know the people who are producing it, na tuko na experts wenye wanaweza ona is the quality of alcohol being produced here inaweza meet standard ya local market and international market. If there's a way we can use the expertise yenye tuko nayo kuimprove hiyo kitu kwa industry hapo, tuende place ingine, hata kama ni coast huko Mnazi, tuone how they are producing this thing, how watu wakuwe incentivized wa produce kitu for commercial, we formalize that industry, hiyo kitu ikuwe commercial sasa na ikuwe affordable. Utapata, in fact it will create jobs, wale watu walikuwa na kunywa pombe hapo watapata makazi hapo, waanze kufanya. Sasa tuta reduce, in fact because hii alcohol ni mzuri, hii alcohol mnaona hapa, hii mnasema local illicit, it's not that very bad. Hiyo kitu ni mzuri, tukiweka tu structures mzuri, that thing can be international hit. So ni hivyo.
Okay. Now, what you're saying is we should rebrand and use it well and make it that it can be acceptable to many. Is that what you're saying? If I'm getting you right. Exactly. Now, then what do we do to those who are already addicted?
So, for addiction now, we can, addiction dawa yake ni rehabilitation. If you are if you are going to stop the production of this alcohol, na watu already wako addicted, you are going to wipe out an entire generation, kwa sababu wataanza kusuffer withdrawal syndromes zenye you cannot recover easily. Unaona?
Okay.
So it's still not, hata ukistopisha watu kumake alcohol, au watu kwanza umewapotezea jobs. Wale watu wako addicted pia umewafanya sasa they can't access ile kitu na already wako addicted. You get another crisis. Unaona?
Okay.
So these guys I think ni public relationship gimmick ndio wanafanya. There's nothing the reason why they are bringing in Raila Odinga's name, wameangalia how can we continue to ensure that the people of Mount Kenya, Raila cannot reach them. So they find another problem. They blame it on Raila Odinga because you know the hatred yenye the bad blood yenye voters wa Mount Kenya wanakuanga nayo against Raila Odinga haijakufa. So they want to ensure that that thing is revived all the time. So wameona hii issue alcohol, we can use it to revive hiyo bad blood iendelee kuwa. So there's nothing like fighting that thing there.
Awesome. Umeisema poa sana mpaka nimeenjoy.
Just to add a point what he said, you know, if you remember the late Karisa Maitha with the mnazi at Kosti at Mombasa, he had already come with such a kind of a plan. Mpaka alikuwa ameanza kuibottle. I think ilikuwa inakuja mpaka to some areas of Nairobi and some other parts of Kenya. And like the mnazi unepata, it is not in Mombasa only. Some parts of Nigeria, some parts of Tanzania, some parts of Cameroon, some parts of Ghana, they have got that palm wine, you know. So as he said, it needs just a certain strategy. You know, instead of you branding it as an illegal or illicit brew, then you need to come up with a strategy to know that, okay, then how can we brand this kind of brew so that it can become a brew that it can go internationally and it can be taken without having a blame on each other. But with what he said also, it is just a matter of what I said earlier, that it is politics. Because they are just singularizing that thing in the Mount Kenya region as if Mount Kenya region is the only region which is having that illicit brew. But every region of Kenya, it has got its own kind of a traditional brew. So why can't they just talk about the other regions? Manake ukienda Kisii wako na pombe yao, ukienda Luhyaland wako na yao, ukienda Lowland wako na yao, hapo wako na yao. So ukienda mpaka kwa Wataita wako na yao ambao wanaita Bangara, unaona? So why can't they talk of the other regions? Mpaka tu wameenda tu wame-centralize to central Mount Kenya, of which it is politics. They shouldn't play like that kind of politics.
Okay. And ENM fighter, habari ya leo kaka, hope you're well. ENM fighter, are you still with me? Kaka, naona umesahau kuwasha mic, no wonder unisikii ama sikusikii.
Okay, I'm on now.
Habari ya leo kaka, good to see you my brother.
Sarama, thank you so much for adding me and giving me this opportunity, Mr. Jakes, Bhaskar, and
have you as well.
And the master. Yeah, I'm just coming in. I can hear you guys discussing a very crucial, serious issue here. I truly might not have much to say because I haven't heard what you're discussing about. But when I look at the topic, I'm looking at the topic and I'm seeing something. And but the way Mr. Nyamawi has alluded, or the way he has spoken, I think I can say one or two things. You know, the only problem that we have in Kenya, we have gone full blast into politics. We want to make everything political.
Okay.
There is this one thing that I know in life, and it's there, that charity begins at home.
Correct.
You know, the issue of illicit brew is not all about Mount Kenya, my brother Pascal. The only thing that is done is that the deputy president has been assigned with that responsibility of trying to deal with it elsewhere where there's those hizo pombe haramu.
Okay.
But to start with, alisema kwamba ataanzia Yerusalemu, ataanzia nyumbani. Hata hivyo ndivyo alisema. Anaanzia nyumbani, ataendelea kila mahali. But the signal has been sent to every corner of the country. And you know, we cannot run away from the fact that most people have died through those illicit brews. Many people have gotten, they have just left their jobs. They have become useless because of those hizo bombe pandia haramu. Kwa hivyo, as a government, in as much as I'm not a government spokesman, I can assure you, Mr. Pascal, wewe ni mali ya serikali. Leo hii hata ukitaka kujinyonga wewe na wewe ni maisha yako utachukua, wakikupata wanakufunga. So usiseme hii mambo tuliona tangu zamani, wazazi wetu wakikimbizwa na mapombe mpaka ikawa inaharamishwa kwamba this is wrong, maybe this is better. Like now kule Kisii kuna ile inaitwa chang'aa, and then we have this other busa which is allowed. So somehow when people do something and misuse their rights, we should not just make it political that is now they are now aiming Mount Kenya or a certain place. No. And this is where we go wrong as Kenyans. For instance, someone who goes to the public coffers, steals money. He benefits himself. But when he is caught on the wrong hands, people start saying, oh, sisi ndio tumeonewa, kabila letu linaonewa, ni sisi they are at least targeting our tribe. That there was no tribe when he was stealing. Let me tell you, the issue of illicit brews and these other things like such must be dealt to completion. They must be dealt to the whole country, not only in Mount Kenya. But the only thing, the reason as why you are seeing that is being done in Mount Kenya is because the deputy president himself, who has been assigned to make sure that there's nothing like that which is existing or which is going on, he said even Jesus started to do his work from where he was in Jerusalem. So he said he will start from Jerusalem, going to every county and to every place. So I don't think
before you continue, can I ask you a question?
Just a minute. Okay, you can ask.
Yes. So if he said that he is going to start from with Jerusalem, why should he associate the leader of opposition and his group with that illicit brewing of the local people in central Kenya?
Listen to me. The leader of opposition has no government to run. He has nothing to offer to Kenyans as it stands today. The government of the day is the one which is managing the affairs of the country. You cannot involve people who doesn't have anything to lose. They have been given a mandate to deliver to the people, and it is their duty. So you cannot tell me that they should not now go and request Raila or those other opposition leaders, oh, can we do this? Can we not do this? No. You are getting it wrong.
No, he is blaming the leader of opposition and his group as Mio, for the illicit brewing in central part of Kenya.
No, they are not blaming for illicit brew. You did not listen to that, my brother. I'm always on YouTube and I can give you the information. They are complaining. They are talking about the issue of Mungiki. Even the president spoke about it this evening, today in the evening in Kirinyaga, when he was in Kirinyaga. He spoke about the issue.
Do you remember that the senator of, I don't know if it's the senator of Murang'a or Nyandarua, he even went to the point of branding the bottles of that brew, the image of Mr. Raila Odinga?
That is political, and that is his own
And
interpretation
that is the
of
time
how
when
he
they
wanted.
first
No,
started
wait,
fighting for
just hold
that
on.
brew.
No, you know, if someone has done such an act, the opposition leader, for instance, has a right to take him to court and ask for him to be taken to task. But the truth of the matter is, when they want to war against the government, whatever the government is doing, and they start castigating, janga, Mutembei imekuwa ikikunyiwa, now why are you refusing the people from drinking alcohol? No, that is very wrong. They have no right to do that. In as much as they want to look like they are the darlings of the people, they cannot make people do wrong things because they want to be pestered. No, we are not going to allow that. And I am very sure that the president, who is Ruto, is not going to allow that. And he told them to the court that he is going to deal with anyone who is going to support the coming back of Mungiki. And that is what they are doing. So if they are doing illegal acts, you want us to say they are doing it right, we must consult them. For what? The law is very clear that there are some alcohols which are illegal, not from this government, from long time ago, from time immemorial. Alcohols, marijuana, they're Tusker. You cannot be arrested because you are in the bar drinking Tusker. You cannot be arrested because you are drinking your konyagi. But if you are going to drink those pombe alamu zenye zimekataliwa na serikali, kama utaanza kuvuta pangi instead of kuvuta sigara, utafungwa. So hakuna mtu anataka kuwa consulted.
3 days ago, the bar owners of Murang'a County were demonstrating because they were associated with that illegal brew in their bars. That they they were even asked, if you want to operate your business, you have to, go under the table and pay like 10,000 Kenya shillings for you to have that, for your pub or a restaurant to be licensed.
Listen to me. Stop being elusive. You know what?
It is not being elusive. They were even demonstrating for that.
I want to tell you one thing. There are laws governing each and every institution. To have a bar, you have to have some licenses. Those licenses are paid for. You cannot run a bar that is not that does not have the licenses. So if any of the bars was closed, it means they did not have the required documents. So you cannot just come out because
those pubs, they have been running for over 25 years. It wasn't a pub which was opened yesterday. So do you want to tell me that pub, it was only that time, only 3 days ago, that the government realized that it was operating without license?
Let me tell you, Pascal, you don't know some things, my brother. You seem to be not knowing some things. You might have the licenses, but you might not have the environment that is favorable for the health-wise. So still it can be closed. So let me tell you, you might run your bar or your business for 20 years, but something very small that is a requirement which you have been evading not to do, it can make you close. We can argue here, but that is the fact. That there are things, there are the businesses which are running for a long time, as you can say, because they have got some people who are defending them. But as soon as those people come out of power, now they become exposed. Let me tell you, if you have the documents that are needed or required by the government of Kenya, there is no one who can close your business. If anyone closes your business, take him to court and ask that question in court. It's not expensive to take anyone to court, even the government. But the truth is, people are used to bribe. We are all Kenyans. We forget even to get the documents that are required for our businesses, because those law enforcers, when they come, we give them 50 pula, 200. So you think you have a right to operate in such environment. Now, when the power exchanges hands. Now you find yourself in the wrong place because you don't have the correct documents. And that is what is exactly happening. Even if you are selling Tusker, prisoner, if you don't have the permits or licenses to run the bar, you will be doing it illegally. I want to think that is the problem.
Okay.
But we
Pascal?
cannot be closing. There is no one who can come today, Jex, you are running your business here legally. You have the document as required. Then someone comes and say close. It's not possible.
Okay. Interesting. Pascal, final question, even as we near wrapping this show. The government seems really to be determined to bring this to an end. And you talked of as much as we would want to brand some of this alcohol illegal, but there are other drugs, or rather other substances that are abused. We have bang, we have tobacco, we have many other drugs that young people are misusing, or rather are abusing, because when you talk about substance abuse, it's not just one thing. There are so many other substances that young people are indulging in. How the government widen its basket to make sure, or rather to really be able to cap most of these substances so as to control their use, because some are used in good ways. How they use it, or rather how the government really widen their fight so that they tackle most of these substances. Because as you have rightfully said, if you go to Mombasa, what is being abused is something maybe even harder, like cocaine, heroin, you don't know, right? When you come to Nairobi, some of the substances being abused have other bigger names. So how would the government widen its scope of fight in all this?
You know, as I've said earlier, if you want to end something, you don't go for the junior person. You have to go for the higher person. So for the government to fight for this, I know it is very difficult to fight the drug cartels, but they have to make sure that they deal with those people who first deal with those drugs. Because you are going to solve nothing if you go and arrest those people, you know, the users in the streets, you know, leaving those people who are really are under the sin, you know, because if they go for the cartels, then that is where they will be trying to stop, you know, the whole scenario. But they talk of trying to stop it. They arrest those people who are using it in the streets. But have they stopped the people from bringing the drugs into the country? No.
Okay.
So they
Pascal,
should deal with the drug dealers and the
Pascal, how do you find the person who is selling if you cannot arrest the one whom you found smoking or doing the act? It has to start with the one who is smoking, so that he can be able to guide you where he bought it from. But if you want to say they should not.
But why do you arrest? Why do you take to prison that person who, instead of you making inquiries to find out where he got it from, you take that person into prison? Does it help?
Pascal, today, if you are caught with a battery of a car that was stolen from somewhere and then it was sold to you, you will be taken to prison, because the job who stole the battery could have not stolen it if there was no market. So when now you are someone who bought it and you are using it, you are the one who is called, who is the thief. You are the one who is encouraging theft, Because if you were not there to buy, he could have not gone to steal. Can you just get this simple mathematics? We cannot get those cartels, we cannot get the suppliers until we get the ones who are holding that substance. That is the root cause. That's where you start to know the channel. Where did it come from? How did it enter the country? It will have to follow that channel so that you can find out.
The user, the end user of that drug will not tell you how it got into the country.
But if he will not say how he got it, whoever is bringing it,
it is not going to do any good for the government to take that person into prison, because they are going to sentence that person into prison. Will they have stopped this person bringing the drugs into the country? No.
If there is no market, he will not bring it.
Do they take them to life sentence, or is just a matter of 2 or 3 months, then they're out?
Do you know what is the use?
No.
Do you know what is the use of the prison, Mr. Pascal?
It is part of rehabilitating them.
Yes, it's a rehabilitation center. If you are taken to prison for whatever reason, that maybe you are taken for cocaine, and then you are taken to some steps of being shown why you should not use those cocaine, why you should not use those things. At the end of the day, we get people who change their behaviors. When they come out of prison, they don't go back to their past in life. So that is why there is prisons. Only that our prisons have been misguided, and they are used the wrong way. That's how it used to be, because when you are taken to prison, you are given new ideas. If you don't have any skills, you are taken to be a mechanic or a carpenter or something. When you come out, you have something to do.
That one does not stop the drug gangs to recruit some more recruits. While this one, you've taken this one to prison, the gang is still out there. They recruit some more people. So I don't see this whole thing there that you are trying to say that you arrest this one. How many are you going to arrest? How many are you going to arrest? Because you arrest this one, the gang is out there recruiting some more other people.
Pascal, you must know that you will not do it forever. Your days will come. You will be caught. So you can only do it for some time, and it will be also caught. So you cannot stop everyone from doing what he wants to do. But when time comes, time will catch up with them. Their evil will catch up with them, and they will be in the wrong hands. So don't worry about that. We deal with one person at a time. Like here, I can give you an example. When there is a speed trap on the road, speed trap, I mean for the cars, overspeeding also, they don't arrest every car which overspeeds because they arrest the one which they spotted. If you escape today, you were not arrested and the roadblock was there was a speed trap, but you managed to escape because they were arresting the one who came first. You cannot escape forever. So let me tell you, it's all about time. They will be taken to task. So don't worry about how long it will take. Kenya is there forever. And the government will take its time. It will get one by one until we make the country clean. The only problem with our previous regimes, they were never serious with dealing with this issue of illicit brews and drugs in totality because of political.
Let me tell you, even if you say that the previous regime, they were not serious, because I said earlier here, there was a whole ship which was bombed overseas in Mombasa, which was carrying a lot of drugs.
Let me finish first. I did not see them committing seriously to deal with it in totality. I don't know how much more this government which is trying to do this, how far they are going to go. But if they can be determined to do it and make every effort to finish it, it will be done. But I cannot assure you that it's going to be an easy task, because in Kenya, as you know, everyone is corrupt because of lifestyles, and I mean the economy and all the things they are like. We are kind of persuaded to handouts. Let me tell you, unless this government comes out strongly, it's not going to be an easy task. So I'm praying that we have a government that will know why they were elected, and the government that will deal with this issue once and for all. And I want to think, I'm convinced that should be the one. So just give it time and you will see good news.
Okay. Ambani, you get to begin to have the last word. What would you advise, unaweza ambia nini serikali ili iweze kukabiliana na mihadarati na madawa? Tunaweza fanya nini? Serikali inaweza fanya nini ili kupunguza utumizi mbaya wa madawa, kukabiliana nayo, na zaidi ya yote kujaribu kunasua vijana ambao wamenaswa na mambo kama haya, sababu we need our generation, we need to save our generation. What do you think we should do?
Serikali inatakana kwanza ishughulikie vijana na kuwapa kazi. Kitu ya kwanza ni kazi, wakuwe busy. Wasipige pang'ang'a mingi sana, pang'ang'a na kulaumiana, wasilaumiane. Serikali inatakana ifanye bidii kuzuia mihadarati, isiwe na mambo ya kulaumu, kwa sababu hawa wako kwa power na wanaweza kuzuia hiyo vijana wetu kutumia hiyo madawa ya kulevya. Wako na polisi, wako na chief, wako na mzee wa mtaa. Unaona ndugu yangu? So wakianza kwa mzee wa mtaa na chief, hao ndio watazuia hiyo mihadarati. Wafanye kazi na wasilazimishe askari yetu kuwapa ile kazi ya wezi. Umeona? Wasilazimishe. Hii ni kitu inaanzia grassroots. Unaanza kumaliza grassroots. Kwanza serikali inataka ipende chief na mzee wa mtaa. Once ikiwapenda, watafanya kazi kwa ground mzuri. Lakini serikali ikiwaharakisha, kwa hii muda kidogo ya serikali imeharakisha hao watu kuzuia hiyo maneno ya mihadarati na pombe. Wakuwe marafiki ya chief na mzee wa mtaa, na kufika wakuwe pia urafiki na polisi, ili wapigane na hiyo mada. Wasiende na kifua, wasiende na majivuno, wafanye kazi yao kwa ile njia iko mzuri na si kulaumiana. Kama makosa imetokea, wasaidie vijana kwa ile njia inatakikana. Nafikiria ni hiyo tu.
Okay. Tunapopia funga kabisa. Unadhani ni njia gani itakuwa rahisi sana serikali inaweza tumia kufanya vijana wakubali the programs, especially kama hii ya housing? Kulikuwa na kazi mtaani ilikuwa inasaidia, lakini government inaweza fanya nini ili engage more youth na more youth wawe na uwezo wa ku embrace government programs, and maybe labda hiyo itasaidia wengi wao kuachana na hii mihadarati? What do you think either the government or the people should do? Government inaweza package aje message yao ama program zao ili we embraced more na vijana? Unaona wanafaa wafanye nini? Ambani? Okay. Asante sana Ambani. Naona amekwama tena. It happens. Kawaida hizi story. Lakini zaidi ya yote, thank you so much for being part of this show. As usual, I'm your host, Jakes, the moderator. I'm always grateful, never taking it for granted that you guys take time to listen in, join in, and above all, participate in this debate show. We have to bring it to a close, given now that we've done close to 3 hours. I'm glad that you choose this as your favorite digital platform to listen in, participate, and have a decent conversation. I see my sister is joining in. Okay, I'll give her some time as well. But zaidi ya yote, thank you very much, Gitash Cornerstone. There's someone anatumia jina mrefu anajiita mimi ni Mkale Bandit wa ng'ombe na Mkikuyu mlevi wa pombe. We sawa. Ashley, how are you? Umekuja tukikaribia kutamatisha. Habari leo dada?
Mzuri sana. Ulikuwa na kipindi mzuri, sikuweza kusikiza yote, nimesikiza towards the end. Na nimeingia because of the question umeuliza, which was very important. What can the government do? And I wanted to ask them, what are other governments doing?
Okay.
I think what I have seen, the people that I've seen get into abusing alcohol and drugs, they don't do them when they just get off high school. It happens 2-3 years down the line. If you do a case study, majority of them get out of high school fresh, but because of being idle, you see, like, they start doing that drugs down the road. So I think if our government can introduce back the National Youth Service, and actually, if it was made a requirement that every person coming from high school goes to the National Youth Service, that would be really good. Okay. I wish our government can cut those positions at the top, because those people at the top don't relate so well to the people at the bottom, but they have given so many positions to the people at the top. If they can give those positions at the top, that means have more money to bring down and create youth programs down here. I think that would really be helpful. Hold on. Yeah, so they need to invest in the youth by cutting the money that they are using. Like, if they cut the 50 CSS position and give those jobs to graduates and university students that are like interns, those 50 CSS positions can be taken by those graduates, and it can be taken by people in college, those are youth. And if they reintroduce the NYS, and also help children go to college and open jobs. We can talk about the job issue another day, or what youth can do. But I think the ball is with the government. If they bring this implement so many of these programs, I think most of those people who are going into drugs and alcohol will be reduced greatly, because most of them are going due to idleness.
Okay. Now, do you see the initiative that the government has taken as though it will work? Before we even come to the blame game and all, do you see the initiative that they are taking as to fight this challenge? Will it bear fruits? Will it work?
What are they doing? Apart from
they are doing a lot. Number one, top on the list, they are talking about it. Number two,
I think action should come before the talk. That's why I said in this finance bill, we didn't see anything for the youth. I think that would be more talk than what they are doing right now. If they say we don't want you to, in fact, they should also pay for them to go to rehabilitate those ones who are already addicted to drugs, but they have to give them an option, because and I don't know whether it's the Bible that says, but they says that like when you're idle, an idle mind is the temple of the devil.
I think that's more of a proverb. I don't think it's in the scriptures, but I can find that out for you just now.
So I think apart from telling people don't drink, don't do drugs, what is the option? Because these are very energetic young people. and they need to be kept engaged. So we are telling them not to do this. What option are we giving them? Yeah. So like the Talanta was good. What they did the other day for the creative, that is good. That's a good step forward for those who have creative minds. Then they can do the ones for fixing cars for those who, like things that can engage the youth. And they'll see that it will drastically reduce. Even crime will go down. Because some people don't steal because they are criminals. It is because they are in want and need. Like they have a need, and not really a need, like they are struggling and they feel that that's the only option they have. Some women go to sell themselves because they feel that's the only way they can feed their families. So if we provide more opportunity to the people at the bottom, we'll see that the economy, even the security of our country will get better and our youth will become more productive. Because when they go out of the country, most of the countries you go, people praise Kenyans for being hardworking. So they are not lazy. It's only that the opportunities are not provided. So people like Mudavadi should not be in government. He's a billionaire. He should be employing people. He should be opening a company and employing people, not going to government. Because if all the billionaires go to government, who is going to employ people? Who is going to create employment for the people?
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I said that what you said, that an idle mind is the devil's workshop, is not in the Bible. It is in the Bible. I always thought it is just a proverb, but it is in the Bible. It's Proverbs 16:27 that says, idle hands are the devil's workshop, idle lips are his mouthpiece. Okay, interesting. I didn't know that. Now I know. Ashley, if maybe I may ask you as well, blaming Raila Odinga, blaming Martha Karua, Wajakoya, and the likes, really, are they to blame for the vices affecting the Mount Kenya population, especially the youthful population?
Chicks, you know the answer to that. I don't need to answer.
I'm asking because it's part of what we are discussing. So I might know, maybe I would love it to
was just introduced to the public the other day, less than 2 years ago.
Okay.
So now he's not to blame. But embracing him is embracing what he preaches. I think that was more the thing. And I think I had Gachagua saying, why is Mother Karua bringing Wajakoya to Mount Kenya? And he says about Bangi. So it is not that he is the source. It's just like it's just that they were talking about medicinal marijuana. But I don't think, but when some people don't know, they just think it's that. So if they're taking that and they see Wajakoya, even the people on the ground associate, even those people who are taking him there want those people who take those hard drugs to come to their functions. So that is part of the politics that we are using our children to do bad politics. It's the same as those people who use our youth to fight. It's the same as those people who use our youth in Mungiki. It's the same as who use our youth to throw stones. So it is still using the youth because they are bringing Wajakoya there because they know there are some people who are into drugs who will be happy to see him there. Even their intention is not good. And even the ones who are condemning them, their intention is not good. They're still playing with our children. So I hope that these leaders will become patriotic and they'll not use our children as pawns on either side.
Now, I love what you say, but then again, Wajakoya and all these other leaders have a right to go to any other part of the country. Why are they safeguarding Mount Kenya, given that Wajakoya enjoys all the privileges accrued to him through the Constitution and all the Bill of Rights? Why is it that they should tell who should and who shouldn't go to Mount Kenya? And associating with one person doesn't really make you a bad egg. What are you trying to explain, Ashley?
What I'm trying to explain is if a drug, let's say cocaine, that I know, opium, which is mostly used where I am, that's a crime. It's a crime to take drugs. So when you associate with someone who takes drugs and put them at your headliner in the national party, that's a problem.
Okay.
That's a problem, period. Whether you first constitution, right, whatever, it's just a problem. If that drug is an illegal drug in Kenya and he advocates for it, so you as a party putting him there saying that you advocate for it. So any parent who is a responsible parent will be concerned about that.
Okay.
Or even a drunkard, someone who is, you see, it's good to drink responsibly, but if you have a person who abuses alcohol and they are known to be a drunkard, to be an alcoholic in your party, and every time you go, you put them to headline, what are you telling?
Okay.
What are you telling the youth that also abuse alcohol? Yeah, so it's about it's stuff like that, because these people are mentors. They are people our youth look up to. So we have to be careful. What message are we conveying to the youth?
Okay. Dunia ina mambo, I see you really enjoying the show while closing your eyes. I believe you are allowing Ashley's words to sink deeper. But all the same, I love your new looks nowadays. Jana, you looked like Raila. Today you have another kind of look. Unakaa mtalii. Lakini zaidi yote, karibu sana kwa show. How are you, my brother?
Asante sana ndugu yangu, niko poa. Labda mimi
si tuko gangari, tunashukuru sana. Habari ya leo za kushinda kaka?
Poa sana, niko fiti. Nashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu wa Taala. Haya, kwa mada yako ya leo ni nzuri sana. Nimependa sana vile mada vile Gachagua na Ruto wana blame timu ya Azimio kwa drug abuse ambao wanafanyika Mount Kenya. Hiyo ni nonsense. Hiyo ni weakness. Hiyo ni coward. Ambao anamwambia watu. So anawaambia ana blame leaders Mount Kenya kuleta Wajakoya kwa Kenya, kwa sababu Wajakoya ana support bank. Yeye mwenyewe pia anaongea ndio anaongea na kiburi. Ndio anaongea useless. Yeye pia hakuna haja aende kwa region zingine kama Nyanza. Kama Western.
Excuse.
Hapo kwa region ya. Kwa sababu yeye pia anatuletea chuki huko. Kitu iko Jack, mtoto wako akiabika, huwezi enda kublame jirani. Kwani jirani ndio analelea wewe mtoto? Wewe mtoto wako kwanza. Kwani Jakoya ameanza lini siasa? Alianza juzi ndio tujue Jakoya. Hiyo bangi ilianza kuvutwa wakati Jakoya amesimama president. Sio bangi ilikuwa inavutwa kitambo Kenya pato uhuru, watu wanakuwa wanavuta bangi. Watu walikuwa wanakunywa pombe. Kwani kuna eneo zingine wakunywi pombe na bangi? Hata hao Mount Kenya hatumii bangi. So akuje Nyanza ndio tuone vile bangi inatumika. Huku tunatumia. Sisi huku kwetu ni kama dawa. Hao kwao ni kama drugs. Sisi tunaita ni dawa. Iko bila inatumiwa kutibu watu, iko bila inatumia kufanya nao kazi zako, unataka kufanya kazi kwa sababu bangi ina depend na damu yako. Kuna wale wakitumia damu yao kama ni mizimu mzito itakuweka mwendazimu. Kuna wale wakitumia kiweka kwa damu yao atakuwa mtu normal, anafanya vitu zake, analima, anafundisha, anafanya kila kitu. Ni kama pombe. Kuna wengine wakiadapt kwa pombe, hawezi andika hata kwa blackboard. So unaona wao walimu wanakuja kwa shule huko, mkono unatetemeka, lakini akigonja kwa chupa moja, mwalimu ako sawa kabisa. So na depend na vile walilea watoto wao. Wasiblemie watu makosa ambao ni yao wenyewe ndio walijijengea na wao wenyewe ndio walicreate. Kama example mambo ya Mungiki. Kila eneo iko na group zake. Nyanza iko na group zake, Western iko na group yake, Mombasa iko na group yake. Kila mahali iko na group zao ya vijana kama hao. So hao Mungiki bila walianza wanajua. Na bila walianza wanajua. So bila wanaweza maliza bila walianza hiyo kitu. So sio usiblame mtu mwingine. Usikuwe ni blame game. Kila kitu una blame mtu. Bibi yako akitaka kupika una blame mtu. Mwambie Gachagua grow up bwana. Man up. Iko vitu zingine afai soma kama leaders. Kama nyinyi huwezi mwambie, sisi tunawaambia hapa akisikia sikia. A man up like a leader. Si kila kitu na blame watu. Si kila kitu na blame watu. Kama kuna watu wangekuwa na blame watu hapa Nyanza, wangekuwa na blame hii nchi sana. Wangekuwa na blame hizi maserikali imepita zote. Kwa sababu serikali imepita tangia Kenya upate uhuru mpaka sasa hivi. Hao ndio watu wamedhulumiwa hii Kenya kuliko watu wote na watu wa Coast. Ukisikianga leader wetu akisema mahali tuna blame watu. Tuna blame hao alifanya hivi, alituua hivi, alitufanya hivi. Tuna blame. Mwambieni Gachagua man up. Afikirie mara 10 kwa akili yake. Si mambo ya kublame Gachagua, si mambo ya kublame Wajakoya, si mambo ya kublame Raila, si mambo ya kublame Karua. Hata your enemy is not our enemy. Kama Gachagua ni enemy yako, si enemy yetu. So mambo ya kublame Gachagua, kublame Wajakoya kwa Mount Kenya, hiyo ni nonsense. Wajakoya atoki huko. Na Wajakoya ameanza siasa juzi. Unajua iko vitu vingine tuwaambie watu kweli. Si kupaka chupa mafuta. Kama walilea watoto vibaya, watoto wakagrow vibaya, wajiblame wao wenyewe. Warekebishe. Kwa sababu mimi haoni kitu Jakoya anabilemiwa kwa watu kuvuta bangi Mount Kenya, watu kuvuta pombe Mount Kenya. Wajakoya huuzi bangi huko. Na yeye mwenyewe kumbe anajua hata pale bangi inatoka. Sasa sema inatoka Ethiopia. Na yeye alikuwa dio. Sasa najua bila alikuwa analetanga. Na hizo mapombe. Kwani Jakoya iko na kampuni ya pombe. Watu wote wako na kampuni ya pombe wanatoka wapi? Si ni Central. Si hao ndio wakubwa wa pombe zote. Ikuwe ni Tusker, ikuwe ni gani, ikuwe ni Simba, ikuwe ni gani. Si ni kampuni nzao. Kama pombe unaona haribu watu. Ban pombe. Bila umeban bangi. Kwa unaona bangi inaharibu watu, already imeshabaniwa miligo. Lakini pombe ligo, tuweke ligo kuna nini? Sasa pande hii you preach water, pande you drink wine. Inaharibu watu, bani. Kama utaki bani pombe wachi kai. Kwa sababu wewe niambia kuna pombe halali na pombe haramu. Pombe ni pombe inalewesha. Hata ukikunywa wine inaweza, hata ukikunywa spirit na lewesha. Hata chakula yenyewe ukikula nyingi na kulewesha. So hii mambo ya kubembeleza watu, mwambie ni watu kweli. Gachagua man up, vitu anaongea, vitu anasema. Una blame aje? Hebu niambie una blame aje Raila na Wajakoya kwa watu wa Mungiki? Inaingia wapi? Mungiki na Jakoya ni wapi? Mungiki na Raila ni wapi? Ni kama usiku na mchana. Au kama ni shetani na Mungu, una compare. Kwa sababu gani? Hakuna siku tutapata tuko na leakage na watu wengi. Hao ndio walianza hiyo kitu. Wanajua bila walianza, na walianza kwa sababu gani? Sasa wamalize. Ukishindwa kumaliza ita watu wengine wakumalizia. Mambo ya pombe. Mambo ya pombe una blame. Wewe mtoto wako akiharibika, miharibika sauri yako. Yes, kwa sababu wewe blame Jakoya anaingia wapi na pombe ya mimi nashindwa bila niongea paka. Unajua hata nimetengeneza noka content hapo naweka kwa channel yangu. Kwa sababu gani? Video na jamaa ananichekesha sana. Jakoya anaingia wapi na pombe yenu huko? Jakoya mwenyewe anasema vutanga hata pombe, hata sigara, hata bangi. Sio unamblame aje? Je, tuongee kwa kweli. Wanablame juu ya nini? Au mtu amekosa maneno ya kusema. Wanasemanga afadhali kama huna maneno ya kusema, nyamaza. Nyamaza. Kwa sababu jamaa tumevumilia sana vitu nasema. Tumemvumilia sana. Lakini sasa iko mahali anaenda, anafika mpaka. Juzi ndiye aliongea matope, alisema sijui watu wamefuata Raila 30 years na kuna mali wapeleka, kazao ni fujo, wamepiga mtoto wetu hapa. Tumwambie ni mtoto wenye akuwe na msimamo kwa siasa. Nyerere alisema aje kwa wale ambao wana mama kwa siasa. Nyerere president of Tanzania alitumia maneno kali sana. Alisema wale wana msimamo kwa siasa, hawana msimamo kwa chama wala kwa siasa, wana mama. Aliwaita nani? Aliwaita makahaba, wanasema ni malaya wa siasa. Nyerere alisema huko Tanzania, kiongozi, mwalimu, si mimi, hata si mwalimu, ule ni mwalimu. So mwambie mtoto wenu, you cannot have two masters. Mwanamke hawezi kuwa na bwana wawili. Utaitwa nini? Kama uko Jubilee, kama uko Azimio, sema uko Azimio. Kama uko Kenya Kwanza, sema uko Kenya Kwanza. So unataka kusumbua watu wa Azimio bila unasumbua Uhuru kwa Jubilee Party. Unakuwa na mama chama wawili, maviongozi wawili kwa Jubilee Party. So unataka kuletea hiyo shida pia kwa Jubilee, kwa Azimio. Vitu vingine tuambie ukweli watu bwana. Hata kupigwa. Hajapigwa sasa kwa hospitali, mtu anapigwa anatembea. Ameibiwa simu. Vitu vingine tuongee vitu ukweli bwana. Hii mambo ya kublame kwa Wajakoya amenikasirisha sana. Wacha niambie kama watu wajui leo. Watu wanatoka Nyanza na watu wanatoka Western. Wote. Ukiongea juu ya bangi, sisi tunaona bangi kama ni drug. Wacha niwaambie ukweli leo je. Hata wewe uulize mjalio mwingine, wewe uulize mlia mwingine. Wewe ndio muulize Mkisii. Sisi area zetu bangi si drug. Bangi ni dawa ya kutibu watu. Na tunatumia. Na hiyo si siri. Take it to the bank. Sisi bank tunatumia kama dawa.
Well, lakini hapa kwa Mutembei sisi hatu advocate mtumie, neither is it our sentiments ati watu watumie. Wacha nijitenge na matamshi ya dunia na mambo.
Hiyo ni kweli.
Please nisikue quoted that Mutembei hapa tuna advocate for the same but zaidi yote dunia na mambo ana channel, ukitaka bwembe kama hizo nazo advocate hapa kwa show. Fuata huyu jamaa. Sometimes yeye ukitisha hapa lakini all the same. Asante sana dunia na mambo. Dunia na mambo.
Kitu moja. Unaona Uganda? Uganda President Museveni amepea shamba Israel. Na Israel kitu wanalima huko si mahindi, si kahawa, si matunda. Wamepewa wanalima tu bangi. Wanachuna wanapeleka
iko wapi? Iko wapi hiyo shamba? Because
iko Uganda.
Hiyo story. Uganda wapi? Kampala wapi?
Nitaulizia Museveni, ngoja nitampigia simu.
Kujichocha nayo. Oh my, anajitanga jamaa si mwingine ila dunia ina mambo. Dunia ina mambo, swali tu kwako. Mbona iwe ya kwamba leo wanaazimio walipeana tarehe 3 Julai, right? Of course ni tofauti kidogo na mada tunayo discuss, but wamesema tarehe 3 Julai, wacha na confirm calendar. Itakuwa ni mwanzo wa wao kuingia mitaani na kufanya maandamano. Mbona hii tarehe 3 imeanza kutangazwa mapema hivi? Unaona kama ni mbinu ya kutishia bunge ya kwamba jaribuni kupitisha hii na sisi by date 3 tutakuwa kwa streets. I think date 3 ni Monday. Wanasema Monday tarehe 3 Julai watakuwa kwa barabara. Hata nilikuwa nadhani watasema 7 kwa sababu itakuwa Friday. Lakini wameamua iwe tarehe 3. Mbona tarehe 3? Mbona mmeanza kutishia watu mapema mtenda maandamano kwa sababu ya government ikijaribu kutafuta pesa? Mnataka Kenya Kwanza ifanye nini? Izidi kukopa? Mnataka Rais Ruto afanye nini? Lazima atafute pesa jamaa. Mnataka afanye nini? Atatafuta aje pesa kama hatumii mbinu zake zote anazozijua ili aweze kupata pesa, na ndio awe na mgao wa county, awe na pesa za ujenzi, pesa za kulipa wafanyikazi pasipo yeye kukopa alivyosema leo. Mbona mnatishia mgomo ama mbona mnatishia maandamano? Kwani mnataka serikali ifanye vipi? Pole nimeiuliza ni kama mimi ni mtu wa Kenya Kwanza, but nadhani hivyo ndio watu wa Kenya Kwanza wangeuliza, mnataka rais afanye vipi?
Mimi pia hiyo mambo ya kusema waidi maandamano, mimi pia sige support. Wangewacha tu wafanye bila wanataka. Si wale ambao waliwachagua ndio tutaumia pia, na sisi pia hatukuwachagua pia tutaumia ndani. Tutaumia sisi wote. Unajua kuna wengine walipangi tax, watu walipe tax waongezwe tax. So hata leo na gani ulisikia bila Jugusi alikuwa anateta sana, kwa hiyo 15% akasema ni 5% ikuje. Na juzi walikuwa nasifiwa huko paka wanacheka cheka. kumbe waliona simba inawauma. So mimi kitu nasema, hii kuleta maandamano ni kutisha tu serikali ili hiyo bili isipite. Na bili pia, unajua jamaa anatafuta pesa. Unajua jamaa mtu anasukuma yeye hapa ni wale ambao walimuingiza kwa power. Europe na America walimuingiza kwa power. Na Europe na America wanataka deni yao. So lazima ongeze ndio walipe deni yao. Na Blanda alifanya. Nchi ambao yote naungana na Europe na America hakuna mahali wanaenda.
Okay.
Wanakuanga ni English kubwa, maendeleo hakuna.
Una mfano ya mambo ambayo unasema, una mfano ya nchi kama hizo?
Iko.
Kama gani?
Wananchi wanalia kila siku.
Nchi kama gani?
South Africa.
South Africa wamefanya nini? Unajua bro, napendanga saa zingine kuuliza maswali ili ni
South Africa. Wacha nikupea example South Africa. South Africa anapewa support wazungu sana, Europe na America.
Okay.
Mablaki wanalia paka leo hawana makazi. Black South Africa. Wametengwa tangu serikali ipate uhuru paka leo. Na wanaongea English kubwa, wazungu wamejaa huko, kila kitu imejaa huko na bado wako maskini.
Okay.
Haya, enda Nigeria. Enda Ghana. Enda Congo DRC hapa. France inanyonya nchi. How do the richest country in the world, alafu ni maskini dunia mzima. Congo hapa. Wamewasaidia na nini? Wanaweka wanapigana wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Ndio hao wanapata vitu wanaenda nao kwao. Bala kuchikana watu kama China, kama Wahindi ambao hawajakolonize nyinyi, wanapea pesa kama maji. Ukitaka kulipa, anashika kama port ya Mombasa, anashika kama airport yenu ya Kenyatta airport hapo, anashika, anarudisha pesa yake, anawachana na nyinyi. Hapo umeweka mkwazo. Ukikataa kufuata sheria yao ya usoga, unawekea nchi yako ni dangerous. Haya, sikia sasa hiyo wanasukuma Museveni. Juu Museveni ameamua kinchi yangu mambo ya shoga ya wanaume kwa wanaume sitaki. Wamewekea mkwazo, maneno kila siku, wanasema nchi ya Uganda ni dangerous. So what is this? Vitu zingine ingia akili. Ni wale ambao tumekuwa na rafiki hatusaidii. Unajua kuna rafiki tubadilishe, hatusaidii. Kama hao watu walikuwa wanatusaidia tungekuwa mbele. Kwa sababu hii mambo, wacha nikwambie Jeff, unajua hii mambo ya Ruto kuleta mambo ya tax hivi ni kwa sababu ya deni. Ukweli ni uongo?
Lakini hatuna deni. According to Wanjigi na Omtata hatuna deni. In fact we are owed.
Deni so tuko nayo, wachana kina Matata na hao wengine, deni tuko nayo.
Wacha wafanye audit tuone kama ni ukweli. Let us start on the audit because nilisikia hata ile ya China ya SGR haikufika Kenya. So how do we prove? We want proof. And how can we do that? We need an audit. Why are they refusing to do the audit? Hatuna deni. So far hatuna deni. They need to prove to us that tuna deni.
Sasa hii tax tunaongezwa juu ya nini kama hatuna deni?
Zinaenda kwa mifuko ya watu.
Lakini,
so that's actually
we are here with you in this country where we hear IMF has loaned the country, World Bank has loaned the country, there are issues with Eurobond, there are countries that say they have loaned Kenya some money. Now, as much as we audit, I don't know, wouldn't we be blind to say that, or rather deaf in a way, saying we didn't hear all those things? We didn't see it happen. Just one moment. We didn't see it happening. So we don't owe anyone. Is it not us trying to negate on our obligation to pay our debt when it was some of these things were done live on camera? That some people went into contracts, some people went into signatures, like the president. Like that time during COVID, I don't know if you remember, there was that guy who called IMF asking them to decline some loans they wanted to give Kenyans. And he was asked if he is not the president or someone like that, that can't happen. But the loan still went ahead, or rather, the money was given to us.
There is no dispute that the money is given. The dispute is the money coming to Kenya, or is it going to private accounts? Okay. So the audit, when it's like someone saying this is not your child, and then you say, let's prove if that child is mine. So it would be to the best interest of you and me to have a DNA, right? So the person who is refusing the DNA is guilty because there's something they're trying to hide. So if people are saying let's do an audit, why don't they just do an audit?
It's the same. It would still have been the same argument that we had the other day here. If Ruto won, why doesn't he open the servers and all? That's one moment. Here's the issue now of debt. I think Omtata began it. Jim Wanjigi has joined in the choir. But the issue is this.
We talked about it before the election.
Okay. But the thing is this. The thing is this. We cannot say we don't have debts. That one,
we don't know. And that's why we need the audit. An audit makes it a statement of fact. Right now, we don't know for a fact that we do. Let me tell you about the election. The way they are saying open the server, that's different because there is a constitutional way to dispute the election. And we followed it all the way to the Supreme Court.
I've only used the argument.
What we need to find out, and there is a way, the constitutional way, there is no reason not to audit. But they are refusing to audit. But they should be able to audit. That's not something that can say, no, we can't audit. The election,
I liken our debt to pending bills in this sense. Some suppliers have already supplied. For instance, the counties, they have not been paid. We change the governor, we bring another one. The governor accrues more pending bills, yeah? And then another one still comes, and eventually becomes so huge. And then later on,
those pending bills, from what I have heard them say, the money was already allocated.
Okay.
It's like if you have a bank account, even though you close it and you want to audit, those statements are still there. So it's not like you're going to get things that are not there. They are still there. So even if you were to audit you can follow the money trail. It's not something that is ambiguous. It can be followed.
Actually, I
think the thing is, if we really want to, because it is true that some money. Let me tell you one thing that happened in 2018 when Trump came to power. Was it 2020? There's some aeroplanes, military aircrafts had been bought by Kenya from US, and I think it was a shady deal. That even a US senator or congressperson went to Congress to stop that deal because they were saying there was price so like 2.5 times more and they were inferior. Well, there was another company that could have offered less and more better planes to Kenya. Imagine another country is seeing that deal is so unfair. And it went to Congress. But can you imagine this is a different country trying to protect your interests? You wonder which dunderhead in Kenya was so thick to do such a deal that it raised an alarm in a foreign country. Those are the deals that need to be investigated because some of these people, they make deals and then they get something on the back end and then they price it so high. And that is what will happen to the houses. Someone will make a deal with these investors to get a cut. And then they'll be priced so high. And someone, like when they did the oil, and I know I'm running around, when they did the oil, they said, oh, we are going to get oil on credit. We're not going to buy it in dollars, so it's going to reduce. Now, if you know who the people, those companies that were chosen, the 3 companies who they are affiliated with, guess what they have done? Now they want to put the oil VAT at 16% because they want profits. So the the benefit in lower cost that would have felt. Now someone has suddenly become greedy and they want to make money. So instead of even feeling the cost, the lighter weight in your pocket, you're going to feel it higher. Not because it is higher outside from where they're buying from, because someone wants to keep more in their pockets. When we were sold this idea a few months ago, we were told in a few months, you will notice that the price of fuel has come down. Now, because someone wants to make a margin profit, now they want to increase the VAT, not because it is high, but because they want to make profit. And that is the problem with the leaders we have. They are not patriots. They are dealers.
Okay, I hear you, but I think it wouldn't be in my place to really say we don't have debts, because will break record being the first country in the world that has zero debt. So I don't know how that will come out to be, but I agree our debts should be audited so that we don't pay for what was stolen. But above all, I know it is not the business of the lender to come also and again and offer you security or ways to safeguard money or ways to use the money prudently, or it's not the lender's duty. It's you, the borrower, the country, the nation, to make sure that once we borrow, the money we have borrowed, it goes to what it's intended for. So it's us, the citizenry, who should ask that this money, as we feel the pinch of paying it back, we need to see what was done with it, so that those who embezzled it either brought to justice, return back the lost money, right? Those stashed everywhere. And maybe then we may say we are doing justice to ourselves. But blaming the lender before we even look inwards, because by the end of the day, this money was given to us. So it is us who were given, the borrowers, to come down to the difficult questions. The money given to us, what was the intention? Did it achieve its intention? If not, how was the money spent? Who stole the money, right? Those inquiries, to me, would be very beneficial, rather than just blowing the whole thing and saying, we don't owe anyone, That's how I would argue it, but hey, that's me. Yes, Ashley.
Oh, it's not that we don't know anyone. I think if you make it, I think get one of these days and do corruption and tell us in advance so we can prepare and bring those. I was trying to look for something I had. What Jimmy Wanjigi said today, and even Omtata, is we do owe, not we do owe, we don't owe. They are the individuals who took the money themselves that owe, not the country. So the creditor, we were given money, but some of these people who are responsible for signing the check, for receiving the check, didn't bring the money to Kenya. It went to their offshore account. So they are responsible. Now, according to Jimmy Wanjigi, the ones that he's saying that we don't owe is the money that was not borrowed within the right frameworks as constituted through parliament. There were some debts that were illegally acquired. Those are the ones he's saying we don't owe. So he's saying he doesn't even know about the secret ones that were stolen.
I think also in the same breath, Jimmy and Omtata should come equally as well, and give us a list and tell us these were some of the loans that were incurred in the pretext that they will do ABCD. Like they say, for this is what they borrowed, this didn't happen. That one would really help. Number two, if as well in the same breath as they're telling us that there is that there are money that has been stashed abroad, that one we already know. Maybe they can tell us.
No, they are whistleblowers. The part is too much. They are telling us there is a problem. A responsible government should take on to that and look into it. We are giving them, like, they don't have to do all that. They've already said that. Jimmy Wanjigi, actually, I'll send you that clip. He has given, okay, so that is enough for the EACC to take over and look into it, because then what is the need of these independent bodies if you're going to chew the food for them? They're paid to do the work. So as long as it's
in a court of law in any jurisdiction, I think he who alleges must prove. That one has been
you
practiced.
can say what you know, but if they are responsible, I mean, like the way he calculated it, if they called him in, I don't think he would have a problem giving them more information. And since they are not government officials, with the information they've given and the big debt that we have, I think they should follow it in the interest of the public interest.
I
So that they
agree.
can.
I know that I am disputing what you're saying, but I'm equally saying, before you make some allegations, whether proven or not, you must back it up that it goes beyond reasonable doubt, because they might be on a fishing expedition themselves. They just want to do, raise tantrums and blow things out of proportion. Because the issue of debt has been with us, not just this year, it has been with us in the previous government, in the governments before that. So it's not an issue that is coming up with William Ruto. It's not an issue that just began the other day. Some of these debts that we are paying go way back. Now, my point is this, maybe, and this is where probably I agree with them, is the government should come out and tell us this is the much we have paid for all these debts, right? These are some of the debts we incurred, like show us how we incurred them, what was done with that money, what was lost in terms of corruption or in terms of misuse and all that, what we achieved through the money we borrowed, and now what remains as a debt, right? Like a report, kind of like
the only, you know why
breakdown of where we are coming from, where we are, and what we are doing about it, and probably what we intend to do in the future, and what that future looks like. To me, that one is a more detailed report rather than just casting aspersions, throwing things everywhere, and making, it will only raise conversations, but will it literally achieve what is desired? Because that should really be the end product, that after we have said all is said to be said, do we achieve? Have we made the government to be accountable? Have we brought out our debt documents and shown Kenyans that this is where we are, this is how we came to where we are, this is what happened, all that? So I tend to think, and this is where I agree, the government should explain, come out and give a report, an audit.
No,
if you
the
call it.
to explain, we need to first get the audit. Then after the
we must accept that we owe, right? Saying we don't owe is just raising our emotions and all that for us to debate
we can talk
about.
back and forth. We can keep talking and say we owe, we don't owe. I think, documents, even when you go to court, the most important thing is not what you're saying. The most important thing is auditing, like paperwork. So we should have the paperwork, and then we can go from there. And it will just cut off a lot of time and energy used on empty chatter. Anybody can say anything. Yeah, but I think paperwork is important.
But then again, no one should, how do I put it? At times, you don't introduce a matter so that the government can come in to bring out what you want as an individual. Maybe I may ask you, do you know the current debt in the US? And is your government, or rather with the government where you are, does it have a tendency to come out and explain to its people the money it has borrowed, the countries or the people it owes, and how that money has been spent? Because we can also borrow a page from where you are. Does your government... Let me finish so that you're able to answer me properly. Where you are, does the government come out and give that detailed form of reporting so that people are able to know? Because I believe you are in a country that is quite transparent. Does that happen?
You see, when you question someone you don't trust. Here, like now, even now they had, is it last week or the week before last, they were trying to increase the debt ceiling. The difference between Kenya and USA is that here when the money is taken, it is rarely stolen. It is rarely, right?
Fair enough. Stolen or not. Stolen or not.
It's like having a family. Listen here, it's like having a family. And let's not, I don't even want to go into that discussion because it is bad to be an enabler of corruption.
I'm not enabling. Listen to my question. Maybe you have to answer me well.
You can have a family where there is infidelity. Another family does not suffer from infidelity. So when the husband comes, even though he stays 2 days without coming, when he comes back, the wife doesn't. That is not an issue in that family. So each family has a different issue. Their issue might be they overeat. Another family issue might be there is infidelity. Another issue might be alcoholism. So each of these families are dealt with differently. In the US, it is not that one that people will ask. In fact, now here, it is where people start saying, we don't want to increase the debt ceiling. So like there are many social programs where they help people who have no houses, where they help children, small children under 5 years. You know, like now they want to cut, they give money, they put money in a card for people who don't have food or low income. So they start saying we need to reduce that money. They are being given too much. People who are poor are given insurance, Medicaid. So they say we need to reduce the requirements. We need to insist that someone try to look for a job. Those are the issues. So you see, they are different from Kenya. The issues are not the same. So I would, the issues are not the same.
If you care to listen, you'd really know what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying.
I believe the US has debts. Is that correct?
And I say they do have debt, and they talk about those debts, but they don't increase the ceiling the way Kenyan. By the way, let me tell you, they have debts, and sometimes they have a surplus because of the corona. They remove so much money that most counties or states had money, a lot more money than they needed for all their programs. Do you know what they did? Some of them started giving back, like to the citizens. They would send checks in the mail because they had a lot. So here, when the money comes into the county and it is a lot, sometimes even they send those checks, physical money, they send you a check in the mail because they have a surplus. In Kenya, that
is beautiful. It's wonderful. But can I ask you now a yes or no question? That would be easy so that we go to what maybe where we have a consensus. My question is this: does the US have do they owe people like our other countries? Are they in debt?
I believe they're in debt.
Okay, very good. You say you trust, or rather they don't come out because you trust them, right?
They don't steal the money and put them in the pockets of those
people. I agree. Now let's come back to what I had asked. Because of trust, you know, it's one thing to trust, it's another thing to verify. I know
they also have those audits. That's why I told you, you're asking me something I'm not prepared. If you come tomorrow, I will quote you because I can go and look for those audits. They also do the audit. Even Kenya is supposed to do audit. The thing is, they have not done. And that's why we need to get a day strictly to talk about it so we can come with, like I like doing things on facts, not what. Now what you're asking me is speculate. Not
to speculate.
I'm not a government official. So those are things I'm privy to. So for me to answer some of the questions that you want me to on fact basis, you would need to tell me we are talking about it tomorrow and give me time to look for it. Okay, because right now, what I think,
tomorrow yes,
I also we can look whether Kenya is supposed to do audit and they are not doing. America has audit. Are they doing it? Yes, they are. I know that for a fact. I just need to get that information for you.
Okay. Tomorrow I'd engage you on the same, and I will definitely ask you this, and I'll ask again.
Okay. Say that tomorrow's topic will be corruption, and let us come with facts, and also the audit part.
I don't want to promise that will be the topic, but of course we normally tackle so many other things.
That is the monster, the huge monster in Kenya. So why don't you make more about corruption, please? Dunia, Gaddafi, what do you think?
Bwana huyu ako kwa raha zake, unaona
miguu iko juu. Aweke corruption.
kwa sababu kitu naua Kenya ni corruption, si mambo ya
wacha
uhuru.
tufanye corruption kesho. Wacha ndio tujitayarishe kesho. Corruption, right? Corruption, the cancer ailing Kenya. Let that be the topic tomorrow. Usiweke Raila, just say the monster in Kenya, corruption. How can we kill it? Tukuje kesho tuongee. Let us help each other there.
Let me get from the public. Would you want to discuss that tomorrow? Let me hear about that. Because
kesho kuna baba, kuna mama, kesho ni corruption, period.
Let me do this. Let me send in the link as Nyagaka is saying. Interesting. Okay, personally, let me say, how do I prepare the show? At times, I don't really have a clue. Sorry to admit that. So at times, I look at videos so many so as to prepare the show.
Make tomorrow special. Yani, hata kama kuna ban, tomorrow we'll just talk about corruption. I tell you, that's what we need to talk about. Kenya would be a first world country because one thing they have hardworking people. And some places don't have hardworking people. So if we would make use of can you imagine when Raila or Ruto or Uhuru goes out in the public on a weekday, they have all these young people. Why wouldn't they take drugs? Why would they drink? They have nothing to do.
Let me do this. Let me do this so that I sound and seem to be fair. Let's have that debate on Friday so that I have tomorrow being Wednesday and Thursday, I have 2 days to really myself prepare so that I also come from a level of a level I'm able to actually ask questions that are relevant to that topic and how best to tackle it. Can that be a good deal? You'll also equally have more time to research over the same. Can that be good?
And we need to let it stay in stone. You need to change your topic.
Okay. So Friday, you have a date with me here live at Mutembei. We'll definitely discuss corruption.
So we can know whether you are a liar. Now you'll be really? Jake's lies. If you change your mind.
Most of you can quote that what I say I do, but anyway. Nyagaka, you are insisting to come in. Let me hear you. What do you want to tell us, sir?
Oh man, Jakes, I appreciate it. Vile asili amesema ndio nilikuwa nataka niseme. Yani ya kwamba in America, the only person who paid all the loans that they had, all the money outside was Bill Clinton. And after that, even right now, as she says, they raised the ceiling because this guy needs money to spend on so many other social issues. So to answer your question, and very clearly, the only person who paid all the bills was Bill Clinton, and George Bush came and did what he did. Number one. Number two, you guys say about corruption. The government that is there right now is fighting corruption as we know it. So which corruption are we going to talk about? The corruption of Raila Odinga and Kenyatta, or the corruption of Ruto and above? He has already done away with the people that he was stealing from KEMSA and the bad sugar. So which corruption are we going to talk about on Friday? Because we have to be very clear as to what corruption is and which one we are fighting. Right now, some of us are proudly in UDA because we cannot stand corruption. We're in those countries because there is corruption, but it's maybe less than 10%. But corruption in Kenya ni kubwa. Now it has been there for a while by those who have ruled Kenya before. Now, all those corruption you can get them easily, but what are they going to do on us? Because the corruption that we're fighting for against right now is the one we are talking about. When some of us say that we are in UDA, we're not in UDA for nothing. We're in UDA just to fight corruption. Thank you.
Okay, you can be sure on Friday I'll have that. Now there's this man I am glad to see. I'm really smiling ear to
If you
ear.
come Friday, you come with your facts. We don't want to talk. We want it to be factual. Where is
I'll
he gone?
definitely do that. I just want to say hi to this beautiful and gorgeous, good-looking guy.
Mburu, hi.
Mburu,
How
my
are you?
brother. Am I happy to see you? I'm so glad. I'm smiling ear to ear, bwana. Man, so umepotea. Actually, someone was, not just someone, guys were asking about you.
I'm here, Jakes. How are you?
We are doing well. Fantastic is the word. What have you been up to, my friend? It's been a while, man. I haven't
I
seen you.
know I've been wanting to join, and sometimes I become so busy. Today I was watching when we are doing the opening remarks, and the topic of today attracted me to the show to the extent that I said I must squeeze my time and make sure I come.
And
That topic,
as always, I'm always grateful, sir.
the topic about Mungiki, and yeah, that is a topic I would like to touch on when you give me chance.
Okay.
Yes.
But before you do that, where have you been, man? It's I can't even recall the last time I saw you in the show.
I know. I've been busy. I've just been busy, and sometimes my time does not.
You have given me a hard time trying to explain where you have been, and it hasn't been an easy task for me. Anyway, I'm happy to see you.
Ashley?
Ashley's here. She's doing well.
It's unfortunate that I have never seen Ashley's face, but I know her voice.
And probably you have bumped into each other in those nice hotels over there. You never know.
I know.
So maybe I'm your neighbor.
Maybe
if
probably
you can do me a favor and let me see you.
These things.
Ashley, I know that I don't know if even the other people, if they have ever seen who is Ashley.
Hey, what about the corruption?
The mystery is interesting.
Not today.
Buru,
today.
At times, that element of wanting to know makes the whole thing beautiful. So
you know what? Now I'm scared to come because everybody. I'll come with a different name then.
What we're gonna do? I'll ask the other panelists that we may even pay to see you.
No.
I'll definitely be a mobilizer for the same.
Your voice is very beautiful.
You know, there is somebody by the name of Moses. Moses walked with God. He knew his voice. They used to talk together, but he said, man, I have never seen you. I want now to see you.
But God was very candid with him, and he told him, if you see me, you will definitely, you will surely, in fact, the word was surely, you will surely die. So,
God is different,
actually.
That's a good answer to scare someone, huh?
Yeah, so if you kind of see Ashley, I can guarantee you probably you'll surely die. But
No.
On a light touch, let's come back to the show.
Yes.
You really are passionate about what we prepared today. What's your take on all that happened in I think it was Kerogoya, I think, if I'm not wrong. The government trying to come out strong in the fight against the menace of Mungiki, of course, drug abuse and all. What's your take, sir?
First of all, I haven't followed the details. As I said, I've been a little bit busy. I haven't also been able to follow so many things on the YouTube and other platforms that I use. But I happened to see what happened at the DCI headquarters when Maina Jenga was taken there for questioning. And also I have heard some remarks from the Deputy President, very strong remarks on Mungiki. And so many other leaders that have talked about Mungiki. I had Honorable former Prime Minister. I also heard about Eugene Wamalwa talking of Mungiki and how the government, and also Mwangi Wairia talked about it and how the government is tainting the name, the good name of the young people of Mount Kenya as Mungiki. But Jakes, it's unfortunate that in the 21st century, we still have such groups in our society. I can say it's barbaric, and also the activities and what they believe in is unacceptable. And when I listened to some of the leaders, I saw a certain level of ignorance. Maybe because they have never had an encounter with Mungiki, or what they were doing was not happening in their regions. I can say, as one person who had an encounter with them, or people who have come from the region where I used to stay, I can tell you that everybody is supposed to be talking against any kind of such grouping. And it's unfortunate that the people who are supposed to be condemning that group are the ones who are entertaining them. I can tell you, Jakes, if we have a strong judicial system, somebody of the caliber of Maina Jenga and the other Dura Waroinge, they are not supposed to be free in our society. They are supposed to be somewhere in the jail, serving life imprisonment. In other societies, they were supposed to be charged and being hanged. If our judicial system is very strong, we are not supposed to have such people in the society walking freely. And sometimes I see them going for this far drive and people are clapping for them. If I'll take you back to when Mungiki was very active in central Kenya, they used to charge every bus station or every stage some amount of money. And anybody, any driver or any circle that refused to pay the fee was met with fierce atrocities. Some people were killed, and they were doing very bad things. If you wanted to build a house anywhere within central Kenya, there was a fee for that. If you don't do it, you are gone. You will be hacked to death. And what people don't know, Mungiki is not just a criminal gang. It is connected also spiritually, because Maina Jenga, if you listen to his story, he poses as somebody who has a spiritual connection. In his story, he says that a dove whispered to him. And from the time the dove whispered to him and told him there is a journey he is supposed to go, that he became empowered, and that is how he was able to mobilize all these people. So he has a kind of religion affiliation, as well as a criminal mindset. So you can imagine, this is a group that is dangerous than even the Al-Shabaab itself, because these people, they hack their own people. And can I tell you something, Jakes, that many people don't know? Maybe I listened to the cousin of Uhuru Kenyatta, and he said when they began the activities, they were the ones, the Kenyatta family, they were the ones who were funding them, because they had very brilliant ideas of mobilizing the young people, empowering the young people. And when the government would react against them during the Moi time, they used to give them their farms and their houses to hide in them. So this is a monster that has been fed by our leaders. Right now, I have heard so many people in Azimio team are rejoicing because Maina Jenga is on their side, not knowing that they are continuing to groom this monster. When it has grown to the desired level, it will turn against them and eat them, and if possible, eat their children. So it's unfortunate that they feel that they are enjoying the support of Maina Jenga. They need those numbers, but that group is uncontrollable. And to me, I was terrified to see how many young people turned to defend Maina Jenga. It means the group is still there. What they did, they just went underground. They still believe the same. and given chance, they can be released for the reign of terror. We don't need in our society, in a democratic society, in a civilized society, we don't need those groups. And I support Gachagua when he says, and he wants the young people, and he tells them, refuse to be used by these leaders. They are wealthy people. They cannot allow their children to join any sect or any gang, but the children of the poor, they encourage them to join those groups, to work for them, and if possible, die for them. For what reason? For selfish reason. So, Jakes, anybody should join the government to tell the young people, if you want jobs, use the right process. If you want money, go and work for it. Look for the way you can create even jobs. Do whatever you can, but don't look for shortcuts to get money, because that is what Mungiki was doing. So it's so unfortunate, because right now they feel like they are giving the government a lot of pressure. We're gonna use Mungiki if you don't do what we want you to do. But remember, they will groom that Mungiki, but tomorrow William Ruto will not be the president. Gachagua will not be the president. That group will disturb any government that comes. So let us all refuse as Kenyans to be taken to that route. It is a dangerous route that our leaders are trying to take us. That is what I can say for now. But I feel so bad. Passionately, I feel so bad because I saw the things that group was doing. The young women and ladies, others were raped, others were circumcised. Their beliefs are totally barbaric. I don't know how I can put it, but anybody should strongly condemn such a group and help our young people to know that the government will destroy them. And I strongly support the government. If that group start doing the activities they used to do, crush them. It doesn't matter from which tribe. A criminal does not have a tribe. A criminal does not have a religion. A criminal is a criminal. So if they are still peaceful, the government should not touch them. But in the event that they start doing what they used to do, I encourage the government to be very strong and fight them without mercy, because we want to have a civilized society where people will not live in fear, where people will be free. If you want to walk at night, you just walk at night. If you do your business, you only comply to the policies of the government, but not other sects and other forces that should determine what you should pay or how you should live. That's what I can say for now.
Okay. And do you agree with what Gachagua as well did by blaming Raila Odinga, Karua, and of course Wajakoya and Maina Jenga for the menace of drugs and Mungiki and all that? Do you equally agree with them to blame Raila Odinga for such?
Okay, politics has a lot of deceptions. I don't want to comment on what I don't know. I don't know exactly what he said about it.
I can play it for you.
Yeah, unless I hear, then I'll be in a position to comment on that.
Okay. Let me begin from where? Let me begin it from there. And listening to what this great son, as he calls himself, of Mau Mau had to say about. Just one moment. Oh yeah, here. Just one moment as I get that ready for you. Okay.
Yeah, as you get the clip, what I can say is that Mungiki, the reason why Raila Odinga. Okay, let's hear the clip.
Okay. Let me begin from somewhere there. And
Rais wetu William Ruto, mimi nataka nimtetee governor na watu. Mwende nyumbani ufanye mkutano kidogo na mama na watoto, ndio uambie mama na watoto kama unataka kuendelea na kazi ama unataka kwenda nyumba, kwa sababu hatuwezi kubali. Ukweli ni kwamba pahali pombe yote iko, hao machifu wanajua. Kweli ama uongo? Pahali yote bangi inauzwa, hao machifu wanajua. Rais, ukisikia hiyo makofi, hiyo ndio ukweli. Na sasa kaeni chini machifu. The decision is yours. You can make it today or tomorrow or when you want. But in the next 10 days, tutauliza report. Wewe utakuwa umeamua what you want to do. Na sisi tunasema, si tumelaliwa hapa na bangi sana. Si tumelaliwa na bangi. Huyu tata wenu ametukosea. Ametukosea sana. Kwa sababu anatukosea heshima na kutudharau. Sasa akitembea hapa, ile mtu mwanaandamana na yeye ni ile mtu naitwa Wajakoya, alisema watu wakuze bangi na wakunywe bangi. Sasa ukija hapa katika Kirinyaga na Wajakoya, si hiyo ni kututusi? Huyu mtu alitangaza mchana ati watu wakuze bangi, bangi ni nzuri. Wewe unasema ni kiongozi katika Mlima Kenya. Yule mtu mnatembea na yeye ni yule alisema ati bangi ni nzuri. Na hapa tuko na shida ya vijana. Lakini nimepima juzi, unajua Your Excellency, sikuwa nimeelewa. Kwa nini viongozi tunaheshimu ambaye ni watu tumeona miaka mingi, sijui ni kasumba gani wanavaa sufuria kwa kichwa. Lakini tumekuja kuelewa, kama wewe unatembea na Wajakoya utakosa kuvaa sufuria kwa kichwa. Kwa hivyo Your Excellency, Rais wetu William Ruto, mimi nataka nimtetee governor na watu ya Kirinyaga. Unajua pale katika serikali yetu mimi ndio niko na kitabu ya ile maneno ya shares.
So basically that's what he was saying. When he said Tata, he meant he was talking about, of course, one and only Martha Wangari Karua, because they were in her home county. So, and that is where he went ahead and blamed Karua, Wajakoya, and many other people. Of course, your clip ikianza, he begins by blaming Azimio before he tailors it down to Karua, Wajakoya, and of course, the one man himself. Do you agree with these sentiments that if you're linked to Wajakoya, then you should blame you for people using bangi and the likes?
Okay, sometimes I don't like entering so much into details in our politics, because the politics of Kenya are not very decent. Because it seems we have set ourselves in a way that we have refused to have a clean, decent, truthful kind of politics. Our leaders believe that you must pull the other one down for you to shine. And that one is seen in all political divide. When you go to Azimio, they will say the other side is dirty in every manner, in every chance they get. So as much as Wajakoya talked about bangi and all that, Gachagua must try to exaggerate for him to appear as the man who is fighting for the Central Kenya, or to taint Mother Karua in a way. Though I have listened also to Wajakoya, and he seems not to be very sober. He is not level-minded. I listen to, when I am weighing the level or the smartness of a reader, you can only know them on what comes from their mouth, because the mouth talks what is in the heart and also what is in the head. So he is, I know if people measure readers as I do, many people see Wajakoya as somebody who is a joker, somebody who is not very sober, somebody who is not very decent on what he talks. He will throw obscene words there. So that's why Gachagua is trying to delete Mother Karua and Wajakoya, because Mother Karua is an outstanding leader in central Kenya. She's decent. She's very careful on how she talks. But when you combine Wajakoya and Karua, so what will happen? You are trying to devalue her. You are trying to bring her standard down. That is what he is trying to do. And of course, that is the kind of politics that we play in Kenya. But we cannot blame Wajakoya for drugs in Kenya, because apart from agitating for us to grow bangi, he has not been advocating for people to smoke weed, because he himself does not. Actually, he said he does not. And he was agitating for us to grow bangi for medicinal value, but not for smoking and other activities. So it was for economic purposes. But as leaders, we must try to throw that out of context. And sometimes I understand Gachagua. Whatever Gachagua says is always taken out of context and people run away with it. And that is the kind of politics that we have in Kenya. Very unfortunate. Having said that, Jakes, I have seen Raila Odinga strongly supporting Maina Jenga. It's unfortunate. If I were to get a chance, or if I was Kibaki or Uhuru Kenyatta, somebody like Maina Jenga, who has caused thousands and thousands of people to be in the grave, that man is not supposed to be anywhere in the society. But today, he is posing as a priest. What kind of a pastor is that? What are they trying to tell us? People who have unleashed the reign of terror in the whole of central Kenya, thousands of young people died under their watch, under their leadership. But what happens? Because of the number they control, the leaders will call them darling. The leaders will show them that they are very honorable members. They are not. Those are murderers. Those are killers. They are supposed to be jailed. And everybody who is sensible enough should be talking about these things. We have jailed so many young people who we are not actually in the forefront. What happens in Kenya? The mistakes of big people is carried by the small people. That is why we have so many poor people in our jails. But those poor people, whatever they do it on behalf of the rich. For us to have a civilized, organized society, we should start going for the big fish. But what happens? We go for the omena, tunaacha kina buta. So, kama mambo ya Mungiki itaisha, kwanza wale ambao wamekuwa wakifadi Mungiki wanastahili kufuatwa. Wamekuwa mpaka wanaenda kwa runinga kusema sisi ndio we have been funding these people. So it is theirs. Kwa sababu kama mimi ndiye huwa nalipa watu fulani, mimi ndiye ninawalipa pesa ya organization, am I not part and parcel of it? So we should start criticizing what is bad, regardless of where they are supporting. Kwa sababu nchi is not just about politics. Our leaders has made us believe ati wewe ni mzuri kulingana na uko upande gani wa kisiasa. But we want a decent, Jakes, we want a decent, organized society, civilized society. Hatutaki watu ambao wanafanya watu waishi kwa uoga. Utatumiwa Mungiki, utaitwa na Mungiki. Ile sababu wanajaribu kuamsha hii kitu ni ili wajaribu kuintimidate the government. And I'm telling the president, wa Afrika ni kichwa gumu. Ukijifanya msoft, the reason why so many people died during Kibaki time is because Kibaki decided to be very soft. And he thought that by giving people abrupt democracy, he thought that people would enjoy and control themselves. But they will not. Our people need some level of toughness. Ati ukijaribu kuchokoza maisha ya mwingine, serikali inakuendea haraka sana. Some things that happen in Kenya cannot happen in America. This is, people say it is a citadel of democracy. Jaribu ujinga ingine huwa inaonekana Kenya. Jaribu mambo ingine huwa tunaona huko. Ati watu ni demonstration, mnaanza kuvuja madirisha na milango. Mtapigwa marisasi. Huh? So, please, let us all support the government when the government is doing right, and also support the opposition when the opposition is doing right. There is no problem criticizing, but also there is a problem when you support what is wrong, when you support evil. Mimi kama kuna mtu kama leo ningeulizwa, Geoffrey, whom would you like to come back to the earth? Ningesema tuamshie John Michuki. If we never had somebody as strong as John Michuki, who said hatutakuwa na serikali mbili, moja ya Maina Jega hapa inalipisha ushuru through the reign of terror, fear. Wanaweka, wacha nikuambia Jex, hata leo ninajua sehemu zingine za Central, ninajua kuna watu bado huwa wanalipa. Ulikuwa unanunua gari Jex, unatumiwa ujumbe. Tunajua umenunua gari KBX 2221. Tunataka utume kwa hii namba 20,000. Failure to which tutaonana. Utatuma. We should not entertain such nonsense in our society. It is wrong. So mimi huwa najiuliza, Maina Jega anafanya nini katikati ya watu wale wengine? Somebody who has caused pain to the children, to the women, to the men of Kenya. Sijui, lakini mtu yeyote anajiunganisha na mtu kama huyo nitamwambia wewe hujui chenye unafanya. Huyo ni mnyama ako hapo. Na uliona 207 wakati mambo iliharibika. You saw what happened. You saw what happened. They were the people circumcising people everywhere. Kibera. There was a night of the reign of terror. Na huyo Raila Odinga na support Mungiki. Muulize, wakati alienda city mortuary, aliona nini? He shed tears, he cried. Wakati alitoka hapo nje akasema tafadhali Wajaruo tulieni, hao Mungiki watawamaliza. Is that the kind of a thing we need? As if we don't have a government? No, Jakes, no. Nikisikia mtu yeyote anasema ati sijui vijana wanaonewa, nitamwambia wewe mjinga. Kuna mambo huelewi. Mungiki should be condemned, and anybody trying to join such a sect should be told you are barbaric. Hawa viongozi wanaongea hivyo kwa sababu huyo mnyama wanalea hajawakamata. Wakati atageuka Raila Odinga, Wajaruo mtajikuta tena mko kwa shida kubwa. It is wrong. It is for me. Mungiki hapana. Hata sipendagi kusikia jina kama hiyo. One of my brothers hakulipa ushuru, hakulipa hizo ushuru zao. Nyumba yake ilichomwa yote. Nyumba. I mean, such kind of fear in the society. Hapana. We should not be talking about Mungiki in the 21st century. No. Me, I'm saying no. I wish mimi ndiye wa internal security. Tungefurugana kuliko hivi watu wanasema. Hapana.
Yes. Unajua actually kabla huyo hajamaliza hata kukunywa tu maji. What do you think?
So,
do you agree with Mburu?
Support Mburu in this, because if the government has the intelligence that Mungiki is regrouping, they should arrest the leaders and not wait for them to spoil the children, the youth, and then start arresting or killing our young people. So they should arrest them before they cause any harm.
Yes.
If they have intelligence. And I remember even Warungi, anasemanga yeye ni Apostle Arungi. The other day he was bragging on a YouTube video that I can even produce, where he has built, he bought that house from somebody at 10,000. This person his wife was sick, and he went to him borrowing money, and he started negotiating. He said, "I'll give you 10,000," and the guy feared, and he agreed to give him the land for 10. So that is, and I'm wondering, if we have a government, why has that government not taken that land back and given it to its rightful owner? And this person is calling themselves an apostle, and now he's preaching, and he's sitting on stolen property. And we have a government.
Ile ujinga iko Kenya, Jakes, ni mbaya sana. You know very well this is a criminal ambaye anaenda kujificha kwa kanisa. Surely. Na unajua vizuri ameenda pale ili ajifunike na hiyo nini ya priest, mseme sasa huyu ati ni mhubiri. But huko nyuma ile mambo inaendelea ni mambo mabaya sana. That guy today is a billionaire. Lakini hiyo pesa sio kazi alienda kaajiriwa, ni pesa alilipisha watu innocent kodi ya uongo. Na serikali haijaona shida yoyote. Ati alafu sasa mnasema na we hapana, guy, hapana. Nobody, no leader, no civilized leader elected by the people or purporting to be a leader in Kenya should associate with Maina Jenga or Dura Waruingi. Those two people wamesababisha vijana wengi, watoto innocent kufa. Watoto wengi wako kwa kaburi saa hii kwa sababu ya watu wawili. Lakini viongozi hawawezi kubali kugusa hawa, ili wakati wa uchaguzi waseme ile side yenye Maina Jenga ako, wanajua kuna vote milioni kadhaa zitakuja, kwa sababu kuna watu wanaamini huyu ndiye kiongozi wetu. Sasa vijana wanashikashikwa huko, watoto maskini wanafugiwa, lakini kiongozi haguzwi. Hapana.
Mburu, if that was the case,
yes,
Maina Jenga was in Azimio in 2022. He vied as a senator. Not sure if it was on Jubilee ticket, but one of those parties. And he was affiliated to Azimio. In any case, he has not joined Azimio. He has all along been in Azimio. One time, I think Ruto went to campaign there in Laikipia because he wanted to be a senator, I think. And Maina Jenga with his crew, they wanted to join the campaign trail, and he really was not happy about that. So why is it that you're saying that if you associate with Maina Jenga, it would maybe sway some votes towards you? If that's case in point can be argued that way, then I think maybe you would have performed better. But I don't know. I don't want to be the judge of that. But what informs your argument?
Can I tell you, Jakes? Can I tell you something, Jakes? If Raila Odinga becomes the president today, Maina Jenga will go on the other side of the opposition. Because Maina Jenga is a government by himself. It's like he runs a parallel government. And two governments cannot be in power at the same time. You see? Now, the reason why he has been so peaceful with Uhuru Kenyatta is because he has a history with that family and how they have supported him even to be where he is today. But Maina Jenga is a government, and two governments cannot operate together. That is why today he is on the other side of the government totally, so that he may try, if possible, because he knows when he starts charging the fees he charges and the taxes he has been collecting, he collects a lot of money. So Maina Jenga, and you know, people from central Kenya, they are all over, not central Kenya, let me just be specific. Kikuyus are all over the country. So all the young people who believe in Maina Jenga, they gave their votes to Raila Odinga, which is a good thing for politics. But that's a monster. That's why I'm saying, if we want to have a civilized society, let our leaders not just think of their positions or politics. See beyond politics. We want to have a civilized society. What do we do? People who are grouping, and you see, it's not only Central Kenya. When you go to Kisii, we also had another group. I don't know what it was called. When you go to Mombasa, we also have another group. Let us all discourage those groups. And even when you are a politician, when the leaders of these criminal gangs, when they tell you they want to support you, you denounce them. That's the only way we can have a civilized society. So it is okay for politics, but it's not good for the society. Maana hata kama mimi ndiye na contest to be an MP, ninataka vote ya kila mtu. But we should now start thinking beyond politics. It is okay for Maina Jenga and the team to support Raila Odinga. But that is a monster we are feeding, we are nurturing. Kesho hatujui italipuka. By the way, nilikuwa nadhani Mungiki iliisha. Until I saw them at the DCI, nikasema hapa kuna hatari. These people only went underground, wakanyamaza kwa sababu ya michuki. If the government becomes weak, just a little weak, that group will start now doing their activities. And they are very bad for the society. Tulikuwa tunaishi kwa uoga. Ukienda nyumbani, wacha nikuambie venye michuki alikuwa pia amehangaisha vijana. Murang'a ukienda nyumbani, umetoka Nairobi, lazima ungeenda kwa chief to report that I am a son of so and so, and you have to be taken either by a father or somebody from the family. I am a son of so and so. I have come to see my parents, and I will be here for a week or a month. It had to be documented, and even your movements had to be monitored. For that group to be suppressed by Michuki, it was hard work. So let Ruto and Gachagua be very careful. We don't want that group back. We don't want it. It's a dangerous thing.
Brother Benson, good to see you. And ladies and gentlemen, this brother of ours, ye ujificha, lakini siku hizi amekuwa busy, akona channel yake. Way! I haven't congratulated you on the same, but to watch his channel, just go to Brother Benson, as he's calling himself here, and watch. Niliona Mburu uko na ka studio mahali. We, na unafanya mambo.
I do have a TV.
Unafanya mambo. And I love how you do it in Kikuyu and songs. Unfortunately, sielewi sana, lakini...
Yeah, it has been there for some time. And
nitakuongelesha nyuma ya studio, but unfortunately, namba yenye ulinipea bwana, inafanya WhatsApp kweli?
Yes, it does. And my phone number is public. You can even write it down and talk to me.
No. I will try to find it. Nitumia hapo kwa private section.
Are we friends? Are we friends on Facebook, Jakes?
I think so. I'm not sure, but niliona ukifanya mambo, and I think I liked one of the videos. Naona unafanya mambo, and you have a good voice. You can sing,
Yeah, I do sing, by the way.
Hapa, man. Nyinyi watu wenye wana advertise hapa, soon nitawaita nyuma ya tent. But Brother Benson has a good channel. Enda hapo uone Brother Benson. He does good charity work and awesome things. Follow Brother Benson.
Mine is TV.
Failing me.
Yes?
Jake.
Aha.
Habari gani na Mr. Godfrey Baru. Mimi unajua nakuaga nyuma ya tent na nikiona na comment, yeah?
Mi ukuona tu.
But there's something that is happening that like as a country we need to talk about, especially like the Maina Njenga issue and many other things. You know what is happening in kind of like Kenyan politics is usually very funny thing. That when opportunity arises, even your enemy, and you feel like your enemy as a base, then you take that and now portray them as good people. If you look at 2007, what really happened, we know that Maina Njenga, they say he was behind the people who did all those kind of things to in Naivasha and everything to other tribes, you know. Now, when it comes to now into politics now,
whereby Mr. Mbaru is calling for civility. Yeah, you find right now he is darling of the masses. Yeah, and he's darling of the masses in that because he's not agreeing with the president in power. You know, or they're not sharing the same ideology. But now his ideology, maybe is a place they agree with Raila Odinga, so he's on this other side, right? So what is happening in Kenyan politics? It's a situation whereby if I don't agree with you, then we come together. Then we don't kind of like consider morals. Morals will be least considered. Yeah, that we kind of like override on those morals, provided that I can get your base. Yeah, and this is happening in the policies. I'm not saying that like it's bad, but like we have to question ourselves that what kind of leadership do we want? And leadership does not only mean that you are in elected positions, but you are in a position to influence of the way people reason. Yeah. How can you today, like the people who might have lost their kids on the hands of that guy today, or any other somebody, or any other person who might have done something wrong, and you've lost a mom, you've lost a dad, and how comes like today you want to convince me after losing my dad or a brother that this guy is a good leader and he's the person going to lead us to a promised land, or he's going to give us the alternative leadership? Yet I lost my relative or I lost my parents on the hands of this person. How do you want to explain that? So it's an issue of leadership and taking advantage of the masses. That is what is there. And when Baru talk about civility, civility cannot be brought by leaders. Leaders do not bring civility. The civility should be brought by the masses who follow these leaders. It reaches a time whereby they can say that this is not the kind of leadership we want to lead us. Yeah, we can find our own alternative because the masses are being played with, provided that you have something to click on the masses. Even it might be wrong or it might not be realistic, but they will go with it. So if the masses can change their ways, then the leadership will lose their power. But if if the masses do not change the way they think or the way they reason, they want to go with the leaders, even if something is unachievable, and you go with it, then they will take advantage of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Awesome. I see my brother Black is as well inside the show. Na leo ameingia na ublack wa ukweli. I can't see anything. It's only black all over. But Black, good to see you. Hope you're well, my brother.
What? Go upstairs. I'm coming.
Sauti yako pia Black haisikiki vizuri. Black, can you hear me? I can't seem to get you right. Black, can you hear me? I see only. Can you guys hear Black? I can't seem to hear him.
He's mute.
Nakusikia.
Oh, pole, sauti yako ilikuwa inatoka vifani, lakini ni sawa. Uliniuliza Mboro wako wapi? Ndio huyu Mboro. One of the guys alikuulizia sana ni Black. Black Alex.
Thank you my brother.
Ndio bwana.
Hawa jamaa wamekumisi vibaya sana.
It is said that you are your brother's let's be your brother's keeper.
Thank you, Mr. Black, for
and your
looking for me.
Sisters. Your brother, and let me add, and your sister's keeper, Ashley also.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm happy to
Yes,
see you,
yes.
Mburu.
I'm happy to.
I hope you're doing fine. It's been a while.
I am doing well. I've been busy working, making money.
Okay. Yeah, you should.
Sasa shida,
You
you
should.
make money but you don't send to your brothers as well, but ni
I,
sawa tu.
I'll send tithe to Jakes. He is our channel pastor.
I saw what you
Wewe,
did there.
so that nisiambiwe nimekuwa nikitisha watu wewe. I don't ask for tithe, but anyway,
I've
asante
seen
sana
what
Mburu.
Mburu has done there.
I see that, and that's why nimesema mimi siitishi tithe, neither do I ask for offering or any form of money. I don't do that.
It's a voluntary tithe, so just be willing to receive our tithe. It's voluntary.
Okay, siwezi sema ukinitumia nitakurudishia, lakini sitapitisha.
Hujakosana na pesa.
Mimi na pesa tujaachana bwana, tuko group moja.
Hamjakosana.
Shida admin anakataa kuachilia do, but ni sawa. Yes, Black.
Mi kwanza nataka niseme shukrani tena kwa ndugu zangu hapa na dada zangu, kianza na dada yangu Ashley, ndugu yangu aliyepotea Geoffrey Mburu, Jakes, brother Benson. I don't know where brother Benson has gone. I just saw him a while ago.
Ametoka Kenya, narudi,
yeah, the viewers back home, wherever you are, I hope you are doing fine. Na kama kawaida nawapenda sana. Nimesikia sana hii topic ikiongelewa. Let me stick to my lugha ya taifa. Mada iliyosemwa sana kwa muda hapa ni ambayo ni ya kuhusu ili kundi la Mungiki.
Mburu, just one moment. Mburu, should I begin with +3 ama what's the code? Because hii number niko nayo, but
okay, you are supposed to put +1.
Oh, I mean, I need to begin
you add
with
plus,
+1.
then you add 1. Sorry.
Oh,
yeah,
because manze nimejaribu tu sana, but ni sawa.
Yeah, +1. You can even send me a text right now. I'm gonna see it here.
I'll definitely do that. But Black, endelea, pole for that. Do you want me to get these videos for you, sir?
Yeah, the second one actually, because it's not. Okay. It speaks about. It's about the Mungiki.
You have sent 4 of them. You have sent the first.
It's the same. It's just a copy of the same. I thought you had not received.
Oh, okay. Okay, so
Yeah.
I'll be doing that just now. Just one moment.
Yes.
Go ahead as I prepare to do it.
The last one I've just sent is the second one, which talks about Mungiki.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Now, this group or sect that people are talking about as if it's a football team. Nikawa watu wanaongelea ni timu ya mpira hii, wenye watu wanaongelea kuhusu Gor Mahia, FC Leopards, like that. Like it's just a sporting team or a sporting group. That is a menace. If you even let it be for a minute, it will ruin the nation and more so a generation of the current young people to levels that we will not be able to, will not be ready, or will not be able, to reverse the effects, the negative effects that they're gonna bring up. Ili ni kundi ambalo lilikuwa likikatakata watu. Ili ni kundi ambalo lilikuwa likichukua pesa ambazo hawajafanyia kazi. Na imagine mama wenyewe amefungua kibanda chake cha mboga, amerauka sokoni, ameleta mboga zake hapo, anataka kuuza, anaambiwa alipe kodi. Jamaa tu ameamka tu from nowhere, ameamka tu anaenda na ukota pesa, hiyo ni kodi. Hajafanyia kazi. Aenda rokote kwa vibanda zingine, maduka zingine, hivyo tu akienda kirokote, hiyo ni kodi. Walikuwa wanaitanga protection money. Usipolipa kuna vitu ambazo zinakuja zinakufanyikia, na watu wanakupora, wanakuibia. So when you pay that, you are protected. They used to call that protection money. Now, as politicians get to a point where they are desperate for power, and they decide to use these people, then we as Kenyans ought to ask ourselves very simple question. Do these leaders really care? The answer is no. Because if someone can go to an extent of trying to activate these people, to bring them back to life, just so that they can bring havoc, cause massive distractions, and kutishia watu just so that they can get power, then my dear brothers and sisters, it means you are well at the bottom of the food chain. Sisi ndo wale wa kukuliwa. Right? Now, if you are at that point, it means there's nothing you're gonna gain. If anything, sisi ni kama chakula yao sasa. They are there to eat us. Watakukula kifedha, hakuna maendeleo utaletewa with such a person in mind, because if anything, they're only thinking about themselves. If they thought about you, the first thing, they would not go for such groups. So in a nutshell, what I just want to say is, kindly, for the love of God, and most importantly for the love of yourselves, this is the last group that you'd ever want to have in Kenya. Trust you me. There's a video that Jakes, I don't know if you're ready to play it, you can play it, so that it's a video that it happened. These are things that used to happen more than 10 years ago. So you can imagine the kind of distractions that this group used to leave behind wherever they would go. It was horrible. People would wake up in the morning and find headless bodies. Kwa barabara. You would walk to this place and there, and unapata kichwa imekelewa kwa mti mahali, ama nje ya mlango ya duka. I mean, believe you me, ama stage ya ma3. Manze, hii group si jokes. Hiki ni noma. So ukisikia Orezo anasema atadili na hii group, alafu unasikia watu wengine wanatetea, I fail to wonder if they know anything about the history of this group.
Okay.
So I don't know if you are ready, Jakes, to play it, then kindly play it for the viewers.
I'll be
Thank
ready
you.
in 3 seconds. But why do you think the government is ready, is bringing in this issue now? Because Maina Jenga has been a free man for quite some time. Why is this issue? Yes.
Do you have the clip where when they were at the DCI headquarters?
I think I do.
The one they were singing about the Mau Mau songs.
We also need that for the people to see. So, and that will partially answer the question why the government is talking about it. Okay. For Maina Jenga to be arraigned or to be requested to report at the DCI headquarters, it is because the government had intelligence that he had started regrouping the young people. For the reason best known by him and the people supporting him. And that's why we are saying, as much as there is this strife between the government and those in opposition, let us not go to that zone. Let us not go there. Mungiki should not be part of our politics. And what our leaders, because they are, whether they are in opposition or in government, they are our leaders. They should be agitating for a peaceful, civilized society. That's all we need.
I'm ready. Can I play it?
Yes.
Center. Residents woke up to be met with hundreds of leaflets allegedly left by Mungiki followers last night. The leaflets, written in English and Kikuyu languages, claimed Mungiki group members would attack the area and 17 other trading centers in Kirinyaga anytime to avenge the killing of 18 of their own by vigilantes in the area early this year.
Wanasema wanahitaji vichwa za binadamu roli tatu.
The flyers further claimed the killings would serve as a heroic welcome of Mungiki leader Maina Jenga back to society from prison. Maina was released from prison last week after the state dropped murder charges against him. He has since joined the church, claiming to be a born-again Christian.
Hakuna kitu kama kuokoka. Hii ni chui ambaye kuishafaa ngozi ya kondoo.
But the residents are not leaving anything to chance, with some of the youth arming themselves in readiness for any eventuality.
Watu wanajaribu kutisha sisi. Na sisi tuko tayari na tumejipanga ya kutosha.
The tension prompted the area DC to call an impromptu public meeting, warning the vigilante groups against taking the law in their hands.
Tafadhali vijana msitoke nje, kwa sababu tukipita nje na tukupate usiku, basi hatutajua Mungiki ni nani na wewe ni nani.
But the residents could hear none of that.
Serikali haina polisi ya kutosha, wale ambao wanaweza kwenda kusimamilia kila mbomara mtu ili mtu asiuzwe na hiyo wakora.
Msiweze kuwa na hofu yeyote, kwa sababu kwa upande wa usalama tuko macho.
The threats come only 2 days after vigilante groups in Kirinyaga lynched 2 young men in the neighboring Mathira East district, alleging that they were followers of the Mungiki sect who had been on the run since April this year. Franklin Masharia, Citizen TV.
Okay.
Nasikia hiyo. Wamesema, imagine at that time, and you're still playing another video, sorry?
No, I'm not.
Imagine at that time, and as you heard that man say, that the Mungiki wetu walikuwa wanasema wanataka vichwa, lori 3 za vichwa binadamu. I don't know if you heard that chilling phrase by that man. I mean, yes. So that just pains you. Let me give you a story. There's something, this now I faced myself. It's a story that happened. Now, back when I was a young man.
There's this other one. Sorry, I'm doing this. But there's this other one. I don't know if you have also seen this one.
It was all joy and jubilation for the leader of the outlawed Mungiki sect and his followers after Maina Njenga was freed following Attorney General's move to enter nolle prosequi, which effectively terminated his murder charge. And a day after his release, Maina spent a quiet day at his Kitengela home, basking in the freedom that eluded him when he was behind bars for over 5 years.
Maybe what will be your next agenda?
They say I'm the genesis of everything. And if you know how to build something, you can be able even to destroy. So I know all the formulas of destroying.
Njenga has been the leader of the sect believed to consist of more than 5 million youths and a member for more than 20 years. He attributes the growth of the sect to politicians and wealthy businessmen funding its illegal activities.
There have been a lot of good wishes and a lot of support, especially from the members of Mount Kenya region. But when they want to get out of their role in backroaring the organization or doing something wrong in the community, they say it's Maina who is the chairman. But do you think you can have an organization with only the chairman without the vice chairman and the treasurer and the organizing?
However, Njenga still insists that it will be beneficial to both the government and the sect members to hold a consultative meeting as soon as possible.
Kuna wakati mmoja waziri mkuu alisema angelitaka kusikiza kutoka kwetu, lakini upande mwingine ulikataa, ukasema hatuwezi ongea na waizi. Hata wale wanashikwa wakienda jela, usipoongea na mwizi hawezi jua anataka chakula. So tusijifanye malaika, sisi wote ni wana dhambi.
But is it true that his group is behind the brutal killings and the illegal collection of money at bus terminal?
Lazima utafautishe. Kuna yule anakuja kutenda kitu na anakuja na tumbako. lakini yeye ni mwizi wa kawaida. Yeye ni mtu ambaye hana msimamo, hana hata kitu chochote. Kumekuwa na propaganda, kila mwizi akishikwa nasemekana yeye ni Mungiki. Sijasikia mtu akishikwa inasemekana huyu ni wa KANU. Sijasikia mtu akishikwa huyu ni wa DP ama huyu ni wa NAK.
And the much awaited baptism ceremony tomorrow might not be taking place. Reasons?
I told the bishop that I need to know why do people get baptized. Because myself, I used to baptize people at night.
Your wife passed on 2 years ago and she's yet to be buried up to now. Maybe what was the reasons behind it since she's yet to be buried?
From the time they were laid down there, there is something to be paid, like more than 5 million Kenya shilling.
Njenga owns 7 palatial homes like this one in Kitengela and attributes his high-class lifestyle to his close relationship with the wealthy politicians who have funded the Mungiki sect over the years. For Maina, now things have changed and he's turned on to a new page with his main agenda, trying to reform the youth who are still in the sect. But it will still be interesting to see whether the recruitment of the youths, especially in the Mount Kenya region, will reduce drastically. Chris,
So that is Maina Jenga in a nutshell.
Jex, I think have you noticed something? That sect then it had a membership of around 5 million people. How many people vote for the president in Kenya? Like for instance, Ruto became the president with how many votes?
I don't know where you're driving at, but I'll allow you to go on.
So
7 million.
7 million. He was only 2 million shy from getting enough votes to become the president of Kenya. So if we allow criminals to keep on regrouping and training people, one day you have a serious criminal as the president of the nation. And remember, I don't know whether he was cleared to vie, I think, at Laikipia. I don't know whether he was a first entered.
He was on the ballot. He was on the ballot.
You see how much morally wrong we are as a society, that somebody of that caliber can be cleared to vie in a democratic society. Our morals, our conscience are dead. And that is why people don't even have what we call, they are not ashamed even to associate with such a person who has unleashed serious terror in his own country. If he can do what he was doing to the people of his own community, what if that group turns against the people that they are not related by blood? Do you see how bad it can be? Do you see? It's only that the Kofi Annan team was in a position to have a cohesion around the leaders. If what was happening went on for just 1 year, Kenya would have been worse than Rwanda. That is why I'm saying, Jakes, this is not a sect to joke around with. This is not a sect even to leaders talk as if they are talking of the normal sect. We are talking of merciless people, inhuman people. What they should be doing is, these people, for them to be the way they are, that radicalization, what the leaders should be doing is to think there are people who we are trained to kill, people who we are, whatever they do under the oath, like the Mau Mau. How can that mentality be changed, that mindset? How do we reform these people so that they can now start to think like normal people? Because after people have been radicalized through training, through oaths, those people are no longer human like any other. So instead of thinking on how can we reform these people, for them they see votes. But they don't know that we have a dangerous monster that can turn anytime against somebody, against the nation. That sect, if not tamed at the right time, it can even overthrow the government. If they could do all what they were doing with only a machete, what if they get guns? With the oath they have taken. You know, the oath of Kikuyu, many people don't know, is that when you take the oath, if you are to die or if you are to be shot, you should not be shot on the back. You should be shot on the front as you face your enemy. The other thing about those oaths is when you remove the panga from where it's supposed to be, it should not go back without blood. You know, you have to cut somebody. And you heard that the two young people who were killed there in the video, they were killed because they ran away from the sect. So there is no retreat. If you retreat, we kill you. So it is the work of the government and all other leaders to think on how, because yes, we crushed and we intimidated Mungiki to the level of being controlled or suppressed, but did we change their set of mind? Did we even try to reform them? These are people who are supposed to be having classes for reforms, counseling. These are people who have done crazy things. These are people who have slaughtered human beings. So there is a lot to be done in a society, especially in central Kenya. So when I see our leaders, I could not even imagine Mother Karua talking about Mungiki, the way she's talking and defending them. I could not even imagine Raila Odinga defending Maina Jenga.
But Mboro, I don't know if you have listened to the clip.
Yes, I have.
There's somewhere Maina Jenga says that one time when he was arrested and in prison, one of the people who wanted to talk to him and find out why he was incarcerated and all, and people blocked or rather kind of restricted that from happening, was the former prime minister then. So I think Raila has always had the best interest for Maina Jenga. Maybe he looks at him as a good person.
But now, Jakes, let me tell you something about politicians. Yes.
Jakes, when they also kitu ambao hukusikia ama rather pengine huja mention rather is not only did the former prime minister want to see, but the prime minister wanted that discussion to be with government. Kumbuka ilikuwa government was nusu mkate. So it was Kibaki's side and his side.
Ashley and
the prime minister's side
and Black. I also don't. I hope also you heard.
But the other side did not want to have any discussion.
He said that they blame him as the chairman, but his sect has other leaders. He said this. There is no group that has only the chairman, and he equally also mentioned that he's there because politicians are the one who fund him. And in fact, the presenter was able to even point out that he has several palatial houses rather, or homes that have been funded simply because of his association with politicians. So politicians have a hand in all this. Maybe they are members, maybe they are part of the group. I don't know. I don't want to speak something.
You see, Jakes, this is what I wanted to say about politicians. Our politicians don't care who you are. So long as you can bring what we call the tyranny of numbers.
Okay.
So I don't know, and sometimes let me give the prime minister the benefit of doubt, but remember he is also a politician. When he hears there is somebody in custody who is in control of 5 million people, for him, he sees votes. Those are good votes. Whatever I discuss with him, and he decides really his support behind me. So I don't know whether it was political or it was out of goodwill, but Jakes, we should not encourage people simply because maybe you have grievances or because you don't have jobs that you must result into criminal activities. Then you're gonna force the government to listen to you. It should never be like that. And that is why I agree with the former president who said, no, I am not going to discuss with the criminals, because you can have a discussion as a community without killing people, without extorting money from people. You don't have to engage in criminal activities to force the government to sit down with you. So at whatever cost, all our leaders should come together and say no. We should not even be thinking about Mungiki. If still we have young people, because I realize they are still there, who think that this guy, Maina Jenga, is still their leader, what we should do is to think on how do we reform these young people? How do we educate these young people? How do we give them skills to rely on themselves? What Maina Jenga did, he encouraged laziness. Because if in the morning I can wake up and start asking money from the people, I don't have to go and work. There was a time we were building a church in Thika. Before we laid the foundation, they came and they said, you people, you cannot build here because you have not given the pesa ya wazee. Surely, shamba ni yako, mawe ni yako, simiti ni yako, wajenzi ni wako. Lakini kuna watu wanasema hamwezi jenga hapa, pesa ya wazee. Is that the kind of society that we need? So my big question is, you mean out of all the things that happened, out of all the lives that were lost, there was no enough evidence to have Maina Jenga jailed? Surely, is that the kind of society we have? There was evidence to jail the poor people, but there was no evidence to jail their leader.
Uhuru,
I mean, it's crazy.
Even that was 2008, but even now, if someone like Gachagua, what's his name, the vice president, has intelligence that someone is funding Mungiki, what is the importance? You know, someone asked him a question the other day, why are you coming to tell us? What do you want us to do? You have all the instruments of power. Why don't you arrest that person or those people and then put out a statement and say, we have arrested them because we have this intelligence that they are doing A, B, C, and D? Why do you have to put the country in a state of, or if you do, don't threaten them. Let me tell you, they say something here. If you see something, say something. Let me tell you, as we speak, they are already recruiting people and they are already training people. Those people you saw are not people who are from 2008. If you count how many years those are, there are many. These were young people. At they are recruiting them currently, and they are maybe already training them. And people in the villages will tell you that their kids are disappearing maybe for a week or two, maybe lying to you that they are going to work somewhere. So if the villagers, if you see your kid is disappearing for 2 weeks and telling you they are working somewhere, maybe they are going to be recruited, they are working and they are getting paid now. So that even when he went to court, those people who came are probably new recruits. So why would we wait for them to recruit people, start headlining people, and then now we start arresting after watching them be, be put, be brought in, indoctrinated. So what I think they should arrest them if they have intelligence, and if they don't have, they should follow them and see if what they're doing is criminal and arrest them. And if this Jenga and Warwigi should have been arrested and they are not, even now they can be brought charges. First, that row home of Warwigi in Rongai is not his. He said here that he only paid 10,000 to a person who was so scared he doesn't even know something like it. He acquired it illegally. It should be taken back. Why is there law Why should the law be followed for some people and not for others? There are people in jail, yet there are criminals outside that are known. So we want to ask, if some people can kill and not be arrested, then even those in jail should be released too. So
You see, the law in Kenya is not fair. The judiciary in Kenya is not fair. When the rich are taken to court, they are able to buy their freedom. And then we are told there was inadequate evidence. It's so unfortunate. Jakes and the other panelists, ask yourself, how many rich people do we have in our jails? How many?
You know what, Guru, that's why we told Jakes on Friday, he said he'll bring the issue on corruption. So I hope we can all come in and talk about the corruption and see how we can help eradicate that corruption in Kenya.
People are taken. Yes.
This group is dangerous. As I'm saying, there was a story I wanted to give you earlier before nisahau.
Yes,
Unajua hii uzee inakuja na nguvu sana. Sasa when I was a young man, I think I was in my, let me just not say, there was a time I went to visit a friend of mine somewhere in the central. I don't want to say, but at the time I had dreadlocks. Yeah? And I had spent over the night there, and in the morning nikasema wacha niamke niende nitafute mkate na maziwa for breakfast.
Did you say
So
you
I
had
woke
dreadlocks?
Yes, I had dreadlocks.
Okay.
I know. I
Do
know.
you have photos? We would want to see some photos. I can be very good in posting the photos as well.
Yeah, we will come back to you. Finish what you
And
are
I'll
saying.
make sure I share that with Kenya Rebel, because as well ana Manuele. I show him that you are doing that when you are younger.
That's what I'm saying. No matter who sim condemn, and I don't judge him because I know I went through that phase too at some point.
So it's a phase.
It's a phase. He'll pass it.
Hiyo lazima nikushtaki kwa Kenya Rebel.
I know it sounds like a like a low blow, but I didn't mean it that way.
I must shtaki you. I will definitely shtaki you to Kenya Rebel.
You're Taruka. Happy doesn't watch this. So I wake up in the morning and I say, okay, acha niende ninunue mkate na maziwa ya breakfast.
Okay.
So I go to the shop and I ask for bread and milk. Kuitisha mkate na maziwa, saa amenipatia shopkeeper, then nampatia pesa, the shopkeeper anakataa kuchukua pesa. Anaambia chukua enda. You know? And then he spoke to me in Kikuyu. Now I understand Kikuyu. I speak it as well. So I responded. So then I asked him, nikamwambia hii si ni pesa yako, chukua. And he's like, no, hiyo ni yako.
Wait, he was giving you the bread and milk for free?
For free.
Oh, okay.
So
simply
it didn't
because
hit
you had
me.
dreadlocks.
It didn't hit me. So I said, okay.
Where was that? Because
So
we can tell some of our friends who have dreadlocks to be going there for shopping.
that's why I don't want to mention it. So I go back, and
With this hard economy,
I
we
found
need
it.
no such places.
I found that to be very strange, you know. So I go back and tell my friend, by the huku kwenu si ni kuzuri bana. Nimeenda nimechukua mkate na maziwa, and the shopkeeper amenipatia hii, amekataa kuchukua pesa kabisa, amekataa kukataa. Akanambia, oh yeah, the dreadlocks. Huku wanafikiria pengine wamefikiria wewe ni hawa jamaa. You see, so now my point is this, to give you that story, and it's a true story. My point of giving you that story is, you can see ile ni hasara ya ngapi huyo shopkeeper had to go through just for the sake of appeasing me, in belief that I was one of those guys, right?
Okay.
Now that would have to mean that that man had a lot of fear in him for these people. So ukisikia watu wanataja hii jina boss, ogopa. Mi nilijionea na macho hivi, yani mtu kama anakupea mkate na maziwa bure, unampea pesa, una insist, anakataa. Ni uoga gani iko katika kichwa yake? So go ahead, Mburu.
And I have a question, guys. I have a question. I know during the 2008, 2007, 2008. Now, if you take an example of Russia and Ukraine, when Russia attacked Ukraine and Ukraine responded, would you call the Ukrainian president a murderer because he defended himself?
Say what?
What do you mean, Ashley?
I want to get to some point.
Yes.
When Russia attacked Ukraine and Ukraine responded, of course, when they responded and they are killing each other. So if Ukraine was so aggressive and overcame and killed a lot of Russians, would you now say, oh, Russian president is a murderer, he killed Russians? Well, he was attacked. He wasn't the aggressor.
You've mixed me up there.
Yeah,
now, the question is, who's the aggressor between who's the aggressor now in your story?
Let me what I'm saying. Who is the aggressor between Russia and Ukraine?
The Russians are the aggressors.
So when Ukraine responds, would you call the Ukrainian president a terrorist or a murderer?
That's a defense. That's a defense.
So in 2007, 2008, when the election was stolen and the clash happened, who was the aggressor?
It is hard to tell.
No, but the person who stole the election was the aggressor. So the one who responded was there defending themselves and their win. So why do we call the person who defended themselves a murderer?
No, number one, if you say the one who stole the election is the aggressor, then the next thing should have been the one who was stolen to steal back something, right? An equal.
So,
but you see,
Ashley, can I tell you something? Number one, if the elections were stolen, it had nothing to do with the common mwananchi. So, when those who felt aggrieved decided to retaliate, they retaliated against the innocent people. Because the work of the common person is to go and vote, that's all. They don't even know how the elections are stolen. So when you kill people because your votes were stolen, that is not even defending yourself. That is hooliganism. That is lack of emotional intelligence. That is disrespect to the institutions of democracy. Because that is why we have the procedures of where you are supposed to go if you feel aggrieved. So
why do you even go to the people, like you said, rightfully said? Why not go for the leaders directly?
On the other hand, okay, politicians defend themselves and they say that the killings, the lootings, the distractions that happened because of the elections being leaked, and they say it happened spontaneously, and they say it had nothing to do with them. It happened because the masses felt aggrieved.
And that's the thing, when you cannot, and that's why I say the aggressor, the person who caused the masses. You see, there is a point that reaches, and that's what we are saying about Mungiki. You can think you're just playing games, and then it reaches where you ignite a fire you cannot contain.
Exactly.
So the person who ignited a fire that was unable to be contained, and it cost lives.
Exactly.
Because it's not the leaders that told people go and fight. It's the people who are so mad, and this is what's gonna happen now if we don't act quickly and proactively and decisively.
So what is happening right now? When we see people of the caliber of the former prime minister supporting them, they get more courage. When they see people who were former ministers supporting them and talking on their behalf, they become more courageous. When they see people like Mother Karua, who is a legal counsel and a senior counsel in that matter, and a respected leader supporting them, they gain more courage, and they see the reason why they should even continue regrouping and training more members. And
so tomorrow they went to town and there was this tiring caused an ignition. I think when you go back, you should start blaming the people who started that fire.
Exactly, I agree with you. Ashley. And you know the people who are supporting Maina Jenga, and the reason why this group has never died or has never paralyzed is because there are people who have been funding them, giving them millions of money just to get that support from Maina Jenga. So unless we cripple the source of money, what the government should do is to do the investigation. If they see any link that somebody has sent money to this sect, cripple their financial background, cripple their money, make sure they don't have money to give to anybody. Because
Guru, what I'm most worried about is that right now, as we speak, there are some youth that are currently being trained.
And I liked your observation, Ashley, where you said the people we saw on the TV singing for Maina Jenga, those traditional songs, are very young people, younger than me.
So they were not, if they were there, they were children.
These are new recruits. These are not the same people we were dealing with in 2007. That's a good observation. So the government should move swiftly, not just to kill. They should first of all build those rehabilitation centers, arrest these people, have a very good structure on how to reform our young people.
But how do you reform millions?
That is where we go wrong. It is better even if we ask for funding from outside. We come up with institutions. We get all our psychologists and psychiatrists and other people who are in the relevant field to start training our people. We start by counseling them, showing them where they have gone wrong, and also we start equipping them with skills so that they may be able to make money without those criminal activities.
And something else, the last few years, I haven't seen anything about Mungiki. They only come out when they are, every time, like they had come out in 2017, 2018. Do you know who brings them? It is Uhuru. Right now, he has been cornered. Jubilee is gone. It is Uhuru. I think if Uhuru was dealt with himself and the leaders of Mungiki, you don't even need to, all those other people will just fall in line. It's not
unfortunate.
If they keep leaving it to grow, I don't think they are hardcore people right now. If they can work on it right now and not be afraid to arrest Uhuru, because even in 2007, 2018, when the election seemed like it was going to come from them, they started threatening people with Mungiki. It is always when he's cornered that he produces them. Even now, his Jubilee is gone. He has matters to take to Azimio, and he always goes there by himself. So now, you see, he has no Kikuyu to take. So now he has bought Mungiki. He has bought them, and that is who he's bringing as his contribution to Azimio. So,
you see, Ashley, I asked a senior person, a friend of mine, a question when I saw the Mungiki at the DCI headquarters, and we were having a discussion. I asked him, what do you think will happen, or when will this group end? Do you know how he answered? He said, and I had not thought about it. He said, this group will only end when Uhuru will die. And I felt it is so unfortunate that somebody that Kenyans have respected and given him a chance to rule for 10 years, gave his father a chance to rule for 18 years. The only way to thank the people is to fund a criminal gang so that he may remain relevant. And this group, from the time it was being formed, he was and the Kenyatta family were involved, and they started funding them at that low level. They have nurtured this group to where it is today. So I think something ought to be done. I am one of the people who really supported Uhuru Kenyatta. I'm one of the people who voted for him, prayed for him, and even now he has a chance of rethinking and making the right decision for the country. He should work with Maina Jenga, Dura Waroinge, and they should agree, because this group belongs to them and some other politicians from Central Kenya. They should agree that the time has come for us to add the group called Mungiki, call their members, and help the government reform them. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that for him, he wants to remain strong through Maina Jenga, through those dreaded people who unleash terror to the people. So the best thing Uhuru can do for us is to add the group that he himself and others started. This group is not good for our society, for our community, and even for Kenya. It's not a good group. And we are not, myself personally, I have nothing against Uhuru Kenyatta. He ruled for 10 years. That is good enough for him to come back to Kenyans and tell Kenyans, thank you so much for what you did. Now I want to be a statesman, to be guiding other people and other leaders. So what he is doing is very unfortunate. The courage that you see with Maina Jenga is because of the support of Uhuru and Raila Odinga. Today, Ruto cannot arrest Uhuru Kenyatta, because if he dares, the people will start saying that the Kikuyu leader is being harassed. The government is targeting to cripple the Kikuyus. That is why they want to arrest Uhuru Kenyatta. So I don't know where we shall head as a society. We are in a very awkward, in a very bad situation as a nation. Black.
Yeah, I mean, it is very wrong and hata kuona our leaders associating with Maina Njenga, knowing well what is all about. Even if maybe we had given him what do you call this, ile uaminifu kwamba he had changed his ways, but then we
And we need a very strong.
Yeah.
You guys,
like,
you get to go and listen to this. This Nduru Waruigi on YouTube. They are regrouping. They haven't changed anything. They are regrouping. Like now, he said he likes to hire thieves and outcasts into his church because they are not utilized right. That's why they do those things. So when you get those people and you nurture them, they become loyal to you, and then you make them hardened. They can die for you.
I don't know what you think, Jakes, about our internal security minister. I am yet to analyze him very well. I don't know how bold he is to deal with Mungiki. Because right now, we need a very strong internal security minister.
Oh, and Kindiki?
Kindiki. I don't know if he is bold enough to handle that group.
Like I was saying, sorry, before earlier on, sauti ndio ilikuwa imeniletea shida kidogo. It is very unfortunate that unaona watu wanafanya politics na hili kundi, yani, you know, like walking around with this minor, putting him in podiums, giving him the leeway to speak. That is very wrong, right? Judging by ile mfano ambayo ilifanyika ile siku alipoitwa DCI, like Ashley rightfully put, you can easily tell that something is happening behind. I mean, if he had at all changed, then we wouldn't have seen that scene of those men out there at DCI very unruly, not even scared of the police that were there, having been lobbed tear gas, but they were still there singing. I mean, that's no joke. That's no joke. It's very sad, believe me. Yani hata paka inaogopa. Una imagine ukifikiria vile vitu yenye tulionanga in those days ikifanyika. It is crazy, man. For anyone who has seen a head ikiwa imewekwa tu chini hivi kwa barabara unapatana nao bila mwili, don't understand what I'm talking about. It was no joke. That I'm speaking
Yeah.
from experience.
Mimi ningesema, and what I like about the government we are having, I have a lot of faith with Ruto, because one, Ruto is not a coward. And sometimes I look at the Bible and I try to look at, to analyze the kind of leaders that God used to give chance to rule the nation of Israel. The character of people like David. David was a very strong leader that even the prophets, when they were sent to David, they were unable to articulate clearly what God had sent them to say, because they knew this is a tough guy. The kind of a leader that we have today.
There's no volume on that video.
Yeah, there is no volume. So the good thing
for Minor, who survived. It was termed as a neighborly visit in which the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, who lives a stone throw away from the former Mungiki leader turned preacher Minor Njenga in Karen, paid him a visit. A forum that Raila sees to demand for a beefed-up security for Minor, who survived by a whisker, a deadly attack about a week ago in Nyahururu that killed 6 of his colleagues.
Si Maina peke yake, Wakenya wote wana haki ya kulindwa. Na sasa yeye maisha yake hatarini, nimeona ameponea chupuchupu na hii marisasi karibu 30 ambaye zimeingia, na watu 6 hawakuwa na bahati kama hii. Yeye amekuwa ni kama mtende.
Minor on his part stating what could have triggered the deadly attempt on his life.
Hii kesi yetu ambayo iko ICC, mimi nimeshaambiwa mara nyingi sana niandike statement na hawa majamaa, na mimi nilikataa kuandika hiyo statement, na ninajua chanzo cha hawa maneno yote ni uhusiano wetu na opposition.
And he did not stop at that.
Mimi sina shaka kusema ya kwamba haya mambo yote yanafanywa na serikali ambayo iko sasa, kwa sababu hakuna kitu kinaweza tendeka safari moja, safari mbili, safari tatu bila wakuu kujua.
Raila, who was accompanied by the Kisumu Senator Peter Anyang' Nyong'o, dismissed claims by security agencies that attempts on Njenga's life were a rivalry between him and his brother.
Mheshimiwa, hapo nikiongeza, yule ambao alikuwa akisemekana tunapigana naye ndio huyu. Huyu ni ndugu yangu mkubwa.
Instead, asking them to ensure security for all Kenyans.
Serikali imejua watu wamepigana, watu wengine wameua wengine, na sasa wanasema ati kuna tofauti gang, wanawasha tena mna hii. Hii ni kusema kama serikali inakiri tayari imeshindwa, haiwezi kutekeleza wajibu wake.
Ni kama kufagiwa, tunafagiwa. Na kama nilikuwa nimetolewa onyo ati nisipoandika statement nitamalizwa. Sasa hata nikimalizwa lazima dunia yote ijue ni kina nani wananimaliza.
Minor claims that he has so far recorded 2 statements with the police at Nairobi area and Kajiado police stations. He is, however, unhappy over what he calls slow pace of investigations. Alex Kubasu for Monday Special.
Okay.
These jokes. Easy jokes.
Now,
it's unfortunate.
These guys are they live close to each other, so they're friends. They are so okay. I don't want to be quick to judge Raila Odinga on the same, but
Dex, let me tell you. What nasema Mkuki kwa nguruwe mtamu, kwa mwanadamu
mchungu.
Sijui kama
Pia
unajua
kuna
hiyo methali huwa inamaanisha nini.
Kuna methali nyingine pia inasema ukitaka kujua mwenye umbwa, piga huyo umbwa mawe, utajua mwenyewe ni nani. Because the owner, utajua mwenyewe, because the owner will come and start telling, why are you hitting my dog? Tafakari sasa, tafakari.
So mimi kile ambacho ningeambia watu, especially watu wa kwenye nimetoka, mjichunge sana, mjichunge sana. Msidhani wakati mnaona vijana wenu wakiwaambiwa wajiunge na vikundi kama hizo ni kupendwa. Hakuna mtu anayekupenda Jex, atakuambia uko sawa wakati unakosea. Mtu ambaye ningetegemea akuje na aseme Mungiki na vikundi kama hizo ni mbaya, ni mtu ambaye amewahi pewa nafasi na Wakenya akawa kiongozi kama Raila Odinga. A state person, ni mtu ambaye tunastahili kuendea wakati tunataka ushauri. Mtu kama Uhuru Kenyatta, hata Ruto akitoka,
hata kwa nini tuende kwa Odinga, Uhuru nini Raila, wacha hata tusione Raila sana. Uhuru hata ni watu they are his own tribes people. Yeye ndio anafaa akuje awaambie hiyo ni mbaya, lakini yeye ndio mwenye hizo dogi.
Mimi hata heri hiyo bahati mbaya hao wengine walikufa. Huyo jamaa I wish yeye alipatwa na hizo marisasi. Unajua some people they are not worth to be in the society. Surely tuseme ukweli, mtu anaona uhai wake ni wa maana sana, yeye peke yake anasahau ya kwamba kuna watu maelfu sahi wako kwa kaburi kwa sababu yake. Hata hao watu 6 waliokuwa na yeye hapo, sio kwamba yeye uhai wake ni wa maana kuwaliko. So for me, if you don't value lives of other people, nobody should value your life. So ukija hapa kutuambia uhai yako, I don't know, your life is in danger and you deserve to be protected. Have you protected other people's children? Wakati maandiko yanasema hivi, ati upanga uliopewa mfalme hajapewa bure. It is there to protect those who break the law. Watu wengine kama judiciary imekataa ku protect the people. Maina Jega alipelekwa kotini, koti ikasema hana makosa. Mackenzie akapelekwa kotini, wakasema hiyo evidence haijatosha. Kwa sababu gani? These people have money. Judges wanapokea hongo, lawyers wanapokea hongo. Jex in Kenya tumekuwa na kesi moja ya shaba imekaa 30 years. Miaka 30. Yani nikazaliwa nikakuta kwetu kuna kesi.
Huyu naye tukakuta amekwama. Mbora, are you still there?
Nikakuwa, that is the kind of the country we have. I mean, crazy, it is crazy. So lazima kuanzia pale kwa mapolisi, kwa DCI, I mean kwa judiciary. Everybody is rotten in our nation. Kuna watu wengi wamenyang'anywa mali yao Kenya, shamba yako na ni yako na kabisa unajua ni yako, lakini inaenda kwa sababu hauna pesa. Mawakili unasema ati uko na wakili, wanaenda wanapaka na huko na hao mawakili wengine, huyu mtu hana pesa, kwa hivyo tutafanya hivi, tukichukua hii shamba yake tutagawana hivi, na inaenda. That is the kind of society we live in. There is no space for the poor. That is the kind of leadership we have. Sijui nani hata kuna mtu alijoku akasema ama hii Kenya iuzwe, kila mtu agawie share yake, watu waende wakatafute kwa kukaa. I mean, it is crazy. Mtu anajulikana, wewe ndio umekuwa ukikusanya vijana, waende wakaue watu, waende wakalipishe kodi na wewe sio serikali, waende wakachome manyumba ya wale ambao wamekataa kufanya venye unataka, mkichoma magari za watu. Halafu sasa unaachiliwa, uko huru sasa, wewe ndio kiongozi wa watu. Unaenda sasa, umeshakuwa bilionea, unaenda kwa maharabe, unapigiwa makofi. Sasa wote unasema sasa hivi wewe ni bishop, sijui pastor, sijui nini. Which country, which civilized society would accept or entertain such nonsense? Nikisikia mtu akiongea ati mambo ya Mungiki sijui ana support sijui nini, nashindwa kama kichwa yake iko sawa. It is horrible, terrible to have such people in the, I mean, it's bad. Ile kitu itafanya Mungiki isiishe ni kwa sababu tuko na viongozi ambao wanawasupport. Lakini Jacques useme mimi ni criminal na nione nobody want to be associated with me, I will think twice.
No. Even Guru, even the government, Ruto has the sword. So even if people are supporting a certain leader, I think at the end of the day, he has to have the resolve and decisiveness to do what he needs to do. Watu wafanya kila wanataka wakikasirika after he has handled the situation, but he needs to handle.
I agree with you.
Umeona leo nini huku kwetu, umeona what has happened. What has, you know, sometimes you have to handle business. That is what leaders are for, and that's why they are paid all that. That is why they have security. Shika ule mtu analeta problem and deal with them. Deal with them. Whatever will be, kwera wo ekore mweka mwara kara, let us go to that next level and fix it.
And I agree with you, Ashley. Kenya,
Ashley, did you just speak in vernacular? Interesting.
And she said, let people do when they become angry, but a leader should do.
Buru, allow Ashley to speak so we can translate.
Yes. Ashley,
go ahead,
say it
Ashley.
again.
Jera. Jera, Ashley, Jera.
You haven't heard this stuff.
Hapana, sikusikia.
You can only
Jera
find
uhuru.
such funny things in Mutembei, yeah? Where Ashley is speaking vernacular.
Ashley, hebu sema tusikie.
I think he needs to do it, whatever needs to be done. There is nobody above the law. If someone is funding terrorists, domestic terrorists, they should be arrested. Period.
At sasa kwa sababu Uhuru amekuwa president, he is untouchable. Ni Mkikuyu na tulimchagua, but should he cause mayhem and disorganization in our society? Kwa sababu yeye alikuwa rais, hawezi guswa. Kwa sababu wako na pesa, anaweza kusanya wa vijana na walipe surely.
If they have intelligence beyond reasonable doubt that he has done it, they should arrest him. Period. They should.
So, viongozi wetu wanatulet down. They are letting us down. Mimi nikisema hivi kwa rais, kwa sababu najua hii Mutembei husikizwa na watu wengi sana, hata labda watasikia. Ruto ndiye kiongozi wa Kenya saa hii. Chochote ambacho kina happen, tunasema ni yeye. Hata Mungiki wa kidrive, tutasema ni yeye. Na asitishwe na watu watasema ati vijana wa Mount Kenya wanakuwa targeted. Nobody who is peaceful can be targeted. Nobody who is trying to do what is right will be targeted. So, kama kuna criminal.
Kuna mtu hapa kwa comment section anasema Mburu ni Mungiki na ajui.
Sema hivi. Kama kuna criminal. Na huyo criminal anajitanisha na kabila fulani. It has nothing to do with the tribe. It has nothing to do with the tribe. Kama mtu anafanya vile hastahili kufanya, let the government handle that person as per that person. Mtu akishikwa awekwe ndani. Na akiwekwa ndani, tafadhali ya judges, tuache hii mchezo. Tumefanya mchezo sana na maisha ya watu. Tuache mchezo. Mtu akiletwa, kama kuko na evidence inaonyeshana ya kwamba huyu mtu amekuwa in these criminal activities, judges, muache kudanganya watu ati ni evidence hakuna. Ni kulipwa, huwa wanalipwa, wanapewa pesa. They get money. Tumekuwa kwa these corridors za Kenya. By the way, there was a time we applied for a judge not to listen to our case because we had some information that the judge has been compromised, but he refused. Akasema hawezi jiondoa kwa sababu akijiondoa itasemekana hivyo tunafikiria ndivyo iko. You know, that is the kind of judicial system we have.
You know, like there is this case of Jeff Mwadi. It has been returned to court. I was watching a clip the other day, and they say they have 35 witnesses. Do you know what the judge said? Those are too many witnesses. Imagine, she's saying there are too many. Can they just bring 3? And this is the case that the prosecutor has said that he has been unable to know if this guy was killed or he committed suicide. Can you imagine telling the mother that yani 35 are too many, utaki kufanya job yako ukae hapo chini wasikize so you can determine whether it is a murder or a suicide? That's an active case. That's how corrupt they are. If I was the mother, I would ask them to remove this judge who does not want to do her job and get a judge who has time to listen to all 35 in open court.
Kenya utachukua buduki, upige maskini risasi, watu wote wakiona, na uendelee na maisha yako kama kawaida. That is the Kenya we have. Na utakuwa uko sawa. Na ukikuja tunakupigia makofi. So long as utapea watu kitu kidogo kidogo hapa. I mean, it's crazy. So, I wish siku moja tupate kiongozi ambaye atasema hata kama nitaongoza for 5 years
or for 1 year,
hata kama sitachaguliwa tena niongoze, hata kama huyu nani Nelson Mandela aseme I want to fix this nation for 5 years, I'll do what is right. Ajaribu, especially ubaya wetu sasa. Unajua sometimes democracy ni mbaya sana. Unakuta hata huyo rais amekabwa shingo kwa sababu hana power. Hata akitaka unasema fulani ashikwe, tuko na hivi evidence, kabla hata afike kwa koti pesa zenye zimemwagwa na huku nyuma, akifika kule tu anaenda kama ameachiliwa. Lakini tunastahili siku moja tuone MP amefungwa na akae ndani. Tuone governor amefungwa na akae ndani miaka nyingi. Sasa watu wataanza kuogopa. Lakini kikuwa sasa mtu mwenye hawezi lipa bail tu ndiye anaweza fungwa Kenya, that is not the society we need. Unajua many people who worked around Trump today wako ndani. Kenya, it can't happen. Ati usikie wale watu ambao ndio walikuwa ma advisors wa Uhuru Kenyatta sasa wanaserve 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. Huku viongozi wanashikwa, wanawekwa ndani na hakuna mtu ataenda kwa streets. Uliona Trump akienda kotini, hakukuwa hata na mtu mmoja wa kufanya maandamano. Shika Uhuru leo kumwambia tu kuja kotini, utaona ile umati itakuwa huko nje ikisema mtu wetu anaonewa. We are disorganized. Kuna shida.
What I was thinking about Kenya, they need to have jury, you know, because in Kenya, they like now the one I'm saying of Jeff Mwadi, there is only one judge. You know, it's so easy to bribe one judge. But can you imagine?
Jury.
They don't.
But
They don't.
speaking of a jury, you know, at times I love the show known as
What
Cool.
are jury, by the way? Jakes.
Yes.
I
I
love
look at them, no.
Some
I
years
don't think
back, I recall around 20 years ago,
Ilisha, during
one of my
independence.
family members,
No, they don't. Do they?
I remember when I was a young boy.
I don't
Unaweza
know.
kuangalia wakasema hakuna jury. It's they sit in
walikuwa wanaitwa, I remember, I just don't want to mention, but one of my family members
wanaitwa nani?
has been called to be part of a court case. Kitambo sana, kitambo. I think Mburu must have been a toddler then.
Maybe before independence. Kwani wewe
Unapenda kunionea sana nyinyi. Na mnapenda kunitaja.
Look it up because I looked it up and I did not see. They said there was before we gained independence, and after independence we don't have. What we have is judges. We can have a 3-bench judge or a one bench judge. Just
we had
check.
it for a
Black,
while.
what is wadia?
Eh?
What is wadia?
Kutaka kutafsiri kizungu ama?
No, wadia is an English word. I think Ashley can equally answer. During
How do you call it?
during the selection of the jury, each side has a moment to choose the panel. Let me call it the panel, or the sitting of what I'm forgetting, a group of jury, what it's called. So when they are selecting them, they ask some questions to see if they will be able to merit the case or demerit it. Hence, each side, both the prosecutor and the plaintiff and the
defendant,
have a way of challenging the jury. Now, that process, I think it's called wadia.
How do you spell that?
Let me get the spelling for you and post even the meaning here.
What have you said? Who gets to challenge who? What? I did not.
The lawyers, eh? Just one moment.
Ile corruption iko kwa nchi yetu is on another level. It's on another level.
Yes, we've had juries. Whether it is still there or not.
Can you cite a case?
But I remember when I was...
Do you know of any case that was ruled by a jury?
I remember when I was still in school. Where your family had been.
You dreamt.
Jex, mimi hata ilikuwa imefika mahali ninasema si tuondolewe, at least tuondolewe lawyers. Ili wewe Jex, wewe ndio unajua kesi yako na huyu mwingine mwenye mmekosana na yeye ama mwenye mnashidana na yeye, mnaenda kwa judge, mna argue your case. Kwa sababu right from the time umechukua wakili unaanza shida hapo. Wakili
unajua watu wale tuko supposed kuondolewa ni hao waheshimiwa, because hata watusaidii, and the more what are they for? If an MP cannot represent his people, a senator cannot represent his people, a governor cannot represent his people, they are working for the party. So the more they put, it is to enforce their party's objectives. So I think we need to reduce them so that some of the money can come to the people. Because kama hao watu wote tuko nao na Shakahola happened, what were all these leaders in Shakahola doing? The MCA, the elders, the inaitagwa nini ya kumi, all those, there are so many leaders. None of those was able to be told. Now at what time, most of the parents, most of their relatives went to the police. How did these leaders not find out?
But you see Ashley,
someone went all the way to I don't know where they went to Nairobi to tell even Sakaja. Why did our leaders keep quiet? Why is not being discussed? Why in this finance bill don't we have a compensation for these people of Shakahola like we did when the plane hit the? And I know they'll say that's a comparison. If we can have money to give 4 billion for MPs to take those foreign trips. Why can't they forfeit that 4 billion for this financial period and use it to help the families whose families have been affected by Shakahola? These people need counseling. A lot of help. Wanakufa hospitali ati wanakataa food. Why are they not on IV? Why are they not being fed intravenously? No, for real. They should be actually, because it was the government that dropped the ball. Actually, they should not be in dilapidated hospitals. They should be in military hospitals. At least you drop the ball for them then. These ones that you have recouped, and they are not that many, why don't you take them to the best hospital in the military facility and make sure they live?
You see, actually, what happens if somebody is so determined to die, there is nothing much the government can do, because even if you put those people on, you feed them on pipes, I don't know for how long you do that.
You see, they can, if they were getting gasoline in the, like, you know what they would be doing. In fact, another thing that has exposed the gospel, these preachers, instead of them now worrying about these souls that have been deceived, they are worried about their churches being closed down. They are worried about regulation. That is what they are worried about. Instead of being worried about going to these hospitals to counsel these people who have been deceived and bring them back to the Lord. I haven't seen them. I haven't seen these preachers going to the hospitals to talk to these people. That's what they should be doing, you know? And our government should be giving them the best care. They should be getting them the best counselors to talk to them.
We have to agree that. We have to agree this, that
Mboro amekwama tena. Oh, that is Vodia for you, or some pronounce it as Wadia, but it's Vodia.
Oh, sijaisikia.
It happens. Unaona, before a jury can be said, now we have a jury, they have to go through that, so that both teams ask a set of questions. Let's say we are discussing
disoriented.
In America, it's called jury selection.
Yes. Now that during that jury selection process, both teams go through this, where maybe a team of juries brought in, maybe let's say 30, right? Now we want to make sure that this jury will rule in our favor, or will rule in the merit of the case. So you bring in questions, right? So that the jury is not biased. So that whole process is called Wadia. Someone was making a joke that Wadia ni msichana Mkikuyu.
Jury ilikuwa Kenya. It was there when I was a small boy.
So I wanted to ask you, did your relative go through that? Because I don't know, I'm yet to get to know such things in Kenya. Maybe we need to find out.
I think wanasema ilitolewa after independence. Because during independence I was a very small boy at the time. Nilikuwa kijana mdogo sana.
So yeah, Jex, I was saying something before.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, my phone is somehow overheating. I had forgotten to put the AC. So I was saying we have to agree that our society is so disorganized, so disoriented, and even our systems of governance. Yes, we have very strong systems, but we have inadequacy of leaders with resolve to do the right things. When I talk of leaders, I'm not only talking about the politicians, but I'm talking of all the people in the positions of power, from our politicians to our administrators, the civil servants, those working in the judiciary, everywhere you go, there is an aspect of lack of seriousness. Because as much as we can say there were people in around, like I just use Shakahora as an example, that man had been taken to the court, and the judge, the prosecutor, was requested, we want this person to be detained for some time because there is an investigation we want to undertake. The judiciary said no. And after he was released, it's when all these deaths happened. So if we are to look at that holistically, whom are we to blame? Because, Jakes, if I'm a police person or an investigator, I arrest somebody, I take to court, and to the best of my knowledge, I had done my investigation, and then that person is released, I'll be demoralized. Okay. I'll be totally demoralized.
I've discovered that our weakest link is the judiciary and also the ODDP. ODPP office. That's our weakest link. Sometimes they refuse to prosecute cases, and when they do prosecute, they have never had a whole high-profile person prosecuted and charged, and charged, and there is a judgment. Never. They always withdraw the case
because money exchange hands. That is the only guess we can have.
And
how
then
comes, Jakes? That's a guess, yes. But how comes they have evidence for the low profile of the people, but they cannot get evidence? The chicken thieves, the goat thieves, and the small thieves, they can get evidence and concrete evidence that they can prove beyond reasonable doubt to the judge that these people are guilty. But they cannot get evidence for the rich. That is a big question we should be asking ourselves.
Now, how do you get evidence for the rich where the rich has a way to go to the magistrate chambers in silent, where the poor have no idea even how to locate it? They know where to get the rich. They are neighbors. They know how,
how do other countries do it now, since it's done elsewhere?
You see,
I think the ails that bedevils our country, they go so deep. If we needed to clean our country, we need a Magufuli kind of leader. We need a Kagame kind of leader. We need someone who will not really entertain it, will just have the balls to go after the rogues and just choose to sweep clean most of these sectors. Because by the end of the day, if you clean one, this one that you have tried to clean will go to the courts. The courts will stop all that cleaning, right? If you try to clean the courts, parliament, unanielewa. So it's a corrupt world, or rather a corrupt country, where how do you even start it? Think about it. Corruption happens every second in our country. When you drive through our roads, there's a police somewhere. Sorry, I used the word police. Sorry. There's a policeman, policewoman in uniform with a crown, coat of arms, well engraved on their uniform, and that headgear on their head, symbolizing Kenyan government and all, taking 50 shillings, 100 shillings. If we don't question that police, then at times I normally say fighting corruption is just lip service, because it happens every single second. Either we participate with it, we participate directly or indirectly. We visualize it, we see it, we take no action. But it's what Moro you're saying. Evidence inapatikana ya mtu ameiba billions, okay, ni sawa, ama inakosekana, lakini tunashika huyo wa kuku. Same to corruption. Tunaona vizuri pesa kidogo ikipotea, but fun enough, hiyo pesa kidogo bado inafikia huyo mkubwa. So if we were to fight this thing, it's so that's why at times, yes. And that's
look at this way. Look at it this way. Look at it this way. And I want to take you back to the case of somebody of like Maina Jenga. So many young people were jailed because of being members of Mungiki sect. But their leaders, all of them, that's why he's saying, I am only the chairperson. But we have a chain of organization. We have myself and so many others. All of them are free. Now, you go to court, somebody has stolen 1 billion, but you are released on a board of 1 million. Or even after the judgment, you are given a fine of 5 million. How reasonable is that? So I don't know who will save Kenya. I don't know where we will start, but something ought to be done. Watu wanasema ndio tunajivunia kuwa wa Kenya, lakini sio watu wote wanajivunia. Nobody would like to be outside Kenya. But Jakes, if a country cannot offer jobs, And even those who have jobs, they are getting 10,000, 7,000 as the end month salary.
You know, sometimes it's not even about the money. There are some people who are looking for security. You know, in Kenya, you walk, you don't know, and everywhere else. But Kenya is that thing. In maybe mtu yuko huko anasema, hey, hapa nikae pahali nakula pole pole without fear that if I put on my gold ring or I put on a chain, someone will come and track it from behind. You know, there is that peace, security peace. Because it's not even sometimes the money. Because if you can have a good job, but you can be followed any minute. People can come to your house any minute.
But yes,
even those police are themselves the ones who are planning. Even like the state prosecutor is the one who is behind these criminals. So hata watu wale wako supposed, na sisemi kote kuko nini, everywhere they are challenging. So doesn't work even just a little bit.
So Jakes, you see, instead of all our leaders coming together and think, what are we not doing right? How can we improve our society? What occupies their mind is, how do I become a leader so that I can be rich like others? That is what preoccupies their mind. All of them want to be in position, not to go to build or to develop the nation, not to create jobs, not to bring companies and factories to Kenya, not to...
But why do we choose them? Why do we choose them? Because now, we have a problem.
What can we do? All of them are the same.
But
none
someone
is different. For instance, let me give you an example. We already had two choices.
Yeah.
We only had two choices as the presidential candidates.
But let me ask you,
William Ruto.
Yeah,
so
but
yes.
And that's what I usually say. People say, oh, you chose Ruto and he's bad. I'm like, was Raila the option?
What did you want us to choose? So
the other option is staying at home.
So, Jakes, if you checked, over 3 million people had applied for green card to travel to America. 3 million people were trying to leave Kenya. And America only was taking 50,000 only. What percentage is that? And America, not only 50,000, it is 50,000 across the world. So you can see almost everybody want to leave Kenya because that is only America and only one opening of green card. There are so many other ways that people are trying to go. So everybody is trying to leave Kenya. So what leaders should be doing is to think, how can we make this place a better place? How can we make sure that everybody feels comfortable to be in Kenya? But when they get into power, it's all about themselves.
But you know, you need a patriot in order for them to think like that. What we have are not leaders; they are called dealers, and they are thinking, what can we do to make it better, but not for you, for themselves.
And now people want us to believe that Raila Odinga is the savior, somebody we have tested before, and he has been found wanting. He was there during Kibaki time. The prime minister, what did he do? He slept in the job. What did he do? Even in his office, there was so many corruption to the extent, if you have ever read the book of Miguna, we have no hope unless somebody like Jakes, unless you wake up and you go and try to help us, maybe. But the ones we have tested them. We have found them wanting.
People will take Jakes if he has money and he's using it. You see, again, people want people with money, and those people with money have stolen our money, and that's the money that they are giving out. So someone like who has no money, why can't we support him?
If today I go and offer myself as a candidate, presidential candidate, and all I have is money to pay for the fee to be enlisted as one of the candidates, I'll become a laughing stock. Why? Because I don't bribe people. I don't have money for, you know. If you don't have money in Kenya, you will not become a leader.
Chapukati himself will not even take you seriously. Do you know there are some people who teach with no reason?
That is why he bad. That is why he bad Mwagi wa Iria, because he was like this
With
and
no reason.
that is why, you know.
By the way, one of the things I would really wish to be brought into law, and I wish some of these guys can hear, that it is not up to the IEBC chairman to decide who runs, who doesn't, based on what he feels, not his feelings. You know, I hate how he would dismiss some of these, what we call them, presidential candidates, simply because maybe anaona wewe mnaagi tu upuzi, so anakudismiss. I think if you meet the threshold, if you meet all the requirements, right, let the hata tukikuwa na mchuja ya president, it's okay if the list. I remember there was one time they were saying 51 people had sent in their application, they wanted to be president, but how Chebukati ended up having 4 is still a case study. So to me, I think there needs to be a law that bars anyone, because me, I tend to think this way. Interfering with 2022 election began way back. It was well choreographed. Maybe someone thought if he reduces the number, he will definitely win. Either Ruto, either Raila, Wajakoya, or Wahika.
You brought that up.
These elections from the one.
You see, they saw Ruto had youth and he had Christians. So that is why they only allowed Wajakoya to take the youth through marijuana or whatever he's selling. And these are the pastor. You remember there was a pastor. They thought he would take the Christian. Yeah, Wahiga. He was going to take. So they thought that those two were going to eat into Ruto's numbers.
Market. Yes. Yeah. Jakes.
But they did eat into his numbers.
Okay, Jakes, let us look at something here. To become a governor in Kenya, you cannot become a governor without spending between 50 and 60 million. Then ask yourself, how much money does the governor earn as the salary? You know, you spend 60.
The question even should be, how much will he be worth after his term is over as a governor?
So look at it this way. You spend almost 70 or even 100 million to become the governor. So where do we expect this person to get his money from? So for him to regain his money, he has to steal from the people. And the reason why the elections in Kenya are very costly is because people go there with the mentality of, I am going to root the nation. Here in America,
it's even criminal. How do you spend 40 billion on an election and it is still not credible, verifiable, trustworthy, people can trust the and everything? Waste so much money, yet it still becomes a sham of an election.
And that is why.
Like, why is it not already criminal if that is not the
You
one
can imagine, for instance, do you know how many billions did Ruto team spent for Ruto to become the president?
It is in its billions.
Billions of money. Do you know how many billions did Azimio use? That is why the moment you lose, you feel like you have lost the whole world. You have lost everything. You become disoriented. You become depressed.
The stages of grief.
Yeah, you go through stages. You become crazy. Then you say, "No, I must remove this person from power." It is because of how you feel and what you have lost. So something ought to be done. Something ought to be done. Now, what do you think the president will do to recover his billions? Do you think he's relying on the 1 million salary?
That's one housing levy is coming in. That's where your housing levy is going to go.
You see, Ashley has already said where the money money will go.
That is why they only want it. That is why they only want it from the low income, because they have no voice. And guess what? When people made a lot of noise, do you know who they removed from? They took away the employer. The employer doesn't have to pay anymore, only the employee.
So however much you want to become a good leader in Kenya, first of all, you cannot become a leader without money. And then when you become, you have to look for ways of regaining your money. However much President Ruto would like to be a very honest person, he cannot. He has spent a lot of money. And there are also people who gave him money, and they have expectation that we must regain our money first. And even if Raila Odinga became the president, he had to return the money he was given by Uhuru and other people for his campaign. So how do we make our elections less costly? Jaribu leo kusimama hata MCA Kenya.
But you know, they can make a law in parliament that you cannot use more than X number of money, but they can't do that because they're the ones who are using it. So unfortunately, the people who should make a law that you can't use, like say, you cannot use more than 100,000 to do your campaigns. It becomes a campaign finance law, that it is criminal above that. They can't do that.
That is why, Ashley, we will have.
But you see, Mburu
Yes.
and Ashley, kumbukeni that why the part of the reasons as to why they usually say ours cost more is because of the safety features. Who avoid wheezy. You know, this is the key reason as to why they always say that. Even the systems which are being brought down on and kwa this ballot paper has these safety features, this paper is easy za kupeana because network 334As is nini, they have I don't know which 34Bs, what they have safety features.
Can I ask you a current question? They are doing the digital IDs. Why is it? Why have people gone to contract with a Pakistan? Isn't there a Kenyan or the military that can do that work and keep the money in the country?
Do you know our ballot can be used. The value of our ballot is almost the same as the value of our money. We can even use our ballots to go and buy things. It is so variable, very costly. We really have to be having all that to secure our elections. Then at the end of the day, we say it doesn't matter whether we went through the process because it was.
Actually, that's a very nice question, which I didn't know about. So we are making IDs from Pakistan.
Yeah, the person who is doing the digital IDs is from Pakistan. So people are asking, since we had the Huduma number, why should we have, and it's going to cost 2.5 times more than the Huduma number costs.
Then, actually, because you have mentioned Huduma number, where did the money for Huduma number go? What was the whole process about?
And now we are going to get new IDs, the digital IDs. What is the need of the digital IDs?
This is madness.
And they should not even keep on bothering people. They have all our names. They should produce those, whatever, and they tell people to pick theirs.
Because they're saying you're going to have Huduma number would have your KRA pin. It will also have your license, driving license.
Yeah, it's going to keep track of you so they can know how much you're making so that they can be able to tax you.
I know that's the whole reason why.
We have hardly used them, and now they want to make these ones, and these ones are costing 2.5 times more than the Huduma number, and they are being made by a Pakistani. So you're like, why are we going to Pakistan? And there are Kenyans who can do it. And if you say that you are doing that to protect about, like the security feature, why can't we use the military?
That's a good
Even
question.
military, they are corrupt. Nobody is clean in Kenya. Actually.
That's now, Mburu. If you're gonna say that now, who can we run to then, or who should we run to? If you're saying the military also corrupt.
Even Pakistan is even more corrupt than that. And
Of
so
course.
was where Venezuela has no government. It's like Somali. So Somalia. So these places are just places to go and launder money. This is why Moses Kuria is going all over, and I think he's going to establish those proxy companies. And then you think it's a Pakistani, and the Pakistani has been put there as a proxy.
I'm really surprised about this Pakistani story. I didn't
It's
know about
only
that.
God that will help Kenya.
Let me tell you of a story about Mutembei. I don't know whether I should say it. He had a proxy somewhere. I don't even want to say, I don't know whether to say, but he tried to get a company on a proxy a long time ago, not now. And somebody, whoever they were opening the business with, jumped him and said he won't do anything to me because he was, like the way they do, they want to put you there as a proxy. It's their business, but they want to put you there. That person, akamruka. So people do these proxy things all the time. So hata hiyo
Mwenye alifanya proxy, mwenye alifanya
Pakistan, maybe Moses Kurias.
So mwenye alikuwa proxy akabaki amekula hiyo pesa ama
walifungua company somewhere. I would say, because I'll be more, that will even highlight, so if he listens, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But he went, and because of his name, he was able to, it's a place where you can't get a stall unless you're somebody. So this person Dabadi to get that stall. So they were supposed to be partners. When they got the place, he wrote on his name, he didn't write the other person's Dabadi's. But he was doing it as a proxy because he couldn't go himself. So that's what I'm saying. Hata hii Pakistani inaweza kuwa Pakistani in quotes. But and then that's why they are charging people more. Unashindwa, si government iko supposed, kama in America, when most of the time when you sell to the government, they try to get a good deal. They might get market value or below market. They don't buy things that are overpriced. How comes Kenya always buy things that are overpriced?
Easy.
They said how much was the cost of one ballot paper?
Unless we check there. But it was very costly. It was.
I think you should go back to the Mlolongo system, whereby we could just line up behind whoever you want to vote for, and that's the end of it.
Do you remember this?
Within an hour, you already know who won. Life goes on. Huh?
It's costly.
Sorry?
Let me ask you guys, do you remember a time when we were buying planes from the US in 2018?
Yes.
When Trump just came into power. Was it 2018 or 2020?
Buying what?
They were buying planes for 2018. They were buying planes, and Trump, somebody in the government said, someone in the Congress in America said that they are very expensive. They were old-fashioned ones, but they were very priced, and they were being sold to Kenya. So somebody, a Congress person or a senator, stopped that sale so that they could discuss it in Congress, because he was like, why are they being sold so expensive? So when they discussed it, they just decided to let it be sold. But he was like, but there are other planes that are better quality and lower price. Why are they going for these ones which are inferior and higher cost, instead of going to that other company that is lower cost and better planes? And they let the sale go through. As Kenyans, if already America was raising an alarm on military planes that were being sold to our country, why could our country at that point, when they were complaining, say, hold up, so we are getting a bad deal, we can get a better deal? Why did they continue with that sale? Who was behind it?
Ashley,
we were even sold for some other military crafts zenye zinatumikana mara nyingi kuspray madawa kwa shamba, zenye zilikuwa zinafundishwa sana watu jet fighters zamani walikuwa wanafundishwa nazo. I mean, we're talking about 70s. Siku hizi zinatumiwa kuspray madawa kwa shamba, and then now our government goes ahead and buys those planes. That's crazy. And we bought them.
Yes.
Black, my son. Wacha niwasaidie kidogo. Ile mnasema ati airplane zilinunuliwa hapa na sikuenda mzuri. Ni kweli, kwa sababu actually there was something to that effect, but you know what Trump thought about us and how he thought that we cannot pay. So that is that. Lakini tuende hiyo ya jury duty. Jury ilikuwa Kenya kitambo. Mzee wangu alifanya kazi na court. Na hiyo tukajua ule mtu alikuwa anafanya jury. Na sio kama hii America actually. Hii walikuwa sijui black anatuambia. Ilikuwa wanalipwa kama mwaka mzima au miezi 6. Wanakuwa selected, watu hawajui. Nao ndio walikuwa na jury. Lakini hii America, the lawyer of both sides have to be there. And they use very different criteria. And I did some law school. Then law class where I discovered that, you know, the guy was asking us, who do you think could convict a black man, a young black man? We came to realize it was young ladies who had a bad experience with young men. And when the jury goes there and this lawyer selects young black ladies to convict a black guy who's young, they knew the answer. So, yeah, Julie and a simple lawyer, 3 lawyers, all this, I say, don't even do it. Don't do the crime. Because they can go either way. And you don't want to be that condition.
The way our judges are corrupt, like now, I was talking about this Jeff Mwadis case, where the judge is already telling the state prosecutor, when they say they are going to produce 35 witnesses, she's like, those are too many. Remember, this is a case that's been since February, and the family has been through a lot, and now the state has that they are unable to decide if the child, their son, was murdered or he committed suicide. Remember, that is what's going on. And they have the audacity. She's being paid, but she's been saying 35 witnesses are too many for her to sit down and listen to. She only needs them to bring 3. How is she going to decide if the state has been unable to decide by listening to these 35? How is she going to decide by 3 being brought? Whether this is a murder or a suicide. That's a person who's already paid, doesn't want to be disturbed, wants to just come and close. And she should be off.
Let me answer, you keep repeating now yourself. Let me answer that for you. Hiyo ndio inaonyesha experience ambayo uko nayo. Wengine tumeona kama jury duty, New York, John Kerry, he will get away by looking at those jury members one by one. Neither did they know that he had their number. You call them, somebody will call them and tell them, jury duty can go either way. Vile unasema ni kweli, kama huyu lawyer anafanya hivyo. Ndio tunasema wengine, let us kill corruption completely, then we go from there. Nakwambia kitu ya ukweli, na ule alimaliza the mafia, yani ilikuwa inaenda, kama unaenda against them, they will go and kill your family and everybody. Guess what? Nobody did anything to them. The same thing you are saying about in Kenya. The same thing. So tumeona hii, when I keep saying the jury and the lawyer, the guy who was convicted alikuwa anauza hii vitu mbaya, New York, John Kerry, anaangalia mtu jury one by one and all of them say not guilty. So actually, we agree what you are saying. What you are saying is true. You fight that. You talk like you can fight on that. We agree.
What I was trying to say, I think I didn't explain. It's easy to bribe one judge. It's easy to bribe 2, and judges are expensive. So if you get like a 7, it's going, you know, like this case that of this boy, which looks like a 7-judge seat, not just 1, because 1 can be corrupted. 7 is a little hard. But if they cannot afford that many judges, I was thinking a jury would be like if they had a jury of 10. You see, in this jury of 10, people can be, we say Kenya have corrupt people, but let me tell you, there are people in Kenya who will not take a bribe.
But Ashley,
well, can I say Buru, let me ask you my burning question. Actually, where you going to, let's assume you go to the juries. Where you going to get them? I'm from Waboto. I know that if they have so and so, we got this number. So even the jurors would be compromised. In America, they are even more secure. But guess what? The court has said they can't secure anymore unless it is a very dangerous case. So even if the jury you are saying is hard, nilikwambia the jury's members were the one John Gadi alikuwa anaangalia wanna vote for him not guilty. No, all those were jury members.
So apart from that, let me just be specific on this case and the question that Ashley is asking. That the magistrate said that 5 witnesses are so many. When I heard the first time that they have 35 witnesses, the first question that came in my mind was, where are they coming from? Because as far as it was reported, is that in that house there were only 5 people. So you would expect under normal circumstance, a reasonable number maybe would be of like 10 people, maybe the people that Jeff had contacted and all that. Do you know that 5 people is a whole classroom? 35 people? So I'm just wondering, how are they connected or related to this case? Surely, to be honest. So even myself, I was asking myself, the case belongs to like 5 or 6 people. Now there are 35 people. How are they related significantly to the case? So for
Guru,
me,
you're
if I
saying
was,
the truth.
no, I'm just thinking.
The guy who has more people is going to win the case.
I'm just thinking, where are they coming from?
Their lawyer had said that they will come to open court so that everybody can hear. Let them come. Let us see how they are connected to the case, because we don't. They need to come so we can see. Because since the prosecutor was unable to determine, all the more that every witness should be put there on the stand and let us judge, so that whatever decision is made is conclusive and it satisfies the family of the deceased.
And you see the other aspect of such cases. In Kenya, we are very good at coaching people and what to say and even incriminate. So if I decide to date Ashley's name, I can come up, and we have the ability, I can come up with any kind of story.
You have to listen to what Ashley said to you.
If you talk long enough, you will get caught. So, unless you're a professional.
So for me, in such a situation, especially where murder is involved, we should concentrate more on that. That building has CCTV cameras. That building has people who are neighbors. And also, Jeff had a phone. I heard the mother saying the phone was destroyed. You can destroy my gadget, but remember we have a server which has all the communications that we make and all the messages. If we want to get the evidence, concrete evidence, it is the only that, because you cannot compromise the CCTV camera to say something else. If it has recorded, it has recorded.
And you see that's the thing.
Whatever communication was there, we can believe in that. But telling me to become your witness, I can lie to the court.
But some of that state witnesses, even the camera is a witness, is a document. So it is not just, and even there's a CCTV cameras. Remember, even the security guard or guards that were there, the policemen who came to the scene on that day, the person who reported the body on the floor or wherever there. So if they have 35, I think even though they have to take a week to listen to these 35, we are in June, and this case is going to be heard in August. I think we owe, as a country, that family that much.
In that 35 people, I believe many of them are false witnesses. And there is nothing I hate myself.
No.
False witnesses.
Let me say something too. Buru.
Yes.
Listen what Ashley is telling you. You don't want to listen to anything anybody is telling you. She's giving you a very good advice. Let it be. Bring it on. What you have as an idea and what these people have as an idea. For example, the CCTV keep insisting on. But Yangi's house was with CCTV that are in the police. Have they told you what was in there? No.
Does it mean the court have all that time?
Huh?
Does the court have all that time to listen to that 5 people? Really?
No, it depends. If this
There
guy
is what
who's requesting that, listen. This guy let me answer that question. You have said it many times. The guy who's requesting 35 people knows that if he get accepted with it, he has won the case. That's why he's going with all these people.
The other thing I want to say, Nyagaka and Ashley, there is also what we call critical thinking and also common sense. My common sense tells me that 35 people are not connected, cannot be in any way connected to that case. And that is the logic and the common sense that the judge is using to say no. The only people who were in that room were 5 people. Maybe the people he contacted could be around 5 people and the mother and maybe some people, but it cannot go to that 5. Why do you want to waste the time of the court?
No.
Such a case can take years.
The judge will be like this. If he don't let the relevant people show up, he cannot choose for me either 15 or 20 or whatever. If it's 5 people, like you say,
did you listen to the ICC?
5 people. But if you add anybody, you cannot control how many people are added.
Myself, I would not lose anything if all of them are listened to. I'm just giving my point of view that it cannot be a credible kind of a thing. But did you listen to the ICC case?
I like what you said earlier. Let the relevant people come. Only the relevant people.
Relevant people. There are so many.
But in my class, you know why I would listen to the 35? Is because the person we think is irrelevant, somebody with just a little piece might give them.
Exactly.
You see, like David, when the brothers were brought, who was this anointing, the David, and he was all those the sons of Jesse, and he said, no, there is one left, but he's a small boy, and he's in the field grazing their father's house. But that happened to be the one who God wanted to be the king. So you might choose 3 and not choose one of the 3 that has the key. The fact that this is a person's life that was lost.
Actually, let me help you.
If we take all 35 and put them on the stand and let them give their account, maybe one of the ones who would have left out is the one who holds the answer to the.
If that is guesswork.
Let me ask what Ashley is saying. Buru, let me ask what Ashley is saying. Ashley is saying it very well because we have only to work on what is workable, not what is not workable. And if we can make it go through, it will make it go through. If we can't, we just can't.
Now,
so
in my Form 4 class, we were 35 students. And I can see how huge that number is. And you have said very well. When we are dealing in the matters of law, we look at so many aspects under normal circumstance, because we look at you have to prove beyond reasonable doubt. So if you bring 35 people in a case of murder that happened in a house that had only 5 people, it will automatically tell me as a magistrate that you are trying to do guesswork in the court. It will also tell me that
I don't know.
you are trying to confuse the masses.
It is not the matter who is a police. It is trained officer, investigative officer who have said they have 35 state witnesses. So it is people who are trained. So if they are trained and they are saying they have 35 witnesses, you have to believe that they know that these are not just people with nothing to say that are going to waste the court's time. They may have to have reason why they recorded these 35 witnesses. It is not the matter who came up with
it doesn't. Yeah, I understand what you are saying, but still, they can give all their views. But like now, the investigators, they did it as a team. All what they need to do is to give the report. Apart from that, let me just conclude by this. I listened to the ICC case, and you can see how confused people can be. One of the witnesses that was against was on the side of the prosecutor, said that they were in the house of William Ruto on the balcony. They were seated on the balcony, and he stated even the house on the balcony, and they discussed ABCD on how they were going to undertake the killings and all that. Then the house he was talking about, and they were told, go and confirm if in the house of the William Ruto has a balcony. And the judges were like, you mean people can give false information to the court without even being shy about it? So I still, because in Kenya we don't have integrity, and that is the problem we have. The other problem is that even our investigative authorities or those in power cannot be trusted. That is why the mother is not comfortable with the report that was given by the DCI and all other bodies of investigation. So that is it takes us back to where we said that there is a big problem, that we cannot trust our institutions because we have embraced corruption. We have embraced bad manners, bad behaviors, instead of having an organized, civilized society.
Don't talk forever. You need to listen a little bit too, because Ashley is trying to help you, and you don't really seem to understand what Ashley is telling us.
I understand.
Let me finish. Let me say what I was saying. In reality, in July of 2022, or May, somewhere, when Gachagua and Karua, they met, some of us, me and Manoda, we were scared. We didn't want to bet. We knew what's her name will eat up Gachagua. Gachagua ended up eating him. Ndio lesson anakuambia, hata ile mnaona ni ya 35, atakwenda kuwa mtu ya number 1. Na hiyo mtaki kuona. You don't want to see that. Because you have an agenda.
You spoke very fast. I didn't even understand what you said.
No. I said Gachagua beat up Mother Karua so bad. Now, us in Uda, we were scared that Gachagua is going to be eaten alive. But when he spoke, he changed everybody's mind. I mean, ours was confirmed, for example. But we knew that he had smoked her. I mean, Ruto, if Raila had come by himself without listening to anybody, he could have smoked Ruto. Ruto fumbled even the ball when he was by himself. He was given time to talk. So hiyo ndio nani resident anakuambia, ile unasikiri hiyo nilikwambia kwanza. Huyu anataka 35, he knows that he will win the case. Because kama mwezi kumsikiza number 1 mpaka 10, msisikiza wengine. The other way around, but they first of all have to face with the best, kama Orengo, kama Adesa Umari. Alafu hii wengine, they can come through. So it is what you listening to be, my friend. But the yangu, ni kutoa hii kitu wanaita corruption, buru. Tukizungumza juu ya hiyo, I would be very happy. Corruption.
So if today I give you a job, Nyagaka, are you Nyagaka? I think
go ahead.
If we give you a job, a high-profile kind of a job, and somebody comes and he wants to be given or some favor to be done to him, comes with 1 million, and maybe you get 3,000 per month, 300,000 per month. Will you take that money as a bribe?
Let me say something. I've stayed outside Kenya for a long time, and I've worked in the private industries in America. Ile kubwa, the biggest you can think of for all those years. So that question to me is very hard. When I come home and I find the boys that me and him grew up together and they're taking bribes, I say, man, when you go to Rome, you do as Romans do. And they talk, you know, kama askari ya kwetu wanakuambia, if you are this, you're supposed to get this. Now you are shocked. No, I will not. I will not. First, they will know who they are dealing with. Hiyo ndio watu wanajua. Ile Ruto anasema ati watu wa Kenya sio wasenzi ni kweli. People know who they are dealing with. You saw they nearly gave Mohamed Dida the elections in the other time. Hata kapita kama Mata Karua. You know, people know when you talk logic and when you don't talk nonsense. Because you will have to pack it up. Hiyo kazi ndio nataka munipatie buru. Hiyo kazi ndio nataka munipatie alafu muone.
Because the reason why I was asking that question, because it is easier for us to talk of how bad our leaders are and how corrupt they are. But it has also to start with our mindset. If
Exactly.
I, Geoffrey, gets in such a position, would I accept bribe? And I should be so much convinced that if somebody gives money that I have not earned, I should not accept. But what happens? We don't have many people in Kenya who can say no. Why are you giving me money?
First, you put your public friends have to be the trusted ones. Not mnakuja chakana. The first they have to go from there, and then you go from there. Because people in Kenya know huyu ni muoga, you atapewa kitu kidogo anyamaze, you know, and they know.
And I think
so far,
after
I'm involved in business. I'm involved in that other businesses in Nairobi. Sijaonga na sijaongwa, so I'm somewhere there. But it is very scary. It's not that easy question you just asked. You're the ngumu sana.
Let's welcome Zarendo. How are you, sir?
Hey, I'm doing great. Long time. You've not been around for a while. Huh?
I came with a lot of fire today.
Oh, you
because
came
these
with
people,
you came with a lot of fire.
yeah, what brought me?
I can
What
see
brought
Blake
me
is
here?
already exhausted.
What brought me here is about Mungiki. When they were talking about Mungiki thing, and I was like, I should get in.
There was a topic about Mungiki.
Yeah, that was the heading, the headline.
Oh, I think Mungiki is Mungiki is gone. The government of William Ruto cannot allow such nonsense to happen. I mean,
thank you.
Zalendo is not gone, and you are right. William Ruto will not stop that. Will not stand that. They will have to be knocked out. Yani kama snake imetoa kichwa yake, you have to knock it out.
I think William,
just hiyo umesema ni kweli. The Ruto government will not stand this, but this Mungiki will have to be dealt with. William Michuki dealt with them. Na hiyo kijana ya Kenyatta.
You see, Kenyans are very desperate, and is it that the Mungiki or whoever is posing to be the threat to the general population, or is it the politician who wants to use the desperate youths to gain a political mileage or seat? You should weigh all these things and see who really is the beneficiary. The benefactor in this matter is the guy who is trying to mobilize these people so that they can give him or her political mileage. So Mount Kenya has been very, very tricky for some of the political bigwigs, the ones that Ruto actually dislodged them from their position. Somebody like Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru Kenyatta was supposedly the chairman of Mungiki in 2007, and Mburu knows that. They were calling
Actually, let's put it this way. Uhuru Kenyatta is the director and Maina Jenga is the chairperson.
Then I think he was called the chairman.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, then he was called chairman.
Yes.
During the post-election violence. And a lot had happened because there is a side of Mungiki that helped the Kikuyu community. Apart from the Kikuyu community dreading them, then they had a soft spot on them. They would pay whatever taxes that the Mungiki members wanted, and they would use them for political gain, especially when the community felt threatened. And in 2000,
can I put that into perspective, Zarendo? People did not pay taxes because they wanted to support them or to help them. They paid taxes because they felt threatened that if you don't,
They were
there are
forced.
consequences. You'll be killed.
I think our whole community, plus the numbers that Mungiki had, and the leaders who are, on the side of the people, would stand up for these guys and say no. But they refused. The leaders refused. The leaders were backing Mungiki on the side. That is the truth. They were not, apart from Mungiki, who is Michuki, who was fighting them directly. Other leaders were financing them. So other leaders and businessmen were financing their activities in Central Province. Then Mungiki was necessary for them. But now, after they had used them for political mileage, they came back for them. Michuki came back finishing them, and he completely eradicated the fear that the residents had on Mungiki. So Mungiki, it did not really get finished, because hii ni kitu ambayo ilikuwa na mizizi yake. It had got its roots somewhere.
And Buru, I want to ask you this question to Buru too. Is it not true? And you are well blessed to answer this one because of your tribe or whatever. But you are well blessed. Is it not true that it was Kenyatta who finished the Mau Mau? The Mau Mau was not done away. Then the Tomati was not killed by the white people. It's the direction of Kenyatta that did that, so that you can answer both of them: the rise and fall of the Mungiki and the rise and fall of the Mau Mau.
What I can say is this: I don't have much history about Mau Mau and Kenyatta, but they say after they acquired power, Kenyatta neglected those who fought for freedom and worked more with those who were supporting the colonial government. About killing Dedan Kimathi, that the history tells us he was killed by the colonial government. So
But
I don't have
him,
much information about that.
They asked Kenyatta the question: do you want this guy to take over or you? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't know much about that. So Mzalendo on the issue of Mungiki. It's unfortunate that this thing was started by Maina Jenga, then it was supported by the son of the first president of Kenya. And Uhuru, by then, he was so influential and many leaders were backing Uhuru Kenyatta, and that is why they embraced Mungiki so much. And whenever they felt threatened by the government, the Kenyatta family would provide they would give them the hideout, where to hide in their farms and their houses. That is what the cousin said on the television. So this is a monster that they nurtured. Then it turned against their own people. Now, Mungiki kind of has been sold to Raila Odinga by Uhuru Kenyatta, because Uhuru was not able to give Raila Odinga a good political number in the general election. But he remembered he has something in his pocket. He remembered he has Mungiki. Now he has kind of sold Mungiki to Raila Odinga. Right now, Raila Odinga is enjoying the support of Mungiki, Maina Jenga, but in the event they disagree, these people will turn against him and his people. That is not the kind of a society we need. That's not a civilized society. Our leaders are barbaric. That's what I can say.
I don't think what would be the aim of Raila acquiring the Mungiki support? For what gain? I don't think that he has got much gain.
I'll tell you why. The aim is to intimidate the government to succumb to his demands. he is trying to intimidate the government of William Ruto that apart from the maandamano I am doing, I also have Mungiki. And he knows very well, Gachagua understands who are Mungiki. William Ruto knows this is a group that can can unleash the reign of terror to the nation. So it's just for political mileage that, you know what? Don't just think I'm alone. Maina Jenga is on our side. This guy is feared even by the government itself. He is a government by himself. So when they say, we are coming for you, Ruto, and Ruto sees Jenga is there, he knows this is serious. So they are just trying to use them to force the government to sit down and listen to them.
Anyway, Mburu, na Kiswahili ndaweza sema hiyo imepitwa na wakati. And I think those are old tactics that cannot be used in the modern Kenya that we have today. They are very, very old tactics that will never be used. Here we are now arguing on policy. What brings us every day on this station is to find a better country and to argue on policy and to see that our country grows and becomes a better country, from a third world to probably a second world country, you know, to a first world. So it's a process, but if you can go back and, you know, try and cause anarchy in a country that has a government, then that is absolutely wrong. What we are seeing, maybe that can only happen in DRC Congo, where, you know, there are rebel forces that control certain areas or hijack people for, you know, for ransom. But right now, the Mungiki ideology cannot be sold to anybody, and I don't think there's a youth who is planning to join such an outfit. Hiyo imepitwa na wakati.
Mzalendo.
No, let me answer you for a minute, please, Buru,
yes.
Please. Mzalendo, when you think like that, it's very difficult for us because right now you can go to Ruanyas and say anything. You say it against Raila, you will see. Right now, it is the time Raila wants anybody. He has coopted everybody that he can get to his side, and then he can talk from there. Right now, as we speak, some of us, as we see it, he wants a war so that he can be pushed into government. So he can get a handshake that he got from Moi, from Kibaki, from Kenyatta, and all the above. So that's what we see. We are telling you what we see. Not our ideological thinking, how me and you think that Kenya can be this, we don't need corruption. But it is what you asked first of all. And you say there was no benefit for Raila wanting the Mungiki. There is every benefit. Mungiki has been with Raila, and Raila wants it now even more.
You know,
I think
already when the top he said he wants the top. So they say no, we are not gonna do that, and he has to create the team in order for him to be president. Whether he succeeds, we don't know. But let me tell you something.
Actually, we can't hear you clearly.
Oh, you can't?
Now we can. There.
I'm saying in Kenya right now, if you do some investigation, you may actually find out they have already recruited people and they already are training them in Mungiki right now as we speak.
Yes, actually, in the submission of Mzalendo, it's like he thinks Mungiki is normal. What do you think?
I think if there is somebody who was in control of Mungiki, it was Maina Njenga. And if they wanted to use Mungiki, then it was these are the election that passed in 2022. They would have used Mungiki to terrorize and to cause mayhem in Central Province. Uhuru still had the capacity to do that. And Ruto did not have any capacity. before the
Muzalendo.
You see
As
why
we
they were
speak,
not using Mungiki?
Why?
It's because Uhuru was the president, he had the police, he had all the systems. So he did not see any need
I
for
don't
Mungiki.
think
Okay, let me
I don't
finish my
think so.
submission.
He could have used proxy.
Let me finish what I'm saying. And the other thing, he was so convinced that he was on control over everything. But now he feels that he is not in control. So he is using his hidden card to intimidate the government. But having said that, Mzalendo, don't think that Mungiki is finished. When you saw the people who went to the DCI, maybe you don't understand the songs they were singing. I understand them very well. I hear them very well.
What were they saying? What were
Those
they
are
saying?
not songs of peace. Those are songs of war.
Oh.
And the other thing, another very good observation from Ashley. Ashley said, look at those people. Mungiki, it was crushed so much during Kibaki era. And so many years has passed from that time. But did you see the people who had gone to visit DCI? They were young men, very young. Some of them at the age of 20, 25, below 30 years. Do you think they are the same people who were in the older Mungiki? These are new recruits. And we should be much worried. And the question I'm having, Muzalendo, is, because sometimes even the government want to listen to the views of the common people like us. What should we do to ensure we don't have Mungiki in our society? One, we don't encourage killings of the young people. What should be done to ensure that that kind of mentality, that kind of group does not exist in our society? That is the big question.
You know, right now, Mungiki has not posed as a threat to the country as we speak right now, from where we are and from where the general public is. Mungiki has not posed as a threat, and what we are talking now is we are speculating. We are speculating that this guy might turn up to be something else, like what we saw in the previous years. So I don't want to speculate on that, and I don't want to act on the hearsay. I really because there's also one thing that you need to understand. Mungiki is outlawed, yeah, by government. And if they come in a different form or manner, it is their freedom of association. Some of them, it's probably just a sect or a movement, or they have their own ideologies, and what you cannot stop that. But if they interfere with the general public, then that's where the problem is. As that now, you'll be reacting to nothing.
How do we
surrender? No, Ashley is saying something. Ashley, go ahead.
How do we become proactive instead of reactive?
Go closer to your mic.
Oh, how do you become proactive instead of reactive?
Actually, we can't hear what you're saying. You're so far.
Unless my mic is up.
Oh, you are better now.
So I was asking, how do you become proactive instead of reactive?
How do you become proactive?
Yeah, instead of reactive, because what you're saying, I want to see if your suspect intelligence tells you that Mungiki is grouping, how does the government do it actively instead of react?
You see, the government has got various ways of engaging in Mungiki in disguise. They have got very many ways they can know what is happening within Mungiki, and there are very many intelligent bodies that work in government, so that they can they will know whether this outfit is a threat. And that's why I keep on insisting that for me, I don't see them as a threat. right now. And I don't even foresee a future that there will be a threat to the government. They will not be a threat to this government. Maybe to the previous Uhuru's government, but to William Ruto's government, I don't think Mungiki will be a threat.
What do you think the Ruto government would do? Because Mzalendo, this group was formed. They recruited members to millions of people, young people in that context, when still we had a government. And they unleashed terror to the people of Kenya when still we had a government.
You know, you need to understand the history of how the recruitment started. Then it metamorphosized into something else. So it's just started as maybe a social club where people would meet and, you know, and provide security for the neighbors and all that. Then they later on said, hey, this thing can be big. Let us spread it to other places and we can earn some money out of it. Why not? So that's how it started, yeah? I believe that is how Mungiki started. Then we saw it coming into from like Ipia now into the estates, and now it spread like rapid fire all over. And I personally think that the government had a hand in it. The government allowed it to happen. The government did not see the danger then. They did not see, but when it became now a threat to the government, how fast did they finish it? How fast was Mungiki finished? Within a matter of a few months, it was all gone. Mushiki had whipped them out. So the government has got the capacity. It can let it happen, but they've got the capacity to stop it.
And Mzalendo, do you think Maina Jenga, knowing what he did to the nation of Kenya, that all the mayhem that was caused, all the terror, the killings, all those bad things that happened, getting money from the people, taxing people by force, destroying, you know, it was so destructive. Do you think that such a person should be roaming freely and even becoming a leader of the people?
You see,
do you think he should be a free person in Kenya, or he should be in jail?
You see, when we talk like that, then even the government of the day, there are so many people who are not even fit to be in government. There are people who have killed, have shot people, and they are serving in the cabinet. There are people who have stabbed others with knives, and they are serving in government today. So Kenya, we have got a problem of integrity, and for Maina, I don't think he was jailed at any point. He was set free. He had got all these cases that were in court, and none of them was prosecuted to full. So Maina is a free man because some of the cases that the prosecutors brought could not stand. So he was acquitted of most of the charges that was brought against him. So that's again another thing. Yes, we saw the mayhem committed by the members of Mungiki, but was it Maina Njenga killing the people? No, it was an individual who had decided to, to take somebody's life. So some of this you cannot sometimes pin that this reaction was caused by this leader. But I don't support Mungiki. I don't think it's a good idea. The ideology is not very good for the country at the moment, and we don't need them. Yeah, we don't need them at the moment. Maybe the government of William Ruto can address the plight of the youths who are joining Mungiki by providing jobs for them. So these are the youths who are being misused by politicians to cause destruction and mayhem in the country. If that is what Mainanyenga intends with the Mungiki.
Nyamboke, are you there?
Who is Nyambok? Oh my God, mzee is asleep.
Nyang'aka,
He's
are you
already
there,
asleep.
sir?
Ngagi.
I want to hear from you. What do you think? I have seen so many Azimio leaders come out and support Mungiki strongly and showing that the government is targeting Mount Kenya youth, and that is why they are tarnishing their name, calling them Mungiki, yet they are good people. What do you think about
Yes.
that?
That was propagated by I think Gachagua and his group, but that's very true. I mean, why could Mr. Rendo be talking about Mungiki for this long? Why could you Buru be talking about how terrible it was for this long, other than the people that want the Ruto government to go down? And that's read by your own son, Uhuru Kenyatta. Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, so hiyo ndio tu naona kwenu kwa yani
Ni ukweli hiyo unasema mzee. I think nani anaitwaje, the former president should just forget about politics. He should just relax home, akule pension yake vizuri, he goes for holiday, comes and watch inaitwaje, he likes watching these races inaitwaje, the Grand Prix. He likes watching the Grand Prix, akuja watch hiyo motor race. Those are the things that he needs to enjoy his Glenfiddich, akule kanyama kidogo, and advise the president, act as a leader. I mean, Uhuru has been in a position of, a position that is the highest in the country. So right now he's an elder. Yeah, he's an elder. He should act like a statesman. So hii mambo ya associating himself again with Mungiki, it degenerates his status as a statesman and a former president. So ukienda huku Tanzania, majirani zetu wamekuwa na maviongozi president, then you'll find kina Kikwete ati now associating themselves with some gangs in the village that they want to throw the government of the day, or just to cause mayhem so that they can be listened to. And listen, Mburu, everything that kina Raila are trying to address can be addressed in parliament. Even for the positions that they want, it can be negotiated in parliament. It can be negotiated in parliament without causing mayhem and causing death. Yeah, it can still be negotiated. So there is nothing like he will use the Mungiki. I don't think Raila wants to use the Mungiki anymore. Right now, the way things are standing, with Ruto being vilified each and every day, Azimio feel that they are in a good position to form the next government.
Mzalendo, you have heard that Raila Odinga said that if the finance bill passes without changes that he was agitating for, he is going to use the masses to overrun the government of William Ruto. How possible do you think that is? Because he stopped talking about servers, now it's about the finance bill. What do you think is happening?
Raila is a politician, and a politician has to represent something. You cannot. Raila is not a politician like Musalia Mudavadi or Kalonzo Musyoka. He has to have a position, whether you like it or his position or not. He will go by that position because he has a following, and his followers are saying A, B, C, D, the housing bill, the increment to 16% on fuel, the turnover tax. But you see, now the government of William Ruto has also responded. So when Raila makes noise, sometimes it is good noise. Sometimes it is not just bad noise. Sometimes it is good noise. It helps a lot. Because right now, the government has responded. The contentious housing levy has been reduced to 1.5. And now you will no longer have to wait for, 7 years, then you get your money back. There is nothing like that. Once you pay that money, it is gone. It is now more of a tax, and the money is going to a consolidated account where the government will use it to build affordable housing. And it has also helped the government in a manner, because they were saying everybody will be deducted 2,500 as a base cut, whether you're earning $1 million or not. But right now, with the percentages, you'll be with your gross income, you'll be deducted the 3%, the 1.5%. So if you're earning $1 million, you'll be deducted 1.5% of that from the previous 2,500 that was cutting across everybody else. So that is a good thing for the government, and also a good thing for those who are saying that that their pay slips are their pay slip cannot be deducted anymore. They have got so many deductions on their pay slips. It's a good thing. So 1.5 is good enough. And look at the issue of petroleum. They were proposing 16% VAT, but people are talking of 16%. They're not looking at the previous proposal in 2019 by the same parliament, and some legislators were there. They had proposed a 16% VAT on fuel, and it is Uhuru who refused. They passed it in parliament, and it's Uhuru who refused the 16% and reduced it to 8. So what we are talking about is an increment of 8%. Uhuru had 8%, so the government of William Ruto has increased it to 8%. That makes it 16% on fuel. But what informs the decision to 16%? The 16% is informed by renewable energy. The world is moving towards that direction. Yeah, everywhere you go, wewe mali huko unaona electric cars, wewe mali huko unaona hybrid cars kutoka Japan. Yeah, kila kitu inaenda electric. And again, what have they done in the industries? They have zero rated. Yeah, they have zero rated the taxes on electric vehicles, or companies that want to establish industries in Kenya. That will create a lot of employment. So it's a win-win situation in the finance bill. Others might not be good, but by and large, with the amendments, I think it will pass, and Kenya will be able to, KK government will be able to implement on its manifesto.
So today there was a discussion on the finance bill. Was it today in Parliament?
I didn't watch it, but I think I'll love to have a sneak on it.
Any person with any information on how the discussion went? I didn't get enough time to listen to what they were discussing. But the question which has been coming to my mind, okay, it is good to slow on borrowing money from outside to our economy. But at the same time, I had a feeling, and this is personal observation, that the government has bombarded the common mwananchi with so many taxes at the same time. Don't you think this thing, it's okay to do it, but because of where we are and the world economy has been affected by the wars in Ukraine, I would like the other panelists also to tell me, don't you think it would have been better if these things or the increments were done gradually, basing on how other factors are changing, instead of bringing all these taxes that are really burdening Kenyans and making even the UDA or the Kenya Kwanza government to become so unpopular? Because I was thinking in the perspective of a politician, when you start losing mileage from those who elected you to bring your name back to where you were when you were doing the campaign, it will be so hard. So I'm thinking some of the decisions, as much as they are good for the country, they are going to affect the leadership of William Ruto to a greater extent. Because the moment people lose trust, it doesn't matter what you do. I don't know. Do you think after all these taxes and all these attacks he's receiving from leaders, and also people are saying it is true, the cost of living is very hard, and people have this feeling that William Ruto is oppressing them more. Do you think he's gonna redeem himself politically after this?
You see, some of these measures or the reduced taxes that we saw in 2020 was a result of COVID. Yeah, so the government saw it necessary that they cannot burden the citizen. But again, can we go on with the same cut measures that Uhuru's government provided because of COVID? And we don't have COVID anymore. We don't have lockdowns anymore. The country must attract investment. But how do we attract investment? You only attract investment by, encouraging investors to come to your country. But how do you encourage them? How do you encourage them? You encourage them by reducing some of the taxes to establish business. And how do you revive the economy of your country, or how do you create jobs and employment in your country? You either create jobs through infrastructure development, or you create jobs through this ambitious project, housing project that has been talked about by almost each and every household in Kenya. So that is the only way. But by and large, Mburu, Ruto's government is bold in making decisions, and they are not making decisions for politicians. They are making decisions for the common man. All right, they are making decisions for the common man to see the benefits of this bottom-up ideology. So I think it's a good thing. For me, I think it's a good thing.
You see, for you, Mzalendo, because you are an intellectual, you are well informed, you can internalize, you can comprehend what the government is doing. Do you think the other people, the common people, have the same information and the same understanding that you have? Because I feel like people think Ruto is there to finish them.
No, the ripple effect will be seen maybe after 2 years, is when there will be money circulating in the economy. Right now, you have seen what Kenyans are doing. You've seen videos of people having millions of shillings in their houses. Watu wako na pesa hapa Kenya kwa manyumba. That money is not circulating. Yeah, those are the people who are destroying the economy of William Ruto. This money should be put out there and let it circulate and create opportunities for others. So for me, I feel that some of the decisions that he has made in the finance bill.
That is Ashley. Ashley,
Don't die, man.
are you okay?
Huh?
Ashley.
Ashley, do you want us to call 911?
You need some help?
We need some help. Ashley, are you here? Or Ben Nyagaka? Who is this coughing? So somebody will...
serikali vile yako, that's the way they are. I mean, I don't even know what I should add. Kwa sababu uzalendo, you have called the government this, na huyu Mburu anakuuliza, and you agree. That is very true. It is like this. The government that is there today will aim for 4 years, regardless. There is going to be a lot of things that is happening between now and then, but they will aim for that and they will finish it. Mburu, vile umesema, yani au Mungiki.
You have echo, my brother. My brother.
Yani hawana kitu nzuri kusema juu yao.
Nyagaka, a lot of echo from your side.
I don't know why.
It's like you have two gadgets open at the same time. Or something
okay. Like why are you talking in here?
Yeah. So Mzalendo, so what I was saying, watu hawaelewi. Inakaa ya kwamba watu hawaelewi. Oh, is it my side?
It's you who is talking to us. You're on the phone, then you got in the house, you are in the computer now, maybe.
I don't know. Can you continue talking as I say?
Oh yeah, I was saying. I also have a echo.
What's going on?
North Arkansas.
Wow.
Scientists have found that some men make a bathroom habit to grow their tool by up to 52%. Are you a...
Wow.
Scientists have found that some men make a bathroom habit to grow their tool by up to 52%.
What are you saying about bathroom habit? There's a delay in... Oh my. This is terrible.
So if we log out and log in, we might lose the... It has stopped, eh? I think we are fine. We are fine now.
Yeah, it has stopped now. I think
Yes. So Mzalendo, I was saying, it's like the common people are not understanding what the government is doing. And I think also it's the work of the government to inform people, to sensitize people why they are doing what they are doing. Do you think they are informing people?
You see, if you go to my page, there's an article I wrote about what Ruto is not doing right.
Yes.
Ruto's government, they don't have a government spokesperson.
Yes.
We don't have an Alfred Mutua in Ruto's government.
Yes.
Who everybody should be talking about at the moment. I had proposed names for William Ruto to have a spokesperson, somebody who articulates his issues, such that we don't have William Ruto going somewhere and articulating government policy, and then the opposition picks it in a different way. Yeah, we need somebody each and every time is reminding Kenyans of what the government is doing. You remember during Kibaki's time, we had Alfred Mutua, and people hated Alfred Mutua so much, yeah, and they knew Alfred Mutua is the government, but they did hate Kibaki because of what Alfred Mutua was saying. So Ruto's government needs a spokesperson, somebody who will articulate the issues of government on a daily basis. Even Nyagaka would say here in the US, we have the lady who normally comes and articulates Biden's issues. And anything that you didn't understand from the president, he or she will answer it and tell you, "Okay, members of the press, this is what we are talking about." Yeah.
She's from Haiti.
Mburu, you are on screen.
Let me say that. I was saying that the government of today ya Kenya hii ndio kitu yani Ruto has failed completely. Yeye is the government and is everything. Wakati wa Mutua, it was elected early on. Kibaki kusema kitu. And you know the theater the guy was showing. But
Mburu,
right now,
your gadget is still running on the background. Mburu.
Mine?
No, not yours. Nyagaka, are you okay?
Yeah.
But the echo is back, and I think it is Mburu who has got Mburu, we can't hear you.
I can turn it off again.
Not to you.
Hello? Now there is no echo.
Yeah, we have this echo that Manyanjega sent.
Hiyo ni yako sasa.
Hello. Hey. Wewe Jex.
Hai. Mmemaliza?
Hatujamaliza bwana. Watu wamekuwa hapa. I think they're trying to get back because there's been an echo here that was distracting
I think it was either from Nyagaka. Nyagaka sometimes anasahau kuzima TV.
Oh, ni TV.
Yeah, I think anaingia online na TV alafu anaingia sasa kwa show na simu. So
No, he better come back and tell him that he should not come with his TV on.
So at times it happens. So
No,
I always remind him.
Actually,
unazima TV.
Actually nafikiri wako kwa background wote.
Yuko kwa background ndo anarudi. Niko hapa na waona ndio hiyo pasa.
Unaona hiyo echo bado iko.
No, the issue is Geoffrey, mute YouTube, mute kwa YouTube. Bakisha tu StreamYard peke yake, mute kwa YouTube. I think either YouTube or Facebook. Mute one of them. Umemute. Just mute. Yeah, no, ni mimi mute so that I mute either YouTube or Facebook. Amefungua two places, Ako kwa StreamYard na kwa another place. How have you logged in? Umelog in ukitumia link Sasa mute kwa YouTube. Kama umeingia kwa YouTube ama umeingia kwa Facebook, mute hiyo page ya Facebook, alafu baki kwa StreamYard.
Hey, sema Jex.
Mimi niko fiti. Pole, niko hapa nyuma. There was something I was doing, but I won't lie, I wasn't really so much listening because nilikuwa nimwamute so that I can concentrate on the other thing I was doing hapa nyuma. But mnakakuwa mlikuwa na show fiti sana.
Me, I came late. I've only been here for about an hour, not even an hour, about 40 minutes or something.
Oh, okay. I left Black, I left Ashley,
No,
I left Mboro.
Yeah,
Actually,
I think she's still listening on the background.
Uh-huh.
I found them talking about Jeff's case.
Oh, Jeff Mutembei.
Jeff Mutembei. That case, I think it's I think it has been speculated by so many people.
Pastor Geoffrey, I see you shifted from your phone to laptop, right? Now, when you do that, you equally have logged either kwa Facebook or YouTube so as to access the show, right? And it is where you have found the link to come to StreamYard, right? Now, that means you have two tabs on. You have YouTube and you have StreamYard, or you have Facebook and you have StreamYard on. Is that correct? I can't hear you. What you have done, I wish Mboro hangetoka so that I'd guide him. What he has done, he is on two apps.
He's on two apps. Yeah, on his computer is on two apps. He's on Facebook is on,
yes,
and YouTube is on.
So each one receives. So what you do, you need to mute one of them. You only remain on StreamYard. That would be easier. Yeah, it's the challenge. If you open, I see you Mzalenda as well. You're either on laptop. I'm not sure.
No, I'm not on the laptop.
Oh, you're using your phone.
I barely use my laptop.
Okay. Now, if you open two tabs, the other one will act as a receiver or something. So whenever you talk, it bounces back. So creating the echo.
Oh.
Yeah. I can give you a taste you feel. It's
I don't want.
It will just distract the show. Babu alishaenda kulala. I left Babu around.
Babu amekuwa hapa. Wazee sahii wanaenda kulala.
Wazee ulala mapema.
Wazee wamelala
mapema. Now you are good.
Yeah, I have come back with the phone. I had to switch off the computer.
Yeah, you see now it's much better.
Okay. We can do.
So what you'll do in your computer, when you will put the computer on, there are these windows that come up. Everything that you've been opening. So you've been opening. You opened Mutembei show, and you minimized. You didn't log out. You minimized. You didn't close it. So you close everything and you open again. You close every window. Yeah.
We will do that. But right now, let's just continue with this one. Maybe Nyagaka, I don't know. Maybe he thought he was the one.
No.
I'm sure you'll be back. Don't worry. Nyagaka is he has a way of finding himself back to the show. He's a nice old man who I really like.
Yeah, Nyagaka is very informed. He has a lot of experience.
So Jex, you went to sleep. You were having a nap?
Sorry?
Were you having a nap or you slept?
No. I'm doing something else behind the scenes, So
Oh, I thought you went to sleep, so I wanted to ask you if you have gotten some information or you had a dream about the things we are talking about.
what?
You know, after discussing for so many hours, you are likely to dream with what the topic we had. Anyway.
I have a way of not allowing all this to come to my head. Otherwise, be mad. I'd easily be mad. You know, at times you get
Yes.
funny characters here in the show, not that I'm calling the panelists funny, but you can imagine having Boro, Alex Media, combine that with Mzalendo, with our old colleague Black, and add Ashley, Nancy, and then have them talk to you, man. Hey.
Yes, and Mzalendo.
What is that panelist you mentioned? You can barely get all of us at the same time.
Well, at times I do. I get almost half the number of what I've mentioned.
Yes,
so is that the time you call yourself lucky today? Yeah.
Not really. That's the time I make sure my mind is very sober so that.
Oh. Okay.
Mzalendo.
That's a good compliment. Sema Mburu.
Yes, you have made a very good observation about what is wrong with
Guys, can I allow you to continue as I continue with what I was doing?
You can go.
In case you need to, but I'm here. Don't feel as though you are left out. I'm here with you.
Yeah, you can as well if you're not using whatever the computer, you can leave your whatever on there. You just mute.
Oh, let me do this. I'll put an image there. But go ahead. I'll be back.
Exactly. So Mzalendo, kuna kitu nilikuwa nataka kusema about what you said about the KK government or the Kenya Kwanza government, what they are doing wrong. I have seen the president and deputy president responding to each and every matter that arises, which I think is not healthy for the government. So that observation of having a strong spokesperson, I think something ought to be done. Mambo ingine hata hii mambo ya finance bill is somebody else who is supposed to be talking about it. So before, yes.
Let's continue.
So before we think
I listened to. There's some very good brains in Kenya Kwanza that you never listen to. Do you know the chairman of the finance bill? The guy who is just in charge of drafting that bill. Do you know him?
No.
He's a young man. He's very, very, you would love. He's the MP. I think he's the MP for Laikipia.
For Molo.
Is?
The MP for Molo. He's called.
He's the MP for Molo. If that guy could be coming to articulate government stand on the finance bill.
What is his name?
His name is who? He's a young guy. It's his second term.
Kemani something. Let me get his name for you.
I am telling you, this guy is. You would not believe it.
He's called Kuria Kemani.
There are MPs like that in parliament.
He's called Kuria Kemani.
Kuria Kemani.
Kuria Kemani is a very intelligent guy. Really somebody the government should be using all the time. And he has dedicated his time for this bill. He understands the need to raise taxes. He understands the need to improve the economy. You know, he could explain.
What about Hussein? How is Hussein doing? Because I think he's the spokesperson.
Hussein is too polished for the job. You know, Hussein had got that image of a reporter. All right. Asking questions. Asking questions and answering questions. in a newsroom is totally different from being a government spokesperson. You understand? A government spokesperson is somebody who understands all the issues or happening in government, yeah? And sometimes it can be arrogant.
Yes. Like Mutua was.
Sometimes, yes, it can be very, very dismissive. Yeah. But he articulates the government position.
So we can say Hussein is so diplomatic for the job.
No, yeah, Hussein is very is too he's too.
He's a journalist.
Professional.
No, not even. He's not He's not. Yes, he's in his
He's a
professional
journalist.
field, but he's not fit for that job.
Yeah, he's measured. Whatever he says is measured.
Yeah,
But when
he
you are,
measures what he wants to say. You know,
yeah, but what you are saying, Mzalendo, is somebody who can speak authoritatively about the policies of
he
the
he
government.
lacks that authority. You
Yeah,
know,
but what
of a
has
government
happened as we speak is it is William Ruto that has taken that job. Him and himself that we can personally I can really listen to because
but you see, William Ruto should not be doing that job.
Exactly, I agree with you.
Same to Gachagua. They should not be articulating government policy. You know, we have got. For example, the finance bill. There is the minister for finance, the CS in finance. Do you know the CS in finance?
Yeah, Professor Dugu.
Do you even see him anywhere?
No, but with the Gachagua, he's an attack dog for the government.
Huh?
Professor Dungu is the minister, or is he not working in the treasury?
Who ni wa treasury? Me, I'm a CS for finance ni nani? In Ruto's government.
Yes, I thought they put it together. Wakaifanya kama treasury.
I don't know.
Who is coming to read the budget? Who is coming to read
you
the budget?
You see now, that's where we are going
God,
on.
you guys. Yeah.
You see, the person who is supposed to be talking about finance bill and articulating and breaking down to the people to understand is not talking. The president is trying to do it, and the deputy president. That is why people are hammering them so hard, saying that they are the ones who are making our life to be hard. So some of these things, the president, and that's why I liked Kibaki. Kibaki did not talk much. He let people whom he had delegated to talk. He only talked when it was very necessary. Okay, Ruto has an advantage of being a young man, but also he should tame not to be talking all the time so that people don't become so familiar with him. The same case with the deputy president. The reason why people are criticizing the deputy president so much is because he's talking too much. That's how I feel. They're talking too much. They should let the people talk.
Buru, I can understand what you and Musalendo says about the president need to tame his tongue and all that. I can understand that and argue. But in my man Rigiji, he's an attack dog for the government. He has to go anywhere and everywhere.
Yeah, that's be the case.
You saw what Ruto did when he was at 2017 on up to 2022. What did Ruto do? He's not behaving the same way. It's a time and a season. This is a time for the attack dog to go crazy.
You cannot be everywhere. You see, he's overburdening himself. If you give me, for sure, if you give me a job, and I think also the people he has given the job, they are not so comfortable with that.
No,
because
you see,
exactly.
You see the problem with William Ruto. He's an hands-on man. I don't think this guy even sleeps. He behaves like, you know, he doubts each and every person that is working around him. That is also another problem. That is the reason why he takes it upon himself to articulate some of these positions, of which sometimes is wrong.
He has
Sometimes
everything. He has everything on the fingertips. Every question you ask him, he knows.
Yeah, he has it. Yeah, because he is part and parcel of the decisions that are happening in government. He knows that is a good trait of a good leader. But the problem is, you need to you have employed people to assist you in running the country. Let
You
them
know,
do their work. All
I
right.
listened to him when he was talking about the finance bill. You would think he is the one who wrote it. The guy is the guy is understanding everything. The guy
Yeah,
is,
you see,
know?
he's very Ruto reacts to almost everything. Like the other day, today, I saw him giving diplomatic passports to athletes. You know, this is a reaction that was in Parliament the previous day by Cherengai. Cherengai was really criticizing Ababu Namwamba at the CS for sports for inviting TikTokers, to discuss about how to improve on content creation and all that. Then Cherengai was saying, how can you invite a TikToker, somebody who you know, and give them incentives, while our athletes who represent the country, are not even given any incentives? So Ruto acted almost immediately. Today, I was seeing in the news that he has directed the Ministry of Immigration to give diplomatic passport to each and every athlete representing Kenya. That's a very good thing. And if you listen to Cherangai's debate in Parliament, it was very, very informative. If you could have such healthy debates that prompt the head of states to react on a particular issue, then this country we are heading somewhere. Yeah.
Okay. There is one clause on the Finance Bill 2023 which I want us to check, which has caused a lot of heat, so that we may see if there is something we can talk about it. This one of taxation of digital content modernization, and this is what they are saying. The growth on social media usage over the years has led to an emergence of digital economy with a wide array of players. Social media influencers, among others, have taken advantage of the opportunity and monetized the digital economy. Cognizant of the rise in the use of such media, the government has proposed through the finance bill a 15% withholding tax on income earned by resident persons from digital content monetization. Digital content monetization has been defined in the bill as offering for payment, entertainment, social, retro, artistic, educational, or any other material electronically through any medium or channel through the various forms, including social media platforms and advertisement on websites. So there is this 15% for digital content. What do you think about this, Zarendo? The government has not been charging people who earn through social media, through YouTube, through Facebook, through any social media or any content of digital content. And now the government has proposed, before they receive their money, the government will be reducing 15% from.
I think Ruto has listened to their plight, and
Yes.
whatever you have read now has been amended.
Yes.
It has been amended, and they are now going to be taxed 5%.
5%.
5% from
Okay.
15 to now 5%.
Uh-huh.
And this is informed by, a digital content platform is controlled by YouTube. And
Yes.
also the digital content creators need services in the country. They need good roads, they need good schools, they need security, they need all these social amenities in order to do their work. And
Mhm.
that is provided by the government. All right.
Mhm.
So if you're a digital content creator and you are earning $1 million, now the government is telling you you have to pay 5% of whatever that you are earning. Yeah, because for us, we also have to provide for you water where you are living. We have to provide for you security where you live. And we also have to build for you good roads so that you can move up and down to do your content creation. I think that is a job, that is an earning. So any earning must be taxed. So there is no earning that is not taxed in Kenya or in any government throughout the world. Any earning has to be taxed. But the argument was that they are already being taxed by YouTube and all that. Yes, because YouTube has created for you the platform that you don't have. Yeah, YouTube was created for you the network that you didn't have. So what they're saying is that the government has also created for you the communication authority so that you can access the internet and all those other services that you don't have. All right, that you don't have. So it is a good thing. These young people should learn in a very early stage to pay taxes. These are the future corrupt leaders. If they don't pay taxes today, they will not pay taxes tomorrow.
Yes, Mzalendo. But my question is, basing on the adjustments that were made from 15% to 5%,
Yeah.
and now on the houses from 3% to 1.5%. Don't you
Yes.
think this bill was drafted by people who were extreme or extremists, if I may say?
No. That's how you draft any bill. That's even when you go to ask you for cows, huko Kisii, unasema una 5 when you have 20. No. I've been debating on that all day today. What else you wanasema you caved in this and that. But they don't know the taxes went up and they are permanent. Ile walikuwa wanasema hawatarudisha hizo pesa ya ile walisema kitambo when it was 5. I mean,
so if they have the ability,
no. What they are doing is that was the asking price on the side of the government that is going to continue with what it is doing, tax the people, do whatever. That was their asking price. So that if they have to redo those figures that we're talking about right now, they have to redo it inner where it hurts the other people and it hurts them. So far you are saying how it hurts them. Lakini kuna ingine wamegeukia watu ya wale hawakutaka hiyo taxes na ikaenda mbali sana. So it goes both ways. It's very complex, but the government of the day does win every day.
So what was coming in my mind is if they have the ability of deducting or reducing from 15% to 5%, from 3% to 1.5%, don't you think even in other areas they had overtaxed and they still have a room of improving on that?
You see, Mburu, this is how you approach the market. Huh? When
Yes.
you want to sell, let me talk about a car. When you want to sell your car, you put a marker up there, but there is a price that unajua, this is the price that I can't go below this. Yeah.
Exactly.
So in the market, put a car at $5,000, And me personally, I know I want $3,000. So I put it up there for people to, to come give me proposals. Others will negotiate. And that is why we have public participation. Public participation is a negotiation indirectly with the government. So the citizens are negotiating for, for reforms. Yeah. And you only negotiate through public participation, and that is provided in the Constitution. So whatever debate that you are seeing Nyagaka debating here every day, and he gets tired of it, he's doing duty for his country. When you see us still here at midnight, still debating, we are doing duty for our country. So that noise that we have been making has reduced the mark for housing to 1.5. At the same time, the government has gained, because initially, Nyagaka, this is what they were saying, that even if you're earning 1 million, you'll still pay that 2,500.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. But now, now if you're earning 1 million, you will pay 1.5% of tax. Yeah, housing.
Exactly.
Yeah, you see, they have gained in that. And what they are saying, that the money that watu walikuwa nasema ati within 5 years it will be stolen, with 7 years it will be stolen. Now this is what they are saying: you are not going to get that money back after 7 years. What we are now doing is this: you are going to use this as collateral to buy another house. Unaona, you know what they have done? Like here in the US, if you want to buy a house, what have you put down? Your closing cost. What is your closing cost? All right.
But really, even in Kenya, the economy that we should use is called a capital transfer. Taxes and just practical capital transfer from the rich to the poor, because they go give them that money without them getting anything, but it's going to be interest on how good they make Kenya be for you to sell whatever it is that you're selling. So it is a very beautiful economy that they are playing, but it's called capital transfer. Now, all the time, and I hope I never get tired, we have to do away with corruption, or the smell of it. Kama ile ya Siaya, sasa mzalendo ungetuambia what's happening.
Oh, Siaya.
Let me read another one here, still on the digital platforms. You tell me, this was before, I think whatever I'm reading here is before the adjustments were made. On the digital platforms, they are saying there is this taxation of digital assets. And this is what the bill is saying. The bill has proposed to add a 3% tax on the income earned from the transfer or exchange of digital assets. The owner of the platform or the person who facilitates the transfer or exchange will be required to deduct the digital asset tax and remit it to the commissioner within 24 hours after deduction. In addition, the person will be required to file a return detailing the amount of payment, tax deducted, and any other details required by the commission. A non-resident person who owns a digital platform where digital assets are transferred to exchange or exchanged will be required to register under the simplified tax regime. If enacted, the proposal will enable the government to boost its revenue correction by tapping into a niche that is growing rapidly. What do you say? What do you have to say about that? If I have a platform that I use and I want to sell it to Mzalendo, 3% has to go to the taxation.
Yeah, 3% has to go. If you have a platform that you want to sell and you are selling it to another Kenyan, you have to pay. You have to pay taxes for it. So, any time that you are selling a product, then you have to pay taxes. When you are buying the product, you pay the tax for it. when you are filing your returns, you demanded a refund for the product, all right, while filing, and you have earned through it, all right. So when you are selling it, you must remit the taxes.
Nyagaka, have you
Or
heard?
what do you call goodwill? Go ahead.
That have you heard what I read, Nyagaka, about remitting 3% of your platform that you are selling to the government?
Yes, I've heard even up to the last one, but that's why I was saying that what they were asking for earlier and what they are agreeing with later is very clearly what they wanted. And the William Zalenda and Sema, they had their idea that they can't go below this or they can go higher than this. And wherever they change the numbers, they change the numbers in their favor. So the people that were fighting them, they're going to lose anyway. So it's very interesting. I heard what you read, but what is it that is going on right now? You too.
Yeah. And there is another one here, maybe we can touch on it about Lento. Maybe Mr. Mzalendo, you have some houses. You are not left out. You are supposed to be paid.
I've not stolen enough.
This is what they are saying. The bill seeks to require all persons who receive rental income on behalf of the owner to deduct and remit what they are calling withholding tax on rent to the commissioner within 24 hours after deduction. If the commissioner has appointed the person in writing as agent, the withholder will also be required to furnish the commissioner with a return in writing stating the tax deducted and the other commission as the commissioner may require. Further, the commissioner will be expected to furnish the owner of the rental income with a certificate stating the amount of rent and the tax deducted therefrom. This change is aimed at curbing tax evasion by landlords like Mzalendo if he has been evading, and also enhancing revenue collection from the rental income. So this tax has already been there. That's what I'm trying to understand here.
I have not. I don't have rental properties in Nairobi.
I'm just using you as an example.
So usifanye watu wakuje kunivamia bure. But what I know is that landlords do not declare most landlords do not pay taxes. What they pay from the information I gather, they pay land rates, but they do not pay taxes on the rent that they collect from the tenants.
And
but
what
the government proposes is such an ambitious plan. It is so ambitious that I don't think it will be attainable for somebody to pay rent and then the landlord remits the taxes almost immediately within 24 hours. How will you control that? How will you, for me, if I was to give a suggestion, the best suggestion would be for them to get a data of how many properties a particular landlord owns and how many units are occupied at a particular time, so that even when KRA comes to do the audit, they can come and do the audit on a particular premises and know that this landlord charges 15,000 per unit in each and every house, and is supposed to give us so much at the end of each and every financial year. So that one is attainable, or do it on a monthly basis. But the issue of every other day and you have got maybe 1,000 units, and you want to send money to KRA because you may lipwa rent, I think they should think about it and do it either at the end of each and every financial year, or yearly or annually. All right. Just like the way we pay taxes, then that would work. But monthly, no, not even monthly. You know, some people pay rent late, some people pay rent early. So some people can pay you rent maybe for a whole year. So you need to remit all that collection within 24 hours of somebody paying you. They should collect data of all the landlords, the property they have, how many people are renting that house at that particular time, and what they expect from the landlord. So that way it can work.
Okay.
Hapo Mzalendo anasema mzuri sana juu ya business side, na mimi nasema hivi, serikali ikiwa inataka kuendelea, just to hold meeting kama hiyo ya Mzalendo. Vilibu ya Mzalendo ni ya kila mtu, lakini ni serikali inatuambia kwamba this is what they want to do. They cannot do it annually, they will do it every 6 months. Annually ni kama property una rent nini hiyo mtasikilizana huyu vile you to compromise. Lakini Mzalendo Mburu lazima tuambie hii government ya Ruto inatuambia nini inatengeneza kama January, June inatuambia at the same time. So that we can have something to measure it with. We have never had anything like that. Moi alikuwa mtu mwingine, Kibaki akakuja bora, lakini hiyo kijana ya Kenyatta hakujua what he was doing. I mean, he was just like out of reality. But this guy, we can address something with him. That's what I think. I might be wrong, but we should address that.
You know what I've realized, Ruto is accessible. He listens to, I am sure he's tuned on to Mutembei TV media right now. He's listening. He goes through his phones and see what Kenyans are talking about. Wanasema nini sahi? Wanaongea na mimi jua nini? And from his reaction, anything positive that will give his government a plus, he will pick it up very, very immediately without even thinking twice. Yeah. I gave you an example of issuing the lady who won the Faith who won. She won the marathon or what?
Yeah, Faith Kibiegon.
Faith Kibiegon has been given a house. Amepata nyumba. Nagari. So look at that, and this resulted to a debate in Parliament. Yeah. Why can't we do award our athletes? So he reacted. The president reacted immediately.
It was really Mzee Kenyatta that is the one who brought the athleticism to Kenya. Mzee Kenyatta. He even escorted those guys to the airport. When he came, Ruto, Raila, Moi came along, he was like, I no more anything. But really, Mzee Kenyatta agonized over those athletes. I gave them what Ruto has given them today.
Yeah, can you imagine? And and any world record watapatiwa 5 million. Yeah. That's a very good incentives. We have lost a lot of athletes to other countries because there are no incentives in Kenya.
On the same bill, I have seen that there are so many other things that were taxed at 16%, and they have been exempted. But what is happening, though the critics are not telling us the good part of the bill, they are only picking the side that is pressing the people and capitalizing on that to make people feel like the government doesn't care. So unless yes,
actually they have not exempted; they have now zero rated.
Yeah, that's exactly.
And they should do more of that because that's their job. Na yako ni kuona ya kwamba you say the truth, but for them doing what they do, I mean, I talk to these ODM people every day. They have a right to think the way they do. But at the same time, you have a right to tell them where to get off the boat. Because even right now, Zalendo, mtu ananiambia ni mtu amesoma hata college kile kitu. Lakini ananiambia Raila is the president. I mean, what logic is this? And unakumbuka yani unakuja kuona ni kama followers tu, you can't help this person.
No, you know, ukiona mtu anaongea hivyo, this is madness. You know, losing election, mi nakwambia Ben, mzee, you need therapy to heal. Therapy.
When are they going to vote for the bill?
The bill right now it was tabled. It is going for discussions. They are going to debate on it. Does it take a week or 2 weeks? I'm not so sure. It's a week.
Saying Thursday, so it's the other Thursday then?
The other Thursday, they can take a vote on it. But the whole of this week, they are going to debate from tomorrow. Yeah. It is a 500-page document, and they were supposed to scrutinize it by tonight.
That's why I'm telling you that if you can read all those guys who are saying yes or no, you can know who's going to win. And they don't want to tell us until they vote. But you know already who is going to win.
Who is going to win according to you, Nyagaka?
What do you mean? Who is
the
going to win?
The people in the system. The government, who's running the government right now is going to win.
But the question I am having in my mind, because the taxation in Kenya will be happening based on how much people earn to a greater extent. Do you think our members of parliament or our leaders, because they are the ones who earn a lot of money, do you think deep in their hearts they would like this kind of a bill?
I would not really think too much of what they think. All I know is that
it is not about what they think. It's about who is running the government. It's like trying to say, Buru, that Republicans will support any bill that is brought by the Democrats.
Yeah,
that can never happen.
So we have to agree.
Hata ikiwa ni mzuri namna gani, they will call for negotiations.
Yeah.
Right?
Because
here in America.
I think the reason why the president is saying this voting has to be done publicly, so that it has to be, we need to know who supported and who did not support, is because he knows. If it's a secret ballot, believe me not, if it's a secret ballot, the bill will be shot down by the same people who have been saying it's a good bill.
No. Let me, if it is a secret, I mean, even if it is a secret ballot, I don't think anybody in Kenya Kwanza will go against this bill. I don't think so. You see now, you are reacting. You know what you are saying, Buru?
Yes.
This is what we've been saying all along. The Azimio propaganda machine is working so well.
Yes.
It has made everybody believe that this thing is so bad. And every other household believes that this thing is, even somebody who has never even read the bill. Hata ule mama mboga ule, hata I will not even be taxed anything. Ashajua bwana hii kitu ni mbaya kabisa. But ukimuuliza, what do you know the benefit that this bill has for you? They don't know. They don't know. Even the school feeding program that has been zero rated, they don't even know.
And I've also seen the medical equipments and so many medical things have been exempted.
Yeah.
The tourism sector also is benefiting so much from it.
Agriculture, people who want to create, who want to bring industries into the country.
It's funny, Zarendo, that even the guys who talk at Jacaranda, they are so ignorant. They talk,
but
they
what do you expect people from Jacaranda to
you listen to them? you wonder if they even know what they're talking about. They have no idea. They have not even taken time. At least I think this bill should even be written in Swahili and people be given to read.
No, the people in Jacaranda, the people in Jacaranda, they only know Gachagua and Ruto. That is what they talk about every day.
And Raila, they
Gachagua
are king.
and Ruto. Then nothing else they talk about. Na most of the time ni matusi ama warning.
Yeah.
Yeah, ni warning, sijui nini. I don't have time. Wewe kama unasikiaga hao watu, hao watu hakuna kitu. They don't have any content.
So if you want to bring, like now here you can see, if you want to bring capital goods for investment in Kenya, which is worthy 2 billion and above, you are likely to be exempted from paying taxes because the government want to encourage manufacturing in our country, want to have more investors come to the country. But such a thing, those who are criticizing the bill will not talk about it. They want to tell you the fuel has increased from 8% to 16%. But also Mzalendo and Nyagaka, why do you think the government decided to double? Don't you think it's too harsh for Kenya?
But they knew, no. They say the 3 point something, they have come to 1 point something, the taxes.
No, I'm talking of fuel.
Fuel,
Taxation,
yeah.
petrol,
The people that can, the fuel is okay. It's the people that can afford, and it's better for them to pay instead of getting them a loan from somewhere to purchase that deal. I mean, it's better to be like that because it is what are you avoiding? If Kenyatta borrowed so that he can give concession to the oil marketers, whatever they were. And that's a waste of our time. And the other thing that he has done that is wonderful is to go anywhere and buy like the oil that they're buying with our money, not the dollar. Because if we ask a very good question, what relationship does the buying from Kuwait got to do with the dollar or Iran, Iraq? So it's making those people who, like you guys were saying, are flashing their money in their houses. And you have to realize that money is not in Kenyan shilling; it's in dollars. So we flash that money without forcing them, because they will sell those dollars. When they sell them, it's going to be cheaper, because you are not buying your property using the dollar anymore.
But there is something I've been thinking, Nyagaka and Mzalendo. You see, the countries that are fighting right now, you can't say it's Ukraine versus Russia. To a larger extent, it is USA versus Russia. Under normal circumstance, we expect to see the dollar losing its value because of the war. But other people who are not directly in the war are affected more to the extent that the dollar is gaining, the dollar is appreciating. The shilling, for instance, in Kenya is becoming almost useless as compared to the dollar. The exchange rate is going to almost 140. I've been wondering what is going on, because we expect when a country is fighting with another, the money of that country is likely to lose value. But now Kenya is being affected as if we are the one in the war. I'm not understanding what is going on with the exchange rate.
Yeah, because can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
You know, I think there is what is happening is that there's scarcity of the dollar.
Exactly.
There's no dollar in Kenya. There's scarcity of the dollar, and that is why these countries were looking for an alternative currency. Russia tried to, I think Russia has got its own currency that they want to circulate between India, Russia, and
Brazil and South Africa.
And South Africa, and there's another country on board.
Brazil.
That Korean guy, the short guy.
No, Brazil.
And Brazil. So they want to see whether it will compete against the dollar. But so far, the dollar is gaining a lot of strength on other currencies. And the more, in each and every war is business. War brings an opportunity to other people. So who are benefiting right now? The people in the Middle East. They are the ones who are benefiting. They're the ones who are now being begged to, for their oil. That is why worldwide we have to look for alternative energy away from fossil fuel. So even this bill addresses that situation. Yeah, we are looking for alternative ways of cooking, alternative ways of enticing manufacturers to come to Kenya and put up factories. We are already telling border people that, we are bringing electric vehicles, electric pikipikis. So that is addressing the issue of petroleum, because 8% of VAT added on fuel, that means that the cost of goods will go up. And
automatically.
And you know what, Mburu? The economic index or inflation is measured by the ability of the locals to purchase.
Yes.
Right now, Kenyans are not able to purchase anything. We are in an inflation or a looming inflation.
Serious inflation.
A serious inflation. People are not able to purchase goods at the supermarket. The things, if you go to Nairobi today or any other place, the things that 1,000 bob is like 200 shillings of yesteryears. So with 1,000 shillings, you can get very, very few things. Kama sukari unasikia imeenda juu, sijui nini, unga imeenda juu, mafuta imeenda juu, things like that. So we are in a looming inflation. So what do we need? We need people with money to buy goods so that money can circulate in the country. So at the moment, we have so many rich people holding money in their houses. This money is not circulating. They are not investing it in industries. They are not investing it in anywhere. Mtu ako na mamilioni ya billion or 2 billion in his house. Because hawezi weka kwa bank watamuuliza hiyo pesa ulitoa wapi. And some of it is just corrupt money. So it's not helping the country in a way. It is what is also destroying our economy. There is very little money in circulation in the country at the moment. The only people who are having money are the people who are the capitalists who are having enough to spend. So we are barely surviving.
It's good that you have raised that issue of people withholding money, withholding dollars and all that. And they don't want to put their money in the market. What would cause these people release the money? What are the methods that the government can use for people to release the money? Number two, why are these people holding money? Is it that the government policies are too harsh for them, that they are so much afraid of releasing their money? And also, because some of the money that is being withheld by people is, like you have put it, is corruption money, especially from the previous government, the money that was rooted when they realized there is going to be a change of government and the government was going to decide that they don't want. You saw the controller of budget saying she released a lot of money that she was not supposed to release.
what is the government doing to ensure that this money is brought back to the country? And that has been my big question. We know that money was stolen, billions of money that belongs to the nation. The president is not talking about it. Nobody is talking about it. And does Ruto government want us to continue with the business as usual, as if nothing happened? Does it mean that he doesn't want to follow them so that when they do similar things, the other side should not talk? As Kenyans, we should be asking ourselves, why are they quiet about the corruption that happened with the previous government? I don't know, what is your take, Mr. Mzalendo?
I think the reason why Ruto doesn't want to go that direction of trying to give these people amnesty. They are normally told to bring back the money. Some of it,
yes,
are from very many, very many previous regimes, from the Kenyattas to the Mois to the Kibakis to the Uhuru, and now Ruto. So you will find that the money probably was kept there by President Daniel Arap Moi. His sons maybe inherited those accounts. Uhuru, money was probably kept there in a family account. Yeah. So it will just be like opening a can of worms. Ruto himself probably has got money stashed abroad. How do we know? Or maybe his close allies could be having some money in offshore account. So that one is also possible, because if you have been in government from 1990 and you have been in all these corrupt governments, then there is a bit of you that must have tested corruption.
But Mzalendo, I'm not even talking about the money, the old corruption. I'm talking of what happened within the 3 months, the last 3 months of the electioneering period to the time when the new president was sworn in. We can see we lost a lot of billions. That's what I'm talking about.
Yes, some of these billions, I think very soon you will see the president talking about them, or Professor Ndungu talking about how much we lost during the transition on period, or just before the elections, how much was looted, and where the money is, and who looted the money. So they will talk about it, or maybe Ruto has just decided to mimi na hiyo Kristo yangu wacha niwasamee tu. Ruto pia anaweza sema wacha niwasamee hawa dhambi zao.
Surely.
Yeah, he can also do that. I think he's capable of doing that.
But even if he should the president or those in government decide to forgive criminals, do we have systems that are working? They dependent investigative authorities. I'm having so many questions in my mind, because if we let it go, and that's why I normally say, Mzalendo, Kenyans, we are the people who are supposed to be agitating for investigation of such kind of things. If today people of Kenya are doing demonstrations because of the money that we have lost, I would be supporting that. But we do demonstrations for the wrong things.
Now, Mburu, the problem that me and you are having, the problem we have is that we are now reacting again on hearsays. Yeah, we are assuming that money was stolen because the president said money was stolen. We need him to come with the facts and tell us this amount was stolen. And we need the other group also to tell us that yes, we did. We were in government and we never stole any money. In fact, we left so much, yeah, to run the government. Where is this money? But you see, the Matiangis and the rest who are in government have kept quiet. They are not even talking. Yeah.
But Mzalendo, Uhuru has called these people criminals. Who are the criminals? How you going to investigate them, Mburu, and you already called them criminals anyway? It's very interesting.
Yeah,
Mburu,
they're just
if they are
you know.
criminals, why are you investigating criminals?
Unajua Nyagaka, sisi tunasema kuna wezi lakini kuna wale huyu ndio mwizi tuko naye saa hizi.
Yeah, mwizi wa saa hii ashikwe. Tutazuiaje mwizi wa kesho? Kama
who is doing the investigation? You have a disqualified yourself. Wamewaita wote ni criminals.
Wote ni macriminals. Sasa uta investigate mwizi, ata investigate mwizi mwenzake bwana.
You disqualified yourself very quickly yesterday.
Then we are finished. We are doomed as a country.
No, kitu ile tulikuwa nasema is that unajua why we support this government, because it gives us hope that there can be somebody from nowhere to somewhere and become a president of the Republic of Kenya. Ruto is just opening ways for so many other people.
It makes me feel good because he thinks like me. Go ahead.
He thinks like you. Me, I think he's a transitional president. He's opening ways for better leadership in Kenya.
Oh yeah.
That is
There's nothing wrong with that.
That is the good part about Ruto. The other side, I don't think that they will be opening ways for opportunity for other people. That is the difference.
Look like Ruto is enjoying it too. You see how many young people he has around him?
Yeah, he has a very young people. A very young, energetic people around him, and he has given them the opportunity, even if they are inexperienced, but they have the opportunity to serve government. All right.
Yeah.
People like Hussein is somebody I know in person. He has been given an opportunity and in a very, very high capacity. Not that he has the experience, but an opportunity to serve as a young man. Yeah. And so many other young people who are serving in his government. So he believes in young people. That is the good part about William Ruto. We are away from recycling, you know, and I say this with a lot of respect to the older generation. They have got a lot of experience and a lot of, a lot of knowledge on how to run government. But we have had them for a very long time. It is time now for young people again to get into government and maybe blend them with a few old people who are experienced to also help them run the country. But by and large, we need young people in government. We need young people in government, yeah.
That's where you go wrong. In Kisi, we have all the young people, but they are really...
No, I told you have to mix them. You have to mix them with the older generation so that they can get the wisdom from the old generation. But again, we need young people in government. You can't sideline them like the Kibaki's regime.
No. It is what the Ruto has done. But you have to mix the young people with the old people. The kids in the Kisi, only the young people have taken over. And you can see how they are fighting like little kids. We never had the Yanchai fighting like that with Ongeris and we come from a higher end of society, and where we are going today is very shameful. And you are homeboy have come to Kisi and really organized it the way it is, and they like him. There's nothing wrong with that. But in as far as having good character,
you know, young people take opportunity as a challenge. Old people take ownership of that challenge, that they own it, it is their property, and nobody can take it away from them. All right?
Wow.
That is the
I like
difference.
that.
Yeah, that is the difference. You know, if you worked in the civil service in Nairobi, at some point you'll find a civil servant, he would not even fake his age not to retire. He would even leave his coat in the office so that thinking that somebody else would sit in that particular seat. Yeah, anaacha koti hapo ndio mtu mwingine asikalie hiyo kiti yake. So I mean, this generation has done their bit. So it is time again to have a different way of thinking and a way of looking at our country wholesomely, with the young people being invited on the table and giving their views. I told you today I saw the MP for the first time for Molo, and I was impressed by this young man. He's able to articulate the issues, and he's telling you, you know what? If for me, I barely sleep 3 hours preparing this bill. I have not slept for more than 4 hours for the last so many months. And I am telling you to just go and read this 500-page for today and debate on it on Monday, and you're saying it's difficult, you don't have the time. Then you are not serious. So we need such people. You burn the midnight oil for your country and ensure that we have a good finance bill that represents the will of the people. And again, the adjustments they have made, Mr. Penn, the things that we have been saying here has also worked because we have participated in the budget process. So don't take like everything that we say here is nonsense. No, everything that we say here is well taken care of. There are people who listen to this show and they ask. Sometimes Ben, you have got a very, very, very important point, and somebody in government will pick it from Mutembei TV. So that is the thing. We will be participating in national building.
Now, Mr. you have said something very important, that the Ruto administration is embracing the young people, which is a positive gain, and it's an improvement. But I listened to the former president, Uhuru Kenyatta, and he said he tried the young people, he put them in boards, he put them in positions of power, and the government was losing a lot of money, and that provoked him to go back to the older generation, like Awori, bringing Awori at his almost 90s. So,
I think Uhuru had an ambitious plan maybe to communicate with God, but through Awori. But bringing Awori in government, somebody who should be retiring, enjoying his pension. You know, Awori was the vice president of the Republic of Kenya and is already earning a pension. You remember that?
What do you think about that aspect of corruption and young people? How significant or how are they related? Young people and corruption, older people and no corruption.
You see, young.
It's very, very simplistic. Kenyatta is qualified for anything to teach anybody anything. So that's why he went to the older generation, the military guys who can come and do whatever he wants. He did not have the capability of teaching anybody. He was drunk. Let's not call it like it is. Because he was doing all these things along the way. And whenever he elected anybody, it was an ex-military officer from his tribe, from somewhere. And we knew what he was doing. We don't want to go there. Let us continue to say that it is the capacity, the capability of Uhuru or Mzalendo to get your job, whatever it is. But that's not what the criteria was with Raila and Kenyatta's administration, and Kenyatta's administration before, and Moi's administration. At least Kibaki tried a little bit. Moi, to whoever gave him money. it was one of the characters, and we lived through that.
You
But
know,
it is interesting right now.
Kibaki's government, the people around the Mdauras, the Mchuki, those guys, you barely find those kind of wazees today. People who are who just want to serve their country, diligently and go home. And Kibaki had a lot of flaws. I can personally tell you that I feel Kibaki was not healthy mentally to run the country, and in many occasions he had got a lot of gaffes in his speech, and he could not talk off the cuff because that accident affected him greatly. So the people around him had to work extra hard to ensure that Kibaki's government succeeded. And that was his strongest point. You remember there was a time Kibaki disappeared from the public for almost 2 months, and then he appeared in a car. Health-wise, he was not upright. He was that accident made him a bit slow in his articulation of issues. So the people like Namdaura were running government on behalf of Kibaki, and they didn't want him to fail. So they succeeded so well on behalf of the former president. May his soul rest in peace. But if he was in a first world country, Kibaki would not have been the president of Kenya, because he was incapacitated after that accident. And I think we missed Kibaki.
There are countries that loved somebody, like the guy, the Shah in Iran when he was on the throne. It was the same feeling that we had in Kenya when we had to get rid of Moi. Moi had overstayed, my friend. When Kibaki came along, even if we could do any mistakes that we could talk about, at that time, everybody wanted to, and right across the book.
I am telling you,
if Kibaki you can do the same thing.
If we got Kibaki, if we got Kibaki before the accident, Kenya would be very, very far, very, very far. He would have left a mark. And if you got Kibaki before the accident, Raila would have been president.
And some of us knew Kibaki when he was Cabinet Secretary to Tom Mboya. He's the one who negotiated. Kibaki is the one who negotiated the building of KICC building, one of the most complex in Kenya, being negotiated by a Kenyan. And it was Kibaki who was sitting at the head of the table. So Kibaki has done a lot. When we were coming up, we knew that Kibaki would take his beer and that's it, and never buy anybody anything. But when he was president, we all agreed with what he did and what he went through, to where Ruto come in with exactly the same policy, which you address the bottom line, and then it will raise the other person in front.
Yeah, for me, I believe that if William Ruto, because he's a very smart guy, I've listened Dr. William Ruto in these international platforms. Whenever he gets chance to address the people, Everybody agrees, all the leaders agrees with his sentiments, with his ideas. And I see them even wondering where they have been and what they have been doing. Because this is a very smart president. And also he is able to articulate his issues very well. But my big question is, though he is ambitious, and I believe that he means well to the economy and to the people of Kenya, do you think he will be able to help the nation with the kind of battles he is facing from Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga, who believe that they should not let him perform at whatever cost? Because I think this is a resolve. This is a decision they have made, that unless we are in the government, Ruto will not perform. Where or what will be the fate of Kenya? Do you think Ruto will survive the battle? Do you think he will succeed to perform if he does not let Uhuru and Raila join the government?
Mburu, it is very clear that Ruto has to stand up for what he thinks is right and propagate this government of the day. And Kenyatta and Ruto, Raila, I'm sorry. They have the right to criticize that government. So that at the end of the day, it is who wins the argument. Not necessarily we select this is our person and this is our person. No. Let us hear what they have to say first. Because in order today, we are very clear. We have the 4 years to reorganize this economy to where most of the Kenyan people will be happy 2-3 years from now. But as right now, we have to serve a little bit. And if you don't understand that and you are in order, then you are lying to yourself. Because the people are suffering right now. And they will tell
Then
you.
what happened in Siaya? What happened in Siaya? You are telling me about Siaya.
I was saying the corruption in Siaya, you have not addressed it.
Who do you want to address the corruption in Siaya County?
So you have not heard of it?
The opposition leader should be talking about it, or he is not supposed to criticize his own regions.
I mean, that's a hot potato.
You see the level of hypocrisy in our leaders. A sin becomes a sin, or corruption becomes corruption when it is done by people who are not related to you. But when it is done by your close confidants, you keep quiet and you assume everything is okay. I think it's so unfortunate. So, Mzalendo, I wanted to hear your sentiments on the fate of Ruto's government. You know, Uhuru Kenyatta is not just like any other person opposing the government. He's well-moneyed. He has a lot of money, influence both local and international. And if he has said, and it seems it's a resolve he has made, that I will not let this government govern if I am not involved in that government, and he is using the opposition leader and doing everything possible. Do you think the government will be in a position to perform, or what should Ruto do? Because these two people are not the caliber or the kind of people he can afford to ignore and say, assume they don't exist and continue working as if there is nothing which is happening. They are able to sabotage everything. What do you think that the president should do?
I think Ruto is not paying attention to Uhuru Kenyatta. If you have realized, you are the one who is paying attention to Uhuru. Ruto is continuing performing his duty, whether Uhuru is making noise or Raila is making noise. In fact, this is what Ruto said. If you want to demonstrate, you can demonstrate 24 hours. I'll provide you with security. Kama unataka kudemonstrate usiku na mchana, you demonstrate, but me, I'll continue doing my work. So I think by and large, the president has ignored the former president. So ideally, the cameras should be rolling over to William Ruto and what his government is doing. The cameras for Uhuru Kenyatta should be off. He has done his bit in the country, and that is it. He should relax wherever he is, enjoy his pension, be with his family, go for holiday, and a good leader would generally do that. Now, to answer your question, whether the president is bothered, I think he's not bothered with all the drama that the former president want to cause for his government, or he doesn't have the numbers to cause the mayhem that he could have caused while in government. So Uhuru does not have the numbers. He
But he has
doesn't
the
have
media.
the numbers in parliament. He doesn't have the numbers outside parliament. So,
But yes, Mzalendo, he has the media to always misreport things, spoil the minds of the people, and also he has the money to fund the young people to cause disorganization, instability.
for how long? For how long will you fund the young people? Are you going to fund them forever? Because this guy is going to be there for 5 years and probably do another 5 years. Are you going to fund these people for 10 years? So it is a waste of resources. He should do something better with his money. Trying to destabilize William Ruto's government is impossible. You've seen the maandamanos that were organized by Azimio. They have all died a natural death. He killed them intelligently without even using excessive force.
Do you think they have died because they said they are coming back?
Yeah, they can only come back for political mileage, but they will be of no significance at all. I can bet. I will tell you for free.
I was asking myself, basing on the comments and the conferences or the media conferences that the former prime minister has been making, it seems he has accepted there is no way to enter government or to get what he wanted from the demonstrations. It's like now he's speaking as an opposition leader. That is why he has moved away from talking about servers, because he felt the aspect of server is becoming outdated, out of fashion. People are getting bored. They don't want to hear such things anymore.
No, Mburu. You know, the issue of the server is something that is very, very thorny. You know, they don't talk about the server the way they should be talking about the server. You can't mention the server without mentioning the owner of the server. Who owns that server? It is Smartmatic. But the moment you bring Smartmatic and try to accuse it for rigging the elections in Kenya, they will sue you. And you'll pay huge amounts of money in court because of, remember Fox News, how much they paid?
Yes.
Yeah, so they have been very, very careful about the elections, because they can no longer say that the company was used to steal elections, because those are the information that they can't verify. Yeah. So they are picky. They know that they can pin down IBC, but they cannot pin down the owner, the manufacturers of the technology.
So do you think that our judicial system can force those who are making those false allegations to compensate for damage?
If if Chebukati can take them to court, then they can he can win some cases. But if they take mathematics, for example, to court, they will definitely lose that case, and it will be billions that they will be told to pay. It's not even millions, billions. Yeah. So Smartmatic can sue them in any other court apart from the courts in Kenya.
So they have been saying it was Chebukati who stole elections, but not as Smartmatic.
Yeah, they can't. You know, Chebukati stole the election using a technology. The server is a technology that was created by Smartmatic. They are not blaming the owner of the technology, but they are blaming the guy who was given the technology to use. All right. They were blaming. So they are very, very careful. If they go the Smartmatic way, they will lose. They will lose because Smartmatic will inform them that our technology works like this. But if you continue saying that we manipulated the election, then we will sue you, and they will lose in court. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So that is why you see the issues. The lawyers around Azimio, they have been very, very careful not to mingle with mathematics affairs.
So Dominion won, and its mathematics won too. That's very interesting. I didn't know that they had gone that far.
Yeah, they won.
That's
they
good.
won the suit, and there's one also coming up for which one? Who? There's another one coming.
I know that there's mathematics coming up. They won the Dominion. They won the coming up with this mathematics. If they
The
won
one that
that
is
one,
coming up is Smartmatic.
yeah.
So
They have
Dominion
won the
won.
Dominion.
Smartmatic will definitely win also.
Right. They say wait till you get the Smartmatic one. Yeah, it was that black guy that was giving the White House keynote speaker. The black guy, the comedian, is the one who said that. He said, wait till the Dominion come. I mean, as Smartmatic come up, the Dominion, you Republicans have to pay a lot of money.
Yeah, they'll pay a lot of money. So some of these things you don't just jump into them, and you don't have the money.
That's the technology that you cannot prove that they stole the election from you, and that's what
They
they
cannot
do
prove,
to them.
and these are companies that they are not small companies. You know the
Yeah.
way the Kenyan people are talking, they think that Smartmatic is just a Juakali company.
No.
It's a
That
big
is
company.
from Italy to South America to anywhere. They just use that guy from those islands because he was one of their expertise. The Kenyan guys do their job every day. They're one of the best computer troubleshooters out there. So he was troubleshooting for them, the Smartmatic people. And he happened to be Colombian, Camaro, that they keep accusing. But that's it. But they had never accused a company. You're right.
They can never accuse her. Yeah, you see, they came for Camagos, whatever his name was.
Yeah.
That is the one. But you see,
and they
you know, some of the arguments are very interesting. Like Kamaruati was in the country, but you see, this is a software that you have brought from another country. You don't even know how to use it.
No, but you accepted it when you
have to get
when you came to the
technical
country.
support.
When you came to the country, you accepted it for it to come. Now you
Not
are
even
saying
that.
no.
Yeah, you brought the technology, and there have to be people who are supporting you to use the
You
technology.
accepted all that was accepted by you.
And even that Kamaru guy, he could access IBC portal, yes, because he was part of Smartmatic.
Exactly.
You know what I don't.
You say no.
You know what I don't like about Raila Odinga? Raila Odinga will know whatever he is saying is wrong. He will know it is deceptive, but he will talk singing about it until his supporters believe in it. I wonder what this guy Kamago, when he listens to our politicians, when he is, you know, I don't know what he says. Because, Mzalendo, for instance, there was a time I was doing, I was working for another company, and they were installing machine which was made by the Chinese and the Americans. So for this machine to be installed in Kenya, the people who had the know-how on how to install the machine, the technical part of it, some people had to come from Kenya, others had to come from China.
Lazima, that's how it's done.
But now we made the people of Kenya to believe that all the guys who came in Kenya, they came to steal elections.
To rig the election.
It's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate that even our people don't ask themselves, so whom did you want to show our technicians what to do, if not people who are aware of the technology? And that is that's the bad thing about our politicians. They don't tell our people the truth.
You know, when you purchase technology or you buy an equipment that you've never used before, it's not like a TV that comes with a manual. There has to be people who are going to train you. There has to be people who are going to tell you when there's trouble. You know, an election is a one-time event. It happens on that particular day, and you cannot have a repeat of it in the constitution. So you have to get it right. So there has to be a backup, somebody up there who can access the servers, and he has to be foreigner. So if there is a problem, he can sort it out and see that their technology is working properly. So Kenyans were meant to believe that the Kamagos were there, or the Venezuelans were there to steal the elections on behalf of William Ruto. Absolute nonsense.
With what they accepted to begin with. They had agreed with each other that this is how the elections be held, and they agreed that at the end of the election, whoever wins, wins, whoever loses, loses. They went to the court system and said the same thing. So Yani to really chastise the IBC to say how we can improve it, we can't. We have to improve the people to elect to begin with. Because if they accepted everything and they accepted the code, why are we still talking about the same thing? Because they have never accepted the guy that he won the election. Not about the people of Kenya, not about their code, but by their common sense telling them. So we have to be very clear as what it is that we have to talk about. If it is the elections of yesterday, they are over. If it is the elections of 2027, Zalendo, let's go there together as we are working together there. But here yesterday,
let us give palliative care a chance to say something here. Yes, sir. How are you? Wrong time. You are muted.
You're on mute, Mr. Alex. We can't hear you. Zakayo, Shuka.
Zakayo, you wait to squeezy.
Hata askiki. We can't hear you.
We can't hear you. Palliative care. Umekalia sauti. We cannot hear you. We cannot hear you.
We can't hear you.
Ama utumie sign language. Mzalendo ameiva hiyo sector. Tumia sign language to interpret. But thank you guys, those who are watching. Asanteni sana kwa kuwa part of this show. It's the morning show, I think, now, because ilianza jioni. some of us took a rest, tumerudi. Mzalendo and many are still on. I see Lamek ako ndani ya studio. Asante sana Lamek kwa kutujoin. Palliative care is as well in. Ben Nyagaka, I see you. Geoffrey Mboro and Mzalendo wako ndani. Asanteni sana kwa kutujoin and being part of this now. And I call it the morning show. Karibuni sana zaidi ya yote. I see you and welcome so much. Jacqueline Moasia unasema show ni noma sana, asante sana. I see Geoffrey Mboro bado uko nasi, namuona ukisema that James Orengo has continuously thrived in criticism throughout his political life, but he has begun by being the most corrupt governor in the country. That's what Geoffrey anasema hapo kwa comment section. Kennedy Katala anasema I think he was responding to something. He's saying he a drunkard. Okay. I like what Kathale is saying, that this is a mature show. Okay, sawa, asante sana. Thank you so much for the comments ambazo zinaingia thick and fast. Tunashukuru tu sana. Namuona nani hapa? Namuona Dalut Sila anasema show iko sawa. Thank you so much. Asante sana kwa kulike the show. Namuona J-Boy unasema wakishikwa watasema ni politics. He is referring to what we were saying. If some of the politicians are arrested because of what? Because of corruption issues. Atasema wakishikwa watu watadai tumeingisha siasa katika some of these arrests. I see all your comments. Thank you so much for being part of this morning conversation. Mboro is in the house. Alex Media is joining us, and many are still watching. Asanteni sana. Thank you very, very much. Alex Media, you get to give us your sentiments this fine morning. It's morning in Kenya. I'm sure it's very late where you are. But what do you say about the conversation we're having? I'm sure you have been listening in to what many have been, a lot has been said actually. Mzalendo and Geoffrey, I can tell you these guys, hey, inafaa hata wapeo chai bana. These guys can talk.
Tuma chai ya wazee.
Alex vipi? Alex, can you hear me? Alex, I'm a freeze.
Unmute, Alex.
Yeah,
Good.
I can hear you now. I don't know if you hear me.
Yeah, now we can hear you. You're quite loud and clear. Karibu sana kwa show. Mboro is back. I'm sure you are happy to see him.
I'm so happy to see Alex. I was missing Alex.
I missed you too. I hope my wife doesn't hear that. But you know, honestly, Jack's going and missing the show, and you know, finally us converging, getting Guru from the left, Alex from the right. Huyu jamaa anaitwa nani huyu Mzalendo, yeye hata ajuangi ako wapi. Is from left, center, up front. Actually, is the real definition of bottom up.
Mzalendo yeye anakutumia hii asubuhi yote, tuma kitu.
Yeah.
Wacha tungojea akituambia vile Siaya kumeibiwa.
But what is happening in Siaya? What is happening in Siaya?
You see, it's Siaya. Let me give a preamble of Siaya. Siaya is the most unfortunate county. Siaya has never chosen its governor.
Okay.
First and foremost.
Okay.
And when you say this, there are people who get mad.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't care. Go to the nearest hell and jump. In 2013, in the nomination that put the former governor in, you find a person that is not wanted and a progressive person that does not subscribe to the party of the people. So the people are tangled in confusion. And the contestation brings two things, toxicity and polarity, to a point that instead of us doing nomination, we do appointment. and which is necessary sometimes. There's something called internal democracy, whereby
are the appointments based on merit?
It doesn't matter when the issue becomes so contentious. And in terms of the politics, we saw William Samoei Ruto do it, and he told people, we can't afford to lose this, we can't afford to lose this. He brings two people together, he tells them, look, yes, you have your support. He has his support, but based on what we have looked, this guy will win. And I think that's a good model, because I remember his interview very well, and I think we failed to do that. He said, I was the director of election in Kanu, I became ABCD. He said, I managed, he even said, in 2013 I did this, in 2017 I did this. He said, when it comes to election, you have to see who is going to win. And I liked that. Now looking back, because it's not about friendship, election is about winning. Okay, so they try to do everything in their capacity to allow Raila not to be embarrassed in his home county. Why? Because when you look at Siaya, Siaya is a funny county, because I don't know, when you looked at that by-election that happened in the last parliamentary, whereby this guy of MGD, you know, MGD is a beer here in the US, but in Kenya it's a party. Very funny. That guy just won and the ODM guy lost. It showed the polarity within their politics, because when you're choosing a governor, the deputy governor, and also the speaker, they take into consideration clanism, which was preeminent in that by-election. Now, 2013, Rasanga never won the nomination. He was a compromise candidate.
Okay.
So as ODM will carry the day. Rasanga, unfortunately, for 10 years, looted that county to the core. Obado looted to a point that he shipped to, how many, was it 2 billion to China within a day when his saga started. Awiti never even slept even one day in Mutembei. Awiti is gubernatorial palace was in Kisumu. Let's accept that.
Baba said,
no, let me speak, because if you speak, people are going to think I'm colluding with you. This is internal politics. I'm speaking from the ODM point of view, not from your point of view. This is internal politics, and I want to criticize.
That is Mzalendo's home ground, Bwana.
Do you know I'm a life member of ODM?
It doesn't matter. I was before you were, and you left, and you left me there. So, so now, when you look at Siaya, it's a very unfortunate county. Most intellectuals come from there. It is the dungeon of politics in Kenya. It is well respected. The people that come there, obviously, you can never compete them in terms of brain, human capacity development. I mean, these people are the smartest. You look at the MPs that they have produced. Look at Otienda Molo. I mean, like it or not, you hate him or not, you be on the left or on the right. Otienda Molo is one person that you just can't criticize in one way or the other. People like Orengo, though right now we want to bring politics. Kibaki himself said, Bana, you being my minister for labor, my minister for lands, there is nothing I'm proud of more than that. So the reality is that Siaya has produced some of the most refined legislatures we have ever seen. From Tuju. I mean, Mgala muwe lakini mpe haki yake. Tuju, I have problems with him, but in one way or the other, these are the kind of MPs that Siaya has produced now. But when devolution kicked in, it is unfortunate that Siaya has never had a governor that actually represents the kind of human capacity development, the kind of mindset that comes from there, the kind of, what can we say? The political angle of the politics of Africa. You look at the people that, whether it's Omamo, whether it's Oginga Odinga, whether it's Raila Amolo Odinga, you see, when these people die, you hear a lot of many accolades, and everybody wants to be associated with them at death. But when they're alive, everybody wants to run away. And I'm waiting the day Baba is going to rest. And it's not like I really want it, but you are going to see a lot of good things. And people, including Mburu is going to cry most. It's just going to be what Malema said. Those who are crying here most are those who hated Winnie Mandela. Mama, give us the sign. That day we want to see that sign. So, but what I'm saying is this. Siaya is a conundrum of politics. Siaya is just, I don't know, man. I don't know. If there is a county that should have thrived, if there is a county that politically, in terms of devolution, could have shown the whole of Kenya how to do it, I think it's Siaya. But it looks like the politics of coercion, the politics of division, money politics, everything to divert Siaya from just being the bedrock of it, from Migingo, everything. I mean, I don't know, when you look at the issue of Migingo from the time of Kibaki all the way, it was just to destabilize the people of Siaya. And I think they have been able to do that in one way or the other. And I'll say this honestly. This politics that is being played to the Siaya people has really brought them back. If I was a Siaya individual, I could learn from a few counties. I could learn from Kiambu, I could learn from Uasin, and now I could learn from a county that I think is doing a little bit better than most, maybe because of the proximity to Nairobi, and that is Machakos. Orengo should continue what he's doing. I don't care whether corruption is there or not. What I know for sure, in the few months that Orengo has been there, whether he's doing it legally or unlegally, there are a few things that we have seen that Rasanga never did. If it takes corruption, I don't care. If it takes thorax, I don't care. If it takes undemocratic means, I don't care. I want to see the people of Siaya have the facilities like Kisumu, like Machakos, like Eldoret, like Mombasa. It is long overdue. When we visit Bondo, we like it or not, we will always visit Bondo. And I think William Samoei Ruto will be the first president to declare the burial site of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga to be a national site. I think he's going to do it. From what I saw Murkomen speak, Murkomen proximity, and he said it very clearly. And I've told people here who hate me like hell that I'm telling you, Murkomen said, "Mimi ni mtu ya mkono ya baba," and that statement was loaded. It was pregnant. It's just not a blank statement. It's pregnant with many children, not even twins, triplets. The day it is going to unleash, many people are going to cry out, especially those hustlers who believed that Baba will never be part and parcel of this government. Siaya ought to start developing. Orengo, when he hosted William Samoei Ruto, he was one of the few people in Kenya who called that guy F word. I'll say F word 14 times, His Excellency. The guy means well to his people. He wants his people to develop and brings development. I don't care how he's going to do it, because Waiguru has done it in his own way. Kabogo did it in his own way. But now when it comes to that, we want to subject them to be doing things the way Kenya Kwanza should have done, whereas they are not doing that way. Siaya should do anything possible to start competing with Kisumu. If you went to Siaya during the time of Rasanga, unfortunately, and the man here, Mzalendo, will tell you, there was no even one-star motel there. There was no running water. There was nothing to call Siaya Siaya. It was just politics, politics, politics. With the man called Orengo going in there, I think now our eyes are glued there. I think in the end of 5 years, we will have seen 1 or 2, 3 things. And I hope, even with corruption, which I think will be there, we like it or not, I think we are going to see a different Siaya under the reign of Orengo than many others in ODM who will have taken. Maybe it could have been better with another person. I don't say so. But in ODM, the person that is doing better is Orengo. I wish it could have been Tuju. I wish Orengo could have said. But within Azimio, they agreed it's Orengo. So what did you expect to happen over there after Rasanga? Did you expect manna to fall from heaven? The guy actually took all the cabinets, all the officials, retained the Ragasanga's government. What did you expect to happen? What did you expect to happen? Something different? So let's not make noise. He's doing the right thing, and he knows how to bring the pork back home. The guy is a shrewd negotiator, and he knows where to start. Because, Homa Bay is a little bit compromised because of 2 people. We have people who are assimilated and they lost their language, who are the Suba. They are watu wa Kinambadi. They are watu like every seat in Homa Bay is held by the Suba people, but the Luos don't have any seat, including Gladys Wanga. Even Kidero, who wanted to take. Kidero is married from the Suba people, so they know where to start. They start from Homa Bay, and then they go all the way to Siaya. So the development of housing started from Homa Bay. Ruto started from Homa Bay, and Murkomen started the issue of Baba working with Ruto again in Homa Bay. You are going to see something different. Wachana manene Orengo. Orengo told us before that these are 2 brothers and they must work together. So the politics of coalition started a long time ago. We are being managed. And one thing I know is that you cannot take Orengo out of that seat. Orengo is part of the deep state. He is needed there by Ruto, and Ruto needs him. And these are 2 buddies together. Orengo once said in parliament that from Uhuru, from Kibaki, from Raila, and Ruto, he has presented them in court. He said it openly. The day he said that revolution eats its own children, before he said that, he said all these people, he has represented them in court. And anybody who has represented you in court in time of need, especially Ruto, who we know very well, that does not and will never sell his friends who helped him in time of need, how will he sell Orengo? That's my finishing mark. Sasa Mzalendo, I see you puffing and you want to blow and you want to blow my mind. Just do it.
Mzalendo, that is your home area in terms of what could be happening? What is informing all these wrangles? Because when you listen to some people, there are people who side with the deputy governor. There are people who say the deputy governor actually was the perfect candidate. I don't know what informs them. But then again, the most comical thing I heard about Siaya the other day, they launched, was it their first roundabout? I think so. I equally also saw Meru governor launch a zebra crossing. Those are awesome development, eh?
you know
launching a roundabout and zebra crossing. Hizo ni vitu za kufurahia sana, lakini anyway.
Before Mzalendo comes in, there is something very important that Alex said about how the appointments were done. Before Mzalendo comes in, maybe Kenyans want to understand how the ground was. Was there any possibility of somebody else from any other party winning apart from ODM? Because if it were only ODM members competing, or that is the ODM stronghold, then I don't see the reason why Orengo was to be given a direct nomination. Maybe Alex can help us how the whole process was done and what was the threat to the ODM to to cause the party decide this is our candidate, because some of us are not well informed about the politics of Siaya.
You see, people do not understand one thing, and let me tell you, in Central, there is something called political competition. In Luo Nyanza, the political competition starts in the nomination. You are almost assured being anything in the nomination. You hear that?
Mm-hmm.
In Central, it's totally different. In that, you can win a Jubilee nomination, and somebody comes with a party that nobody knows called Sisi Kwa Sisi, and he wins the governorship. It just doesn't happen in Luo Nyanza like that. So when you see complete contestation in nomination, whereby money is used and every aspect of the so-called, affiliation, proximity to power, it's because you know that winning the nomination of ODM is almost a guarantee. And the reason I say almost is because the only people who defied it were the Migori people, who actually chose Obado from PDP. But I can give you the historicity of Obado. Obado was not somebody people took Obado for granted. What Obado did was, Obado was the headmaster of Rapogi High School. Then Kanindo, and I think Nani will know that, Kanindo took Obado from school. Rapogi performed exemplary work. And everybody either wanted his child in Rapogi, or Mabei Boys, or Kanga. Then he took him from there, he brought him to Sony Sugar. And when he brought him in Sony Sugar, the guy was way ahead of everybody. Jama alinunua mashamba. In fact, in terms of Jotiang means the Obada. Those people who can, it's like border there. The border of those times were called Obada. Obada are the people who cut sugarcane in Sony Sugar. They are so, in fact, they dictate the politics. You can ask Dalmas Otieno. They make him and they break him. He owned them because most of the sugarcane that went to Sony Sugar, it belonged to the man Obado. By the time Obado comes in the limelight, the guy was loaded in terms of money. Obado was a billionaire before he even became the governor. So in bankrolling and making sure, and he took advantage of the courier people who actually had a problem in terms of, how the county structure was. So Obado was very close. And that is why through PDP, and he knew it, he could win the government. But the rest, without ODM nomination, you are not guaranteed. So when it comes to the politics of Luo Nyanza, your party nomination is very important. If you hear the Spice FM interview of the deputy governor, how they were forced to come together, it was not, in fact, Orengo had his running mate. But after that contestation, which was also about clanism, they were told to merge together. And in merging together, you could hear the guy say that, I thought I'm going to be in charge of administration, and Orengo, being a lawyer, is going to be in the legal matter. And Orengo is going to stay in Nairobi, and I'm going to stay in where? In Siaya. A weak argument. In terms of campaign, I think you can just agree into it, and the deputy governor will be fooled by it. But after campaigning to become a governor, are you going to allow the finances to be managed by your deputy governor? Hell no. I think that is where he went wrong. So the contestation here is, the guy was screwed up. He thought that he is going to be the governor de facto. You can't. Orengo has played politics for years, so he played politics on him. So I think it's the right time the guy to come into his mind and understand that two people in the current politics of Kenya who could have become governors easily lost it by being greedy and start fighting earlier. And that was Khalwale and Omar Hassan. If I'm a deputy governor, I must know how to become a governor. And if I really want to become a governor, that's not the way to become a governor. The person who became a governor because of that, and it was by proxy and it was forced, is your guy in Kiambu. And if the right process could have followed, Waititu could have been the governor still. But you know what? The handshake made sure that Waititu had gone. But we need to learn from that. The guy need to know that he has started fighting too early, and he should not do that if he wants to become a governor of CI. The politics of county is difficult because it is not tribal now. It is clanism. And clanism is worse than tribalism. I swear to you. I know where the MCS win seats with 10 votes. 10 votes. Go look at the statistics. The contestation is bad. And clanism becomes the core issue there, whereby one clan hates another clan. So this guy must understand that the politics is playing, it's going to divide Siaya even further. If I was him, I could allow Siaya to be together for a while, because where Siaya is, it is behind because of politics, not because it lacks the human capacity development. Thank you.
Mzalendo, what makes that place poor? What is it? What's the problem? Hakuna any economic. I think they have the lake there or something. Why is it poor?
Thank you, Jax and Alex, for elaborating what is happening in Siaya. But I think you miss the point, because when you say that Oduol should encourage or should not talk about the stealing that is happening in Siaya County and should keep quiet, then you are acting like someone who is encouraging the current governor to continue mismanaging funds that are meant to help the Siaya people. To answer you, Jack, is that Siaya is underdeveloped because of leadership, because of incompetent leaders that are selected by the party. The name Orengo and Oduol have been in Siaya politics for a while, and Orengo is not new to the politics of the country and Siaya, where he comes from. Remember, this is the county that had a Dominion factory. If I can just take you back, this is a country that had Dominion factory. An investor came up, put a factory in Siaya for processing their rice, and a school, and it was employing over 2,000 workers and suppliers, and they kicked the investor out of the county. And now Dominion factory, if you can have images of Dominion factory in Siaya, it is in a sad, sorry state. I think the gentleman went to South Africa. What they used to do, the leaders in Siaya then would come with a lorry, carry all the rice, and the political baggage of the governor then, Rasanga, that killed the industry, killed the Dominion factory in Siaya. But by and large, one of the primary criticisms of the party is the internal nominations process for selecting candidates for various positions in ODM. The leadership picks candidates rather than allowing the people to choose their candidate. Additionally, this has been the complaints that underpicking these candidates is what brings bad governance. If Siaya people were allowed to choose the leaders they want, then Siaya would be developed today as we speak. Furthermore, some people, some of the accusations, as Alex had mentioned earlier, is the undemocratic principles of the party. The political party ODM is centered around Raila Odinga, the political leader. So the nomination process is contested heavily. And at the end of the day, what happened in the other election is that every particular seat that the party felt like, you know, this is the candidate we have, and this is what we will go for. From Gladys Wanga to the Siaya governor, to the governor for Migori, to the governor for Kisumu, they were all handpicked, and there was no nomination process that went on. Same to Senate. Apart from Ojienda, who was subjected to a nomination because the party had got a feeling that this is not our man. So if they felt that that you are in ODM and they have a candidate whom they feel can beat you, they will subject you to a nomination. Just like Jalango was subjected to a nomination because the party had got a favorable candidate that they thought would beat Jalango. But at the end of the day, Jalango and Ojienda carried the day, although they were not party favorites. But if you buy your way and get the ticket, and still they have got somebody in independent or any other party that they feel that this guy can represent the views of the political party other than you, that is the candidate that they will support. And they would rather lose that seat that can and support this particular candidate for that particular seat. So ODM is undemocratic. ODM does not represent the views of the people, and that is unfortunate. So nationally, they purport that this democratic party that represents the will and the wishes of the electorate, but unfortunately they don't. If the will of the people of Nyanza would have been allowed on the ballot, then today the governor of Siaya would be engineer, what is his name? I'm losing his name here. The guy who was nominated CS, the engineer, I'll remember his name. In Homa Bay, the likely candidate who would have carried the day would have been the chairman for ODM. He's called who? Mr.
Mbadi.
Mbadi would have carried the day against Gladys Wanga if they allowed the party to do proper nomination. And
I disagree with you there.
You will disagree with me, but this is internal politics in ODM. But again, you are a member of ODM, so you would always want to support the party position.
If
Unfortunately,
I would have done that, I wouldn't be here speaking with you.
But then again, Mzalendo, how comes if what palliative care is saying that once you get nomination, you are like home and dry? How comes sources have it that Orengo really struggled to really claim that seat? Like it was like a serious battle to get the gubernatorial election won by him. It wasn't as a piece of cake, despite him being a seasoned politician, being in ODM, having the backings of Baba. Why was it really a challenge?
it was a challenge. First off, let me correct you. Orengo never won any elections. All these elections were rigged.
There was a time he went unopposed.
In Siaya, the last general election.
There was a time he went unopposed, right?
Yeah, there was time he went unopposed. Yes, the party was he was the party's favorable candidate, and there was no any other political party that was challenging Orengo. And listen,
let's talk politics.
Raila in Luo Nyanza is the law. No, there's nobody who's bitter. I am smiling. I am telling you the fact of the. I have healed. I am not bitter with anybody. Mimi hakuna nomination.
Hii nomination tu ya MCA.
Hiyo ndio kitu mnafikiriaga kila siku, lakini sisi unajua, just wait. Let me answer you today.
Maybe I can say something, Zarendo, then you take
wacha hii Alex, wacha nijibu Alex kwanza.
Wacha uongee. Wewe sasa
mulikuwa mnatafuta, mulikuwa mnanyima sungura, lakini you failed to get the antelope. Yeah?
Sasa wewe ndio antelope.
Mimi ndio sungura. Lakini the big thing sisi wote tuko sawa. Na sisi wote tuko sawa.
Wewe achana hiyo. Mburu ongea bwana. Huyu mtu
tuko sawa sisi wote.
It is good that we are listening to the people from the same region that we are talking about. If anything, I'm the least person to discuss about Siaya because I have no much information about it. But I can just speak from what both of you have said. And what I have picked from what you have said is that there is a leadership problem. And in Kenya, many people believe that one Raila Amolo Odinga is the father of democracy. But if we don't see that democracy in his party, how sure are we if he becomes the president, he would allow or he would fight to see democracy's right to the entire nation? That's a big question that everybody should be asking himself. Let me come to Orengo basing on how I know Orengo. James Orengo has been so outspoken when it comes to the issue of corruption and fight against corruption. And at a time I was imagining if we can have somebody like James Orengo occupying the State House or being our president, I was imagining that we would have a country free of corruption. And when I heard the story of corruption and James Orengo, I felt so bad because he is a guy whom I have always esteemed so much because of how he has been carrying himself and how he has been agitating for good governance in our country. And I listened to the interview of the people who are accusing him of corruption. And out of what I heard, I felt that it is the high time for the investigative bodies to move swiftly and do the investigation because they are the only people who can tell us whether these allegations are true or false. If money has been stolen, it doesn't matter who has stolen the money. The money does not only belong to the Siaya people. The money is the money of taxpayers and the taxpayers of Kenya. It doesn't matter how well you are performing. If you steal money that belongs to the people, it means you don't fit to occupy that position. So, Alex, your preamble and you read your background very well on your comments, but towards the end where you supported Orengo, I felt like somehow you have lost it. You have lost the track. Yes, Orengo has been doing very well in the many years he has served, but to me, the allegations that we are hearing is a letdown because these are just few months to the position of governorship? What about at the end of 5 years? What will happen to that region? So we have many questions than answers. And I think, to me, my conclusion is, I think he has not been corrupt because he has never gotten a chance to occupy a position. That tells me even the shouting he has been making against corruption is because he had not gotten that chance to be in control. But now he is in control. Now we can tell what kind of a person he is.
Mburu.
Yes, please.
And I think Mzalendo has raised it here before. When you say the guy has not been in control, see, when somebody becomes a minister for lands, and at the time that he became the minister for lands, I don't know I don't know if you know that he was one of the most powerful ministers then. And
I know.
And he played his politics quite well. So you cannot say the guy has never been in charge. What you are failing to see is how conniving our Senate has been. And if there is any useless institution in Kenya, it is the so-called the Senate. If you could come from that point of view, I would agree with you. Mzalendo, sijui umeshiba mpaka unaanguka hii side hivi. Siweke hivi. Naona ni kama
ametwist simu, ni simu tu ametwist.
Mzalendo unaanguka bwana. I'm fearing kichwa itapasuka. From there it's going ni headstand. Mzalendo. But anyway, it doesn't look good in the panel. So the guy has been in power. The guy has played power politics, but the accountability level that now he executes is different from what he had before. On a national level, when you're playing the politics of national Mburu, it is easier watu kusema mtu yetu. It's easy. Today, any favorite person in national politics, akikuwa governor, the scrutiny anapata is totally different because now you are with those people. Now, whenever you take a little bit pork, now you hurt them and it bites you. So the whole issue is, if there was corruption, there was even during the Grand Coalition when he was the minister for land. What we fail to know is what kind of land did he take? Who did he give land? What kind of deal did he do? We've never scrutinized the guy enough. I don't believe there is any clean minister for land in Kenya. That one, I don't believe. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Anybody who became the minister for, I don't believe there was any clean minister for lands. So you have been looking in from a different point of view. The reality is that the scrutiny was different then. But right now, because he's with his people, the scrutiny is different. And I agree. Now, tunaweza mumulika. But if it's the issues of, you know, I can't call corruption or the issue of distrust of this person, it should have started a long time ago. You must know that. We are still in ODM. We subscribe to Baba philosophy. Sometimes, not all the time. There are issues we raised about Orengo. We raised about our favorite Maandamano guy, Bado Mapambano, when he was the Minister for Immigration. But because he was still with us, we could not make noise the way we could have made. So don't think that this issue starts now. And when you are a senator and you don't make noise about your county, know that you are also getting something from the government. So Orengo quietness, when Rasanga was looting that county for 10 years, speaks louder. For your information. Thank you.
And Alex, what if we say, I clearly hear you, and I agree, today I am agreeing with you at least 85% or 90 there. That's an A, if possible, A plus. you have been so honest in your debate, and if we can be doing debates like that,
I'm used to not getting any marks, so mimi narudianga mtihani kila wakati.
sometimes I totally anyway. This is what I have to say about, you have said Orengo had occupied other powerful positions before. And we normally say that the days of a thief are 40 days. Of what if his 40 days are over? And also, we cannot compare the position of the Minister of Lands to the position of a governor, because the governor governs the whole county and he is in control of a lot of money. And maybe he was not so much scrutinized, and also he was not in much limelight than he is today. And maybe that is why he has never been caught. And my fear is, because I have been one of those people who really felt Orengo is a very good leader for the country. What I can say is that if somebody was good yesterday, but today he has stolen, we shall not judge this person on what he did yesterday. We shall judge him on what he has done today. And theft is theft, and that is what I believe. For me, I believe in good governance. I believe in honesty, and anybody who goes against those principles of a good leader, it doesn't matter who he is, he cannot please me. So that's why I'm saying it is the high time. Apart from hearing these people who are making the allegations, we want to hear what the investigative authorities are saying, and also we want to hear what his boss is going to say about it, because they have to lead with example. Corruption should be corruption, regardless of who has committed, whether from Kenya Kwanza or in Azimio. We want to hear Baba talk about it, and that is what we are waiting to hear. Because if it was another government,
sorry, I'm cutting you, Mboro, short,
Yes.
because this is a subject that Mzalendo should really help us. Why is the senator almost silent?
The senator for Siaya is
that's unfair.
Is
Just leave the guy alone.
is Oburu,
No,
but
no,
I
no,
think
just leave the guy alone.
that's a leading.
It's a
That's a
fair
leading.
question.
That's a leading.
No,
This is
that's
what
not
he,
fair.
this is what he said. This is
If
what
he
he said.
spoke, it could have been unfair. If
This
he's
is
quiet,
this
it would
is
have
what
been.
now.
I
Okay,
swear to
listen.
you.
Hey, you had your chance to speak. Can you let other people also speak? I know you are ODM dumb. Now this is what Oburu said.
And you are a lifetime member. Kwani wewe ni maji?
This is what Oburu said. We are all life members. This is what Oburu said. Oburu said in mother tongue, and I can translate it to you.
Please do.
Orengo.
First of all, say it in mother tongue so I can know if you are translating it right.
Orengo Orengo nwakuerie kuom yiero kijana matin ni obiro chendo mbele ka. Koro dong ineno kendi. Now you can translate that. Now Jakes and Mburu and Alex. Orengo was implicated in Anglo leasing.
Wait a minute, Mzalendo.
And Golden Bag.
I was waiting for the interpretation because.
I thought Alex was going to interpret.
No, he only says that Orengo is a great leader and he will never make any mistake.
Okay, let me now, because that is misguiding the general.
No, he's saying that.
What he's saying.
Told them that no query. We urged you that this young boy is going to be problematic. No kiwinjo, which means you never listen. Are you not seeing it now?
Thank you.
Basically, that's what he said.
You know,
that's what
he has translated it in the best way possible. So that is about Siaya, but Orengo has been implicated in a lot of corruption scandals, He has been mentioned a lot in Anglo leasing.
So why was he a
Goldenberg.
saint in the Senate?
Yeah.
Why
Land
was he acting all
grabbing.
saintful? He was acting all saintful in the Senate, as if he was walking on a sacrosanct
When he was the
ground.
minister, he was accused of grabbing land in Mombasa.
Just hold on there. Just a point of interjection. Sorry, Mzalendo. When you say that he was acting like a saint, do you remember Orengo was very confused at the moment we were doing the revenue allocation? Do you know Orengo was always drunk during those debates? Do you remember that? No, let's be honest.
Yeah, drunk and all, but he
let me just, I started from there. I'm giving you the answer. I'm just giving you the answer. Do you remember that at one time he was giving his submission totally off guard? Do you remember that?
You know, when you give me a verb before a noun, the verb before a noun becomes the noun that is the verb. I remember that statement in Biblia, and I was confused then. And so, what are you saying?
I think, let me just leave it there, because I think I'm going to open another can of worms, which I don't. Because once I do that,
I hope I answered you.
Mzalendo, you did.
Continue.
You did, but you just scratched the surface. Now, I heard what you said in Terluo and the slight interpretation from Alex. But my question was, why? And you said I'm leading a question, really, because if it was another county, the senator probably would have come out and say, I agree with the deputy governor or I disagree with the deputy governor. And because I lead an oversight, because I'm a senator, I will take up this matter and do ABCD, right? Because that's what rightfully the senator should do. Why is he mum about this?
Because these are leaders who are selected. They are not elected. They don't represent the people. He doesn't care whether Susia is looted or not. For him, he gets his paycheck at the end of the day. It is up to the CIA suffering people. You know, there's one statement that the former governor said that was very, very sad. In fact, he also said it in Dolu, in a function that, if it's about money, we will do it the way we used to do it, and we don't care about stealing. So we used to do it. I mean, so who cares? And the biggest problem in our country today and of Senate is that Senate is like an investigating authority, just like DCI.
Okay.
Yeah, that is not their role. Senate should not, apart from just oversighting the government, Senate should be given other roles. Because once the Auditor General is complete with a county like Homa Bay or Siaya or Murang'a or Kiambu, and the report is there that this money was stolen by officials in the county assembly, it is handed to EACC. Then EACC should prosecute that case.
Okay.
It should not go to Senate. What is it going to Senate to do? What is it going to Senate to do? The Auditor General, paid by our taxes,
what's the function of the Senate?
What?
What's the function?
Yeah,
of the
that
Senate?
function of the Senate should be, in fact, it has become a cash cow for the senators.
Thank you for saying that, and that's what
it is a cash cow. The counties are a cash cow for the senators.
Thank you for saying that. When you are a senator, you have no role in the Republic of Kenya. Remember the robust debate when Duale was a majority leader, and he refused completely to give some of the delegation that the Senate ought to have had in the Republic of Kenya. And that is why, who was it recently who said, if there is anything, was it Atienda Molo or somebody in Spice FM who said, the function of the Senate is absolutely null and void. The Senate has nothing to do with anything in the Republic of Kenya because everything is done in the Parliament.
In Parliament.
And that is it. What the Senate does is nothing. What you saw.
Even now, even the bill, right now, the bill, the Finance Bill 2023.
In fact,
they have nothing to do with it.
It's voted, it's discussed in the Parliament, it's finished in Parliament, it doesn't go to the, you know, the model that we picked was a hybrid model. We took the Westministerial and we also took the other one. We combined them, they became a hybrid. But what we failed to do is to implement one to be the lower house, one to be the upper house, whereby the bill is discussed in the lower house. After that, it's finished. It's taken to the upper house. But when Duale was presiding over, they totally refused. Now, the people now we should be blaming here. And you know, that's where now politics sometimes is conniving. The two people who refuse to allow the Senate to take its proper place is Duale and Mbadi, a person that was supposed to be the governor of Homa Bay, who I never wanted to become the Homa Bay governor. But the thing is this, if we were to go back so that the present day Senate should work in Kenya, I think the person that must be blamed most is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. He messed up. And we cannot deny that. He was given a constitution to allow the new constitution to work, but it has never worked from 2013. So when we talk about the Senate, that is a null and void institution. Thank you, Mzalendo, for saying that.
So Mzalendo, thank you for opening the eyes and the mind of many Kenyans, because I also had the same feeling that the Senate has been doing more harm to the country than good. Because if somebody has been investigated and has been found wanting in terms of integrity by the county, by the auditors, by the DCI, then that governor is saved by the Senate. I think it's very unfortunate. So that institution is working against the country because actually they save people basing on which side they support. So if the Senate said Waitito was good, Waitito was going back to the office. They said Waigoro is good, Waigoro went back to the office. But Waitito, because was not supporting the president and the other side, he had to be kicked out. So to that extent, I think it is good to look at the role of the Senate in Kenya, and if that Senate is doing good to the country or is harming the country. But also, I know Alex is listening, he is in the background. I am wondering because Alex has talked good things that are happening in Siaya and with Orengo's leadership. But I'm just asking myself, what if an investigation is done and Orengo is found that to have looted the money of the people of Siaya? Don't you think he is supposed to be prosecuted? Don't you think he should face the consequences? It doesn't matter how well he's governing. If he is stealing, he is a thief. And we cannot have our thief. So, and the other question, I don't know, Mzalendo, if we are in agreement, and I wanted to hear from Alex, if this person is investigated. Because I haven't heard Alex say whether he should be investigated or not. Are we in agreement that the investigators, the DCI, the anti-corruption body is supposed to go to Siaya, do the investigations, the auditors, and tell Kenyans what is their finding? Because all what we hear is just allegations on the medias. But now, Kenyans should be asking to know the truth. That is what we want to know.
Anyway, the matter of Siaya, I think Oduol, you know, Oduol, first of all, is a very accomplished accountant. He cannot just come up with figures and say that this money has been stolen. So what he did is that he has taken the matter to EACC for further investigation and scrutiny. What the Siaya County has done, they have impeached him so that he cannot continuing being a member of the county assembly. So we hope that EACC, right now they have a new chairman, Oginde. Oginde can take up this matter, Bishop Oginde can take up this matter and as his first case and see whether EACC and Oginde can bite. So the matter is before EACC. Otherwise, the issues that Oduol raised were very
weighty.
Were very weighty and important for Siaya people. So his concern is that the looting cannot continue going on under his watch.
Now, Muzarendo, you have raised a very important issue of the Senate and how the Senate has been conducting itself, and the loophole that is there, whereby we see that they don't have the what we can say, they don't have the I don't know how to put it, but they don't have a role that they are playing, a good role that they are playing to save our country. Or they don't have the country, that's what I was looking for, the country in their heart. So, apart from the Senate, because I was thinking about our leadership structure, we also have these county governments. And the county government also, you see there is a huge loophole there, where by they are able to hold the governors, and the governors are not able to do anything unless that thing is approved by the county, by the MCAs. So if the MCAs don't approve what the governor wants them to approve, those bills and all that, the county is at a standstill, or the county enters into a total confusion. And not only that, you find that these MCAs, for them to do what the governor wants to be done, they ask for them to have money from the county. So I sometimes wonder, these MCAs, they're asking to have money under their control, MCA kitty, who is going to ensure that they are accountable? Yet they are the ones who are supposed to check the governor. And the governor cannot be able to do anything without the MCAs. So you see, we have opened a huge loophole for corruption in the county government. So I don't know whether you feel the same, because I feel like these two chambers, the Senate and the county assembly, is doing more harm to the country than good. For me, I was thinking the governor should be having the government auditors auditing the governors, instead of governor being held at ransom by the MCAs. The governor cannot do anything without these people. And for these people to approve those bills, they ask for money. For the governor to do anything, he must release the money to the MCAs. So I am wondering, at what time or how are we supposed to fix these loopholes that we have as a nation? I don't know what you think about that.
You see, the Senate also has got other roles. Let us not forget.
Yes.
They can summon government officials to appear before Senate. So overall, they have got a national duty to oversee the national government.
Yes.
Now, the Senate in Kenya today, traditionally, what we are seeing is that they oversight more of what is happening at the county level.
Yes.
Senate is also allowed to recommend increase of funds in the counties. That recommendation can come from the Senate. We are seeing them doing very little of that. Very little of that. So in terms of representation, I think they don't have even much work to do in the Senate. In terms of oversight, most of the time senators are appointed by like, for example, senators from Azimio. Some of them were handpicked by the political parties, just like the MCAs in the county assembly. In where you come from, you'll find that majority of them are from a particular party called UDA. Where I come from, they are from Azimio. So at the end of the day, the governor is from Azimio. All the MCAs in that assembly are from Azimio. So, and you expect that there'll be any oversight by the MCAs of the governor. That's absolute rubbish. You see, that constitution needs to be checked. We cannot have all MCAs from one particular party in a particular region. So who is going to oversight who?
Exactly.
Yeah, and all these MCAs supported the current governor to be governor. And the governor is the one who was funding their elections. So what systems are we talking about? And then you are telling me that the MCAs are doing a good job in the county.
I think our structures of governance are just pathetic.
Pathetic. I mean, you know, how do you expect a whole lot of wiper MCAs to oversight
wiper governor?
The governor. And they were campaigning on the same platform.
In the same case, with the ODA or UDA, MCAs.
In the same case with UDA, I mean, this thing is not working. Smell the coffee, it's not working. I mean, there is no way.
You put it very well. You have put it very well.
So there is no way that they can oversight. They don't have the capacity to oversight a governor. And that is why you see the one for Siaya, you see the recommendations that they're coming up with against the wall. They are fishing for evidence against this guy. They don't have anything tangible to pin him down.
So before I ask you a question that I have here concerning the same, I wanted us to pick the case of somebody like Kawira Mwangaza. You saw the reasons that these people were giving, but in the real sense, in the presentation of Kawira Mwangaza, I saw that these MCAs have been asking to be given some money by the governor. And because she was resisting and saying, I cannot give money that is not enshrined in the constitution, that is not covered by law to you. She was saying that is why these people are against me, because I'm strict with the county money. So all what is happening in our counties is corruption. The MCAs are supposed to oversight the governor, but the governor has no role of oversighting the MCA. So I wonder, when the auditors go to audit the county, how do they audit the money that has been given to MCAs to be managed by the MCAs? The MCAs that are supposed to check the performance of the governor and to ensure accountability. Serious confusion in the county. And if the governor does not release the money to them the way they want, they come up with a motion to kick you out.
And look at Kawira's. Kawira Mwangaza is from which political party?
I think she was an independent.
She was an independent, and all the MCAs are from UDA. I don't know which, but which UDA.
Yeah, it's UDA. Yes.
UDA. So you see that kind of conflict. If you have an MC and a governor from a different political outfit, the MCAs will make it impossible for the governor to execute his or her duties.
Yes. Wow.
It will be impossible there is no way, because they're supposed to oversight. Now, why these guys get into leadership is to make money. Most of them is just to ensure that they enrich themselves. No tangible development. In other counties they have succeeded. I don't want to blame everybody else. Some other counties they have succeeded, but in counties where you see the governor being cited by the MCAs, is most likely that they don't belong to the same political outfit.
Wow. Wow. I think something ought to be done. We need to relook at the constitution. The most unfortunate thing is that the things that Kenyans were expecting to be changed in the constitution, nobody was bothering to think about them. Now, the thing like the BBI, the expectation was that they would be looking at the number of leaders that we have to reduce them. That's why we were saying Puda amechoka. Lakini when they decided we need to change the constitution, instead of reducing the number of the people employed on the high profile jobs like the senators, the MCAs and all that, they decided we are going to increase them. There are so many things that they did not even want to consider. So I think, I don't know whether it is the same feeling that you have. It is the high time we start having a discussion that yes, this thing we copied from outside countries, and it was not tailor-made to suit our country. The whole system, I think we just copied and pasted for Kenya. We copied so many things from America and from UK, but we did not think of the composition of our country and if we are in a position to sustain such kind of a system. Because, yes.
You see, Mburu, frankly speaking, devolution has achieved so much.
Yes.
But by and large, it has wasted a lot of public resources.
Exactly.
There's a lot of wastage in the counties. And look at the proximity of those counties. For example, Embu is closer to Embu is closer to which county? Let me give you an example of Nyamira and Kisii. Nyamira and Kisii are very, very close counties. Then we also have Migori just around the corner. The initial boundaries of that were created before covered Kisii, the Nyanza province, the South Nyanza province, Migori and all that. That would be one county.
Yes.
Migori, Omabay, Kisii, that should have been one county. All right? With one governor and one senator. So even if they had an assembly, then it would make a lot of sense. Yeah? But here we have counties that are very, very close to each other, even having ministers in office. Yeah? Agricultural minister, The agriculture that is happening in Nyamira and Kisii are the same. It's just a duplication.
Yes.
So some of these things should be looked into, and that is why our wage bill is very, very high. The money that the money that is demanded by this by the county government to run sometimes is even borrowed. We borrow to run the county government. Yet some of them cannot sustain themselves. Look at counties in the US.
Yes.
These are counties that can sustain themselves, and they only need very little support from the government. They have their own police. They have their that collect revenues on behalf of that county. They have their schools that they run effectively without the interference of the national government. But we have not reached that level where even the county where you come from can run the school program. Yet it collects revenue each and every time. So by and large, we created employment opportunities at county level for a few individuals to get money from the national government that trickles down to enrich a few individuals in the name of executive, in the name of MCAs, in the name of ministers. But give me their job evaluation. What have they achieved in their 5 years in office? You'll find that they have achieved nothing.
You can imagine, and this one I keep on repeating on this show, that a country of 50 million people has 47 governors. You compare that with America, which has almost 350 million people with 50 governors. And we pay our governors high, even more, almost more than how they are paid in America. And we give them so many other benefits. The same county, or the same small country of 50 million Kenyans, it has 47 senators, 47 women representatives, 290 members of parliament, 290 MCAs. Not forgetting the former provincial administration is still there. It was not removed. They just tried to change some things, but all those people in the former provincial administration, they are still there, getting good amount of money. Sometimes I even wonder, how does our economy sustain such high level positions, which are highly paid? And our leaders don't even want to talk about it. They don't even want to think about it. Yet we keep on saying that all the money goes to pay salary. Yet all the money that goes to pay salary, huge amount goes to pay politicians. What should be done about it? Something should be done. We don't require 47 counties in such a small country.
47, can you imagine 47 counties?
At least we should have like 15 or 10.
Hata 15 ni mingi bana, 8. 8.
No.
It's a waste of time, my friend.
Halafu tunasema pesa yetu yote, all the money we collect for taxes, it goes to pay people. We don't have money
it goes to pay salaries. It goes to pay salaries. It's a waste of time. I mean, mi nakwambia, you need to act. Anyway, Mburu, I have an early morning tomorrow. I think we have been having a very good show. For me, I beg to leave.
So you cannot leave me here alone. I want Jake to come
Jakes, can you come into the show?
Yes.
I think I got a very important. I need to call someone urgently.
Unless there's some people who are there that on the background that want to
There are people on the
contribute.
background who want to come in. I mean, I need to speak for now.
We are about to start another show because Parliament law itakuwa moto, so I would want people to concentrate on that. Mboro will have a great show on Friday. We will be talking about corruption. I would want to have you. I'll send you the link quite early, and some of the things we'll be discussing.
Yeah, now
on
you have
Friday.
my number.
Yeah. And above all, we are always on every day. I'm glad you said you watch us and you always tune in. So please do come whenever you are able to do that. But as usual, I appreciate your time and your awesome contributions. Naona Black hapa anasema, hello guys, sorry I fell asleep, but I'll be available in the next 40 minutes. Well, 40 minutes, we're actually closing the show. So Black, you can tune into Parliament and get some notes. Of course,
So what will be going on in Parliament today?
Today they discussed the financial bill, part of it, and also some of the proposal. It was tabled yesterday, and today they begin the debate. I can tell you for free, drama and fireworks.
So what I wanted, there is this question which is coming in my mind. What is the role or what is the power of Parliament in terms of amending the bill? Do they have any say, or they are supposed just to discuss and pass or vote as it is, or do they have some power to make some changes if they agree on that?
Of course, a financial bill, it's how ni makadirio ya jinsi serikali inanuia kupata pesa zake ama inanuia ku raise money to finance its budget that I think will be read tomorrow. I think so. The budget will be read tomorrow, if I'm not wrong. So then after you give the budget, now you give how do we fund this budget? Now that's where the financial bill comes in. Now Parliament is taxed with that. It's imetwikwa jukumu la kuzingatia how that happens, of course through the executive and through the Parliament. It's called what? Parliament. Is it financial? Blah blah blah. That one. That is headed by Kuria Kimani. That is the team that comes up and helps the government together with the budget team. I think headed by Didi Nyoro, if I'm not wrong. Those two groups somehow formulate policies and ways through which, because most of the things in Parliament are run through the committee, and then it's now tabled in the whole house, the plenary, and then they debate. It has already gone through the first reading. I think now it's now going ahead to the second reading, where they'll debate about it, and then it will now be put to a vote. Once the vote passes, it will now be assigned. It will now be signed by the president, and it now becomes a law. That's the process basically. So this is a money bill, and all money bills originate in Parliament. Yes.
On the same note, maybe because maybe you have gone through that to understand this question. What does it take for the bill to go through? Is it a simple majority, or what is the threshold?
More of a simple majority, or more of a not really a simple majority. It really needs to have both sides, of course, debating. As it is, Kenya Kwanza has the numbers if they vote as per what they are now. So unless the wabunge vote otherwise, this bill will definitely pass if Kenya Kwanza will vote as they choose to vote in terms of towing party lines.
And your listeners, Jakes, want to know. Your listeners want to know your mind. Maybe you have gone through the bill, or tried to read the bill.
One thing
Your
I don't think
listeners
I do
want to
here
know
in the
what
show.
is your sentiment. What do you feel? Is it a good
I
thing,
always,
or is it a bad thing?
for the sake of the other shows that I do, I always try so much not to
You
give
know, you
my.
have followers, and they want to know what is Jake saying.
I know, and the fact that I keep them guessing that which side do I fall for, whether Kenya Kwanza, Azimio, or none, that makes me kicking and makes the show interesting. So allow me not to answer that one, but this is what I would say: whether you support or not, right? The government must look for money. And paying tax is not easy. It's not sweet. It's your money that someone is deducting. So somehow, whether we oppose it, like it or not, the government will definitely pinch, and at times it may pinch where it really hurts.
What
But
I
then
have
again, the government should be responsible enough. As it pinches, it should provide the services that the mwananchi truly yearn for. Number two, our money should not be stolen, right? Corruption
Yes.
shouldn't be entertained, that we should see value for our taxes. So, as much as it would wish to tax and all that, the government as well should be up to tax and Tanganyanga, to make sure that our taxes are well utilized and that no money falls in bad hands in terms of corruption and all that. So that would be my answer.
Jakes, because you are part of the Mzalendo TV, and I think this is part of what we call the digital platforms, and the government is going to tax at least 5%, and if you want to sell the Mutembei TV to another person, you're gonna pay 3%. Are you in support of the people who are earning through the digital platform to pay taxes?
Because of
It
that
also
direct
affects you.
question, I preserve my comments. But as I'm saying, it's painful. It's painful working so hard. Like now we have done like close to 10.5 hours, which of course everyone does. Everyone works so hard for their money. And some really struggle to make every coin. It's not bad when that coin comes back to me in terms of services that the government offers, good roads, hospitals, drugs when I need them, better services. It's so painful. My pain would be when graft is what define our newsrooms, when bad roads, when there is a lack of hospitals that are equipped with
Yes.
medicine, proper staffing, and all that. When all those is what defines a country, paying taxes is not just painful, it's almost wickedness. Why? Because you pay to fund corruption. It's immoral.
So Jakes, I hear that some
even 1% that goes to the wrong hands, it's bad. But 100% going to do the best for me, my children, and my generations after me, then that's an awesome.
Just a question, because maybe you have been following. You see, I've been away for some time, and have not been available.
No wonder the energy and the questions and the way.
And I need to get some updates. There are so many things that have been changed in the proposed financial bill. Maybe you can highlight some of those things and the changes that were.
The VAT on fuel levy is still there, 16%. That one hasn't changed. In any case, okay, it has changed because it is 8%. It now goes to 16%. But this was the argument that when they import it, or when they are purchasing it, and when they are going through all those challenges to have the fuel, they buy it at 16%, then sell it at 8%. So what the government is doing is to streamline that end so that you don't make loss. I don't know what. Okay, you ought to listen to Kimani explaining that on Citizen to understand that even more. I don't want to say something that might contradict what he said. The other thing, yeah, as you rightfully said, content guys wamehurumiwa, or rather tumehurumiwa. It's now no longer 15%, it's 5%, which is a good thing. Wasee wa hao wamekumbukwa because 3% was what
15
really
was
made
too much.
this feel. Not really that it was too much. In any case, this is what I
You
think.
know how we find it so hard to pay 10% to the church, but now you have to pay 15% to the government. You know how even the faithful.
Those guys who earn 500,000 to 800,000, they'll be paying 32% up from 30, I think. And then those who earn anything above 800,000 will be paying 35%. That one has changed. The other thing that has changed, I think there'll be a degree in reduction in call tariffs and all that. I think M-Pesa transactions. I think that way. Yeah. Kutakuwa na change kidogo slightly, I think from 15% down to 12, if I'm not wrong. As you can see, I'm equally tired, but those are what are top on my mind. Of course, housing, those collecting rents, blah blah blah. I think it may change from 7.5 to 10. I'm not sure. One of those things has happened. Then something else that I think didn't change. It's just story. If you want to get taxes due, blah blah blah, it was to be 20% due what.
The betting also increased. So those who like betting, they're in
There
trouble.
was some relief. There was some relief on those who bet. Okay.
There was because initially it was it used to be 7.5, but it was increased to 20.
There's some relief. I'm forgetting how it was described. You see,
Okay.
This is how they described it. I'm forgetting.
So after all the changes that has been made, because it seems that the financial bill
It's interesting. Now it changes how it was being described, especially that part of housing, and probably in the evening we'll discuss it. Now there's a change. Your story ya kurudishia after 7 years, I think wadau, I might be having some bad news. Maybe in the evening I'll expound more, but it's like
so
your story ya 7 years. I don't think it's
we need a show just to discuss
in the evening.
financial bill.
Today in the evening,
we go through it bit by bit. We see those changes and we understand each one of them.
Do it in the evening because
I think it's very important.
On the day.
Okay.
The bill is what will inform the day. So definitely in the evening, we will definitely make sense of all the intrigues that will happen in Parliament. Of course, the bill will be tabled. So we'll have the finer details, the correct standing over the same.
Because
allow me to leave it there. Because,
yes. Let me just ask the final. Let me just ask the final thing because there was something you were about to know.
From a moderator to someone now.
Yes. It is important for me.
And funny enough, I'm one guy who will meander and maybe not really.
Previously, just allow me, help me understand. Previously, they were saying after 7 years they were going to refund the money.
That was
you were supposed. Yes.
I think that one is now changing. That one now changes. I think now it will be more of there's an English word they used. It's now no longer giving to be given back. Is that what you give? That will be like your bargaining chip to you owning a house. You now say, this is what I've contributed. Can it be like a down payment or money that I can use to bargain for a house? So the contribution therein will mean that it's like a down payment towards owning a home, if I may use that word carefully. So
Wow.
a lot is changing. The bill, I think, has a that word
Metamorphosized.
into something totally different from
Yes.
what people have been debating, even including in this show. So probably in the evening today, because the bill was tabled yesterday. Today they debate it. I think even now tomorrow they read the budget. Maybe next week they chambua the budget kabisa kabisa. I think the next Thursday, if not coming Thursday, ndio watakuwa na vote on this financial bill. I think that one will be a good day, because there is where Azimio plan to really capitalize on. And in fact, they have even said immediately after that voting, I think it is the last Thursday of this month, immediately after that voting, on the 3rd of July, they have issued, or they have marked that date to be Maandamano Day. So good news to you folks, Wanazimio. You have a date with destiny, if I may borrow a sentence from Raila Odinga, on the 3rd of July. That is as per what leader of minority Wandai was trying to say.
So what is the maandamano for?
Now, the maandamano will be informed by what happens in Parliament. If, for instance, Parliament approves the financial bill, they will go out in protest saying, you know what, this bill is punitive, this bill will jeopardize the lives of Kenyans, it will really make lives difficult and all that. That will inform the maandamano. Of course, politics will play in. They will castigate the government. They'll really kind of try to sell all the bad things they may try to do. Of course, you expect that once opposition has had a field day, they'll definitely capitalize on the same. But then again,
and the government will be waiting
if the bill fails, I don't know if maandamano will be there. Yes, sorry, I didn't get that.
I'm saying, and the government, those who are planning the maandamano, it will be business as usual. The government will be there waiting for them with tear gas and the battles.
Yeah, but then again, what picture will that really sell to the country? And in any case, does it make it easy?
It's a very bad image. It's a very bad image.
Is out there. So the jury is out there. So let's hope for the best. By the end of the day, whether we shout our lungs hoarse and all, the government needs to make money. So how it makes money is the elephant in the room. But of course, you cannot tax your country to riches. That one has been said before. So it's up to the government to come up with better strategies of raising revenue. Of course, Ruto has been loud saying that he won't borrow, or rather, he won't borrow to do some things like pay debts, like pay workers and all. He I think equally echoed those words today yesterday in Kirinyaga. So I think he's determined to see this thing through, to see it succeed. So it depends.
Let people pay taxes. It's not prudent to borrow money to pay salaries. It's also not prudent.
The funny thing is, whether you borrow to pay, you'll still pay that debt. It's still a deferred challenge you have.
That's what I'm saying. It's not prudent to also borrow money to pay debt. You're adding a problem to another problem. So I think it means, to me, I think the president and the government means well for the country. But it's also up to the government to let the people understand clearly what they are doing. And Zarendo said something very important. It is not the work of the president to articulate everything to the Kenyans. He should delegate those things for people to educate people, to inform people, to
we have said
sensitize
that in
people.
this show. We have said in this show that one area that seriously this government is seriously failing at is it lacks that person that one articulates its developmental agenda, like that person becomes the face. You know,
Yeah.
not William Ruto, the president, not Rigiji and Sally and every other politician or cabinet secretary. No, as you know, like how we had Oguna, how we had Mutua, people
Yes,
who
yes.
even they have their day like on Thursday. I think that this one has, but the person there, I don't know if it's Hussein Mohammed. I think we really haven't embraced him, or he's not coming out as strong to sell this government, because most of what is hitting the news headlines every day is totally negativity that blows away any good thing or any good vibe
Yeah.
that is coming from the government. So by the end of the day is that the opposition, if I may call them so, are having a field day, given that the government has no one to really speak good, or rather bring out what the government is doing. The government may be doing something, but we're not feeling it, we're not seeing it. Then again, the president is quick to promise, quick to give dates and like pledge some things will happen in a given time, and then it doesn't happen. Of course, that one still erodes the confidence of the people that they have on him. Hence, by the end of the day, the president anajichafua together with his deputy. So they're not really doing a good job. So they really need someone, a face, a person that people, when they listen to that person, probably they'll trust easily. This person will raise the confidence of the government to the people, and maybe it would save face. Because if it doesn't happen, we will not directly blame the president, we'll blame this person. And
Yeah.
again, as well, the president needs to allow his cabinet secretaries to shine. Let him not seem as though he's the jack of all trades.
We don't even know them. We don't know them.
Yeah,
Like
yeah. He
now,
seems to be the
who
jack
is
of
going
all
to
trade
who
and
is going
almost
to
he's like a master
who
of
is
none.
the
You see, like in the previous regime, we saw Mutahi Kagwe coming out strong. We loved him in the health docket. We saw Matiang'i, whether you liked him or not, but we saw him strong. We saw these leaders coming out. We saw them launching projects. We saw them like showing the face of the government. We saw Uhuru wasn't like Mr. Know-it-all, Mr. Do-it-all. No. Somehow we saw that happening in Kibaki's government as well. We had the Mishukis, we had the Jenga Karumas of those days.
who
We
is
had
the
guys, we had people doing
Jakes,
that. Yes, sir.
who is the cabinet secretary for finance?
I
Who is
think
going to lead the
Ndongo something. Is it
uh,
Ndongo? I think.
and who is
In
in
any
the
case,
treasury?
the funniest thing, the person who should be speaking more about this financial bill should be that minister. The best we'll do, we'll see him tomorrow reading the budget. Then what?
You see, I haven't heard from the main person, and this is the problem.
In any case, the person who speaks for at times ministries that are not his docket is this guy, one Moses Kuria. One time he's speaking as though he's the minister for tourism. Kidogo kidogo anabonga ni kama he's the minister for agriculture, when he says watu wa mahindi to sell their maize as urgently as possible, and then kidogo kidogo the minister for agriculture, or rather the cabinet secretary, anakuja ana change. So okay, somehow we need these cabinet secretaries to shine. Either they're the ones who are, I don't know which word to use. They're the ones refusing to shine, or they don't have the capacity to do that, or even if they shine, Ruto is masking them that we cannot see them. But by the end of the day, we need to see them shine. This is not a one-man show.
Do you
as
know
much
why?
as the buck
Yeah,
stops with the president, but it's not a one-man show. Let us see the
and that
CS
is why, that's why
telling
today,
us projects za maji zimefika wapi. We want to see the CS for energy telling us why we are paying so much for so little in terms of those who pay for tokens. I have friends who are complaining. They're thinking of going back to solar sources of energy and all. So we need the CSs to shine. Not we don't just need to see them when the president is launching something up until they sneak in to be seen for the cameras. No, we need to see them. We need to hear from them. The president at times must have a news every day. It's not a must. Yeah, Kibaki never
yes,
made news headlines every day, but
he
hey,
performed.
he performed. It's we won't one thing I think I said in this forum some days back. Once Ruto is out of power, we will not remember the many times he made news headlines. We will not remember. Just like the many times Uhuru Kenyatta made news headlines, the funny quotes, the funny punches he had, that one goes. Once you're out of power, that one goes. What remains is what you do. If you do good roads, we will remember, like the bypasses, the beautiful roads that Uhuru did. That one remains. But your words, your jokes, your theatrics, your comments, those ones utaenda nazo home, utaenda nazo nyumbani. And no one will remember. Soon another president with good an orator better than you will come to be. Someone who can move the crowds with words will come, But what remains is what you plant on solid ground. Projects, development, policies, that one will remain. We remember Mishuki not for what he said, for what he did. At times, these leaders, they focus more on what to say. And that one fades so easily because we have 2 years, one as an inlet, the other one as a good outlet. So don't focus on what we hear, focus on what we see, because the eyes will always look at it and say, this one we see today is because of so and so who walked on this planet and left a legacy on the ground. I think I leave it at that.
That's okay. I'm a staunch supporter of William Ruto, and that one I don't hide.
It's okay to support. It's okay. It's
but
it's
the most criticism
thing to do.
Tax that the president is receiving is because he is the one responding to almost every matter.
Yes.
We want to hear other people.
He wants to be a one-man show. He wants to be the one to shine. But that is not how other presidents who have done well have performed. No. They allowed, you see, even Ronaldo, before he's termed a best footballer and all that, and Messi, and is it called Howard or Harvard, whatever his sweet name, from Manchester City. The reason as to why we celebrate them, it's not because that one person entered the field and played alone and scored all the goals. No, it's because a group of 11 able men together came to a field, worked together. Each person did their role meticulously and then handed the striker the ball. The defenders did their part. The midfielders did their part. And then eventually when the striker gets the ball goes to the net. If William Ruto needs to succeed, he has to allow the 11 team to work.
I agree with you.
That's why he appointed the 22. He has to allow them, he has to allow them. He has to make them be the team. Let us see the team, not him. We know him. We know he's a good orator. He can make people stand in awe of what he has said. We know that. We know him to be a leader and all that. We know that about him. But now we call on him to bring out the team, right?
Teamwork,
Because
teamwork.
kidole kimoja hakijai wachawa. You know, it's called a feast. It's
James,
called a
you saw the
feast.
mistake. You saw the mistake.
My last point, Boro. It's called a feast because of union of 5 fingers. One finger can never make a feast, but 5 fingers brought together in a clutch, this feast is very powerful. It can knock someone out. So for Ruto to knock some of these challenges facing our country now, he needs a team. The team he has, because he chose them, maybe he knows why. He should believe in them and allow them to shine. And then the team as well should come out and, you know, once you're given a docket, prove Kenyans wrong that yes, I was mad with corruption tag. I was mad, not competent for this job, but show us you are equal to the tax and you are well able and you are well equipped to deliver. You know, I love the hospital that Waiguru launched yesterday. Man, that hospital is it's fantastic. Why do I love it? Because few months ago, she was almost impeached because of the health issue or the health sector, because and all that. But yesterday, she launched a fantastic hospital. Right? So you can turn a bad story, you can turn a bad narrative and make it sound good. So it doesn't really matter who is in this CSs, because as far as I'm concerned as Jakes, I cannot reverse what the president did. But those on those seats, man, they need to pull and up their game and do something about it. That's my 2 cents, Boro.
Yeah, finally, what I can say out of what we have just said right now is that those people that are supposed to be talking in Ruto's government are not talking. And those that are supposed to be quiet and working behind the scene and talking when it is very necessary, they are the ones talking. And I saw a serious mistake and a serious blunder that was made by the deputy president when he felt that he should be the one to go and have an interview with this guy, this activist. What is his name? Jakes, remind me the name of this activist that was having an interview with the deputy president.
Oh,
to me,
I saw that. I saw that. Oh, yeah.
To me, that was a serious degrade, or he degraded his position. He was not supposed to do that. He's a deputy president. Imagine, what is the name of this activist?
Yeah, I think I saw that.
What is his name?
I'll get the name for you just now.
So that was a serious mistake. But why Gachagua is even going for these interviews is because he feels I should go and defend the government position. Why the president is talking is because he feels there is information that people are supposed to have, but they don't have it.
Not really. Good wine, Boro. Good wine deserves no bush. That means,
so
if they do what they were elected to do, they don't need to come to the media. You know,
so I
love what Uhuru would say at times. Sometimes it's not a must uwe kwa magazeti, wewe ndio una. You know, you don't have to fit in all conversations. That doesn't make when people are talking about you every day, it's
so I think what should happen
in interviews, it's not because think about it. Okay, umekuja umetuongelesha, chances za wewe kuropokwa before things are well polished are very high. Why? You'll be caught off guard. And our media and our journalists are well trained. They know how to push you to the wall.
Yeah, you are very bad people. You are very bad people.
I don't want to say they are bad. They are very good. They are professional.
You are very bad people. You like negative information. You are very good to capture that and capitalize on that and run away with it.
In any case, they don't invent their stories. These stories originate from these guys themselves. So what am I saying? I'm not saying that they should avoid the media in totality. No, I'm just saying at times, work in silence, let the success make the noise. You making all these speeches and then eventually fail, you are termed almost like an empty debe, man, because those are the ones that make loudest of noises. So to me, I tend to think that if it's success that is the one being showcased in our media and our newsrooms, that is fantastic. You know, like how Uhuru at times would come and then during different holidays come and say, I have been able to construct A, B, C, D. I've been able to do A, B, you know, like I've done these kilometers of roads. I have connected this number of houses, you know, such. Allowing your story to be informed by your achievements, not by what you will do.
In 3 months' time.
Allow me for the first time in many days to use vernacular. There is a family known as family of those who will do. I know you can be able to tell me that, finish it in that language.
Yes.
The family of those who say they will do.
We call it Barea Geka.
How does that one end? That proverb?
Yes, I will do. In most cases, you will not be able to do.
So Ruto, please don't fall to that class. It's called the family of I will do. Rigathi Gachagua understands that so well. He should advise you on this, that the family of I will do.
So Rigathi Gachagua does not make promises.
Eventually, they never do. That is, it is a proverb from the native
Does our
land.
deputy president make promises?
Now, he reminds me of another son of Mount Kenya known as Kamotho. You remember Kamotho? Was he Gigi Kamotho or something?
Something like
Kamotho, a former minister for education.
JJ Kamotho.
JJ, not Gigi. JJ Kamotho. Now, JJ Kamotho and KJ, the MP for, I think, Dagoretti South.
Yes.
Really imitated him so well. And this is how he would do. When Moi would say anything, the best thing he would do, he would say, Ndio Baba. When Moi would mention anything, it was Ndio Baba without opposing Baba. Now, it's one thing to call yourself a truthful man. It's another thing altogether to speak the truth. It's one thing to call yourself a truthful man. It's a whole different ball game to speak the truth.
Yes.
Now he calls himself a truthful man, which is okay, but
I think he is.
If you engage me, we'll talk forever, but we must come to an end of this show.
It should be a debate for another day and scrutinize to see how truthful he is. And
you are making me participate. Me, I like being the moderator. I like being on this side where I don't answer questions, I ask the questions, or even I listen. You know, it's interesting. But anyway, yeah. But as usual, it's always an honor to have you guys watch and be part of this show. Caleb Obare, asante sana. Samuel Shai, I see you. Black, I see you. Geoffrey Ruto, and many who made this show possible. It wouldn't have been a show without you guys watching it, without you guys commenting, liking, and being part of this show. I'm telling you, the likes zilikuwa kibao. Kalama Deno, I like hii video. Asante sana. Ibrahim Twea, asante. Steven Limo, asante kwa kulike hii video. Namuona Faris Wahanya alilike video. Mastermind asante sana. Linus Maina asante. Derek Sabe asanteni sana wewe ambaye umelike hii video. Thank you so much. Just like Leonard Ngugi Nyoto also liked the video. Thank you so much. I also saw Pastor Usea John liking the video. Sipora Nyakoa alilike video. Eric Mogambi Kigunda alilike video. Mary Michuka alilike video. Asante sana. And many that were part of the panelist. Asanteni sana. From Ashley to Mboro to Mzalendo to Alex Media to Nyagaka to who else? There were many. To oh my, there were many. I'm forgetting their names already. But all those who came into the show, asanteni tu sana. Thank you so much for being part of this great conversation. Thank you, many of you, for also participating kwa comment section, kwa kulike. God truly bless you. Maybe Mboro, you may give me your very final words, even as we bring it to a close.
Mimi nitasema tu kwa Kiswahili, niseme asante sana kwa sababu ya siku ya leo na kupata nafasi kwa kuwa kwa show. Nilikuwa nimemiss siku nyingi na hata sasa nikidisappear for some time, sijari, ni shughuli tu za kikazi.
The show needs you.
Every time I get a chance.
You normally give us a hard time when people begin to ask, and where is Mboro? So please.
Every time I get a chance, I'll be coming, and I like this show so much. Mzalendo is a good TV. Let us continue supporting it and watching. Mutembei. You know, Mzalendo has become my
your friend.
Has become my good friend of this show, and until now I see the show as if it's called Mzalendo. He's a good man. We enjoy being in this show. I saw informative. Jakes, you have been doing a great job, and I missed all the people, even the listeners. We enjoy everything about Mutembei TV. So God bless you. God do you good. Let's meet again when God will give us the chance.
Thank you so much, Mboro. Thank you as well, my able viewers, my able panelists, my able comment guys, my able liking guys. You guys are just amazing. Asanteni sana kwa kulike hii video, kwa kushare hii video, kwa kuwa part ya hii show. Now, in just about an hour or so, tune into Mutembei. Why? Tunakuletea live proceedings from Parliament. Ambazo hapo ndani kuna today you don't want to miss Parliament. Don't miss Parliament. Today is interesting. Today they begin the debate on the financial bill. You don't want to miss that. Stay tuned to Mutembei. Follow the debate proceedings. Tell a friend to tell a friend that the show goes on. This comes to an end, but we begin the Parliament proceedings. Tune in to that. Catch all the live action in Parliament. Want to hear what Junet says about this bill? John Badi, among many other guys who will be speaking about this bill. I'm sure it will be interesting. Don't miss. And in the evening today at 10 p.m, tukutane wadau. Mimi mwenye Jakes nitakuwa hapa, nimejiandaa. Nitakuwa tayari na show moja kali. Kama jinsi mmependa hii, hata hiyo ya jioni leo, mtaipenda sana. Thank you so much. God bless you. Have a fantastic day. Those in Kenya, those in the US, have a fantastic night. In Canada as well, have a fantastic, actually it's morning there. I think it's around 1 there, about 2 a.m. there. So have a fantastic morning. Those in Australia, those in London, those in the UK in general, those in Gulf, wherever you are, those in Sweden, I think we almost share the same time. Have a fantastic day, fantastic night, fantastic morning. Tuonane wadau. God bless you. I leave you with what informed this show, and it is the speeches from Reggie G and the president himself. God bless you. God do you well. Situonaneni. Asanteni. Asanteni. Asanteni sana. I love you people. And as usual, you are my favorite persons. Asanteni tu sana. Allow me to leave you with the sentiments from the president and equally the sentiments that came from Riggy G. It's what informed the show. We were discussing what they said and who they were blaming for the issues affecting the men or the youth of Mount Kenya. So God bless you. God bless you. God bless you. Goodbye for now.
Kwanza watu wa
Hadi jioni.
Kirinyaga, wacha nichukue nafasi hii nirudie tena, wakati tulikuwa hapa kiwanja hapa ibada ya shukrani Kirinyaga, wacha nirudie tena niseme kwa watu wa Kirinyaga wote, tulikuja tukaomba kura zenu. Nyinyi ni watu wazuri, nyinyi ni watu waaminifu, nyinyi ni watu wangwana, mkatupatia kura zenu, mkatuongezea maombi na Mungu akatupatia ushindi. Mimi nataka niseme asante sana.
To earn $1,000 today and then $1,000 a day, you will only need 5 minutes and my team will do the rest. Yes, you heard me very well. In less than 24 hours, $1,000 will enter your account. Then
Watu wa Kirinyaga, mimi narudia kusema asante sana. Mimi vile nataka niwashukuru sana kwa wale viongozi mmetuchagua sisi wote, kutoka MCAs, wabunge wetu, senator wenu, governor na sisi wote, kwa kutupatia nafasi ya uongozi, na tulikubaliana na nyinyi ya kwamba tuko na mpango. Leo tumekuja hapa ili tukubaliane na nyinyi na pia muone na muelewe ya kwamba sote tukiungana kweli tuko na mpango. Leo tumekuja hapa kusherehekea kazi iliyofanywa na governor wenu na executive ya hapa Kirinyaga na county assembly hapa Kirinyaga ya kujenga hii hospitali kati ya mahospitali zile zingine zote zilizojengwa hapa Kirinyaga. To my sister Governor Anne Waiguru, congratulations Governor, pongezi. Hii kazi mmefanya sio kazi rahisi. It takes a woman and a leader with a vision to achieve what you have achieved. Pongezi. Pongezi wale viongozi wote wale walioonyeshwa hapa, walioshirikiana na yeye, County Assembly ya Kirinyaga, congratulations, you have a special place for making sure that you are working with your governor on this very important project. Mimi vile vile nataka niwashukuru sana kwa sababu mradi kama hii sio rahisi. Mimi najua kwa sababu nimekuja Kirinyaga mara nyingi. Kuna watu wengi ambao hawakusupport hii project. Walikuwa wanaipinga kwa sababu kitu chote kizuri mwanzo haionekani, kwa sababu you need a long-term vision to achieve the most important things. Kama Mumbi Anne Waiguru angekuwa mtu wa kuharakishwa na kutetemeshwa angewachana na hii project. But you stood firm, you were brave, you were courageous, and that is why we have an iconic facility, health facility in Kirinyaga County. Nataka niseme pongezi watu wa Kirinyaga. Mimi nataka niwaambie ya kwamba ile pesa imejenga hii hospitali ni pesa ambazo nyinyi watu wa Kirinyaga na Wakenya wengine mumetusaidia kukusanya kupitia kwa ushuru. Hizo pesa imekuja national government, tukateremusha ikakuja county government, na hawa viongozi wa county wakaipangia kazi. Mimi nawashukuru sana for continuing to be steady taxpayers, because it is the only avenue that we can build our country. Nchi yetu hivi ndivyo itakavyojengwa. Katika hii mpango ya afya, niko na maneno matatu nataka niseme. Tumeketi chini na county governments wetu. Tulikuwa Naivasha siku 2. Leo tukimaliza hii mkutano hapa, iko mkutano ingine tena Naivasha ya county governments na national government. Wanaenda kuketi chini na huyu waziri wangu na watu wa wizara ya afya ili kupanga mambo ya afya ya Wakenya. Watu wengi hasa wale wa upinzani wananipigia makelele ati niwachane na mambo ya counties, niwachane na kazi inayofanywa na counties. Mimi nataka niwaulize watu wa Kirinyaga, kuna watu wa county na watu wa national government, si wa Kenya ni wa Kenya? Mimi nataka niwaambie watu wa upinzani, tafadhali tulizeni boli. Mimi nilizungumza na Wakenya na nikawaambia nitapanga sehemu ya afya ya Wakenya. And I committed that I am going to work with the county governments of Kenya on matters health, because the constitution demands of us to work together. Katiba ya Kenya inatulazimu tuweze kufanya kazi pamoja. Nataka niwaambie county governments wa taifa letu la Kenya, the national government will support all our county governments to deliver on the primary subject of health in our country. Sisi tutashirikiana. Mimi naunga mkono. Najua kuna mjadala mkubwa Kenya. Kuna watu wanasema hii health function irudishwe kwa national government. Kuna wengine wanasema haijafanyika sijui namna hii. Kuna wengine wanasema namna hii. I want to assure the people of Kenya that the health function will be better managed, has been better managed by our counties. That is how it's going to be going forward. Sisi tunaunga mkono, mimi ninaunga mkono, serikali ya Kenya inaunga mkono kazi inayofanyika katika counties, hasa kwa mambo ya afya. Kama hatungekuwa na county government, pengine leo hatungekuwa hapa tukisherehekea mjengo wa hospitali nzuri imejengwa na county government ya Kirinyaga. And if anybody wanted a testimony and a confirmation that health is better in our counties, they should see the facility that has been built by the county government of Kirinyaga, so that we can confirm that counties are handling matters health better than they have been handled in the past. So hakuna kielelezo ingine ambayo inahitajika kuonyesha ya kwamba county governments are doing a good job. And I want to tell them, you have our support. Serikali ya Kenya itafanya mambo manne na hawa county governments kwa mambo ya afya. Jambo ya kwanza, tumekubaliana tutapanga mambo ya equipment ya mahospitali zetu pamoja, na tutasaidia kama national government. Hospitali nzuri imejengwa kama hii na zile zingine, Anne Waiguru amesema tutawasaidia kuhakikisha ya kwamba kuna vifaa ili hiyo mijengo iwe ya maana kwa wale wanaotafuta matibabu. We have agreed with the county governments, we are going to assist as the national government in the equipment of all our hospitals in a manner that will make these health facilities deliver health better. As I talk to you, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Health is working with our counties so that we can equip all the facilities that we have with equipment that will enable us deliver health. That's number one. Number two, tumekubaliana na county governments pamoja ya kwamba pia tutakuwa na hazina maalum inayoitwa Facility Improvement Fund, hazina maalum ambayo itahakikisha ya kwamba pesa ambayo imetolewa na wananchi kwa mambo ya matibabu isipelekwe kwenda kufanya kazi ingine, isiende kujenga barabara, isiende kufanya kazi ingine. Pesa ya matibabu itumiwe kuimprove facilities ya matibabu. As a national government, we are going to parliament so that we can have the necessary policy and financial framework to support the counties to ensure that resources that have been raised in the delivery of health is not diverted to other areas. Rather, it is used to improve facilities, to make sure that there is medicine, to make sure that there is delivery of service in all our hospitals, dispensaries, and other health facilities. That's number 2. Number 3, tumekubaliana ya kwamba vile tulisema katika uchaguzi, mambo ya afya itakuwa bottom up. Si ndio? Tunaanza na kule chini. So tumekubaliana na counties ya kwamba community health promoters, wale wauguzi ambao ni wa pale chini kwa kijiji, tumekubaliana na counties ya kwamba serikali ya kitaifa tutasaidiana na wao ili tuwalipe wale ambao watatusaidia kama community health promoters. Nusu ya pesa itatoka kwa county governments. Nusu ya pesa yao itatoka kwa national government. Na tayari katika mpango ya national government tumeweka bilioni 15 katika hiyo mpango ya community health promoters, so that we can support all our community health promoters to make sure that wewe pale kijijini, tumesema tunabadilisha mpango ya health. Vile tunajenga hospitali kama hii, vile vile na huko chini tunaweka mambo ya promotion ya health na mambo ya kuhakikisha ya kwamba health is preventive. So as we improve the facilities kule juu, pia we are working on health that is promotive and health that is preventive by making sure that katika kila kijiji, na nataka wananchi wanisikize vizuri, tumesema hivi, tutakuwa na muuguzi. We will have a community health promoter trained, and the government of Kenya is going to equip 100,000 community health promoters in Kenya. Ili kila community health promoter, huyo muuguzi atakuwa anasimamia familia 100 pale kwa kijiji. Atawatembelea nyumbani na atakuwa na vifaa ya kupima, kama wewe uko na sukari, kama uko na homa, kama uko na shida fulani, na tutajua ya kwamba wewe kama shida yako ni kwa kupelekwa referral hospital, unapelekwa referral hospital. Kama shida yako ni ya dispensary, tutakwambia uende dispensary. Kama shida yako, ugonjwa yako ni ya kupelekwa kwa health center, utapelekwa kwa health center. Na tutahakikisha ya kwamba kupitia ile Facility Improvement Fund kutakuwa na madawa katika mahospitali zetu, na tutafanya kazi na hawa county governments. Tumekubaliana wananchi? Mimi nasema hivi, pale kijijini tutakuwa na muuguzi. And I want again to announce that every community health promoter, we are providing resources as the national government to equip and standardize the training of every community health promoter, so that health is truly bottom up from the village as we progress mpaka tufike kwa hospitali kubwa kama hii ambayo iko hapa. Na jambo la mwisho katika hiyo maneno ya health, tumekubaliana vile vile, kwa sababu tumekuwa na mvutano kati ya wafanyikazi wetu wa health, county governments, national government. Sasa tumekubaliana we need to have an advisory council, na tumekubaliana sisi wote Hiyo advisory council ambayo tunaita Kenya Health Human Resource Advisory Council itakuwa na madaktari wetu wauguzi. Tutaketi chini pale kama national government, county governments watakuwa na representatives wao, na sisi wote tutajadiliana vile tutafanya kazi ya matibabu na kazi ya afya Kenya kwa njia ambayo wauguzi wetu watafurahia, national government itakuwa imepanga vizuri, na counties zetu pia tusipate matatizo. So we are going to harmonize the delivery of health services by making sure that we create harmony between the health professionals, the counties and the national government. Na ile changamoto madaktari wetu wako naye ama wauguzi wote, pia tutakubaliana hawa wauguzi lazima tuwasaidie waendelee na professional training. Na wakiendelea na professional training, daktari akienda kwa masomo ya kuongeza, ni vipi tutazima ile pengo ili mambo ya health service provision isikwame. Tutakubaliana nani atalipa, tutakubaliana itaendelea namna gani. So we have a comprehensive plan on how we are going to make sure that hii matatizo tumekuwa nayo ya madaktari kugoma, wauguzi kugoma, tunaimaliza kwa kuhakikisha kwamba kuna mahali ambapo tunaweza kukutanisha mawazo yetu na kutatua matatizo ya wauguzi wetu. Mwisho, the fifth point I want to say on this issue. Mnajua tulikubaliana ya kwamba mambo ya health financing lazima tuichunguze. Nimewaambia gavana wenu Anne Waiguru na hao magavana wakitoka hapa wanaenda Naivasha kwa mkutano, kwa sababu katika national government tumekamilisha mpango yetu, lakini hiyo mpango ya national government haitakamilika bila ya county governments kuchangia, kubadilisha, kusahihisha mpaka iwe sambamba na vile wanataka, because we want to work together seamlessly to deliver health. Tulikubaliana ya kwamba mambo ya NHIF pia kila mtu alipe sawa na mwenzake. Nilisema wakati wa uchaguzi ya kwamba tutabadilisha NHIF ili mimi nilipe sawa na mama mboga katika kiwango. Kama mama mboga analipa tu vile sasa tumeibadilisha, mama mboga atalipa 2.75% ya mapato yake, na mimi nitalipa 2.7% ya mapato yangu. Pale nyuma mama mboga alikuwa analipa 10% na mimi nilikuwa nalipa 0.00001%. Mnaona vile maneno ilikuwa imekwama? Sasa tumeikwamua. Sasa kila mtu atalipa kulingana na mapato yake. Yule mama mboga ambaye alikuwa analipa shilingi 500, sasa malipo yake itateremuka ikuje shilingi 300. Na ile mimi nilikuwa nalipa shilingi 1,700, sasa nitaenda shilingi 12,000. Kwa sababu mimi napata mshahara kuliko mama mboga ama namna gani? Tukubaliane maneno ikae namna hiyo. Wakati tulisema bottom up, unajua watu wengine walikuwa wanafikiri ni mzaha ama ni mchezo. We meant it. Tunaelewana watu wa Kirinyaga? So hiyo ndio tumepanga, hawa wadosi wataenda kuzungumzia, tutakubaliana na tutatembea hiyo barabara tukiwa sote pamoja. Nimesema hii mambo ya afya kwa kirefu kwa sababu nazungumza na watu wa Kirinyaga, lakini pia nazungumza na watu wa Kenya, so that the people of Kenya can know that we have a comprehensive plan on the subject of health, because it is a very important component of the progress we want to make as a nation. Mimi nataka niwashukuru sana. Mumeniambia mambo mengi. Waheshimiwa hapa wameniambia kuna barabara. Na hiyo barabara mimi nataka niwaeleze ya kwamba iko katika mpango yetu. Ile tumekubaliana na waheshimiwa tukamilishe ile barabara zote tulianzisha kwanza, alafu tutaanza hizo zingine mwaka ujao. Si ndio? Wameniambia kuhusu mambo ya stima hapa Kirinyaga. Mpango yetu ya mwaka huu, in the next 1 year, tunataka kuongeza watu 30,000 ambao hawana stima, tutawawekea stima manyumbani kwao. That is our plan for this year. We want to move it from about 80 something to about 91%. Hiyo ni hatua ya kwanza. Hiyo ingine tutapangia mwaka ujao. Mumenieleza vile vile kuhusu mambo yenu ya mpunga na mchele na kilimo. Tulikamilisha Dhiba Dam. Hiyo Dhiba Dam sasa tunatarajia tutapanua sehemu ambayo tunatumia kwa kilimo, na mimi nataka nikubaliane na nyinyi. We have a program of about 1.5 billion shillings ya expand the farmland under irrigation for purposes of ensuring that we grow more rice in Mwea. Hiyo mpango inaendelea. I promise you tutaikamilisha, kwa sababu njia ya kuondoa njaa katika Kenya ni kusaidia mkulima kuzalisha chakula zaidi. Kuna wale walikuwa wanatuambia ati njia ya kuondoa njaa ni kwenda kulipa mtu Nairobi mwenye ako na duka. Sasa ukilipa mtu mwenye ako na duka, atatoa wapi chakula mkulima asipozalisha? Si lazima mkulima azalishe kwanza? Ndio tumesajili wakulima 5 milioni Kenya. Tumeweka pesa ya kusaidia hao wakulima, mambo ya mbolea, mambo ya mbegu, tuzalishe chakula zaidi. Na mimi nataka niwahakikishie, by the end of this year you will see a very big difference in matters cost of living, because that is the strategy that is sustainable. That is the strategy that is going to ensure that we deliver food in a predictable, sustainable manner and eliminate the cost of high foods in our country. Nataka vile vile niwahakikishie kwamba tulikubaliana tunatumia kilimo kuzalisha nafasi za ajira na vile vile kuongeza mapato kwa wakulima. Hapa Kirinyaga tulikuwa na mpango ambayo ilikwama, sasa tumeikwamua. Mama Anne Waiguru, speaker wetu, county government na watu wa ndugu zangu wa assembly, tuko na mitungi ya milk coolers 25 ya Kirinyaga. Tunataka mupange na wizara ya kilimo tutaziweka wapi, kwa sababu tunataka wakulima wetu wa maziwa. Mumesikia deputy wangu akisema atakuja kufanya mkutano, si namna hiyo? Tunataka kusaidia wakulima wetu wa maziwa wapate mpango ya sawasawa ya kuhakikisha kwamba mambo ya kilimo inaongeza pesa kwa wakulima wetu. Mambo ya ufugaji inaongeza pesa kwa wafugaji wetu. We want to have a mechanism where producers must also be processors, and processors must add value so that more money can go to our farmers and more money can go to county government. Mujipange kuanzia mwezi wa 8, sisi tutakuwa tayari na nyinyi mtatuambia mko tayari namna gani, ndio tusaidiane mambo ya wakulima wetu wa maziwa, tuhakikisha kwamba hiyo kazi inasonga mbele. Vile vile hapa Kerugoya kule Kutus tulikubaliana na nyinyi, tunataka to improve status. Tuweke sewage system hapa, tuweke sewage system kule Kutus, tuongeze maji mnayotumia hapa town, tuongeze maji Kutus, tuongeze maji kule Sagana. Hiyo mpango mimi nataka niwahakikishie iko katika budget yetu, tutaikamilisha na mwaka huu iwe tayari, hii Kirinyaga iweze kupiga hatua ya kwenda mbele. Vile vile tulikubaliana na nyinyi wakulima wa kahawa, wakulima wa chai, wakulima wa avocado, wakulima wa mimea zile zingine zote hapa Kirinyaga, ili kuzuia mabrokers na wale makatel kusumbua nyinyi. Tumesema ya kwamba tutakuwa na agricultural aggregation and industrial park ya watu wa Kirinyaga, ili mazao yenu yote mupate mahali tutakuwa na cold room ya storage, mahali tutakuwa na storage ya kutosha, mahali tunaweza kufanyia value addition, mahali tunaweza kufanyia processing, ndio pesa iongezeke kwa mkulima, kila mtu akule jasho yake. Kwa sasa kuna watu wanakula jasho ya wengine. Mkulima anahangaika shambani miezi 3, 4, 5, mwaka moja, broker anakuja siku ya mwisho anatengeneza pesa nyingi kuliko mkulima. Hiyo maneno lazima tukomeshe. Ama mnasemaje wakulima? Si ndio? Tunataka mkulima apate haki ya jasho yake. Na ndio tumeweka milioni 250 kama national government. Nataka nishukuru county government ya Kirinyaga, wameweka milioni 250. Tumetangaza kandarasi ya County Aggregation and Industrial Park ya Kirinyaga. Na tutakuja hapa hivi karibuni, mwezi moja, mwezi mbili, we are going to start the construction and we want to finish that project in the next 1 year. Iwe tayari tuanze kupanga mambo ya kilimo tukiwa na mkulima katika mawazo yetu na mkulima aweze kufaidika. Vile vile, kwa sababu tunataka kuhakikisha kwamba tunazalisha nafasi ya ajira na pia tunauza mazao yetu kwenda nchi za nje, kwa sababu our exports have come down from 28% to 10%. We have to do something about it. Na ndio sababu hapa Sagana watu wa Kirinyaga kupitia gavana wenu mumetupatia ekari 200 nafikiri na 50. Tutaweka pale shilingi bilioni 1 ya kutengeneza export ama special processing zone. Tuko na milioni 500 katika hii budget. Tutaongeza katika budget inayokuja so that we build a special economic zone in Sagana here in Kirinyaga. Tupata nafasi ya kuongezea dhamana mazao yetu na tupange mambo ya export. Tuko na watu wengi wanatafuta mahali katika Kenya ya kupanga mambo ya kuuza mazao yetu katika masoko ya nje. Nishamwambia Moses Kuria, wanafanya kazi na gavana wenu. Tulitangaza kandarasi, nafikiri imefungwa saa hizi. We are looking for the contractor, tukuje tujenge ili tuhakikisha kwamba the county aggregation inasonga mbele. Ile ya special economic zone tukipitisha budget tunakuja pia kuianzisha, so that vile tuko na export processing zone kule at the river ambaye inaajiri watu karibu 35,000, almost 40,000. Tunataka wengine 10,000, 20,000 wakuja hapa Kirinyaga, ndio tukusanye hawa vijana wa Kirinyaga waende wafanye kazi kule. Ama nyinyi mnataka tupange namna gani? Si namna hiyo? Tumekubaliana vile vile mambo ya housing. Simwasikia mambo ya housing? Tumesema hii housing, nataka mnisikize watu wa Kirinyaga. Hii housing mbali na nyumba, ile kazi ya muhimu zaidi kuliko manyumba ni ajira ya hawa vijana. Hawa vijana ndio tunawapangia ajira. Ile kazi, ile manyumba tunataka kujenga hapa Kirinyaga 5,000. Tunahitaji vijana kati ya 25,000 na 30,000 wa Kirinyaga watusaidie kufanya hiyo kazi. Mimi nataka niulize nyinyi vijana wa Kirinyaga, mko tayari tupange hiyo ama nyinyi ni watu wa kuchagua jembe? Mko tayari tufanye hiyo kazi pamoja? Tumesema tunataka wale watu wanafanya kazi kwa factory ya simiti waongezeke. Wale wanafanya kazi ya factory ya chuma waongezeke. Wale plumbers wakuje kazi. Wale electricians wakuje kazi. Wale engineers watuchoree nyumba. Wale architects wafanye kazi yao. Quantity surveyors wafanye kazi yao. Watu wa jua kali wakuja wafanye kazi yao. Ndio tuweze kuhakikisha ya kwamba katika hii mpango yetu tunataka kuajiri vijana 1,000,000 Kenya zaidi ambao watatufanyia kazi ya housing. Tunaelewana jameni? So hiyo ndio mpango tuko naye. Mimi nataka niwaambie watu wa Kirinyaga hivi. Simuliniona hapa siku ya campaign. Simulisikia ile maneno tulisema. Si tulilete manifesto mpaka tukawasomea hapa. Si ni kweli? Mimi nataka niwahakikishie ile mambo yote tuliandika kwa manifesto yetu tutayatekeleza. Ile manifesto nyinyi mlitucha kwa sababu tuliwaeleza. Hiyo manifesto tutatekeleza. Hiyo manifesto haikukuwa ni porojo ya kupita kura, hapana. Haikuwa ni hadithi ya kupigiwa kura, hapana. Sio gazeti ya kufunga nyama, hapana. Ni mpango ya kubadilisha taifa letu la Kenya. And I have every intention, working with my team, starting with my deputy and all the other people, to implement that program so that we can transform our nation. Tunaelewana ndugu zangu? Unajua mimi nimechaguliwa na nyinyi mulisimama na mimi wakati mimi nilikuwa na wahitaji. Na mimi nataka niwahakikishie, na mimi nitasimama na nyinyi, iwe juu chini, kulia kushoto, mpaka tufaulu kama Wakenya. Sinamna hiyo? That is what we must do. Changamoto kubwa tulio nayo katika Kenya ni ajira ya vijana wa Kenya. Nyinyi mumepiga makofi hapa na ni mzuri sana, na nataka mrudie. Tuko na mtu anaitwa Teddy Mushiri. Ako wapi Teddy? Huyo jamaa huyo. Nimeambiwa nipange kazi ya huyo mtu. Si ndio? Haya, nimeambiwa tena kuna mwingine anaitwa Wagura. Wagura ako wapi? Hayuko leo lakini yako area. Mpigie kura, mpigie makofi huyo Wagura na huyo Teddy. Si hawa ndio nimeambiwa wawili ndio niwapange. Sasa niulize, watu ambao hawana kazi kwa Kirinyaga, hebu simameni nione mtu ambaye hana kazi. Aya, ketini. So, hapa tuko na Teddy Mushiri wengi na tuko na Wagura wengi. Sina mna hiyo? Sasa mimi nataka niulize nyinyi watu wa Kirinyaga. Tunaelewana? Hii mpango mnaona tunapanga hii. Na nimesema hivi, nimesema mambo matatu. Cha kwanza, na nataka mnipatie amri. Nyinyi mnataka tuendelee kukopa pesa, nchi yetu ikuje mwisho ikakuwa bankrupt. Tumekopa pesa in the last 8 years kutoka trilioni 4 sasa imefika trilioni 9. Saa hii Kenya iko mahali ambapo tusipochunga inaweza kuteleza. Mnataka tuendelee kukopa? Mumesema tuachane na kukopa? Wale wanasema tuachane na kukopa nione kwa mkono. Sasa hiyo ni amri ya wananchi. Si namna hiyo? Hatuwezi kuendelea na kukopa, na mimi nataka niwahakikishie I will not be the president who will take this country into the cliff because of borrowing. Pesa tutatafuta hapa sisi wote. Jambo la pili, mimi nataka niwaulize. Si mnasema tupange ajira ya hawa vijana jameni? Si hawa watoto ni watoto wetu? Si hawa vijana tumewasomesha? Wengine wamemaliza university, wengine wamemaliza college, wengine wamemaliza shule, lakini shida yao sio ya kwamba ati ni watu lazy, sio watu ambao hawataki kazi, ni kazi yenyewe haijapangiwa. Na kazi haiwezi kupatikana ati kwa karata ya pata potea, lazima ipangwe. Ndio nimesema tunapanga kazi 1,000,000 kwa housing. Ile kazi ingine tunapanga pale kwa county aggregation and industrial park. Ile kazi ingine tunapanga pale kwa special economic zone. Ile kazi ingine tunapanga pale kwa digital platform, kwa sababu tunaweka pesa vile vile katika kila ward. Tutakuwa na ICT hub, mahali tutapanga ajira ya hawa vijana kwa njia ya digital platform. Hiyo mpango yote nimepanga hapo kwa budget. Tunaelewana? Na nimesema hiyo budget, kwa sababu watu wengi wananiambia sasa, wewe hiyo mambo yote umesema ni mzuri, hii barabara ni mzuri tujenge, na hii maji weka, na stima ulete, na hawa vijana panga. Lakini sasa niwaulize swali, nitapanga aje? Munieleze nitapanga aje hii kazi? Nimesema hivi kwa sababu watu wengi wananiuliza, it is not our business. Mimi nataka niwaambie wale tuko na bahati. Kwanza na mimi, sisi tuko na bahati, tuko na ajira. Mimi ni rais, huyu ni deputy president, ule ni waziri, ule ni MCA, mwingine ni mwalimu, mwingine ni daktari, mwingine ni surveyor, mwingine ni nini. Sisi ni watu 3 peke yake kwa Kenya. Wakenya wale wengine karibu 20 hawana kazi. Na sio ya kwamba ati ni wajinga, ni sisi ndio tuko na bahati. si ndio? Na sio kwamba hawawezi, ni sisi ndio tuko na bahati, si ni kweli? So sisi ambao tuko na bahati ya kupata kazi, ikianza na mimi mpaka wewe ambaye uko chini pale, chief na mwingine, tukiambiwa tutoe 3% ama 1.5% ili hawa watoto wetu wapate kazi, wewe unasema hiyo inanihusu na nini? Surely mimi nataka niwaeleze vile inawahusu na vile inanihusu. Hawa wananchi hawa wote wakienda kununua bidhaa wanalipa ushuru. Hiyo ushuru ndio inalipa mshahara yetu. Sasa my friends, wewe ambaye uko na kazi unalipwa na ushuru ya hawa wananchi. Wewe unakuwa mjeuri, unasema utaki kutoa ati ndio hawa pia watoto wao wapate kazi. Sio, ni maneno ambayo sijui unahitaji maombi. Ama namna gani jamani? I am asking those of us, and I am doing so respectfully, we must know that those of us who are employed today, we are paid by the taxes of those who are not employed. And it is our responsibility to make sacrifices so that we can create opportunity for those who do not have opportunity like us. Sijui kama tunaelewana jamani. Si namna hiyo. Sasa nataka niulize kwanza sisi ambao tumechaguliwa. Sasa wewe mheshimiwa, hawa wananchi walipiga foleni ukapata kazi, si ndio? Ukapata cheo, unaitwa mheshimiwa, mshahara yako iko sawa sawa namna hiyo. Sasa saa hii tumesema wacha tutoe kitu ili wale watu ambao walituchagua ndio tukue na hizi kazi, hata na wao watoto wao wapate kazi. Tunaanza Kiswahili. Hapana. Haikaangi namna hiyo. Ama watu wa Kirinyaga, si ndio? Kama mtu amekusaidia ukapata kazi, si umsaidie pia mtoto wake apate kazi jameni? Mnasema tulipe hii ushuru ama tusilipe? Si tulipe, ndio mtoto mwingine pia apate nafasi ya kupata ajira. Ndio tufanye mpango ya housing, watoto wapate kazi. Tufanye mpango ile ya special economic zone, watoto wengine wapate kazi. Tufanye mambo ya KIPS, watoto wengine wapate. That is all we are saying, good people. Ama namna gani jameni? Na unajua watu wengi hawataki tuseme ukweli. Hata hawa wenye wanajaribu kutupinga walikuwa wanasema tu juzi wanasupport hii mpango yote, lakini kwa sababu wanataka kuleta ukora ya upinzani ati wanaanza. Kwanza nilikuwa naona hata mwingine jana, mtu amechaguliwa, almost 70% ya watu wamemchagua wanaishi kwa slum, alafu yeye anapinga mpango ya slum upgrading. Si huyo ni mtu wazimu? How dishonest can you be as a leader? The people who voted for you live in informal settlement, and today you are opposed to a program that will give a decent house to the people who voted for you so that they stop living in slums. Surely. Viongozi tuachane na utapeli, marafiki zangu, please. So hao wabunge mnawapatia instructions waende wapitishe finance bill ama waende waangushe? Waende wapitishe? Waende warekebishe ama wapitishe vile ilivyo? Hebu nione wala anasema wapitishe. Tupitishe ndio tupange ajira ya hawa watoto wetu jameni. So watu wa Kirinyaga, mimi nataka niwashukuru sana.